Chapter 1. The Drug Slave. In the city of Lan, at the Tang family ancestral hall. Outside the grand hall, dark clouds loomed ominously, thunder rumbled, and the oppressive sky bore down upon the city. Inside the ancestral hall, figures shifted restlessly. Tang Chi, as the heir apparent, devoid of talent and virtue, you are hereby stripped of your title. A voice, as cold as ice, pierced through the crowd and struck Tang Chi's ears. At the center of the hall, upon the execution platform, Tang Chi's hands were cruelly nailed to the gallows. Chains as thick as arms hung with icy hooks, piercing through Tang Chi's shoulder blade. Blood dripped along the chains, exuding a metallic scent spreading outward. Such a cruel punishment rendered the onlookers of the Tang family mute. Their eyes filled with pity, disdain, and indifference. The once prodigy of Lan, a formidable figure with 5 meridians, had fallen to such a dire state. At that moment, the cold voice resounded once more. Tang Chi, you spied on the Wang family's second-tier elixir and stole it for yourself. Do you understand your crime? The Wang family, the mightiest clan in Lan City. Do you realize that your actions will bring endless trouble upon the Tang family? At the forefront of the hall stood the Tang family's elder, Tang Zhonghui, clad in a black robe, his gaze sharp as a concealed blade. Tang Chi's eyes were wild, his gaze bloodshot, akin to a wounded wolf. Glaring fiercely at Elder Tang Zhonghui, he shouted, "Old dog, you slander me. The elixir was clearly given to me by you." Just a day prior, Tang Zhonghui had summoned Tang Chi to his residence, bestowing upon him, in the name of the Tang family, a second-tier elixir. Yet, a mere day later, Tang Chi was suddenly apprehended under the accusation of stealing the Wang family's elixir. Tang Chi's face twisted in anguish. He roared, "You all take advantage of my father's absence to strike at me with such vicious intent." Tang Chi's father, Tang Qinglin, was also the patriarch of the Tang family. Having ventured alone into the Mizu beast forest a week ago, he had yet to return. Presumptuous! At this juncture, you still dare to deny it. Tang Zonghui's eyes glinted with malice, his voice as heavy as a hammer, striking deep into Tang Chi's chest. Puff! Tang Chi spat out another mouthful of blood. The chains hanging from his shoulder blade clanged ominously. "I ask you, do you understand your crime?" Behind Tang Zhonghui, a multitude of elders and guest elders suddenly sharpened their gazes, like a barrage of steel needles, collectively piercing through Tang Chi, thunderously demanding, "Tang Chi, do you understand your crime?" Tang Chi hung his head, disheveled hair obscuring his vision, his entire being dangling upon the execution platform, akin to a solitary anchor amidst the cold wind, thrust into a parched riverbed. Silence, a silence so profound. The silence ignited a seething fury that surged forth. After a long pause, Tang Chi's voice emerged, rasping like sandpaper, declaring, "Know your grandmother, wretched beast." Instantly, Tang Zonghui's fury erupted, his eyes radiating a cold light as he bellowed, "Now that your father Tang Qinglin's whereabouts are unknown, what gives you the audacity to act so recklessly?" At that moment, a voice suddenly emerged from behind Tang Zhonghui. "Audacity? Huh? He is merely awaiting the selection of disciples at the Beacon Fire Academy in 7 days." As the words fell, a figure darted forth from behind Tang Zhonghui. Tang Chi abruptly lifted his head, his eyes flashing with shock and rage, forcing through clenched teeth. Wang Chunlei, the firstborn of the Wang family, Wang Chunlei. He was also the foremost talent of the Wang clan. Among the younger generation in Lan City, only Wang Chunlei could stand shoulder to shoulder with Tang Chi. Dressed in white, Wang Chunlei wore a venomous smile, casting a glance at Tang Chi before addressing Tang Zhonghui. "In 7 days, the Beacon Fire Academy will come to Lan City for selection. If Tang Chi can successfully qualify, he may evade punishment." Upon hearing this, the assembly of elders and guest elders looked enlightened. The Beacon Fire Academy, one of the 4 great academies of the Dome Empire, consisted of prodigies endowed with extraordinary gifts. Should Tang Chi endure to the selection in 7 days and gain admission, he would undoubtedly escape the Tang family's retribution. At that moment, a voice rose from the crowd, exclaiming, "With his temperament, if he enters the Beacon Fire Academy, he will surely seek revenge on our Tang family. The crowd turned their attention to the speaker, who was none other than Tang Zonghui's grandson, Tang Wenshi. Oh! Tang Zonghui narrowed his eyes, his gaze piercing like steel needles, fixated on Tang Qi. At this moment, Tang Qi's fury swelled 100-fold. His eyes, like a ferocious wolf, bit down on his lip, a trickle of blood cascading down. Yet he remained oblivious. From the instant Wang Chunlei appeared, Tang Qi comprehended everything. He understood it all. This was a scheme orchestrated by the Wang family and Tang Zonghui. Taking advantage of his father's absence, Tang Zonghui colluded with the Wang family to strike at him. Originally, all he needed to do was wait for the selection at the Beacon Fire Academy to resolve the crisis. Yet he never anticipated that Wang Chunlei would abruptly expose his plight. At this moment, Tang Qi found himself in a desperate situation. Wang Chunlei then revealed a sinister smile, proposing, to prevent this child from seeking revenge, why not demote Tang Qi to a drug slave of the Wang family? A drug slave of the Wang family? Instantly, a shiver ran through everyone present. As the foremost clan in Lan City, the Wang family had long been researching new techniques and elixirs to enhance their family's power. However, such new techniques and elixirs often bore severe side effects. Thus, they required drug slaves to attempt cultivating these techniques and consuming these elixirs, allowing the Wang family to refine their methods based on the slaves' reactions. This was the very reason for the Wang family's prosperity. Yet, each year, the number of drug slaves who went mad, exploded, or were tortured into insanity exceeded 100. Entering the Wang family as a drug slave meant certain death. No one had anticipated Wang Chunlei to be so cruel. To be reduced to a state worse than that of a pig or dog was more painful than a swift execution. Oh, by the way, Wang Chunlei looked meaningfully at Tang Zonghui and added, our Wang family's drug slaves do not require high cultivation. Tang Zonghui's expression remained cold as he nodded in agreement. In the next moment, Tang Zonghui suddenly rose, his entire being soaring into the air, radiating a fierce aura as a shadow of a silver-feathered rock materialized behind him. It was the beast spirit of Tang Zonghui, the silver-feathered rock. When a martial artist cultivates to the 6th meridian, there is a minuscule chance of awakening their internal beast spirit, gaining formidable power through the fusion of the beast's core. Tang Zonghui was now at the 8th meridian, a top-tier expert of the Tang family. In a flash, Tang Zonghui's claws reached Tang Qi's chest, the overwhelming force penetrating into Tang Qi's body. In that instant, Tang Qi felt utterly despondent, roaring, "Old dog! If I enter the Beacon Fire Academy, the Tang family will surely rise, no longer fearing the Wang family. You would sever the Tang family's lifeline for the sake of a mere heir apparent and become a dog for the Wang family. Wretched beast! Silence!" Tang Zonghui roared, his grip tightening. Bang! The force from the 8th meridian shattered the entire execution platform, sending Tang Qi, along with the chains on his shoulder blade, flying backward. Simultaneously, Tang Qi felt a pain akin to having his skin peeled and muscles ripped, coursing through his limbs. His dantian was a bloody mess. The once abundant spiritual energy within him dissipated in an instant. At that moment, the light in Tang Qi's eyes extinguished. His cultivation was shattered. Thud! Tang Qi crashed to the ground, the heavy chains tearing at his flesh, striking the ground and sparking. The surrounding crowd ebbed like a tide, none daring to step forward to assist him. Compared to a once great talent reduced to nothing, they feared the repercussions of the Wang family's wrath even more. The Tang family had fully recognized their fate. They were the fish on the butcher's block, forever unable to rise again. Having completed this, Tang Zonghui turned and bowed slightly to Wang Chunlei, stating, "Wang heir, are you satisfied?" A triumphant smile finally spread across Wang Chunlei's face as he replied, "The Tang family has stripped a worthless heir. Demoting him to a drug slave of the Wang family loyalty can be observed. My Wang family is quite satisfied. Loyalty can be observed?" These words struck the ears of the Tang family like a dagger. Yet they were utterly powerless to resist. Furthermore, Wang Chunlei added, "The Tang family may establish Tang Wenshi as the heir. If anyone objects, they will be opposing my Wang family. Upon hearing this, a trace of a smile finally appeared on Tang Zonghui's icy facade. Tang Wensher stepped forward, beaming, and clasped his fists, saying, "Thank you, Wang Heir." At that moment, Wang Chunlei cast a disdainful glance at the ghastly-faced Tang Chi and proclaimed with satisfaction, "With Tang Chi as a drug slave, I have already prepared for him to trial our Wang family's newly developed techniques. Let him begin his cultivation from this day forth." With Tang Chi's extraordinary talent, perhaps in 7 days, he might indeed have the chance to rejoin the selection at the Beacon Fire Academy. Ha! Wang Chunlei laughed heartily. Then he approached Tang Chi, tossing a booklet onto him, whispering, "Tang Chi, in Lan City, the only one who can be selected for the Beacon Fire Academy is me, Wang Chunlei. Oh, by the way." Wang Chunlei suddenly recalled something. Pointing at the booklet on Tang Chi's body, he loudly added, "This technique is called the sunflower blade technique, and its side effects are rather apparent. To practice this technique, one must first undergo castration." Ha! With that, Wang Chunlei laughed arrogantly and strode past the Tang family members, swaggering away. Meanwhile, Tang Chi felt an overwhelming darkness engulf him, plunging him into an endless void of chaos. He fainted. Yet, unbeknownst to all, a wisp of purple-black smoke slithered along the ground, merging into Tang Chi's body. Chapter 2. Hall of Beasts from Mountains and Seas. An excruciating pain yanked Tang Chi back from the endless abyss of darkness into the realm of reality. "Tang Zonghui, I shall tear you into 1,000 pieces." With a sudden jolt, Tang Chi opened his eyes, enduring the agony coursing through his shattered meridians, and bellowed. Yet upon discerning the scene before him, he found himself momentarily paralyzed with astonishment. At that moment, Tang Chi was inexplicably situated within a grand hall. The towering walls and stone pillars, standing 100 feet high, were intricately carved from violet-black crystals. The walls depicted ferocious beasts, roaring as they consumed the very essence of heaven and earth. A true dragon coiled around the pillars, exuding an awe-inspiring presence. Inscribed above the hall were 4 grand characters: Hall of Beasts from Mountains and Seas. An overwhelming astonishment erupted within Tang Chi's mind. In this boundless and magnificent hall, he felt insignificantly small, akin to a mere speck of dust adrift in the cosmos. "Where am I?" He forced himself to regain composure, continuing to scan the surroundings. At the very center of the hall stood 9 colossal altars, each several dozen meters in diameter. These 2 were crafted from the same violet-black crystal, emanating a dim, eerie glow. Enduring the searing pain that felt like blades slicing through him, Tang Chi approached the altars step by step. Crimson trails of blood marked his path beneath his feet. As he drew closer, Tang Chi discerned the inscriptions upon each altar. "First Beast Throne, Second Beast Throne, Ninth Beast Throne. Is this the Beast Soul Throne?" The shock within Tang Chi surged to unprecedented heights. In Lansheng, martial artists typically ascended through levels ranging from body refinement 1 pulse to 10 pulses. Upon reaching body refinement 6 pulses, there existed a minuscule chance of awakening the beast's soul throne within. By merging with the spirit cores of ferocious beasts, one could gain immense power, even transforming certain parts of their body into beast-like forms. Martial artists who awakened the throne were referred to as beast tamers. The Grand Elder, Tang Zonghui, had relied on his awakening of the beast soul throne and the fusion with the spirit core of the silver feather rock to become a top-tier expert of the Tang family. Tang Chi murmured, "To become a beast tamer is already a rarity, and to awaken 2 thrones would be a prodigy of unparalleled excellence yet." Before him stood 9 altars resembling divine thrones. Could it be that I am within the body of some ancient deity? Even in legends, 9 thrones had never been mentioned. Whether it was due to blood loss or the continuous shocks, Tang Chi felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Jie, someone has finally arrived. Just as Tang Chi teetered on the brink of unconsciousness, a sinister and aged voice suddenly resonated from the void. "Who dares to show themselves?" Tang Chi snapped back to reality, retreating several steps while scanning his surroundings. He beheld a swirling mass of violet-black mist, hovering ominously beside him. Dare to call me a demon? Jie. Indeed, I am a demon, pray tell. Who might you be? The entity that identified itself as a demon spoke with an increasingly malevolent tone, tinged with an uncontainable excitement. Tang Chi willed himself to remain calm, regarding the violet-black mist with wariness, and declared sternly, I am Tang Chi, the scion of the Tang family from Lanqing. At this declaration, he suddenly froze. His dantian was a gruesome mess, with 2 gaping wounds upon his ribs, the searing agony radiating through every nerve and echoing in his mind. This hellish torment served as a constant reminder that he was no longer the illustrious scion of the Tang family from Lanqing. With a dazed expression, Tang Chi murmured, I am Tang Chi, the discarded child of the Tang family from Lanqing. Discarded child? The demon hovered above, scrutinizing Tang Chi with a tone laced with schadenfreude. Your dantian is ruined. Your meridians are damaged, discarded child? You are truly modest. This is nothing short of a waste. The demon's taunts pierced through Tang Chi's stagnant heart, stirring a tempest of fury within him. Recalling the events at the ancestral hall, Tang Chi's heart raced with indignation. Veins bulged upon his forehead, and his eyes glazed over with a crimson hue. Clenching his teeth, Tang Chi enunciated each word with ferocity. Who are you, truly? Sensing the murderous intent emanating from Tang Chi, the demon recoiled slightly, its malevolence retreating as it replied calmly, You need only know that this is the hall of beasts from mountains and seas, and I am but a remnant soul, the 8th successor of this hall. The demon's black mist swirled ominously, akin to the minions of a hellish specter, as though it were assessing Tang Chi's injuries. After a lengthy pause, the demon inquired, Do you seek revenge? Tang Chi instinctively replied yes. The demon pressed further. Can you enact your revenge? A flicker of unyielding defiance surged in Tang Chi's heart as he replied, difficult. His father was missing, his dantian was ruined, reduced to a mere servant of herbs. There seemed to be no hope of resurgence. Revenge was a daunting task akin to scaling the heavens. In that moment, the demon's voice resounded once more, Accept the inheritance of the Hall of Beasts from mountains and seas, and revenge shall be but a trifling matter. Tang Chi was taken aback, furrowing his brow. You would bestow this hall upon me? Indeed, the demon affirmed. Tang Chi focused intently, fixing his gaze upon the demon. What shall this hall grant me? The demon replied nonchalantly. The restoration of your cultivation and the awakening of the 9 beast soul thrones. Moreover, unlike other beast tamers, upon embedding the spirit core, you will not only gain beast-like abilities, but also acquire a new skill tailored to the characteristics of the beast. Tang Chi turned to gaze at the 9 beast soul thrones behind him. A fleeting glimmer of astonishment crossed his eyes. Though he could not fathom the true nature of the Hall of Beasts from mountains and seas, the prospect of the 9 beast soul thrones and their corresponding skills was enough to send shockwaves across the continent, if made known. Yet, faced with such immense benefits, Tang Chi's gaze gradually hardened as he regarded the demon, calmly stating, What price must I pay? He believed that fortunes did not fall from the sky, and he was wary of the demon's ulterior motives. The demon exuded a wave of sinister energy, provoking Tang Chi. Jie, failure to inherit means the obliteration of your soul. Obliteration of the soul? Ha, is that all? Tang Chi scoffed, wiping his finger across the gaping wound on his ribs. Immediately, blood gushed forth, staining his hands, bits of flesh clinging to his fingertips. Reduced to a mere herb servant, forever unable to rise again. Tang Chi chuckled coldly. Could it possibly get worse than this? Sensing Tang Chi's chilling resolve, the demon's black mist receded slightly, falling into a contemplative silence. After a long while, the demon spoke once more. If the inheritance succeeds, you must assist me in reconstructing my physical form. Reconstructing a physical form. Tang Chi's eyes widened in realization this was likely the demon's ultimate objective. Without hesitation, Tang Chi declared agreed. His affirmation seemed to resonate deeply within the demon, which instinctively questioned, Are you truly sincere? Believe it or not, it matters not to me. Tang Chi fixed his gaze upon the demon, a hint of mockery glinting in his eyes. If you doubt me, I can easily remain a worthless being. while you continue to languish in this hall of beasts from mountains and seas. At this moment, Tang Chi comprehended that the hall of beasts from mountains and seas was undoubtedly a supreme treasure. However, for the remnant soul of a demon, it was a confining cage. Having lost its physical form, the demon was confined within this hall for an indeterminate number of years. As the tides of fortune turned, in a matter of mere exchanges, Tang Chi had effectively swapped roles with the demon. From receiving the hall of beasts from mountains and seas from the demon, they had now entered a mutual agreement. Jie, I see you are the true little demon. After a prolonged silence, the demon suddenly erupted into raucous laughter, exclaiming, "In that case, let us begin. Hall of beasts from mountains and seas. Inheritance." Instantly, Tang Chi felt as if the entire hall had been turned upside down, as though a black hole had opened in his forehead, drawing the vast expanse of the hall into his being. Then, darkness descended once more. In the final moments, Tang Chi suddenly posed the question, why choose me? In this vast world, countless practitioners existed. Every day, many were discarded or slain. Why had the demon chosen him? What reason could there possibly be? The demon impatiently retorted, no matter whom I select, they would invariably ask why I chose them. I must choose someone after all? Tang Chi did not believe a single word of the demon's explanation. However, before he could ponder further, darkness enveloped him. Endless darkness. Within the darkness, it felt as though icy daggers pierced through him. They sliced through every inch of his skin, every single cell. The pain severed every nerve in a merciless manner, only to reconnect them violently. Agony, excruciating agony, a torment that emanated from the depths of his soul, a pain that drove Tang Chi to the brink of suicide. Amidst the ocean of suffering, Tang Chi desperately clung to the remnants of his consciousness, as haunting images echoed before him. In the ancestral hall, Tang Zonghui's menacing visage, Wan Chunlei's treachery, the cold, blood-soaked execution platform, chilling iron hooks. Tang Chi roared in defiance, I cannot die. The Wang family, Tang Zonghui, I shall have my revenge. In the room, on the bed, Tang Chi's body had been carried back by members of the Tang family. The room was devoid of life. The once vibrant science courtyard now lay eerily silent. Tang Chi lay upon the bed, every pore oozing black blood. His body convulsed intermittently, though devoid of consciousness. His expression was one of fierce agony. A chilling aura of murder emanated from Tang Chi, surging outward from his very being. The curtains billowed violently under the weight of this murderous intent. A mass of violet-black mist, the demon, hovered silently to the side, observing Tang Chi, murmuring softly, after several hundred years, finally, should Tang Chi awaken, he would be astounded to discover that the once sinister and treacherous demon now emanated an air of reverence. Suddenly, the fiend caught sight of a small booklet beside Tang Chi, upon which were inscribed four prominent characters. Sunflower Blade Technique? To master this skill, one must first undergo castration? The fiend glanced at the Sunflower Blade Technique, then at Tang Chi, and its tone returned to a semblance of wickedness as it murmured to itself. Since I have inherited the legacy of the Beast Palace of the mountains and seas, allow me to present you with a gift. With that, the fiend vanished in a flash, drifting away through the window, leaving no trace behind. Chapter 3. The First Beast Soul Throne. The golden-scaled soaring serpent. Before long, dawn broke. Tang Chi was awakened by a foul stench, only to find his body covered in congealed blood scabs. However, Tang Chi paid no heed to this and immediately summoned the spiritual energy within him. Channeling all his strength, he commenced the operation. The next moment, he was struck with astonishment. The sixth channel of body refinement. Is this the might of the Beast Palace of mountains and seas? Merely through a single inheritance, not only did Tang Chi restore his cultivation, but he even ascended to a higher level. Now, the gap between him and Tang Zonghui was merely 2 tiers apart. Oh, you're awake. At that moment, a voice tinged with regret spoke. What a pity. Had your soul been extinguished, perhaps I could have borrowed your corpse to reincarnate. And yet you are still alive. Tang Chi snorted coldly. Without a doubt, it was a wicked anomaly. In the next instant, the anomaly tossed an object towards Tang Chi. Instinctively, he caught it and was immediately taken aback, exclaiming, "The spiritual core of a level 7 demon beast, the golden-scaled soaring serpent." Demon beasts are classified from level 1 to level 10, corresponding to the 10 channels of body refinement in humans. The higher the level of the demon beast, the more formidable and rare it becomes. The silver-feathered rock spiritual core that Tang Zhonghui possessed was merely level 5, yet it was worth a fortune. Not to mention this level 7 spiritual core. Seeing Tang Qi's astonishment, the anomaly couldn't help but boast. "It seems you possess some knowledge." The golden-scaled soaring serpent is famously known as the cockroach among demon beasts. Endowed with extraordinary survival abilities, even capable of disregarding the side effects of some potent spiritual medicines, making it perfectly suitable for you. Upon hearing the anomaly's words, a glimmer of anticipation flickered in Tang Qi's eyes. It is worth noting that the Beast Palace of Mountains and Seas not only allows him to activate the 9 Great Beast Soul Thrones, but also bestows upon him a new skill tailored to the characteristics of the demon beast associated with each throne. Tang Qi felt the warmth of the spiritual core in his hand. Despite the mutual benefit between himself and the anomaly, in this time of betrayal and abandonment, with his father's fate unknown and the entire Tang family reduced to the Wang family's lackeys, it seemed that only this anomaly was genuinely aiding him. After a long pause, Tang Qi softly uttered, "Thank you, enough with the pleasantries. Swiftly activate the first beast soul throne." The anomaly was not one to dawdle, eagerly urging him, "Spiritual energy, activate, chant the incantation." In an instant, a surge of potent force erupted from the spiritual core, and Tang Qi felt his meridians swell, simultaneously, within the Beast Palace of Mountains and Seas. The first beast soul throne radiated a blinding golden light, transforming into a tangible golden spiritual energy that danced in the air like a spirit serpent. The next moment, as the golden light dissipated, a colossal serpent, measuring dozens of meters in length and 2 meters in diameter, hovered above the first beast soul throne. Its golden scales shimmered, and its serpent eyes glinted with brilliance. Tang Qi sensed that after absorbing the spiritual core, his cultivation had once again advanced, the pinnacle of the 6th channel of body refinement. Tang Qi's entire being tensed, exhilaration coursing through him like a tremor. It was as if a lost soul in the darkness had finally encountered a glimmer of light. And that light was named vengeance. At that moment, a few lines of small text on the first beast soul throne once again captured Tang Qi's attention. First beast soul throne, golden scaled soaring serpent demon beast attachment. Transforms into the soaring serpent S body. Enhancing defensive capabilities, possessing formidable strangulation abilities. Demon beast skill. Side effect modification, allowing the host to alter the side effects of techniques and pills provided by the Beast Palace of Mountains and Seas. Usage range. Must not exceed the host's 3 major levels. Tang Qi was momentarily stunned, then his eyes sparkled with excitement. The demon beast attachment is a capability possessed by every beast tamer, allowing for partial transformation into the demon beast, thereby enhancing strength. However, the demon beast skill, side effect modification, was uniquely his. With a slight thought, Tang Qi's body returned to the room. The recent advancement in cultivation and the surge in strength had significantly uplifted his spirits. Yet, in the next moment, a booklet caught his eye, and his mood instantly darkened. That it was the sunflower blade technique. A chilling light flickered in Tang Qi's eyes. That to practice this technique, one must first undergo self-castration. Ah, then let me show you. With that, Tang Qi's eyes glinted with a cold light as he began to leaf through the booklet. This moment, Tang Qi was no longer the same. He no longer feared the side effects of the sunflower blade technique. He stared intently at the technique, silently reciting, "First beast soul throne, side effect modification." In an instant, a silvery light burst forth from Tang Qi's eyes. Several options appeared before him. Sunflower blade technique side effect. To practice this technique, one must first undergo self-castration. Options for modification. 1. None. 2. Meridian severed. 3. Cold energy enters the body. Seeing this, a flicker of astonishment crossed Tang Qi's eyes. The Beast Palace of Mountains and Seas truly possessed incredible magic, directly offering several modifiable side effects. Moreover, the first option could genuinely nullify the side effect. Without hesitation, Tang Qi selected option 1. None. In an instant, the scene before him shifted once more. Sunflower blade technique. no side effects. Tang Chi marveled. Truly remarkable. The anomaly remarked. Martial techniques in this world are divided into 4 levels. Yellow, profound, earth, and heaven. The sunflower blade technique is known for its insidious and ruthless strikes. Now that it has no side effects, it can be deemed a superior yellow-level technique, perfectly suited for your cultivation. Indeed, Tang Chi nodded. The foundation of the Tang family is shallow, and even though he is the heir, he could only acquire intermediate yellow-level techniques, far inferior in power to the sunflower blade technique. With the technique in hand, all he lacked was a suitable blade, as Tang Chi had previously practiced a different martial art. He now required a blade to train in the sunflower blade technique. The immediate priority was to head to the Tang family's training grounds and select a fine blade, not only to seek revenge against the Tang and Wang families, but also for the upcoming selection at the Beacon Fire Academy in a few days. Turning his gaze to the sky, it was already bright. Off to the training grounds. The training grounds were located behind the ancestral hall, lined with 2 rows of weapon racks, displaying knives, spears, swords, halberds, axes, and hooks, all gleaming with a sharp, cold light. However, the typically bustling training grounds were now devoid of anyone. This unexpected emptiness stirred a sense of unease in Tang Chi, yet he dismissed it and casually picked up a fine steel blade to practice with. Just then, an oddly mocking voice suddenly rang out. "Isn't this the esteemed heir?" "Oh no, it's the medicine slave." Tang Chi frowned and turned around. 5 or 6 individuals stood behind him, the leader named Tang Sha, a cousin of the great elder Tang Wenshi. This person had mediocre talent, but had managed to reach the 3rd channel of body refinement. At that moment, Tang Sha suddenly spotted the steel blade in Tang Chi's hand and immediately burst into laughter. "A blade? Could it be that you truly intend to wield it for self-castration in order to practice the sunflower blade technique?" "Ha! Truly fitting for a medicine slave." Tang Chi's gaze grew, increasingly frosty. Noticing Tang Chi's silence, Tang Sha continued to mock. "Your father ventured into the Mizu beast forest, his fate uncertain, and you've been demoted to a medicine slave, preparing to wield a blade for self-castration." The fates of both father and son seem rather well matched. As soon as the words left his mouth, Tang Sha suddenly felt a piercing, killing intent radiating from Tang Chi's eyes. Although Tang Chi had fallen from grace, the remnants of his former authority as the heir still lingered. Instinctively, Tang Sha took a half-step back, shuddering at the sudden pressure. When Tang Sha regained his composure, anger flared on his face. To be frightened by a mere medicine slave was a blow to his pride, and he was filled with indignation. At that moment, one of Tang Sha's sycophants stepped forward and shouted, "Boss, since Tang Chi's cultivation has been stripped away, why not take the opportunity to teach him a lesson?" Tang Sha suppressed his anger, a cruel smile spreading across his face as he replied, "You make a good point, but I must tread carefully. After all, Tang Chi is the medicine slave of the Wang family, and the Wang heir is undoubtedly awaiting Tang Chi's reaction after practicing the sunflower blade technique to improve his own techniques." Despite his words, Tang Sha's figure had already surged forward, charging directly at Tang Chi. The spiritual energy of the 3rd channel of body refinement surged forth without reservation. His iron fists radiated a grayish glow, exuding a rock-like hardness, embodying the yellow-level lower-grade martial skill, the Stony Fist. As the fist drew closer to Tang Chi, Tang Sha noticed that there was no hint of panic on Tang Chi's face. Instead, a glimmer of coldness and cruelty flashed in Tang Chi's eyes. Die. Chapter 4. The Van Hai Trading Company. Tang Sha roared, his fist mere inches from Tang Chi. At that moment, Tang Chi fixated on Tang Sha's fist, silently chanting, "Side effect modification." The target for side effect modification must not exceed 2 major levels below Tang Chi, making the lowly Tang Sha a trivial matter. In the next moment, several lines of small text materialized. Stony Fist. An external martial art that is overly rigid. Prolonged use can accumulate hidden injuries. Modifiable side effects. 1. None. 2. Disruption of spiritual energy flow. 3. Tang Chi wasted no time and directly selected option 2. In the next moment, the imposing Tang Sha felt his internal spiritual energy abruptly tremble, akin to a wild horse breaking free, instantly spiraling out of control. In the face of this unforeseen change, he stumbled, his knees crashing to the ground as his body continued to lurch forward due to inertia. Smack! With a resounding thud, he inadvertently knocked his head against the ground. Boss! The surrounding sycophants hurriedly rushed forward to assist Tang Sha. "Get away from me!" Tang Sha's face flushed red with fury as he bellowed. Originally intending to teach Tang Chi a lesson, he found himself inexplicably suffering from chaotic spiritual energy, rendering him a laughingstock in front of everyone. Tang Chi chuckled coldly and said, "So it turns out that young Master Tang Sha intended to teach me in this manner? Enough with the nonsense." Tang Sha forcefully shook off the sycophant's assistance and roared madly at the same time. He once again activated his internal spiritual energy, charging fiercely towards Tang Chi. Tang Chi's face bore a cold glimmer, showing no intent to evade. Instead, he stepped forward. Raising his hand, he delivered a punch. Seeing this, Tang Sha grinned wickedly. A waste without spiritual energy dares to act so arrogantly. As the words left his mouth, the familiar sensation of chaotic spiritual energy surged forth once more. What the hell is going on? Tang Sha was taken aback, yet he found himself powerless to effect any change. In the next moment, his legs buckled, causing him to lurch forward. A resounding thud echoed as his face collided with Tang Chi's fist. Although this punch was devoid of any spiritual power, Tang Chi was inherently endowed with formidable physical strength due to his training in the 5 meridians of body refinement. Tang Sha's nose was utterly crushed, blood gushing from his nostrils as 7 or 8 teeth shattered upon impact. The excruciating pain pierced through every nerve of Tang Sha's being. Yet, Tang Chi offered no respite, his fists raining down like a torrential storm upon Tang Sha. Tang Chi, how dare you strike me?" Tang Sha wailed in despair. Tang Chi, with a fierce tone, commanded, "Tang Sha, remember this, even if a tiger falls to the plains and is bullied by dogs, you are still only fit to be a dog." In an instant, the training ground reverberated with the sounds of fists meeting flesh, interspersed with the continuous cries of Tang Sha. The sycophants nearby attempted to intervene, but upon meeting Tang Chi's ruthless gaze, they recoiled in fear. Though deemed a pawn, the remnants of Tang Chi's authority still lingered. Tang Chi ceased his assault and rose to his feet, while Tang Sha lay sprawled on the ground, eyes vacant, mouth stained with blood, quivering in fear of imminent unconsciousness. Tang Chi flicked the blood from his hands, casting a cold, sweeping glance around. The sycophants bore expressions of dread, retreating in haste to AT that moment. Tang Chi seemed to recall something and, with a furrowed brow, coldly inquired, "Why are there so few people at the training ground today?" One of the sycophants, trembling like a leaf, stammered, "All the family members have gone to welcome the envoy from the Beacon Fire Academy." Tang Chi suddenly understood. In 6 days, the Beacon Fire Academy would select disciples that by the timeline. Today was indeed the day the envoy was expected to arrive. All the prominent families would surely rush to make a good impression. Originally, Tang Chi had planned to attend as well, but unforeseen events had caused him to forget entirely that he continued to ask, "Have they received the envoy?" The sycophant shook his head, cold sweat trickling down his face. "We waited for 3 hours, but saw no sign of them. And no one has arrived." Tang Chi's expression turned perplexed. Could something have gone awry? However, he dismissed such thoughts. Considering the reputation of the Beacon Fire Academy, they ought not to renege on their promise. With that in mind, he glanced at the writhing figure of Tang Sha and coldly directed the sycophants, "Take this waste away and get lost." To outsiders, although Tang Chi had been reduced to a mere shadow of his former self, the remnants of his status as heir remained intact. Moreover, Tang Chi's father, Tang Qinglin, though currently absent, still held the position of head of the Tang family. Given Tang Sha's pitiful state, the sycophants dared not defy Tang Chi's command. In an instant, they hurriedly lifted Tang Sha and fled in a panic, leaving Tang Chi alone in the training ground. Following this altercation, Tang Chi harbored no fears of his secrets being exposed, for everyone would assume Tang Sha's defeat was due to his poor talent and unstable foundation, leading to a chaotic flow of spiritual power. Furthermore, Tang Chi had not utilized a shred of spiritual energy throughout the entire encounter. Thus, no one would suspect any foul play on his part. Just then, the voice of the demon echoed again. "Kid, how's the selection of your weapon going?" Upon hearing the demon's words, Tang Chi turned his gaze towards the long knife in his hand. Feeling his spiritual energy surge violently within him, the energy of the 6 meridians of body refinement surged forth like a frenzied beast, ruthlessly shaking the long knife. Crack! A sharp, crisp sound resonated as the knife shattered into several pieces. Unable to withstand the force of Tang Chi's tumultuous energy, gazing at the fragments scattered on the ground, Tang Chi frowned, lost in contemplation, murmuring, "This won't suffice. Not nearly enough." With Tang Chi's current prowess in the 6 meridians of body refinement, using such a mundane weapon would be adequate against an opponent like Wang Chunlei. However, his foes were not limited to the likes of Wang Chunlei, but also included top-tier experts of the Tang family, like Tang Zhonghui of the 8 meridians of body refinement, and even Wang Yuxing, the leader of the Wang family, who had achieved the 9 meridians of body refinement. Such ordinary weapons would never meet Tang Chi's standards. At that moment, Tang Chi shot a glance at the demon and said, "Old demon, with your vast abilities, why not procure a few divine artifacts for me?" "Bah!" The demon cursed vehemently. "If I had divine artifacts, would I have fallen to this state? Do you think top-tier weapons are sold like cabbages on the street? With your current strength, even slightly superior items would likely cause your body to explode." Tang Chi scoffed, wearing an expression of having anticipated this outcome. Yet he understood the underlying truth. Relying on the demon's powers to acquire superior weapons was akin to giving a 2-year-old a large sword. It would neither harm the enemy, nor could it be wielded effectively, risking self-harm instead. The path of cultivation must be tread by oneself, without excessive reliance on others, lest one become unstable and fail to achieve greatness. At that moment, the demon spoke again, asking, "So, can you manage it?" After pondering for a moment, Tang Chi's eyes suddenly sparkled with determination, declaring, "It should not be difficult, but I will need your cooperation." With that, Tang Chi promptly set off towards the exit that within Lan City, the Wang family reigned supreme. Beneath them, the Tang, Kong, and Fong families held prominence. Below them were a dozen smaller clans. However, one power stood entirely independent of these numerous families: the Van Hai Trading Company. In any city within the Cheongding Empire, whether it be the bustling capital or a remote outpost, one could find the presence of the Van Hai Trading Company. Their merchandise, be it weapons, elixirs, or spiritual herbs, was comprehensive and of the highest quality among their peers. Hence, a saying circulated: "In the Van Hai Trading Company, there is nothing you cannot find, only that which you cannot afford." This is the greatest praise for the Van Hai Trading Company. It is said that behind the Van Hai Trading Company lies an extraordinarily powerful force within the empire. Therefore, even though the items within the Van Hai Trading Company are treasures, no one dares to cause trouble there. In Lan City, the Van Hai Trading Company holds a similarly dominant status. At this moment, Tang Chi slipped into a narrow alley opposite the Van Hai Trading Company. When he emerged, he had undergone a complete transformation, donning a black robe and obscuring his face with a dark cloth. Beneath the shadow of his hood, only his eyes remained visible. Having completed this disguise, Tang Chi approached the entrance of the Van Hai Trading Company. The establishment is situated in the most vibrant area of Lan City, its premises being highly coveted real estate among the city's prominent families. Yet, the Van Hai Trading Company occupies hundreds of square meters, highlighting its elevated status. Towering stone lion statues flank the entrance, while a massive red pillar, encircled by 3 figures, was intricately carved with surging waves and various mythical beasts. The hollowed-out decorative carvings were adorned with golden edges, etched into the walls, showcasing the opulence of the Van Hai Trading Company. At noon, the trading company buzzed with activity, with throngs of patrons entering and exiting, causing quite the congestion at the entrance. Peering through the shadows of his hood, Tang Chi surveyed the Van Hai Trading Company, his gaze keen, murmuring, "Van Hai Trading Company, I am eager to see what treasures you possess." Chapter 5. A reunion with Wang Chunlei. At this moment, had anyone been beside Tang Chi, they would have been astonished to hear his voice, which sounded as ancient as that of a nonagenarian. This was due to the demon employing a minor technique to alter Tang Chi's voice, allowing him to completely conceal his identity. Without hesitation, Tang Chi pushed the door open and stepped inside. Having once been the heir of the Tang family, Tang Chi had visited the Van Hai Trading Company on several occasions. Yet, each time he entered, he could not help but marvel at the grandeur within. Compared to the majestic exterior, the interior hall was even more resplendent. Golden chandeliers illuminated the space, casting a bright glow throughout the hall. Various weapons stood prominently, sharp and exuding a chilling aura, far surpassing the Tang family's training ground in quality. Spiritual herbs and medicinal items were piled high in several cabinets, drawing the attention of numerous customers who gazed longingly at the treasures displayed in the windows. However, Tang Chi did not linger before these items for long. Instead, he made his way towards the far end of the hall. As he ventured deeper, the weapons and elixirs grew increasingly valuable, though the crowd thinned considerably. After all, in Lan City, only a select few could afford such precious items. At the innermost part of the hall, a long wooden table adorned with gold-edged silk displayed two of the most dazzling treasures. One elixir and one weapon. The elixir was presented in a carved wooden box, releasing a fragrant aroma, while the weapon was a long knife, entirely pure white. At that moment, a glint of excitement flashed in Tang Chi's eyes. The long knife, white as snow and seemingly crafted from ice crystals, emitted waves of coldness that spread outward, cloaking the surrounding area in a layer of frost. The Ice Soul Blade, the prized possession of the Van High Trading Company. It is said that the Ice Soul Blade was forged by a second-tier refiner, during which the essence of a Frost Falcon spirit core was infused into the weapon. It is noteworthy that the Frost Falcon is a fifth-tier beast. The chilling energy contained within its spirit core, when combined with the sharp and ruthless sword techniques, can significantly amplify the wielder's power in an instant. Such a divine weapon perfectly complements Tang Chi's sunflower sword technique. However, in the face of the Ice Soul Blade, Tang Chi remained unperturbed, instead directing his gaze towards a nearby elixir, the Jade Orchid Pill. This belongs to the category of primary second-tier medicinal pills, renowned as an absolute healing elixir, specifically designed for severe injuries that damage the meridians, capable of swiftly restoring a warrior's internal wounds. Nevertheless, as with all medicines, there are side effects, and the Jade Orchid Pill is no exception. Any warrior who consumes it will be unable to harness any spirit energy for a full day. As a warrior often exposed to perilous situations, being deprived of spirit energy for even a day could lead to significant danger. Yet, this does not impede the Jade Orchid Pill from being the prized treasure of the Fanheim Merchant Group. After all, with careful attention to the surrounding environment, the Jade Orchid Pill undoubtedly stands as the finest healing elixir in the hearts of warriors. Just as Tang Chi was contemplating the Jade Orchid Pill, a familiar voice suddenly reached his ears. "Someone approaches. I shall take the Jade Orchid Pill and the Ice Soul Blade." Upon hearing this voice, Tang Chi's expression tightened, his gaze turning frosty as he gritted his teeth and uttered, "Wang Chunlei." Turning around, he beheld a young man clad in white, wielding a folding fan, flanked by servants who cleared a path for him as he strode towards the innermost part of the hall. It was none other than Wang Chunlei, the heir of the Wang family, the very one responsible for stripping Tang Chi of his cultivation and demoting him to a mere medicinal servant. Following closely behind Wang Chunlei was an elder. Upon recognizing the elder's face, Tang Chi's heart grew colder. It was Tang Zhong'e, the grand elder of the Tang family. At this moment, Tang Zhong bore none of his former authority or cold demeanor. The wrinkles on his aged face resembled blooming chrysanthemums, adorned with a sycophantic smile. Wang Chunlei and his entourage brazenly pushed aside anyone in their way, making their way directly to the Jade Orchid Pill. At this juncture, Wang Chunlei seemingly ignored Tang Chi, calling out loudly, "Bring me those items and wrap them up." Wang Chunlei's shout immediately drew the attention of several individuals. It is essential to note that the Jade Orchid Pill and the Ice Soul Blade, as the treasures of the Fanheim Merchant Group, were indeed worth their weight in gold. Throughout the entirety of Lancheng, the number of factions capable of purchasing either item was exceedingly scarce. To procure both simultaneously would be a rare spectacle in Lancheng, not seen in a decade. Consequently, the crowd surged forth, craning their necks to catch a glimpse, their faces etched with curiosity. Even with the Wang family's might, acquiring both the Jade Orchid Pill and the Ice Soul Blade would undoubtedly deplete their resources significantly. Seeing the throng of onlookers, a smug expression appeared on Wang Chunlei's face as he looked down upon those surrounding him with a haughty gaze. Meanwhile, Tang Zhong'e stepped forward, clasping his hands with a smile, and remarked, "Young Master Wang, with the aid of the Jade Orchid Pill and the Ice Soul Blade, your chances in the upcoming selection for the Beacon Academy are surely tenfold assured." Upon hearing this, the crowd immediately understood, murmuring among themselves that it was for the selection at the Beacon Academy. Should Wang Chunlei succeed in being chosen, the Wang family's future development would undoubtedly be limitless. Hence, the Wang family was willing to invest heavily to ensure a flawless outcome for the Beacon Academy selection. It appeared that the Wang family had indeed spared no expense for Wang Chunlei. Given the financial power and authority of the Wang family, a servant from the Fanheim merchant group promptly advanced to prepare the wrapping of the Jade Orchid Pill and the Ice Soul Blade. As Wang Chunlei gazed at the treasures that were soon to belong to him, a glimmer of greed shone in his eyes, prompting him to step forward eagerly, yearning to claim these two remarkable items. Just then, an elderly voice resonated through the crowd, piercing through the throngs of people. "Hold on. It seems that I was the first to lay eyes on the Jade Orchid Pill." Everyone froze momentarily, their gazes snapping toward the speaker. There stood Tang Chi, clad in a black robe with a hood obscuring his face, shrouded in black cloth. Wang Chunlei, taken aback, instinctively wore an expression of disbelief that he never anticipated that someone would dare to challenge him at such a moment of triumph. "What did you say?" Wang Chunlei's earlier arrogance began to fade, replaced by a glimmer of coldness in his eyes as he regarded this black-clad figure. Although the figure's visage was obscured, the voice revealed that the speaker was indeed an elder. Wang Chunlei could not fathom which elder within this launching would dare to seize the treasures he was on the verge of acquiring. In the next moment, a chilling voice emerged from beneath the hood of the black robe. "I said, I shall take the Jade Orchid Pill." Instantly, the crowd erupted in a clamor. "What? Who is this person? Has this old man lost his mind, daring to snatch something coveted by Wang Chunlei?" The air was thick with murmurs from all directions. Before Wang Chunlei could respond, Tang Zhonghui suddenly stepped forward, his gaze fierce as he declared, "Who dares to rob the possessions of the heir of the Wang family? Do you wish to leave launching alive?" With that, the imposing aura of an 8th-tier cultivator exploded forth, emanating from Tang Zhonghui, sending a chilling gust of wind that forced the onlookers to stagger back several steps. In stark contrast, Tang Chi remained immovable, allowing the fierce winds to rustle his black robe. The black-clad figure coldly retorted, "The principle of first come, first served is known even to children. It seems you are doomed to be merely a dog of the Wang family for the rest of your life." Upon hearing these words, the crowd gasped in astonishment. Although the Tang family could not rival the Wang family, ever since Tang Zhonghui aligned himself with the Wang family, he had risen to a position of power, second only to one. Yet, this black-clad elder offered no deference to the Tang family. Moreover, the black-clad figure's words struck directly at Tang Zhonghui's deepest wounds. Everyone in launching was aware of the whispers surrounding Tang Zhonghui's ruthless actions to usurp power while the family patriarch, Tang Qinglin, was absent, stripping Tang Chi of his title as heir and forcing the entire Tang family to bow before the Wang family. That in an instant, Tang Zhonghui's face flushed with fury, his countenance resembling a ripe tomato. If Tang Zhonghui's earlier rage was merely a facade to support Wang Chunlei, he was now thoroughly incensed by the black-clad figure's audacious words. Under the scrutinizing gazes of the crowd, he felt humiliated, his dignity trampled upon. Were it not for the fear of the Fanheim merchant group's authority, Tang Zhonghui would have long since retaliated. At this moment, Wang Chunlei had also regained his composure, his expression as dark as the depths of water. In Lancheng, someone dared to defy the will of the Wang family. Furthermore, the black-robed figure had utterly dampened Wang Chunlei's enthusiasm. A blaze of fury ignited in Wang Chunlei's eyes as he stepped forward. Lowly hissing, "Old man, you dare to steal my possessions. You possess quite the audacity." With that, a powerful aura erupted from Wang Chunlei. Though it paled in comparison to Tang Zhonghui's 8th-tier prowess, it still exuded a formidable pressure that weighed heavily upon the crowd. 6th-tier cultivator. A discerning warrior immediately recognized Wang Chunlei's level of cultivation, gasping in astonishment. The eyes of the onlookers widened in shock. Once upon a time, both Tang Chi and Wang Chunlei were regarded as the two greatest prodigies of Lancheng, both standing at the 5th tier, evenly matched. Yet, in a mere 2 days, Tang Chi had been stripped of his cultivation and relegated to a mere medicinal servant, living a fate worse than death. Meanwhile, Wang Chunlei had advanced a tier in his cultivation. The disparity between the two prodigies had grown insurmountable in such a short span. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense, the air cooling as a palpable pressure radiated outward from Wang Chunlei and Tang Zhonghui. A sense of impending crisis loomed large. Just as the situation teetered on a knife's edge, a sudden voice emerged from the rear of the crowd. Young Master Wang. The Jade Orchid Pill and the Ice Soul Blade are still the property of the Fanheim Merchant Group. How have they become yours? The voice, soft yet laced with a hint of allure, wafted through the air like a fragrant rose that in an instant. The crowd parted like the tide, revealing a slender and enchanting figure. Clad in a flowing purple gown, her arms were as white as lotus roots, delicate fingers adorned with elegance, and her exquisite visage, with lips red as petals and teeth white as pearls, resembled a rose blooming after the rain. As this woman appeared, the aura surrounding Wang Chunlei dissipated immediately, replaced by a beaming smile. Miss Shangwan. Wang Chunlei pays his respects. Shangwan Yulan, the president of the Fanheim Merchant Group's launching branch. A woman of enigmatic allure. At first glance, she appeared to be just over 20, yet she commanded the Fanheim Merchant Group with authority, and one knew the depths of her background. However, one fact was universally acknowledged. 5 years prior, there existed a family in launching powerful enough to rival the Wang family. Yet, due to the family's young master harboring ill intentions toward Shangwan Yulan and attempting to forcefully claim her, the entire family was eradicated overnight, their elite forces obliterated, swiftly devoured by surrounding factions, vanishing from Lancheng. Thus, the Wang family ascended to dominance. Since then, no one dared to treat Shangwan Yulan with anything but the utmost respect. As the enchanting Shangwan Yulan gracefully approached, she gazed at Wang Chunlei and remarked with a smile, "Young Master Wang, I did not perceive any courtesy from your end." Wang Chunlei found himself momentarily ensnared by Shangwan Yulan's captivating smile. However, when their eyes met, he suddenly discerned a chilling undertone concealed within her smiling gaze. Instantly, a shiver ran down his spine, and he hastily pointed at Tang Chi, exclaiming, "Miss Shangwan, I came here to oversee the affairs of the Fanhai Trading Company. Yet this fellow has brazenly interfered." The implication was clear. Wang's family had come today with the intention of purchasing the Yuji Pill and the Ice Blade, which would undoubtedly constitute a significant transaction and a substantial income for the Fanhai Trading Company. Meanwhile, Tang Chi was merely a disruptive presence, unworthy of mention in terms of precedence to this juncture. Shangwan Yulan cast a sidelong glance at Tang Chi, her flirtatious demeanor swiftly dissipating as she coldly declared, "The Fanhai Trading Company requires no assistance in managing its affairs." To Wang Chunlei's astonishment, Shangwan Yulan's expression shifted so rapidly that he found himself momentarily at a loss for words that in the entire Lancheng. There were but a handful of individuals who dared to disregard Wang Chunlei's standing, and regrettably, Shangwan Yulan was one of them. With a delicate wave of her hand, she continued, "For all items belonging to the Fanhai Trading Company, the highest bidder shall prevail. Since you all desire the Yuji Pill, the starting bid is 10,000 gold coins. Let the bidding commence." A palpable excitement rippled through the crowd, as they were eager to witness such a riveting confrontation. Who would emerge victorious? The affluent Wang family, or this mysterious elder? Upon hearing Shangwan Yulan's words, Wang Chunlei made an effort to suppress his rising fury, his eyes glinting with a cold light as he directed his gaze toward Tang Chi, stating, "In that case, let us begin the bidding. I am keen to see what assets you possess to contend with me." He then resolutely declared 15,000 gold coins. The crowd gasped, astonished by the immediate escalation of the price. It was evident that only the Wang family could afford such a display of financial might. The next moment, Tang Chi, hidden beneath his hood, spoke in an aged voice, 20,000. A further increase of 5,000. Who on earth was this elder? The onlookers widened their eyes, the atmosphere thickening with tension. Wang Chunlei, his gaze icy, clenched his fist and proclaimed, 25,000, another 5,000. Among the audience, many would never earn such an amount in their entire lives. At this point, Tang Chi let out a cold chuckle, disdainfully remarking, "Is the illustrious Wang family only capable of raising the stakes by 5,000 at a time? 50,000? What a direct increase of 50,000. Wang Chunlei's eyes widened in disbelief, shock flooding his expression. The surrounding crowd fixated on Tang Chi, seemingly attempting to penetrate the veil of darkness to discern the identity of this enigmatic figure. 55,000. Wang Chunlei, taken aback by the turn of events, spoke with a slight tremor in his voice, raising the bid once more. Yet, it was evident to all that the increment was merely 1,000. It appeared that the current price had nearly surpassed Wang Chunlei's financial reserves. Only 1,000 more? Tang Chi sneered, raising the bid once again. 60,000, Chapter 7. Do you still wish to continue? How could this be possible? Wang Chunlei blurted out, his eyes ablaze with a mix of fury and astonishment. The crowd around him was utterly aghast. Although the Yuji pill was a second-tier healing elixir, 60,000 gold coins far exceeded its original value. One must realize that 60,000 gold coins represented the annual income of a prominent family. Even the Wang family could not afford to squander such an amount with impunity. With Tang Chi's latest bid, a ripple of surprise crossed Shangguan Yulan's alluring visage as she regarded the enigmatic elder with a newfound curiosity that in the next instant, all eyes turned to Wang Chunlei. Wondering if the wealthy Wang family could sustain another raise, this moment, Wang Chunlei found himself in a precarious position. Initially, he had arrived with great confidence, armed with ample funds to engage with the Fanhai Trading Company. However, the unexpected emergence of this formidable contender had thrown him off balance. 60,000 gold coins was indeed within his reach, yet it would deplete his entire fortune. Moreover, spending such a sum on a second-tier pill seemed extravagantly wasteful and unwise. If he were to make this purchase, his remaining funds would undoubtedly fall short of acquiring the ice blade. Yet in front of so many witnesses, Wang Chunlei's pride would not allow him to concede defeat. This was not solely a matter of the Wang family's reputation, but also his own standing as Lanqing's foremost talent. At this moment, the gaze Wang Chunlei directed at Tang Chi was rife with venomous resentment, as he yearned to reduce this cloaked figure to mere fragments. Just as Wang Chunlei found himself in this quandary, Tang Zhonghui stepped forward, raising his voice. I, representing the Tang family, will support young Master Wang with 40,000 gold coins. The Tang family, they directly provided Wang Chunlei with 20,000 gold coins. The crowd erupted in astonishment once more. Mixed expressions of shock, mockery, and disdain filled the air. Under the glaring scrutiny of the public, Tang Zhonghui openly declared that the Tang family had become a subordinate force to the Wang family. Beneath his hood, Tang Chi's eyes gleamed with icy fury, his hands clenched tightly within his robe. Fixated on Tang Zhonghui, his heart seething with rage, Wang Chunlei, buoyed by Tang Zhonghui's assistance, was elated, declaring, "Rest assured, I shall not let you suffer any losses in the future." Tang Zhonghui immediately beamed in response. Wang Chunlei then stepped forward, exclaiming, 65,000 gold coins. With the addition of the 40,000 gold coins, Wang Chunlei regained his confidence. Thus, the focus shifted back to Tang Chi, as the crowd speculated whether this mysterious elder could withstand the might of both the Wang and Tang families. After a prolonged silence, a voice emerged from beneath the hood. "Do you truly believe that with a dog at your side, you can defeat me?" Instantly, Tang Zhonghui's face flushed with anger. Yet before he could respond, Tang Chi's next words left him utterly dumbfounded. 100,000. How could this be possible? Upon hearing Tang Chi's proclamation, Wang Chunlei erupted in fury, veins bulging on his forehead, his entire being radiating a menacing energy. The crowd was left in utter shock. 100,000 gold coins. What did that signify? It signified that even the Wang family could not amass such a sum in a year. It meant that Wang Chunlei would undoubtedly be unable to acquire the Yuji pill. To spend 100,000 gold coins on a second-tier elixir was an extravagance that even the Wang family would not dare undertake. Furthermore, it signified that today, Wang Chunlei would face utter humiliation in front of all Lanqing. At this juncture, Shangguan Yulan's lips curled into a seductive smile as she inquired, 100,000 gold coins? I wonder if young Master Wang can still raise the bid. Wang Chunlei could only feel the blood rush to his head, a heavy weight pressing against his chest, rendering him as red as a cooked liver. After a prolonged silence, he clenched his teeth and forced out, "No more increases." "Very well." Shangguan Yulan's expression radiated satisfaction. A second-tier elixir had fetched 100,000 gold coins. Regardless of to whom it was sold, the Fanhai Trading Company had already reaped a substantial profit at that moment. A swift servant had already packaged the elixir and presented it to Tang Chi. Shangguan Yulan approached him, smiling. "Elder, please take your elixir." Immediately, an alluring fragrance wafted through the veil, infiltrating Tang Chi's nostrils in an instant. The inexperienced Tang Chi felt his dantian stir, his heart racing uncontrollably. What a terrifying woman! Tang Chi marveled inwardly. Just then, the disheveled Wang Chunlei spoke up again. Since the Yuji pill has been sold, I shall take the ice blade. Wang Chunlei's aim for this trip was both the Yuji pill and the ice blade. Despite losing the contest for the elixir with 100,000 gold coins in hand, acquiring the ice blade would be a mere formality. At the very least, he would not return empty-handed. Very well, then, Shangguan Yulan turned. Her face aglow with a radiant smile, about to agree. Hold on. Suddenly, the voice from beneath the black cloak rang out again. I shall take the ice blade as well. I want it. The declaration detonated like a bomb, shaking the hearts of all present. The entire assembly was stunned. Just moments ago, Wang Chunlei had spent 100,000 gold coins to purchase a second-tier elixir, leaving him utterly humiliated. Now he sought to capitalize on his momentum and acquire the ice blade as well. Who was this person that could wield such immense financial power? Such wealth would surely put even the Wang family to shame. What did you say? Wang Chunlei roared, his eyes brimming with fury and disbelief. Accustomed to his family's dominance in Lancheng, he struggled to accept the reality unfolding before him. At this moment, even Shangguan Yulan wore an expression of astonishment as she gazed at the mysterious figure in black, asking, why you still wish to continue? When a woman poses such a question to a man with a look of shock, it is hard for any man to resist, especially when the woman in question is as captivating as Shangguan Yulan. Instantly, a chorus of howls erupted from the surrounding men. Tang Chi, at the forefront, felt his face flush as his heart raced once more. However, concealed beneath the hood, no one noticed his unusual reaction. Ahem. Shangguan Yulan seemed to sense the shift in atmosphere. A hint of shyness flickering in her eyes as she quickly rephrased, Sir, do you truly wish to make a purchase? Tang Chi, steadying his inner energy, calmly responded, Indeed, impossible. At that moment, Wang Chunlei stepped forward, a sinister smile on his face, pointing at Tang Chi with a cold demeanor. In the realm of Lan City, there is absolutely no force that possesses such financial resources. You old fool, are you not maliciously bidding to amuse yourself? After saying this, Wang Chunlei turned to Shangguan Yulan and stated, Miss Shangguan, not only has this person not paid for the ice spirit blade, but he hasn't even settled the payment for the JG pill. I, Wang Chunlei, do not believe he can afford this 100,000 gold coins. Wang Chunlei's words instantly awakened everyone around them that I in the world of martial arts. Individuals come in all shapes and forms. And it is not uncommon for someone to be utterly broke, yet maliciously disrupt the bidding. Moreover, within Lan City, there truly exists no faction capable of such extravagant wealth. Hearing Wang Chunlei's remarks, the allure on Shangguan Yulan's face diminished somewhat as she turned her gaze towards Tang Chi and said, Sir, if you wish to purchase the ice spirit blade, could you first settle the 100,000 gold coins for the JG pill? Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, a voice slowly emerged from beneath the black hood. I have no money. Chapter 8. Audacity and recklessness silence ensued, with no one daring to utter a sound. The onlookers stared in disbelief at Tang Chi. None could have anticipated that the recent thrilling bidding was merely a farce. This individual was so audacious as to create a disturbance at the Fan Hai Trading Company. Furthermore, he had provoked the Wang family. At this moment, Shangguan Yulan's charm vanished entirely, her expression calm and unruffled, yet her eyes emanated a chilling aura as she remarked, Sir, are you perhaps attempting to amuse yourself at my expense? Ha ha, just as I expected. At this juncture, Wang Chunlei jumped forward, a manic delight on his face as he pointed at Tang Chi and laughed uproariously. With Wang Chunlei's words, the previously tense atmosphere in the hall shattered like a punctured water balloon, erupting in exclamations. Was this person truly courting death? What fate befell the last individual who dared to create a disturbance at the Fan Hai Trading Company? Let alone the Fan Hai Trading Company. Even the Wang family alone could ensure his demise 10 times over. Now, everyone looked at Tang Chi as if he were a corpse. His death was a foregone conclusion. Just then, a low voice suddenly reverberated from the depths of the hall. Who dares to cause trouble at the Fan Hai Trading Company? Though the voice was low, it seemed to contain immense power, instantly enveloping the entire room. Everyone felt their bodies freeze, as if the surrounding air had solidified. Even Tang Zhonghui, the most powerful person present, felt a sudden heaviness in his chest. In the next moment, an orange thread shot through the air, leaving a charred scent in its wake. The orange thread extended endlessly, slithering through the air like a serpent. In almost no time, the orange thread enveloped an area within 3 meters of Shangguan Yulan. Once the orange thread came to a halt, the crowd was astonished to discover that it was a line of fire. Flames leaped along the thread, radiating an astonishing heat that instantly scorched the surrounding individuals. Following the thread, one could see a middle-aged man in splendid attire at its end. The fire line emanated from the man's right hand. The man's countenance was imposing, his eyes gleaming with sharp brilliance. Upon witnessing this scene, Wang Chunlei could not help but exclaim, "Master Yu Xianming, the strongest individual presiding over the Fan Hai Trading Company. With the cultivation of 9 meridians, he commands respect, ensuring that the unscrupulous in Lan City dare not act recklessly. Not only that, but Yu Xianming was also a second-grade refiner. That a refiner is one who can forge weapons from raw iron using special techniques and refine spiritual herbs into elixirs. Furthermore, the profession of refiner is even rarer than that of beast tamers. That a first-grade refiner in Lan City could become the object of contention among various families, let alone Yu Xianming, a second-grade refiner, who held unparalleled prestige in Lan City. Moreover, the JG pill and ice spirit blade that Tang Qi and Wang Chunlei were contending over were both crafted by Yu Xianming himself. The orange flame extending from Yu Xuanming's hand was the unique fire of a refiner. Upon Yu Xuanming's appearance, Wang Chunlei hurriedly stepped forward, cupping his hands in respect, and said, "Master Yu, this fellow here is penniless yet maliciously bidding." With that, he pointed a finger at Tang Qi. However, Yu Xianming paid no heed to Wang Chunlei's words and went directly to Shangguan Yulan, bowing slightly and softly inquiring, "Miss, have you sustained any injuries?" A second-grade refiner, yet he still treated Shangguan Yulan with utmost deference. Instantly, Shangguan Yulan was shrouded in an even greater veil of mystery in the eyes of the crowd. Shangguan Yulan replied softly, "I am unharmed. Please proceed with your handling." Yes, with a slight movement of his fingers, Yu Xianming gathered the myriad orange threads, which swirled into a fiery vortex in midair, wrapping Tang Qi within it. Instantly, the extraordinarily high temperature made Tang Qi feel as if he were engulfed in flames. The intense heat billowed with black smoke, even causing the air to distort slightly to why Yu Xuanming's countenance was stern as he declared, "Pay the money or forfeit your life. Either hand over the money or die." This is the might of the Fan Hai Trading Company. Meanwhile, Wang Chunlei and Tang Zhonghui watched the spectacle with cold amusement in their eyes, seemingly anticipating Tang Qi being reduced to ashes. After a long pause, Tang Qi slowly spoke, "I shall secure the Ice Spirit Blade. Although I have no money, I can offer this in exchange for the Ice Spirit Blade." With that, Tang Qi extended his hand. Presenting an item to the crowd focused their gaze. They saw it was the second-grade initial elixir, the JG pill, which had just been handed to Tang Qi. "Haha, audacious and reckless." Wang Chunlei laughed in anger, pointing at Tang Qi and saying, "You have not paid for that JG pill either. How could you possibly exchange it for the Ice Spirit Blade? Do you think that once the item is in your hands, it becomes yours?" Tang Zhonghui immediately chimed in. Could it be this fellow is suffering from senility? How else could he utter such absurd words? Tang Qi paid no heed to the antics of the clownish Wang Chunlei and Tang Zhonghui, instead directly addressing Yu Xianming. "As rumored, this JG pill was indeed refined by you, correct?" Yu Xianming lifted his head and replied solemnly, "Indeed, it was refined by me." Tang Qi continued, "Then do you know the effects of this JG pill?" A flicker of impatience crossed Yu Xuanming's eyes, and his expression turned colder as he retorted, "Enough nonsense. What exactly is your intention? If this drags on any longer, do not blame me for taking action." With that, Yu Xuanming's hand tightened, and the fire line inched closer to Tang Qi once more, waves of heat surging forward. Should Tang Qi falter even slightly, he would be reduced to ashes. Yet Tang Qi remained unperturbed, calmly stating, "Once you elucidate the effects of the JG pill, you shall understand." Yu Xuanming's brow furrowed slightly as he pondered for a moment before finally speaking. The JG pill, a second-grade initial elixir, is a miraculous remedy for repairing meridian damage. However, once consumed, one cannot utilize spiritual power for a day. "Are you certain?" Tang Qi inquired. "Of course. At this moment, Yu Xianming felt as if he were being toyed with, and his eyes began to blaze with fury that he extended his hand suddenly, ready to launch an attack on Tang Qi. However, Tang Qi's next words left Yu Xianming momentarily stunned. Tang Qi tossed the JG pill toward Yu Xianming while saying, "Then let us see what happens now." As the JG pill flew through the air, Yu Xianming instinctively reached out to catch it, his spiritual energy surging forth and penetrating the pill that in the next instant, before the eyes of the crowd. Yu Xuanming's entire body jolted violently, his expression freezing in shock, and the shrewdness in his eyes was replaced with utter astonishment. Upon witnessing this scene, the onlookers felt as though their hearts had been seized, instinctively leaning forward to scrutinize Yu Xianming. Meanwhile, Wang Chunlei and Tang Zhonghe sensed an ominous premonition wash over them as they observed Yu Xuanming's expression. What? Yu Xuanming's hand holding the elixir began to tremble faintly, his voice stuttering. The side effects are gone? Chapter 9. A shock to all the side effects are gone. What does that mean? Shengwan Yulan suddenly exclaimed, her expression grave as she questioned that why Yu Xuanming's astonishment lingered as he slowly replied, after consumption. One cannot utilize spiritual power for a day. Now that is no longer the case. What kind of sorcery is this? Am I truly hearing this? Upon hearing Yu Xuanming's words, the surrounding warriors seemed on the verge of madness. This explosive revelation struck like a thunderous bomb, reverberating in everyone's ears. It is well known that those in the martial world often have enemies. While the JG pill possesses incredible efficacy, it is imperative to find an absolutely safe location to consume it to safeguard one's life. However, if the side effects of the JG pill were nullified, it would mean that during battle, one could simply take it out and consume it if injured. This effectively grants warriors an additional life. If the previous JG pill was classified as a second-grade initial elixir, then the one devoid of side effects would undoubtedly be regarded as a second-grade peak elixir. Some might even say it is on the cusp of a third-grade elixir. Such a leap is unprecedented, and in terms of price alone, it could easily multiply by tenfold or more. How is this even possible? Wang Chunlei's expression was vacant, his mouth half open as he murmured. Meanwhile, Shengwan Yulan's gaze towards the Yuji pill was equally filled with curiosity, that why Yu Xianming forcefully suppressed the shock within him and explained. The side effects of the Yuji pill arise from a particular herb, known as Fengyao grass, which has the effect of obstructing meridians. However, wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead, he continued, based on my recent investigation, the Yuji pill still retains its efficacy, yet it completely lacks the composition of Fengyao grass. Silence and utter stillness enveloped the surroundings, so profound that one could hear the very breaths of those nearby. All eyes were ablaze with fervor as they fixated on the Yuji pill that in this small town of Lan City. A pinnacle-grade second-tier spiritual medicine had unexpectedly surfaced. What explosive news this was! Everyone would go mad with excitement. Furthermore, an even greater mystery slowly emerged in the minds of all. The upgrade of the Yuji pill. How on earth was it achieved? Why had the side effects vanished without a trace? A miracle. At that moment, an elderly voice suddenly broke the silence, awakening everyone. What? The Yuji pill could be exchanged for the ice blade. Instantly, it felt as if a bucket of ice water had been poured over them, snapping them back to reality as they turned their gazes towards Tang Qi. The first to react was Yu Xianming, that he abruptly shook his hand, and the flame surrounding Tang Qi vanished in an instant. Subsequently, Yu Xianming clasped his fists and bowed deeply. Speaking respectfully, I did not know that a senior would grace the Fan High Trading Company with your presence. This junior, Yu Xianming, has been quite disrespectful. I humbly ask for your forgiveness. Yu Xianming bowed again. The most esteemed second-tier alchemist of Lan City bowed. Senior, an elder of the alchemists. Immediately, some astute individuals began to connect the dots. Only an alchemist could refine medicinal pills, and that recently handled pill had only been touched by this cloaked figure. Thus, the truth became evident. The old man in the black robe had, with merely a simple touch, instantly completed the upgrade of the pill. He was also an alchemist, and his level far surpassed that of Yu Xianming. As clarity dawned upon the crowd, they gazed at Tang Qi in a daze. Meanwhile, Wang Chunlei and Tang Zhongwei turned ashen. At this moment, Yu Xianming spoke again. Senior, your ability to effortlessly complete the upgrade of the medicinal pill in an instant is unparalleled. I have never heard of such a technique before and am greatly impressed. A light chuckle emerged from beneath Tang Chi's hood as he softly said, "Rise, young man." It had been over a decade since anyone had called him young man. Yet this single utterance made him feel as if he were bathed in spring breezes. A wave of relief washing over him as he straightened up to achieve the upgrade of a medicinal pill in an instant without anyone noticing. This was a feat beyond the capabilities of even a third-tier alchemist. Therefore, the identity of the old man in the black robe was likely that of a fourth-tier alchemist. Fourth-tier alchemists were exceedingly rare throughout the entire Cheongding Empire. Each one, upon entering any place, even the imperial city, would be treated as a distinguished guest. Who would have thought that a fourth-tier alchemist would appear in this small lawn city today? At that moment, the demon within Tang Chi roared frantically. What a show-off! You're truly overdoing it. A calamity! How can you be so ostentatious? Yet, Tang Chi paid no heed to the frenzied outburst but calmly stated, "So, can this medicinal pill be exchanged for the ice blade?" "Yes, certainly." At that moment, Shangguan Yulan wore a smile as she said, "I never expected our Fan High Trading Company to welcome such an esteemed guest today. That my apologies for the lack of proper hospitality." At this juncture, Yu Xianming appeared hesitant, his mouth half open, as if he had something to say. After a while, he finally gathered his courage to ask, "Senior, with your prowess, you could likely forge a weapon far superior to the ice blade with ease. Why, then, do you seek to purchase it?" The implication was clear. Why not create it yourself instead of buying it? Tang Chi's voice was aged. "My disciple's cultivation is still shallow. In order to prevent him from becoming overly reliant on superior weapons, I have come to purchase some inferior ones." Upon hearing this, Yu Xianming was drenched in cold sweat. It turned out the reason for the weapon purchase was for the disciple, but fearing his pupil would become too dependent on high-tier weapons, he sought to buy lesser ones instead. In plain terms, he was here to purchase subpar items. Had anyone else said such a thing, Yu Xianming might have exploded with rage, but coming from this seemingly fourth-tier alchemist, he accepted it wholeheartedly. In the next moment, Tang Chi's tone shifted as he expressed dissatisfaction. "I never anticipated encountering such a vexing matter." Humph. That single humph, though not loud, resonated like thunder in Wang Chunlei's ears. Instantly, Wang Chunlei felt his legs weaken. Nearly collapsing to the ground that moment, he was engulfed in bitterness, a raging fire of regret igniting within him. Due to his arrogance, he had provoked such a formidable being. Now, even the slightest sneeze from the other party could obliterate the entire Wang family. Beside him, Tang Zoe also appeared ashen, his legs trembling uncontrollably. Just then, Shangguan Yulan had already retrieved the ice blade from the counter, gracefully approaching Tang Chi, and said, "Senior, your blade." Chapter 10. The ice blade acquired. Tang Chi concealed his hand beneath the black robe and reached out to receive the blade. At the moment their hands met, Shangguan Yulan's delicate fingers inadvertently brushed against Tang Chi's palm. Instantly, a flicker of surprise flashed in her eyes. Logically, judging by his voice, the man in the black robe was quite aged. Furthermore, those who could cultivate to the level of a fourth-tier alchemist were typically of advanced years. However, through that brief contact, Shangguan Yulan felt that Tang Chi's skin was remarkably smooth, entirely unlike that of an elderly person. Yet her momentary astonishment quickly faded, buried deep within her heart. Meanwhile, Tang Chi, upon feeling the silky touch, experienced a sensation akin to touching rose petals, delicate and ethereal. Instantly, his heart raced once more. However, in the next instant, his focus was drawn entirely to the ice blade in his hand. The moment he grasped the ice blade, an icy chill surged from his palm up his arm, that a thread of chilling spiritual energy permeated his meridians, sending a refreshing sensation radiating from within. The blade, pure white and crystalline, seamlessly merged blade and hilt, devoid of any gaps as he swung it. The sharp blade cut through the air, producing a series of sharp, slicing sounds. What an exceptional blade! Truly worthy of being the creation of a second-tier alchemist. Tang Chi could not help but silently commend it. With this ice blade in hand, his strength would undoubtedly ascend to new heights. Throughout, Tang Chi's intentions had always been fixated on the ice blade. Now that he had obtained it, it aligned perfectly with his desires. For the Yuji pill, Tang Chi would return it to the Fan High Trading Company. Not claiming it for himself, but it still held other significance for him. That moment, Shangguan Yulan stepped forward again, smiling as she addressed Tang Chi, Sr. In a few days, we will receive a batch of array materials that can further upgrade the ice blade. If you do not mind, you may return to the Fanhai Trading Company, and Yu Xianming can assist you in upgrading the ice blade for free. Typically, alchemists could inscribe various formations onto weapons, enhancing their quality, but this required specific materials. Seeing that Tang Chi had not responded, Shangguan Yulan continued, I am aware that this lower-tier weapon may not meet your standards, but it is our humble offering from the Fanhai Trading Company. With each passing moment, Yu Xuanming's gaze toward Shangguan Yulan brimmed with admiration. In the presence of such a powerful alchemist, it was crucial to foster a good relationship. Hence, Shangguan Yulan sought to increase their chances of encountering the cloaked figure by offering to upgrade the ice blade. Moreover, Shangguan Yulan had brought up the Fanhai Trading Company. Though the Lan City branch was small, the Fanhai Trading Company in the Cheongding Empire was a dominant force. Even fourth-tier alchemists could not afford to be dismissive. Through this maneuver, they would surely have opportunities to engage with this fourth-tier alchemist and establish a rapport. Shangguan Yulan was undoubtedly more than just a pretty face. After pondering for a moment, Tang Chi inquired, How long will it take? 6 days. I will need this ice blade. 6 days? Shangguan Yulan's eyes sparkled. Those who were perceptive around them began to speculate. 6 days from now was the selection day for the Fenghuo Academy. And this old man in the black robe's disciple needed a weapon by then. The timing was perfect. Certainly. We will have it ready in 6 days. Tang Chi nodded without hesitation. Good. I will return in 6 days. With that, he concealed the ice blade back into his robe and turned to leave. Senior, please wait. Suddenly, Wang Chunlei's voice rang out. Tang Chi halted and glanced over. There stood Wang Chunlei, his complexion pale, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead. As he fell to his knees before Tang Chi and said, I did not recognize the mountain of Tai. Disrespecting you. Senior, I implore you not to take offense. At this moment, Wang Chunlei had shed all arrogance, leaving only boundless fear and regret. Noticing that Tang Chi remained silent, Wang Chunlei, with a hoarse voice, continued, I am unaware of which esteemed family from Lan City your disciple hails, but my Wang family shall undoubtedly treat him as an honored guest in the future. Now, Wang Chunlei could only strive to make amends to the greatest extent possible, that my disciple. Tang Chi looked down at Wang Chunlei, who resembled a defeated dog, and scoffed, You shall meet soon enough. With that, Tang Chi turned and departed. Once Tang Chi had completely left, the hall erupted into a tumult akin to a roaring tidal wave. What had just transpired was likely the most legendary scene Lan City had witnessed in nearly a century. Furthermore, based on the last words of the figure in the black robe, you should meet again soon, combined with the earlier statement about the disciple using the ice soul blade in 6 days. It was not difficult to deduce that the disciple of the black robe figure was highly likely to participate in the selection at the Beacon Fire Academy 6 days hence. For prior to this, Wang Chunlei had been the most favored candidate for selection. Speculation swirled among the crowd regarding which family's descendant had the fortune to gain the favor of such a formidable powerhouse. In this light, it seemed that a storm was brewing over the entire Lan City. At that moment, Tang Zheng helped Wang Chunlei to his feet and calmly stated, Given the strength of that formidable being, killing us would have been effortless. However, they spared our lives, indicating that there is still room for negotiation. Moreover, it is clear that his disciple is about to participate in the selection, and we can surely win favor by aligning ourselves with him. Upon hearing Tang Zhonghui's words, a hint of color returned to Wang Chunlei's face as he nodded in agreement. Very well. At this juncture, Tang Zhonghui signaled with his eyes and continued, The immediate priority is to acquire that JG pill. A pinnacle-grade second-tier elixir is undoubtedly a priceless treasure. Wang Chunlei immediately snapped back to attention. Suppressing his inner dread, he approached Shangguan Yulan and declared, Miss Shangguan, I am willing to purchase this JG pill for 100,000 gold coins. May I ask if that is acceptable? Shangguan Yulan, her smile tinged with coldness, replied, A pill with side effects can still fetch a price of 100,000 now that it has no side effects. Do you truly believe I would consider you a fool, young Master Wang? Wang Chunlei was momentarily taken aback, then gritted his teeth and asserted, 200,000 gold coins. I will procure the remaining 100,000 as quickly as possible. Acquiring the JG pill meant securing an additional life. and with the strength of the Wang family, they would surely spare no effort to make the purchase. Agreed. Shangguan Yulan consented without hesitation. The Vanhai Chamber of Commerce already had an arrangement with that formidable individual. Thus she did not overly concern herself with the JG pill. Moreover, selling a pinnacle-grade second-tier elixir for 200,000 was hardly a loss. Excellent. Wang Chunlei immediately agreed, then swiftly departed with Tang Zhonghui and others. Chapter 11. Ascension to the 7th meridian of body refinement. As everyone departed, Yu Xianming followed Shangguan Yulan back to a secluded chamber. Upon entering, Yu Xianming immediately bowed deeply to Shangguan Yulan, expressing utmost respect. Your Highness, this humble Lan city has now seen the emergence of a suspected 4th-tier alchemist. We must not underestimate this development. Your Highness, Yu Xianming continued, in this vast empire of the vaulted dome, only one identity can be referred to as princess, and that is the daughter of the sovereign. After a brief silence, a glimmer of sharp insight appeared in Shangguan Yulan's eyes as she responded. Indeed, report this immediately. On the other side, after leaving the Vanhai Chamber of Commerce, Tang Chi hurriedly made his way to a narrow alley. Sensing that no one had followed him, he plopped down onto the ground like a deflated balloon. Shedding his black robe and tossing aside the cloth covering his face, that moment, Tang Chi was drenched in sweat, his back soaked through. Just then, the demon floated out, brimming with excitement. Little demon, you certainly put on a remarkable performance. I had no idea you possessed such a talent for deception. Enough of the chatter. Tang Chi softly closed his eyes, focusing on recuperation, though the events at the Vanhai Chamber of Commerce appeared effortless. They had drained a considerable amount of his mental energy. While he had projected an image of a dominant figure, he remained merely at the 6th meridian of body refinement, that if the Grand Elder, Tang Zhonghui, were to act rashly and attack him, it would likely expose everything. Thus, Tang Chi refrained from taking action. Revealing his cultivation level was simply too risky, given the presence of Tang Zhonghui and Yu Xianming, both of whom were of higher cultivation. Tang Chi could not afford to engage with their pleas for mercy. Tang Zhonghui and Wang Chunlei. The thought of these two brought a glint of coldness to Tang Chi's eyes as he muttered, when the time for selection arrives, we shall settle both new and old scores. At this moment, the demon interjected, Oh, someone approaches. In an instant, it darted into Tang Chi's body. The next moment, the grass beside Tang Chi rustled, prompting him to grip his long knife and remain vigilant. Suddenly, a slender and graceful figure sprang forth from the underbrush. It was a woman, draped in a fiery red robe and wielding a crimson spear, its tip stained with dried blood. The woman exuded an aura of both fierceness and fragility. Yet, her exquisitely delicate visage was pallid, her lips tinged with a bluish hue, and her breath came in labored gasps, clearly indicating she had sustained severe injuries and was on the brink of collapse. That moment, she too perceived the presence of Tang Q. In an instant, her eyes flared with an overwhelming hatred as she bellowed at him. You bastard! How dare you, a mere practitioner of the 7th meridian, come to hunt me down? Brace yourself for my spear. In the next heartbeat, her spear danced like a dragon emerging from the water, striking out with lightning speed. The dried blood on its tip shattered into fragments under the force of her formidable spiritual energy, hurtling towards Tang Chi with lethal intent. Chapter 12. A brick to the beauty, by heavens. Where did this madwoman come from? Tang Chi exclaimed, instinctively employing the sunflower blade technique. Instantly, a flurry of glimmering blade lights encircled him, radiating a chilling aura that sliced through the air with a sharp sound. As their figures closed in on one another, the crimson spear and the blade lights intertwined, creating a cascade of sparks that sizzled with a burnt scent. This strike seemed to emerge from the silver blade light like a phosphorescent dragon, imbued with a powerful momentum that surged forth like an unstoppable tide. How formidable! At least the power of a peak practitioner of the 8th meridian. Tang Chi's heart sank in disbelief. This young woman, barely in her 20s, could not possibly possess the strength of a peak practitioner of the 8th meridian, surpassing even Tang Zhonghui. In all of Lan City, he had never heard of such a monstrous talent. Faced with such a formidable adversary, Tang Chi could only manipulate the layers of blade shadows, attempting to dissipate the force of her strike as much as possible. Meanwhile, a flicker of astonishment crossed the woman's furious eyes. Despite her grievous injuries and impending doom, She had not expected her spear to be thwarted by someone of merely the 7th meridian. In the blink of an eye, Tang Chi had already unleashed 8 strikes. But at that moment, crack, with a sharp sound, he was horrified to find his finely forged long blade shatter under the might of her spear, breaking into 2. After all, how could a damaged steel blade withstand the prowess of a peak practitioner of the 8th meridian? The residual force of her attack sent Tang Chi hurtling backward, crashing violently against a nearby stone wall, his body feeling as if it had been shattered into pieces. At that moment, Tang Chi realized that the woman, in her frantic bid for survival, had mistakenly identified him as an enemy. "Wait, I am not," he shouted, but she interrupted him with a fierce retort. "Shut up and take this." Once more, she unleashed another piercing strike, aimed directly at Tang Chi. Seeing this, his gaze sharpened, and with a swift motion of his hand, he intended to summon the Ice Soul Blade from the Beast Sea Palace to counter her. However, the woman, already at her limit, found her attack faltering before it could reach him, her face turning ashen. Before Tang Chi could retrieve the Ice Soul Blade, she collapsed to the ground, seizing the opportunity. Tang Chi picked up a brick from the ground and, with blinding speed, brought it crashing down onto her forehead, shouting, "Wake up!" With a dull thud, the woman rolled her eyes back and slumped lifelessly to the earth. Tang Chi, taken aback, glanced at the brick and then at the woman, muttering to himself, "I must have struck too hard. The aftereffects of practicing the sunflower blade technique compel me to strike with lethal intent, leaving no room for mercy." At that moment, a voice echoed in his mind, "No worries, she won't die." "How can you be so sure?" Tang Chi frowned, asking. The woman was on the verge of death, yet she had managed to unleash the power of a peak practitioner of the 8th meridian. Her physical strength must be formidable. That brick would surely revive her quickly. On the brink of death, the voice responded. Tang Chi's eyes widened in shock. "Are you saying her true strength exceeds even the 8th meridian? Could she rival the head of the Wang family?" The head of the Wang family, Wang Xingyu, was a practitioner of the 9th meridian and the strongest in Lan City. To think that this young woman possessed such capabilities. The voice in his mind fell silent for a moment before responding. "The head of the Wang family? Ha ha, kid, this world is vast." Just as Tang Chi was about to inquire further, a soft sound interrupted him. The woman, previously knocked unconscious by the brick, had already regained consciousness. Tang Chi instantly became alert, adopting a defensive stance, and tentatively said, "You're awake. Can you see that I am not your enemy?" With bleary eyes. She looked at him as though in a drunken stupor and mumbled, "Not an enemy. Then why did you hit me with a brick?" Tang Chi furrowed his brow. "Speechless, sister. This was self-defense." At that moment, the woman seemed to gather her wits, recalling the earlier events, and weakly said, "Cough, cough. I was a bit out of control back there. Please don't take offense." Her boisterous personality contrasted starkly with her exquisite appearance. Tang Chi, unfazed, replied, "You need treatment for those injuries." She inserted her crimson spear into the ground, waved her hand dismissively, and with a hint of self-mockery in her eyes, sighed, "It's futile that I encountered a formidable foe and took a 3-day death pill." Today marks the 3rd day today as she spoke. A flicker of unwillingness flashed in her gaze. The 3-day death pill. Tang Chi had heard of it before. It could unleash vast potential, but ultimately consumed one's life force, leading to inevitable demise after 3 days. Is it truly unavoidable? He raised an eyebrow, skepticism lacing his words. "Absolutely. Cough, cough." The woman seemed intent on sharing her thoughts before her demise, disregarding her violent coughs as she continued. "It's not surprising that a small place like Lan City hasn't heard of the 3-day death pill." Suddenly, a sharp sound echoed. Unbeknownst to him, Tang Chi had already stepped forward and flicked her forehead with a swift motion. Instantly, her eyes blazed with fury. "You little brat. How dare you?" But before she could finish reprimanding him, she suddenly realized that the overwhelming potency of the 3-day death pill was receding like a tide. The life force that had been drained and extinguished began to surge back, flourishing like bamboo shoots after a rainstorm. In an instant, her complexion flushed, her previously purplish lips transformed into a vibrant red, and she resembled a rose blooming after the rain. The woman was momentarily stunned. The side effects of the 3-day death pill were said to be as merciless as the king of hell. One would not survive a moment longer than 3 days. Even her master had been powerless to counteract its effects. Yet, This young man from the remote corners of Lawn City had managed to heal her with just a flick to the forehead. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she stammered. "Did you cure my injuries in an instant? Was it difficult?" Tang Chi shrugged, speaking nonchalantly. Meanwhile, the voice in his mind was roaring. "You're showing off again. Stop it." In that fleeting moment, Tang Chi had merely altered the side effects of the 3-day death pill, using the power of the first beast spirit throne, turning its fatal repercussions into nothingness and effectively healing her deadly internal injuries. Gradually, the way the woman regarded Tang Chi transformed, shifting from astonishment to intrigue, her beautiful eyes lingering on every aspect of him as if he were an intriguing new prey. Tang Chi's demeanor became cautious. "Given your cultivation, you seem to be at best a practitioner of the 6th or 7th meridian, yet you possess such miraculous healing abilities." The woman scrutinized him, her interest intensifying. "How about we have a spar? You're a battle maniac." Absolutely a battle maniac. The woman had just escaped death and was now proposing to fight her savior. Tang Chi promptly declined, not interested. He understood that with the selection approaching, he needed to seize every moment to cultivate. Moreover, this woman was a mystery, and with the danger of being pursued, he wished to avoid further entanglements. Just as she was about to say something, she suddenly paused, glancing behind her as if recalling something. Her expression shifted from curiosity to seriousness as she said to Tang Chi, "I am Xue Nanyan. I owe you my life today, and I will repay you by challenging you to a duel if fate allows us to meet again." Tang Chi was speechless at a life debt repaid with a duel. This woman, with her exquisite appearance and poetic name, turned out to be a battle maniac. Xue Nanyan continued, "Also, I advise you to leave quickly. Otherwise, my enemies will find you here and drag you into this mess." Before she could finish, Tang Chi had already turned and, without a backward glance, unleashed his spiritual energy, racing away into the distance, leaving behind a parting remark. "Forget it, I'm not interested." At that moment, Xue Nanyan was left in shock, muttering, "Am I truly so unappealing?" Then, watching Tang Chi's retreating figure, her beautiful eyes narrowed in contemplation, and she lamented, "To think I would face assassination while seeking to join the selection. How infuriating! My immediate priority is to deal with those bastards behind me before returning to see if I can find that young man. If I can bring him back to the Fire Beacon Academy, it would certainly be quite interesting." As she spoke, Xue Nanyan lifted her crimson spear and propelled herself into the depths of the forest with great speed. Chapter 13. The Enigmatic Realm. Tang Chi made his way back towards the Tang family, and after ensuring he had put a safe distance between himself and the previous encounter, he began to scrutinize the broken blade in his hand. This steel sword, despite being imbued with his own spiritual energy, had still proven unable to withstand the fierce thrust of the madwoman's spear. The once battered blade was now remarkably smooth at the break, as if severed by an exceedingly sharp weapon. Compared to the woman's strike, this fine iron sword seemed akin to tofu. Such was the sharpness of that spear. As Tang Chi recalled the moment when blade met spear, he could vividly remember the brilliance of the woman's strike. That time, the madwoman, under the influence of the 3-day death pill, had already reached the brink of exhaustion. That thrust had merely forced out the last vestige of strength from her body. Yet it still managed to unleash a force equivalent to that of a peak practitioner of the 8 meridians. Youngster! At that moment, a voice filled with malicious glee echoed in Tang Chi's mind, saying, "Now you must comprehend how narrow your previous perspective truly was." Ignoring the demon's mockery, Tang Chi's expression grew solemn as he inquired, "What is the true level of that woman's strength?" The demon glanced towards the direction in which the woman had departed, clicked its tongue, and replied, "At the very least, she has attained the level of the 10 meridians." 10 meridians? Tang Chi was taken aback, his eyes widening. It was said that the foremost expert of Lawn City, Wang Xingyu, had only reached the level of 9 meridians. How could this be possible? How could it not be? The demon sneered, "Given this woman's talent, it is likely that she will soon step into the enigmatic realm." Enigmatic realm? Tang Chi paused, asking, "What level is the enigmatic realm? How does it compare to the 10 meridians?" "The 10 meridians? That is merely a joke." The demon abruptly turned in the air, sneering, "It seems it is time to enlighten you about the true realms of martial arts in this world." With that, the demon continued, "When a martial artist first manifests spiritual energy, they are at the level of the 10 meridians, also known as the mundane realm. In the eyes of a true martial artist, Those in the mundane realm are still mere mortals. Following the mundane realm, one enters the enigmatic realm, which is further divided into the human enigmatic realm, earth enigmatic realm, heaven enigmatic realm, and divine enigmatic realm. Each level of the enigmatic realm is subdivided into 5 minor realms. Similarly, the levels of demon beasts from 1 to 10 correspond to the 10 meridians, while those above level 10 share the same realm classification as humans. After hearing the demon's words, a look of astonishment filled Tang Chi's eyes. With his previous limited perspective, he had only believed that the highest realm of martial arts in Lan City was the 10 meridians. However, after the demon's explanation, he suddenly realized how narrow his understanding had been. Reflecting on this, Tang Chi couldn't help but let out a wry smile, shaking his head and sighing. The Tang family's heir? The Wang family? The 10 meridians? The conflicts within this corner of Lan City must be nothing more than a joke in the eyes of true powerhouses. What I once perceived as the pinnacle is likely just the starting point for others. As for the demon before him, although Tang Chi did not have a clear understanding of the levels of cultivation, he could still vaguely sense that the demon's true strength was certainly beyond the enigmatic realm. At that moment, the demon continued, "As for what lies above the enigmatic realm." "Enough," Tang Chi suddenly interjected, interrupting the demon. The demon appeared momentarily stunned, its tone laced with curiosity. Tang Chi's expression gradually shifted from shock to sharp resolve. His previously carefree demeanor now steadied. Once he had fully regained his composure, he spoke with a firm voice. "For now, knowing this is sufficient. The path of cultivation requires one to avoid the narrow view of a well-dwelling frog. But aspiring too high is equally perilous. When I deem my cultivation adequate, I will return to inquire about the subsequent realms." The demon, caught off guard by Tang Chi's words, was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained its composure, feigning nonchalance as it remarked, "Indeed, not just in Lan City, but throughout your entire celestial empire, a practitioner of the heaven enigmatic realm is likely to be a top-tier figure. What you have learned today is enough." For Tang Chi, it felt as though a person who had spent their entire life in a poverty-stricken mountain region had suddenly arrived in the bustling capital. The world before his eyes had expanded countless times. Yet, regardless of how vast his newfound perspective was, he still needed to rely on himself to step forward, one grounded step at a time. This was also a test of his character. "However, there is one more thing I must remind you." "What is it?" Tang Chi asked curiously. "Regarding the skill of altering side effects," the demon resumed, "the lower the opponent's strength, the more lethal the altered side effects become. However, if the opponent's level is higher, the effectiveness of the altered side effects will diminish, as the essence of the path of cultivation is ultimately grounded in true strength." Tang Chi nodded, already having anticipated this aspect. For instance, against Tang Sha, he had easily incapacitated him with an alteration of side effects. Yet if faced with someone of Wang Xingyu's caliber, such alterations would be far less effective. Therefore, the only truly reliable force lay in his own raw strength. Thus, Tang Chi and the demon continued their conversation as they made their way, and as they approached the entrance to the Tang estate. The sky had darkened, with only a faint glimmer of sunlight remaining. The sky had turned significantly dimmer, with dark clouds beginning to gather, signaling the imminent arrival of a heavy rain, just as Tang Chi turned a corner. The gates of the Tang estate suddenly swung open with a creak. In the next moment, 2 figures stealthily emerged from the gap in the door. Upon seeing the 2 figures, Tang Chi was momentarily taken aback. It was none other than the Tang family's grand elder, Tang Zhonghui. The other was Tang Zhonghui's eldest grandson, the current heir of the Tang family, Tang Wenshi. However, both Tang Zhonghui and Tang Wenshi appeared somewhat unusual at that moment. Given Tang Zhonghui's ostentatious nature, he would typically make a grand display when leaving, surrounded by guards and servants to highlight his status within the Tang estate. Yet now, he had only 2 companions and was dressed quite plainly. Moreover, Tang Zhonghui carried a bulging satchel on his back. Something was amiss. Observing this, Tang Chi quickly deduced that Tang Zhonghui and his grandson surely had something covert to attend to. Thus, he swiftly concealed himself in the shadowy corner of a narrow alley. After exiting, Tang Zhonghui and Tang Wenshi quietly closed the gates behind them, cautiously scanning their surroundings. Seeing that no one was around, they chose not to take the main road, instead channeling their spiritual energy. Leaping into the air with a swift motion, After a few acrobatic flips, Tang Zhonghui and Tang Wenshi skillfully traversed the rooftops, heading southeast. Southeast? Tang Chi pondered for a moment before a sudden glimmer of insight flashed in his eyes. That direction was precisely toward the Wang family. There was definitely something suspicious afoot. Without hesitation, Tang Chi swiftly donned a black cloak from the Shanghai Beast Hall, summoned his spiritual energy, and took to the skies. Hastily pursuing the direction of Tang Zhonghui. Chapter 14. A night visit to the Wang family at this time. The remnants of the sun had fully vanished, shrouded by clouds that obscured the moon. A light drizzle began to fall, accompanied by distant flashes of lightning. The wind picked up, and the entire Lan city bore the ominous signs of an impending storm, due to Tang Wenshi's mere strength at the four meridians. Their pace was not particularly swift, allowing Tang Chi to closely trail them without detection. After approximately the time it would take to burn a stick of incense, they finally arrived before an expansive estate. The plaque hanging at the entrance bore the two characters, Wang Mansion. Upon seeing this sign, Tang Chi's expression turned cold, as expected. The intentions of Tang Zhonghui and Tang Wenshi were indeed directed toward the Wang family. Furthermore, although Tang Zhonghui had publicly allied with the Wang family, his quiet visit now indicated that there were secrets lurking beneath the surface. Soon, Tang Zhonghui and Tang Wenshi arrived at the gates of the Wang mansion. Before they could even knock, the gates swung open, as though someone had been waiting for them. The two hurriedly slipped inside, and the gates closed behind them with a resounding thud. Tang Chi quickened his pace. Reaching the outer wall of the Wang mansion, the 3-meter-high red brick wall posed no obstacle to him. With a swift leap, he soared into the air, silently infiltrating the Wang mansion. The Wang mansion was the most prosperous family in Lan City. With numerous guards and martial artists among its ranks, the sentinels patrolled every 100 meters, clad in uniform and fully armed, maintaining a vigilant watch that as the rain intensified, accompanied by the rumblings of thunder and flashes of lightning. Tang Chi ascended to the rooftops. Under the cover of the storm, he continued to follow the figures of Tang Wenshi and Tang Zhonghui, his eyes fixed on their retreating forms. The Wang mansion was vast. And after winding through its corridors for another half a stick of incense's worth of time, the pair finally paused before a small courtyard. After a brief exchange of words, the guide left them, and Tang Zhonghui and Tang Wenshi knocked on the door before pushing it open to enter. This moment, the surroundings were deserted, and Tang Chi nimbly leapt onto the roof. Silently, a single tile was discreetly removed from the roof, revealing a narrow gap through which the interior of the room could be observed. Inside, the space appeared quite barren, furnished only with a square table and several stools positioned against the wall. Atop the table, a candle as thick as a man's arm flickered. Aside from this, there were no other decorations or items within the room. At that moment, Tang Zhonghui and Tang Wenshi stood before the table, while two individuals were seated on the stools beside it. The candlelight danced, casting dim shadows, and the thunderous storm outside added to the air of disarray. Within by the faint light, Tang Chi discerned that one of the individuals was none other than Wang Chunlei, the heir of the Wang family. At that moment, Wang Chunlei appeared to have regained his composure, shedding the listlessness he had exhibited the previous day at the Fanhai Trading Company. Beside him sat a middle-aged man, his face pale and beardless, clad in a flowing white robe, with narrow eyes that occasionally glinted with a sharp intensity. This resemblance made it instantly clear to Tang Chi. This was Wang Xingyu, the head of the Wang family, a formidable master of the 9 meridians of body refinement, and the foremost expert in launching. It was his influence that had secured the Wang family's dominance in launching, eclipsing all rivals. That moment, Tang Zhonghui stepped forward, clasping his hands together, his face adorned with a sycophantic smile as he addressed Wang Xingyu. "Congratulations on your emergence from seclusion, esteemed head of the Wang family." Upon hearing this, Tang Chi realized with a start that a month prior, Wang Xingyu had entered seclusion for training, and today marked his return. However, Wang Xingyu paid no heed to Tang Zhonghui's words. His narrow eyes glinted with a trace of coldness as he retorted icily, "I seclude myself for but a month, and you lot create such a ruckus that I am compelled to cut my retreat short." At this, Tang Zhonghui visibly shuddered, and Tang Wenshi beside him displayed a face of palpable fear. Even Wang Chunlei's expression turned decidedly unnatural. Hastily, Tang Zhonghui implored, "I beg your forgiveness for disturbing your seclusion." Esteemed head of the Wang family, Wang Chunlei then lowered his head, saying, "Father, no one anticipated that the old man at the Fanhai Trading Company was actually a refinement master, surpassing even you Xianming." Tang Qi's heart sank as he understood that the previous day's turmoil at the Fanhai Trading Company had forced Wang Xingyu to emerge prematurely from his retreat. At that moment, Tang Zhonghui stepped forward again, declaring, "Yet yesterday was not without its gains. After all, the jade mushroom pill from the Fanhai Trading Company is now securely in our possession." With that, Tang Zhonghui unwrapped a parcel he had been carrying on his back and spread it open on the table, stating, "On behalf of the Tang family, I am willing to offer 150,000 gold coins to assist the Wang family in acquiring that jade mushroom pill." The parcel was filled with thick bundles of banknotes, and a rough estimate revealed it contained a staggering sum of 150,000 gold coins. Witnessing this scene, Tang Qi felt a chilling wave of dread course through him. 150,000 gold coins represented nearly 3 years of the Tang family's total income. If such a sum were to be surrendered outright, it would surely devastate the Tang family's vitality. To his astonishment, Tang Zhonghui had stooped to such depths to curry favor with the Wang family. As he beheld the 150,000 gold coins, Wang Xingyu's expression softened slightly as he remarked, "Very well." Upon hearing this, Tang Zhonghui's face lit up with a relieved smile. Wang Xingyu continued, "Although there was some unpleasantness yesterday, the fact that the opponent did not strike immediately indicates there is still room for negotiation in a few days, during the selection competition, should we cross paths. We must do our utmost to win them over." Wang Chunlei nodded in agreement. "Indeed, father." Furthermore, Wang Xingyu added, "In the coming days, ensure that our clansmen remain vigilant, that if anyone is spotted wielding the ice blade, they must report it at once." Wang Chunlei and Tang Zhonghui nodded in unison. At that moment, Wang Chunlei suddenly raised his head, fixing his gaze on Tang Zhonghui with a sinister smile, inquiring, "And how has Tang Qi been faring of late?" Tang Wensher immediately stepped forward, ingratiatingly remarking, "Young Master Wang, I have heard that recently that useless fellow went to the martial arts arena to select a weapon." "Selecting a weapon? Could it be that this fool intends to take his own life?" "Ha ha!" Wang Chunlei's eyes sparkled with malicious delight as he declared, "Keep a close watch on him. In the coming days, with the selection event on the horizon, I shall have no time to bother with that wretch. Once I successfully gain entry into the Flame Academy, I will relish tormenting that medicine slave." As he spoke, Wang Chunlei's face twisted with an even deeper malice. "Understood, young Master Wang," Tang Wensher promptly replied. "I have already united the experts of both the Tang and Wang families, including several top-tier masters of the 7 meridians of body refinement, stationed at the gates of Lancheng. Should Tang Qi attempt to flee, he will undoubtedly be intercepted." The mention of the 7 meridians of body refinement was equivalent to the highest combat strength of both families. Tang Qi felt a surge of anger ignite within him. In the eyes of others, he had already been relegated to the status of a useless person, yet Tang Wensher was still intent on going to great lengths to eradicate him. It was evident that Tang Zhonghui and his ilk were desperate to see him plunged into a pit of despair. "Very well. If that little brat Tang Qi is eliminated, Wang Chunlei will surely emerge as a standout among the youth of Lancheng," Wang Xingyu remarked, satisfaction lacing his tone. Then, a triumphant expression spread across Wang Chunlei's face as he declared, "Moreover, I have greatly benefited from this period of seclusion. Even should the Tang family's head, Tang Qinglin, return, he shall pose no trouble for me." Chapter 15. Wang Xingyu's strike. At this proclamation, Wang Chunlei's face gleamed with joy as he exclaimed, "Father, does this mean you have successfully advanced to the 10th meridian of body refinement during your seclusion?" Wang Xingyu shook his head, replying, "Though I have made progress during this retreat, I remain at the pinnacle of the 9th meridian, verging on the 10th meridian." Even this half-step toward the 10th meridian elicited a look of astonishment from Tang Zhonghui, Wang Chunlei, and Tang Wentai. It was common knowledge that, in the eyes of the people of Lancheng, the 10th meridian represented the pinnacle of martial prowess. It had been many years since a master of the 10th meridian had emerged in Lancheng. With Wang Xingyu's renewed strength after his seclusion, he had solidified his position as the foremost expert in Lancheng. Upon hearing this, Wang Chunlei chuckled. "Initially, we devised a scheme to bring Tang Qinglin to the Mising Beast Forest to undermine the Tang family. In hindsight, it appears we may have overstepped. Indeed, Tang Zhonghui concurred with a laugh. Even if Tang Qinglin manages to survive the Mising Beast Forest, he will be no match for the head of the Wang family. The words of Wang Chunlei and Tang Zhonghui struck Tang Qi like a thunderclap, reverberating within his heart. Just days prior, Tang Qinglin, the head of the Tang family, had ventured alone into the Mising Beast Forest. And since then, he had vanished without a trace, and no one knew the purpose of Tang Qinglin's journey, nor his current whereabouts. Now, Tang Qi comprehended that this entire scheme had been orchestrated by the Wang family and Tang Zhonghui. It was clear that his father was undoubtedly in a perilous situation. The sudden revelation caused Tang Qi's thoughts to scatter, and his internal energy surged chaotically for a brief moment. Within the room, the candlelight flickered violently. Wang Xingyu's gaze sharpened, and two beams of fierce light shot forth like arrows, aimed directly at Tang Qi's location. Who dares intrude upon the Wang family? In the next instant, before Tang Zhonghui and the others could react, Wang Xingyu transformed into a blur, launching himself into the air, the tremendous force shattering the stool beneath him into splinters. Tang Qi felt an unprecedented pressure bearing down upon him. As if the very air had solidified, raindrops struck him with the weight of lead. Wang Xingyu, soaring through the air, swung his hand with a gale-force wind, extinguishing the candle on the table in an instant. The powerful gust, infused with formidable energy, surged toward Tang Qi with unrelenting ferocity. What a terrifying force! A sense of imminent peril surged within Tang Qi's heart. Faced with such a fierce onslaught, he summoned every ounce of his potential, channeling the energy of the 7 meridians of body refinement to its zenith, propelling himself into the air and racing away. Boom! With a resounding crash, Wang Xingyu's strike obliterated the roof, sending countless shards of wood and tile exploding outward. Yet this was not the end. The residual force of the attack, traversing through layers of wind and rain, bore down on Tang Qi with relentless intensity. That moment, Tang Qi's muscles tensed completely, his energy coalescing beneath his feet as he maximized the strength in his legs, leaping upward, pivoting, and evading. Whoosh! The gust-laden shockwave grazed Tang Qi's abdomen. He felt a brutal force slam into him, wrenching his insides in agony. Despite fully activating his energy of the 7 meridians of body refinement, he was still unable to withstand Wang Xingyu's strike. The mere brush of the residual force rendered him nearly incapacitated. Puffed! Tang Qi coughed up a mouthful of blood, which mingled with the rain as it sprayed into the air. The aftershock of the strike slammed into a massive stone sculpture situated a dozen meters away. Boom! With a deafening roar, the sculpture shattered into countless fragments, sending debris flying like projectiles in an instant. Several guards in the vicinity were injured or killed. The cacophony of gasps, screams, thunder, wind, and rain intertwined, creating a scene of utter chaos. As the chaos erupted, Tang Qi, enduring the excruciating pain coursing through his body, melded into the tumult and fled with great urgency. In contrast, Wang Xingyu, along with Tang Zhonghui and others, sprang into action the moment Wang Xingyu unleashed a powerful strike. They leapt through the gaping hole in the rooftop, attempting to trace the elusive figure of the intruder. However, the torrential rain, accompanied by the rumbling thunder and the distant wails of the injured guards, rendered the scene exceedingly chaotic, making it nearly impossible to locate the infiltrator. The heavy downpour created a curtain of water, cascading from the heavens and drenching everyone present. Wang Xingyu's expression turned cold, his elongated eyes scanning the surroundings, yet yielding no results. After a prolonged moment, he finally conceded defeat. Turning to Wang Chunlei, he instructed, in the coming days, prepare diligently for the selection. Do not provoke further troubles. Wang Chunlei's countenance tightened as he replied, Understood. Subsequently, Wang Xingyu addressed Tang Zhonghui, commanding, Seek information regarding that master of refining and his disciples. Tang Zhonghui promptly responded, Yes. Gazing at the relentless downpour, Wang Xingyu bellowed, Everyone, immediately search for the intruder. Yes, echoed the Wang family guards in unison, dispersing into the rain to scour the area. Meanwhile, while the Wang family members tirelessly searched for the intruder, Tang Qi had already made his escape from the Wang residence. Battling through the pain racking his body, he sprinted back to the Tang family estate. Scaling the wall, he entered his room, disregarding the rain-soaked clothes, and collapsed onto his bed, gasping for breath. His eyes still harbored a lingering trepidation from the recent confrontation. Wang Xingyu truly lived up to his reputation as the foremost expert in Lan City, a challenge far beyond his current capabilities. Yet after merely catching his breath for a moment, Tang Qi rose and began to pack his belongings. At that moment, the voice of the demon within him echoed, "What are you preparing for?" With a serious expression, Tang Qi replied, "The Mizu Beast Forest." He had just learned that his father had ventured into the Mizu Beast Forest, having fallen into a trap set by the Wang family. Given the Wang family's notorious ruthlessness, it was evident that his father's journey would be fraught with peril, having been raised solely by his father after the loss of his mother. How could Tang Qi stand idly by in his father's time of need? The demon observed Tang Qi's frantic preparations with a cold gaze and remarked, "Are you heading to the Mizu Beast Forest or courting death?" "What do you mean?" Tang Qi furrowed his brow and looked at the demon. The demon floated in the air, stating, "Do not forget what Tang Wencher mentioned earlier. Outside the gates of Lan City, several experts at the 7th level of body refinement await you that if you act recklessly in your current state, you will undoubtedly perish." The demon continued, "Even if you manage to escape Lan City, reaching the Mizu Beast Forest with your current level of 7th level body refinement would still lead to your demise. At that point, not only will you be unable to save your father, but you may also fail to preserve your own life." Each of the demon's words struck deep into Tang Qi's heart. Now, with threats looming on both sides, Tang Qi found himself in a precarious predicament. However, there was no hint of despair in his gaze. Instead, he gradually calmed down, his eyes deepening with resolve, his demeanor serious as his mind raced, seeking a path to survival amidst this dire situation, an extraordinary display of intellect surpassing his years. Witnessing Tang Qi's swift return to composure, the demon couldn't help but silently commend him, whispering in a tone only he could hear, "Truly a worthy descendant of this bloodline." After a lengthy moment, Tang Qi's expression grew increasingly grave, yet the clarity in his eyes only sharpened. Observing this, the demon again inquired, "Have you come to a decision on your course of action?" Tang Qi pondered briefly before nodding and solemnly stating, "Fight beyond my level." Hearing this, the demon nodded in approval. Indeed, although Tang Qi, thanks to the backing of the Mountain and Sea Beast Hall, could claim invincibility among his peers, the strength of his adversaries far surpassed that of the 7th level of body refinement. Whether it was the 8th level female lunatic he encountered today, or Tang Zhonghui, or the formidable Wang Xingyu, all could easily defeat him. Moreover, within just a few days, it would be nearly impossible for Tang Qi to elevate his strength to the 10th level of body refinement. Fighting beyond his level remained an insurmountable chasm for him at present. Yet, it was precisely what Tang Qi required most. At this moment, the demon softly remarked, "It appears time has come to impart this technique to you." Upon hearing the demon's words, Tang Qi's eyes lit up, and he asked, "What technique?" The demon took a deep breath, his tone devoid of past mockery and peculiarity, gravely declaring, "The Mountain and Sea Body Refinement Technique." The Mountain and Sea Body Refinement Technique? Tang Qi pondered intently. From the name alone, it was evident that this technique must also have originated from the Mountain and Sea Beast Hall. The Mountain and Sea Beast Hall was extraordinarily mystical. How could the Mountain and Sea Body Refinement Technique be anything ordinary? At that moment, the demon elaborated, "The Mountain and Sea Body Refinement Technique is divided into 8 levels: refining skin, refining flesh, refining tendons, refining bones, refining marrow, refining blood, refining soul, and refining spirit. By refining the physical body, one can enhance their strength. Each level attained will exponentially increase your combat prowess. For instance, upon mastering the first level of refining skin to perfection, your battle power can triple." Tang Qi's eyes sparkled with excitement upon hearing the demon's explanation, revealing an eagerness that could hardly be contained. The demon continued, "Moreover, the 8 levels of the Mountain and Sea Body Refinement Technique are interconnected with the 8 beast spirit thrones within you. Each time you break through a level, you will activate one beast spirit throne and embed a spirit core." Upon hearing this, Tang Qi felt a surge of astonishment that in the past few days. Although he had activated the first beast spirit throne, he had not contemplated how to unlock the others, that he had not anticipated that activating the beast spirit thrones would require a corresponding technique. If one day, Tang Chi could cultivate the mountain and sea body refinement technique to perfection and unlock all 9 beast spirit thrones. He would undoubtedly possess transcendent power. At this juncture, the demon's voice turned serious. However, the mountain and sea body refinement technique requires transforming oneself into a weapon, utilizing spiritual energy for forging. The practitioner will endure unimaginable suffering. Have you considered this? With a cold laugh, Tang Chi wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and replied, "Can it be worse than my current plight?" This was a sentiment Tang Chi had expressed once before when he accepted the inheritance of the mountain and sea beast hall. Now, he reiterated. All right, the demon's entire being enveloped in a purplish-black mist, swelling several times in size, as he bellowed, "Mountain and sea body refinement technique, inheritance." In an instant, Tang Chi felt a blinding flash before his eyes as countless golden symbols surged into his mind like a tidal wave. Without hesitation, he seated himself cross-legged, immersing himself in the esoteric symbols, gritting his teeth as he softly intoned, "Mountain and sea body refinement technique, first level, refining skin." In that moment, a crimson flame erupted from his palm, sending waves of scorching heat through the air. The next instant, the flame released countless fiery tendrils, piercing into every acupoint within Tang Chi's body. That an excruciating burning sensation erupted throughout Tang Chi, as if every inch of his skin were being seared by the inferno. The pain was so intense that it nearly caused him to lose consciousness. However, Tang Chi bit down on his lip, causing a trickle of blood to flow down that he harnessed the pain to maintain his mental clarity. Soon, a thin layer of translucent crimson flame enveloped Tang Chi's skin. The fire burned at an extraordinarily high temperature, yet did not damage the surrounding objects. Even his clothes remained intact. However, the grimace on Tang Chi's face revealed the unprecedented agony he was enduring. As the waves of flames continued to forge him, black ash began to seep from his skin, remnants of the impurities being expelled from his body. As time passed, the impurities amassed on Tang Chi, transforming him into a figure resembling charcoal. Suddenly, the crimson flames began to wane, retracting towards his palm until they coalesced into a small flicker of fire. The demon, hovering nearby, exclaimed with excitement. It worked in the next moment. Tang Chi slowly opened his eyes, exhaling a breath of stale air. Following that, he casually twisted his body, causing the blackened impurities to fall away in chunks, revealing skin underneath that gleamed with an astonishing luster. Moreover, within that luster, there was a hint of metallic quality. As Tang Chi began to circulate his spiritual energy, his expression shifted to one of shock. He had reached the advanced level of 7th level body refinement. Tang Chi couldn't help but marvel once more at the might and wonder of the mountain and sea beast hall. Upon receiving the legacy of the mountain and sea beast hall for the first time, Tang Chi not only restored his cultivation, but also leaped to the 6th meridian of body tempering. This time, as he embraced the inheritance of the mountain and sea body forging technique. He astonishingly elevated his prowess once again, directly advancing to the advanced stage of the 7th meridian of body tempering. At this rate, it seems the 8th meridian is already within reach. How do you feel? The prodigy inquired. Tang Chi clenched his fists tightly, feeling the surging power within him, and confidently replied, "Although there is still a considerable distance to achieving mastery in skin tempering, I have made significant progress compared to before." At this moment, Tang Chi was brimming with enough confidence to contend with a practitioner of the 8th meridian of body tempering. He then glanced at his palm, where a flickering crimson flame danced, revealing his confusion as he asked, "Old demon, why does this flame seem somewhat similar to that of Yu Xianming, the flame used by the second-tier refiner Yu Xianming, whom he encountered yesterday at the Fan Hai Trading Company?" Bore an uncanny resemblance to the one in Tang Chi's hand, the only difference being that Yu Xuanming's flame was orange, while Tang Chi's was red. "You little rascal, have indeed noticed," the prodigy chuckled with a sense of pride, slowly explaining, "Young one, strictly speaking, you are now already a first-tier refiner." Chapter 17. Out of Lan City, a first-tier refiner. Although Tang Chi had already suspected as much, hearing it spoken aloud by the prodigy still elicited a flicker of shock in his eyes. This crimson flame in his hand was indeed the flame of refinement. One must understand that the rarity of a refiner far surpasses that of a beast tamer. Yet, having practiced the mountain and sea body forging technique for merely 3 hours, he had become a first-tier refiner. After a moment's hesitation, Tang Chi inquired, "How is this possible?" The prodigy grinned and replied, "The mountain and sea body forging technique treats your body as a spiritual herb or weapon for forging. Its principles are quite similar to those of a refiner. However, the prodigy paused briefly before continuing. To become a true refiner requires extensive practice. Merely condensing the flame of refinement is far from sufficient." Tang Chi nodded in understanding that he then turned to observe the darkened sky. It was already late at night, and the heavy rain continued to pour, accompanied by rumbling thunder. Gazing at the raging storm outside, Tang Chi's expression hardened as he declared, "It is time to set out." Although the allure of becoming a refiner was tempting for Tang Chi, time was of the essence, and his father, Tang Qinglin, had little time left. This time, the prodigy did not impede him, but quietly concealed himself within Tang Chi's body. Tang Chi hastily packed his belongings and pushed open the door, dashing into the curtain of rain. Lan City, a remote outpost of the Dome Empire, had no curfew, and the city gates remained open. This time, the road outside Lan City had become exceedingly muddy due to the torrential downpour. The small trees lining the road were being torn apart by the fierce winds and rain. Within the forest, several individuals clad in black sat cross-legged in a makeshift thatched hut. The hut swayed precariously in the storm, and had it not been for the black-clad figures bracing the roof with their hands, it would have surely been reduced to ruins. Damn it, for a mere waste of the Tang family. I am forced to endure this suffering here. A rough voice erupted from within the hut, belonging to the leader of the black-clad figures, that if Wang Chunlei were present, he would immediately recognize this individual as Wang Guangyuan, the chief bodyguard of the Wang family, a practitioner at the initial stage of the 8th meridian of body tempering. "Lord Wang, please temper your anger." Another person approached, eagerly greeting Wang Guangyuan with a smile. This individual was Tang Feiwen, the second elder of the Tang family. As a practitioner of the 7th meridian, Tang Feiwen was also a confidant of the Grand Elder, Tang Zhonghui. With a pleasing expression, Tang Feiwen remarked, "In recent years, only Tang Chi has been able to rival Lord Wang, but he has become a thorn in Lord Wang's side. Although this young man has been rendered a waste, he still lingers in Lord Wang's mind." At this moment, Tang Feiwen wiped the rainwater from his face and continued, "We are here to prevent Tang Chi from escaping on his own, which also demonstrates our loyalty. After a few days, when Lord Wang grows tired of him and takes his life, we will have fulfilled our mission. Truly cursed luck." Wang Guangyuan cursed. The once high-ranking Wang Guangyuan had not executed a mission in such inclement weather for a long time. Just then, Tang Feiwen suddenly stiffened, squinting toward the entrance of the hut. After a moment, he grinned coldly and said, as expected of Lord Wang's prediction, "This waste is indeed attempting to flee." In the pouring rain, a figure dashed out from the city gates of Lan City, weaving through the sheets of rain as it made its way toward the outskirts. Wang Guangyuan, upon hearing this, immediately became vigilant, peering outside, and a sinister smile crept onto his face as he said, "Indeed, it is you. Let me see how I can torment you for making me suffer." With that, 6 black-clad figures rose in unison, each wielding weapons, and charged into the rain. Meanwhile, Tang Chi, focused on the misty beast forest, sprinted ahead, navigating through the downpour. Suddenly, figures flickered in the darkness, and 6 silhouettes rushed in from all directions, encircling Tang Chi. "Who goes there?" Tang Chi halted abruptly, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes as he scanned the shadows. "He, as a medicine slave of the Wang family. You dare not recognize me? Prepare to be punished." A vicious laugh echoed from within the rain. Upon hearing this voice, Tang Chi's expression hardened as he gritted his teeth. Wang Guangyuan. Tang Chi was well aware of the chief bodyguard of the Wang family. Little did he expect that Wang Chunlei would go to such lengths to trap him in Lan City. Even stationing a practitioner of the 8th meridian at the city gates, it was evident that they intended to bring about his demise. "Tang Chi, as a medicine slave of the Wang family, you dare to escape. Do you not know the gravity of your crime?" The voice was familiar. It belonged to Tang Feiwen, the second elder of the Tang family. Tang Chi's face hardened as he retorted, "Another hound of the Wang family." Impudent, with his spiritual energy surging, Tang Feiwen unleashed the aura of the 7th meridian, sending raindrops scattering in all directions as he bellowed. "Tang Chi, Today I shall make you taste the bitterness of defeat. Attack. At the command, except for the two leaders, Wang Guangyuan and Tang Feiwen, the other four black-clad figures surged toward Tang Qi. Among them were two at the first meridian, one at the second, and one at the third meridian to eye in the eyes of Wang Guangyuan and Tang Feiwen. These four were more than sufficient to deal with a mere waste like Tang Qi. The four figures charged at Tang Qi from four directions, channeling their spiritual energy without holding back. Such an assault, if unleashed upon an unrefined individual, would surely result in severe injury or worse. Witnessing this scene, Wang Guangyuan and Tang Feiwen wore cruel smiles. However, in the next moment, a glimmering silver light suddenly appeared amidst the downpour, the brilliance radiating sharpness. At the other end, it was gripped firmly in Tang Qi's hand. In the torrential rain, Tang Qi pivoted on his left foot, unleashing power from his right, spinning like a whirlwind in a rapid 360-degree rotation. The silver light traced a path of white brilliance in the air. In an instant, the four assailants halted, their eyes betraying a look of horror. The next moment, four crimson lines of blood emerged simultaneously upon the necks of the four. The lines lengthened and became increasingly pronounced. Following this, in the midst of their terror, the four heads detached from their necks. With a splatter, blood gushed from the wounds, shooting up to 2 meters high. A deluge of crimson mingled with the rainwater, forming a river of blood. Thud, thud. The four figures, once imposing, now lay lifeless on the ground. Chapter 18. Slaughter under the rain. How is this possible? Wang Guangyuan and Tang Feiwen stood frozen, their faces etched with shock. How could Tang Qi, who had been stripped of his cultivation, manage to face four opponents and even slay a practitioner of the third meridian with a single blow in such a short span of 2 days? Even if Tang Qi had brutally honed his skills with the sunflower sword technique, it would have been impossible to attain such combat prowess in merely 2 days. At this moment, Wang Guangyuan and Tang Feiwen's eyes were drawn to the long blade in Tang Qi's hands. The long blade appeared as though forged from ice crystals, exuding waves of cold air that caused the surrounding temperature to plummet. Raindrops that fell upon the blade froze before they could even slide off. The blade gleamed with a brilliant edge, reflecting blinding light with every flash of lightning in the sky. It was none other than Tang Qi's Ice Soul Blade. Time was of the essence. There was no room for delay, and Tang Qi chose to confront his foes with the Ice Soul Blade. Upon witnessing the radiant gleam of the Ice Soul Blade, an insatiable greed flickered across Wang Guangyuan's face. And he sneered, "I was wondering how this medicine slave had such abilities. It turns out he has come into possession of such a divine weapon." Wang Guangyuan and Tang Feiwen had been stationed outside the city for some time. Thus the command not to provoke a wielder of the Ice Soul Blade had not reached their ears. Consequently, faced with the Ice Soul Blade, both Wang Guangyuan and Tang Feiwen were consumed by unyielding greed, yearning to seize the Ice Soul Blade for themselves, as Tang Qi, bearing the title of an outcast, swiftly dispatched 4 individuals. Wang Guangyuan and his companion could not help but attribute this feat to the prowess of the Ice Blade, further accentuating its formidable power. "Hand over the blade, you wretch!" Wang Guangyuan commanded with a fierce shout. "Such a divine weapon in your possession is tantamount to wastefulness." Raising his weapon, the light reflected from the ice blade illuminated Tang Qi's face, revealing a pair of chilling eyes. "You desire the blade. Come and take it," he retorted coldly. "Brute, how dare you act so recklessly at this juncture?" Tang Feiwen interjected, charging directly at Tang Qi. In response, Wang Guangyuan, eager to seize the blade, summoned his full spiritual energy and lunged toward Tang Qi. In an instant, 2 formidable opponents, masters of the body refinements 7th and 8th meridians, bore down upon Tang Qi with overwhelming force. Yet he remained unperturbed, bending his knees and embedding his feet firmly into the muddy ground beneath him. Just as Tang Feiwen closed the distance to 3 paces, Tang Qi's spiritual energy surged forth. Unleashing his full power without reservation, that a powerful gust erupted, sending ripples through the downpour. The next moment, gripping the ice blade tightly, Tang Qi's gaze sharpened, and he propelled himself towards Tang Feiwen with tremendous force. 7th meridian refinement. Impossible! Under Tang Qi's overwhelming energy, Tang Feiwen felt as though he had collided with an invisible wall. The once presumed weakened Tang Qi had suddenly revealed a realm of power surpassing his own. Caught off guard by this sudden shift, Tang Feiwen was not afforded a chance to recover. Within the curtain of rain, the ice blade transformed into a blinding flash, descending upon Tang Feiwen with the might of a mountain. In a frantic reaction, he raised his sword above his head, attempting to intercept the oncoming strike. Clang! A piercing metallic clash echoed as Tang Feiwen, in horrified realization, discovered that his long sword had been cleaved in two by the ice blade. Without delay, the blade continued its descent, slicing into Tang Feiwen's left shoulder and exiting through his right waist. With a heart-wrenching scream, Tang Feiwen was cleaved in two, his warm blood and internal organs spilling forth. With a thud, his severed body fell to the ground, his eyes wide open in death, reflecting the terror of his final moments. The seventh Meridian Master Tang Feiwen met his end at the hands of Tang Qi with such a tragic fate that even the cold-hearted Wang Guangyun felt a shudder of fear. How could this wretch possibly possess the strength of the seventh Meridian? Yet, Tang Qi did not pause for a moment, charging swiftly towards Wang Guangyun. Faced with this scene, Wang Guangyun felt a surge of terror. Mustering his courage to bellow, "What of the seventh Meridian? Prepare to die, wretch!" With that, Wang Guangyun unleashed his full spiritual energy, the strength of the eighth Meridian flowing into his sword as he struck at Tang Qi. Although Tang Qi's cultivation remained an enigma, Wang Guangyun was resolute in believing that he lacked the capability to engage in a battle beyond his level. The two figures drew closer. At the moment their weapons met, Tang Qi's eyes sparkled with determination as he quietly uttered, "Mountain Sea Body Refinement Technique." Instantly, he felt an unusual wave of energy surging through him, enveloping his entire being, enhancing his strength and spiritual energy dramatically. His combat prowess surged into the realm of the initial eighth meridian. Clang! Another resonating clash rang out, the sharp reverberation piercing Wang Guangyuan's eardrums. Stumbling back 3 steps, his eyes betrayed a look of sheer terror. The initial eighth meridian. In the briefest of encounters, Tang Qi's cultivation had experienced a remarkable ascension, achieving the strength of the initial eighth meridian. How can this be? What sort of monster are you? Wang Guangyun howled in a frenzy, unable to fathom how Tang Qi could leap from the seventh to the eighth meridian in an instant, his power now formidable enough to invoke dread. Yet, undeterred by Wang Guangyuan's madness, Tang Qi tightened his grip on the ice blade, a glimmer of satisfaction crossing his gaze. Although he had just begun practicing the Mountain Sea Body Refinement Technique, the results were astounding. It had amplified his strength by 1.5 times, propelling him into the eighth meridian realm. As predicted, mastering this technique had turned the prospect of battling beyond his level into a tangible reality. At that moment, Wang Guangyuan's terror reached its zenith. The next instant, he turned and fled, channeling his spiritual energy to its limits as he sprinted toward the direction of Lan City, the divine weapon. The eighth meridian. Everything that had transpired was far beyond Wang Guangyuan's expectations. Fueled by an instinctive fear of the unknown, he no longer sought to eliminate Tang Qi or seize the ice blade. Instead, he yearned to return swiftly to the protection of the Wang family and report everything to Wang Xingyu. Now, the only source of confidence for Wang Guangyuan lay in his speed. The technique he practiced. The Lingfeng technique was renowned within the Wang family for its swiftness, classified as a mid-level yellow-tier skill. Once activated, it rendered him incredibly agile, making him nearly unmatched in speed among his peers. Confident that his initial escape would leave Tang Qi unable to catch up, Wang Guangyuan believed that if he could run fast enough, there was hope for survival. However, as Wang Guangyuan raced toward Lan City, Tang Qi remained unruffled, a cold smile gracing his lips as he declared, "Adverse effects modification." In an instant, Tang Qi focused on Wang Guangyuan. The Lingfeng technique. Gentle in nature, it failed to achieve the effects of channeling the meridians, often resulting in the user's insufficient resilience. Possible modifications to the adverse effects included 1. None, 2. Mild abdominal pain for the user, 3. Slight blockage of the meridians in the legs. Indeed, the power of the adverse effects modification at the 8th meridian was substantially diminished. Tang Qi leisurely pursued Wang Guangyuan, observing his retreating figure and mused silently. Previously, when confronting Tang Sha, a mere modification of adverse effects had been sufficient to disrupt his spiritual energy and render him incapacitated. Yet now, facing Wang Guangyuan of the 8th meridian, the only adverse effect he could modify was a mild abdominal discomfort, barely a nuisance. Nevertheless, for Tang Chi, that was more than adequate. "Oh, you think you can run fast? Allow me to slow you down." With a gentle tap, he selected the third option, adverse effects modification. When using the Lingfeng technique, a slight blockage will occur in the meridians of the legs. Meanwhile, as Wang Guangyun fled in panic, he suddenly felt a jarring halt beneath his feet, as if all his spiritual energy encountered a momentary drag in his legs, though this delay was subtle. In a life-or-death situation, even the slightest flaw could tip the scales of victory. Due to the spiritual energy's sluggishness, Wang Guangyun could no longer achieve his peak speed, while Tang Chi, like a cannonball, burst through the sheets of rain, rapidly closing the distance that in mere moments. He matched Wang Guangyun's pace. As Wang Guangyun fled in terror, he felt an icy chill run down his spine. Turning his head, he was met with the sight of Tang Chi, who, with a horizontal grip on the ice blade, appeared like a specter, taunting. "How does it feel to have your spiritual energy blocked?" In that instant, Wang Guangyun realized that the condition of his legs was undoubtedly related to Tang Chi. His eyes widened in shock and fear as he stammered, What kind of sorcery have you employed?" A sorcery that will lead you to your demise." With that, Tang Chi swung the ice blade, releasing a surge of cold energy that an overwhelming sense of dread and bone-chilling cold enveloped Wang Guangyun. Plunging him into the depths of despair, in a frenzy, he clumsily raised his sword to meet Tang Chi's relentless assault. Tang Chi's eyes glinted with mockery as he coldly remarked, "Naive." With a sudden surge of power, Wang Guangyun felt an unparalleled sharpness radiating from the ice blade. Crack! Under the extreme sharpness of the ice blade, Wang Guangyun's ordinary iron weapon was shattered into several fragments. The jagged pieces, propelled by the residual force, pierced Wang Guangyun's body like hidden daggers. Gush! Blood erupted from 4 or 5 wounds on his body. The mingling of crimson mist and rain swiftly washed away. Wang Guangyun cried out in agony, as if a legion of ants were gnawing at him. With a deft leap, Tang Chi landed beside Wang Guangyun, the ice blade poised at his throat that moment. Wang Guangyun sensed the looming presence of death, his bulging eyes reflecting sheer terror. The chilling sensation against his carotid artery sent waves of despair through him. Struggling to keep his eyes open, he gazed at the ice blade emanating a frosty aura, pressed against his neck. Tang Chi's eyes burned with murderous intent as he coldly inquired, "Where's my father, whom the Wang family lured into the misty beast forest?" Wang Guangyun, a man of considerable power within the Wang family, undoubtedly possessed knowledge of such secrets that in that instant, he clutched at the last thread of hope, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth as he stammered. I know. The Wang family dispatched assassins to hunt down your father. Today, a swift bird delivered news, reporting their current location. The letter is nestled against my chest. Indeed, I know." Tang Chi reached into Wang Guangyun's bosom and retrieved a piece of parchment. The paper bore a rough map, marking a location that indicated where the pursuers currently resided. Wang Guangyun, expending all his strength, pleaded for mercy, saying, "Spare me." Before his words could fully escape his lips, a cold, merciless voice pierced through the air. "You may die." A flash of white light flickered before Wang Guangyun's eyes. He realized it was the glow emitted by the ice blade before Wang Guangyun could utter another word. Tang Chi had already struck with the blade, effortlessly slicing through Wang Guangyun's throat. A gurgling sound erupted as blood spewed forth, merging with the rain to create a downpour tinged with the scent of iron. In the depths of boundless regret and fear, Wang Guangyun breathed his last. Thus, a formidable 8th-tier cultivator in Lan City met his demise on this rain-soaked night. The battle concluded. Tang Chi emerged victorious. He tossed the ice blade behind him, casting it into the Mountain Sea Beast Hall. Although the first layer of the Mountain Sea body forging technique had not yet reached the peak of triple combat power, it still enhanced Tang Chi's strength by 1.5 times, and with the alteration of side effects, he was now capable of slaying 8th-tier cultivators. Presently, Tang Zhongwei no longer posed a threat to Tang Chi. Did I win? It seems my plan for resurrection will have to be postponed once more to that moment. A sinister laugh echoed, dripping with arrogance. "Humph." Tang Chi scoffed, saying, "I knew you were always coveting my body." "Get lost," the demon retorted. Tang Chi grinned. ready to respond, but was suddenly seized by a violent bout of coughing. Cough, cough. A wave of pain surged through his meridians, causing him to furrow his brow. The demon, reveling in his misfortune, remarked, "Did you think that challenging those beyond your level comes without a price? The Mountain Sea body forging technique, though remarkable, exacts a toll with each use. Damn it." Tang Chi cursed inwardly. The Mountain Sea Beast Hall indeed possessed great value, yet both its inheritance and practice were accompanied by excruciating pain. However, Tang Chi understood better than anyone that there is no free lunch in this world. The rain continued to fall as Tang Chi gazed at the map in his hand, his expression growing serious as he murmured, "Mizong Beast Forest, here I come." With that, he swiftly dragged the corpses of several individuals into the woods to conceal them from prying eyes. Having completed this task, Tang Chi set off once more, unleashing his spiritual power with abandon, racing toward the direction of the Mizong Beast Forest. The following day, dawn broke with brilliant sunshine. The torrential downpour from the previous night had washed away all traces of the events that transpired. In a residence within the Wang household, an enraged voice erupted. "What? Tang Chi is missing." It was none other than Wang Chunlei, the heir of the Wang family. Meanwhile, Tang Wenshi, the newly appointed heir of the Tang family, stood there pale-faced, like a frightened cicada. Wang Chunlei's eyes blazed with fury as he shouted, "Where are the guards at the entrance of Lan City? Where is Wang Guangyuan? Where is Tang Feiwen? Dang Wen Si Chenbo?" Stammering, including Wang's guard and elder heir, 6 people are also missing. "Useless. A bunch of useless fools," Wang Chunlei roared, slamming his palm onto the nearby table, which shattered into splinters. After a moment, he struggled to suppress his fury and addressed Tang Wenshi. "I must focus all my efforts on preparing for the Fenghua Academy selection and cannot be distracted. Did I give you 5 days? Even if you have to turn Lan City upside down. You must find Tang Chi for me. Otherwise," a cruel glint flashed in Wang Chunlei's eyes as he added, "otherwise, the next medicinal slave of the Wang family will be you." Instantly, Tang Wenshi quaked with fear. His complexion ashen, stuttering, "Why yes. Understood. Get out." Wang Chunlei waved his hand, commanding him to leave. "Yes, yes." Tang Wenshi complied, stumbling as he hurriedly exited. Once Tang Wenshi was gone, Wang Chunlei remained in the room, gritting his teeth. His fists clenched tightly, muttering fiercely, "Tang Chi, I shall make you wish for life and death." Chapter 20. Mizong Beast Forest. The Mizong Beast Forest lies 80 miles east of Lan City, where towering trees reach for the sky. Above the forest, mist swirls and sunlight struggles to penetrate the haze, casting an even more eerie atmosphere over the already dimly lit woods. Legend has it that the misty forest is exceptionally mysterious. The deeper one ventures into its heart, the more likely one is to encounter illusions that lead wandering adventurers astray, ultimately trapping them within the forest confines, hence the name Mizong Beast Forest. By afternoon, when the sun should have been at its zenith, the interior of the forest appeared shrouded in shadows, and the faint echoes of beastly roars reverberated from the distant mountains, cloaking the entire Mizong Beast Forest in a veil of mystery. Whoosh! The sound of slicing air resonated as a figure dashed through the forest, racing toward its center. It was none other than Tang Chi. After a day and night of relentless sprinting, he had finally begun to penetrate the core region of the Mizong Beast Forest. Hurrying toward the location marked on the map, within the Mizong Beast Forest, light was dim, and mist enveloped the surroundings, rendering even objects a mere 10 meters away shrouded in obscurity. His clothing had become tattered, torn by the branches and thorns that grew wildly. Had it not been for Tang Chi's innate sense of direction, he would have surely lost his way despite the assistance of the map. The further he ventured into the depths of the Mizong Beast Forest, the more cautious Tang Chi became. Not only did he constantly face the risk of becoming lost, but he also had to be wary of the savage beasts lurking within. As he approached the core region, the mist thickened and the beasts grew stronger. Bang! Tang Chi abruptly halted on a massive rock, surveying his surroundings, ready to study the map. Just then, whoosh, a figure suddenly emerged from a concealed thicket beside him. The figure was entirely crimson, as if engulfed in flames, leaving behind a charred scent in its wake. What is that? Tang Chi sensed a ferocious aura lunging toward his neck. Instinctively, he grasped the ice blade, which materialized in his hand in an instant. With a swift slash, he unleashed a dazzling arc of light aimed at the assailant. In the next moment, the fiery figure evaded a streak of chill light. Clang! A crisp sound echoed through the forest. Subsequently, the crimson figure was sent flying, tumbling through the air before landing gracefully on the ground. Tang Chi felt a tingling numbness in his hand from gripping the blade. Focusing his gaze, he saw a fiery beast lying a few meters away on the grass. The creature resembled a fox, measuring over a meter in length, with flames flickering along its back. Most strikingly, this fox possessed 5 claws. In addition to its limbs, a sharp claw extended from its chest, radiating a cold glimmer. When the claw moved, it exuded a menacing energy, a 7th-tier beast, the 5-clawed flame fox. The 5-clawed flame fox lay low, its cunning eyes fixated on Tang Chi's vulnerable neck, clearly seeking to exploit any weakness and deliver a fatal strike. Observing this, Tang Chi couldn't help but marvel. Indeed, the deeper one ventured, the more formidable the beast became. Such a ruthless creature, and had it been anyone else, they would have surely met their demise. As Tang Chi pondered, the 5-clawed flame fox's gaze sharpened. Baring its fangs, and it lunged fiercely at Tang Chi, its 5th claw aimed directly at his heart. Faced with such a fierce attack, Tang Chi's expression remained calm and unflustered. Had this been a few days prior, even with 10 lives, he wouldn't have survived an encounter with a 5-clawed flame fox. However, tonight was different. In the blink of an eye, the 5-clawed flame fox was upon Tang Chi. He could feel the fierce wind generated by the claw. Yet, Tang Chi did not evade. Instead, he quietly recited Sunflower Sword Technique. A flurry of cold radiance burst forth as countless shimmering blades surged toward the 5-clawed flame fox. In an instant, Tang Chi and the 5-clawed flame fox exchanged positions. Whoosh! Tang Chi exhaled a breath of foul air as he sheathed the blade into the mountain sea beast hull. The 5-clawed flame fox suddenly collapsed. Several crimson streaks rapidly expanded before it erupted in a fountain of blood. Poor 5-clawed flame fox. It didn't have time to let out a cry before being reduced to mere chunks of flesh. With the 5-clawed flame fox slain, Tang Chi wasted no time in tossing its carcass into the mountain sea beast hall. After disposing of the beast, he would extract its spirit core. Tang Chi glanced deeper into the Mizong beast forest, his eyes betraying a hint of anxiety. Although he had no fear of threats from cultivators below the 8th tier, he had not yet reached the forest's core and had already encountered a formidable foe like the 5-clawed flame fox. Pressing further would undoubtedly bring about numerous dangers. Time was of the essence. With every passing second, his father's peril increased. At that moment, a sudden sound of footsteps echoed from not far away in the forest. Accompanied by the footsteps, the clamor drew ever closer to Tang Chi. Someone was approaching. Tang Chi furrowed his brow and immediately darted away, hiding within the thicket. Moments later, 3 figures emerged from the underbrush. The leader among them was a man in his 50s, seemingly in a constant state of travel. The old man was enveloped in a surge of spiritual energy, his vitality roiling. Judging by the formidable aura he exuded, this elder was indeed a formidable practitioner at the 8th level of body tempering. Furthermore, his cultivation was even superior to that of Wang Guangyuan, who had perished at Tang Chi's hands. Wang Yuanqing. Upon seeing this familiar face, Tang Chi's pupils constricted. This elder was none other than Wang Yuanqing, the grand elder of the Wang family in Lan City. He had long since reached the 8th level of body tempering and was considered a top-tier expert within Lan City. His strength was far beyond that of Wang Guangyuan, who had been slain by Tang Chi outside of Lan City. The 2 middle-aged men following closely behind were Wang Yuanqing's 2 guards, both of whom were practitioners at the 6th level of body tempering. It was not difficult to deduce that these 3 were the assassins dispatched by Wang Guangyuan to hunt down Tang Qinglin. Witnessing this scene, Tang Chi's expression darkened. He had not anticipated that the Wang family would be so relentless in their pursuit of the Tang family. Not only had they sent the 8th level practitioner Wang Guangyuan to monitor Tang Chi, but they had also dispatched the family's top combatant, Wang Yuanqing, to hunt down Tang Qinglin. Tang Chi could not help but think, fortune favors the bold. What a fortuitous turn of events. Just as he was troubled about locating his father, Tang Qinglin, the members of the Wang family had appeared right before his eyes. At this moment, Wang Yuanqing exclaimed fiercely, "I never expected that Tang Qinglin. That fellow, could still escape for so long after falling victim to my transcendent palm. Just then, one of the guards stepped forward with a sinister smile, saying, "Rest assured, Grand Elder, we have already placed a tracking talisman on that scoundrel. No matter how far he tries to flee, he cannot escape our grasp." Indeed. Another guard sneered. Given Tang Qinglin's current condition, he should not be able to hold on much longer. Wang Yuanqing's expression turned cold as he commanded, "Continue the pursuit. We must ensure his demise today." "Yes." The two guards responded in unison, and the trio immediately set off, racing deeper into the forest. Meanwhile, hidden in the shadows, Tang Qi's gaze sharpened as he stealthily followed from the underbrush. Chapter 21. Fierce battle with Wang Yuanqing. At this moment, within the core region of the mysterious beast forest, a middle-aged man was panting heavily, collapsing beside a massive rock. This man appeared pale. His lips tinged with blue, and his body bore several wounds. The wounds were gaping, with flesh torn and edges still stained with blood clots. That it was evident that he had suffered injuries long ago. But the frantic flight for survival had caused the wounds to reopen. The most grievous injury was a palm strike to his right chest, which had shattered the man's clothing and left a dark, bruised imprint on his torso. This was none other than Wang Yuanqing's signature technique, the transcendent palm. The man was none other than Tang Qi's father, the patriarch of the Tang family, Tang Qinglin, severely wounded. Tang Qinglin had endured days of flight, and now he was utterly spent. Just moments ago, he had exhausted the last vestiges of spiritual energy within him, leaving him incapacitated and collapsed here. At that moment, three figures unexpectedly emerged from the nearby thicket, accompanied by a boisterous, arrogant laugh. "Ha! Tang Qinglin, I wonder where you think you can run this time." Wang Yuanqing leaped forward from the forest, his laughter laced with malice as he faced Tang Qinglin. Observing Wang Yuanqing's menacing smile, Tang Qinglin inhaled deeply and retorted coldly, "To conspire against the Tang family, you would resort to such despicable means." Wang Yuanqing let out a cold chuckle and replied, "To the victor belong the spoils. The Tang family has now completely submitted to my Wang family. Perhaps," Wang Yuanqing added ominously, "I might even spare your life, allowing you to serve my Wang family as a medicinal slave, just like your son." "What?" Tang Qinglin's eyes blazed with uncontainable fury, but he had not anticipated that the Wang family would not only target him, but also set their sights on his son, Tang Qi. The notion of his son becoming a medicinal slave was tantamount to a death sentence. Rage ignited like wildfire within Tang Qinglin's heart. At that moment, Wang Yuanqing brandished his long knife, laughing cruelly. "On the brink of death, you still concern yourself with others." Tang Qinglin's eyes narrowed, summoning all his strength to rise with his blade. He declared fiercely, "Old dog, even if I must die today, I shall die standing. You will never see me surrender." Wang Yuanqing waved his hand, and his two sixth-level guards immediately prepared for battle. With a fierce shout, Wang Yuanqing declared arrogantly, "Tang Qinglin, let us see who can save you today." Just then, from behind Wang Yuanqing and his companions, a single word resonated. "I." "Who is it?" Wang Yuanqing was taken aback. Turning abruptly, the next moment, a blinding light flashed before his eyes. The glaring sunlight pierced into Wang Yuanqing's vision, and he immediately sensed a wave of danger. Instinctively, Wang Yuanqing shouted, "Danger!" but it was too late. The brilliant light sliced through the necks of the two guards with lightning speed. In an instant, their eyes widened in shock, their bodies stiffening, as a look of terror spread across their faces. Thud, thud. 2 seconds later, their massive heads rolled onto the ground, blood spraying from the severed necks, creating a 2-meter-high curtain of crimson. The sudden turn of events left Wang Yuanqing in shock as the blood mist dissipated. A cold visage emerged. Upon recognizing the newcomer, disbelief filled Wang Yuanqing's eyes as he gasped, "Tang Qi." Tang Qinglin also recognized Tang Qi, letting out a cry of astonishment. However, Tang Qinglin's injuries were grave, and he was on the verge of exhausting all his strength, relying solely on sheer will to hold on. Now, upon seeing Tang Qi, his spirits surged violently, and he immediately blacked out from the strain. Meanwhile, Wang Yuanqing, as if confronted by a ghost, wore a twisted expression of disbelief. "No, it can't be. You were supposed to be stripped of your cultivation. How could you?" The seemingly powerless Tang Chi had infiltrated the depths of the mysterious beast forest, appearing silently behind him, and had effortlessly slain his two guards in a single strike. It was unfathomable. For just 3 days prior, Tang Chi had merely been at the 5th level of body tempering. The entire situation was beyond Wang Yuanqing's comprehension. Suddenly, Wang Yuanqing fell silent, his gaze fixated on the ice-cold blade in Tang Chi's grasp, which radiated a chilling aura. After a long moment, a flicker of realization crossed Wang Yuanqing's eyes, soon replaced by a glimmer of greed that he sneered coldly. "It seems you little wretch have encountered some fortuitous opportunity," he continued. "Be sensible and hand over your good fortune, and I might make your death a bit more merciful." Wang Yuanqing's assumptions were not entirely unfounded. The reason Tang Chi had become so formidable was indeed due to an extraordinary stroke of fortune. "Fortune? Ha!" Tang Chi scoffed. "Old dog, come and take it yourself." Wang Yuanqing's expression turned even more vicious as he declared, "Then I shall ransack your corpse for it once you're dead. Prepare to meet your end, little wretch." As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Yuanqing unleashed a powerful gust of energy, charging toward Tang Chi with incredible speed. His hands stirred the air, creating massive gusts as he launched a series of strikes at Tang Chi. Sensing the overwhelming force behind Wang Yuanqing's strikes, Tang Chi instinctively assessed his opponent's strength to be at least the mid-level of body tempering. Yet Tang Chi remained unperturbed, his spiritual energy surging within him as he softly chanted, "Mountain and sea body refinement technique." Instantly, his strength surged by 1.5 times, propelling him from the advanced 7th level to the initial stage of the 8th level of body tempering, coupled with the ice-cold blade in his hand. Tang Chi's momentum soared. "What, this truly is a remarkable item." Wang Yuanqing felt the shift in Tang Chi's power, and his greed intensified, roaring, "Whatever treasure you possess is mine," in the blink of an eye. Tang Chi and Wang Yuanqing collided. Boom, clang. The sound of their fierce exchanges echoed throughout the mysterious beast forest as explosive impacts from their strikes rendered the surroundings in utter disarray. Initially, Wang Yuanqing's mid-level strength at the 8th level of body tempering far exceeded Tang Chi's. Even with the mountain and sea body refinement technique, Tang Chi could not bridge the gap in cultivation. However, Tang Chi's sunflower blade technique, being a high-level yellow-grade technique, was inherently ruthless and cold, combined with the frigid ice blade. It manifested an astonishing 120 of its potential. Although Tang Chi had been in a position of being suppressed, he still managed to wield the ice blade to create a tight defensive line. Like a porcupine bristling with icy spikes, he thwarted Wang Yuanqing's attempts to gain the upper hand for a considerable time. Conversely, as the battle progressed, Wang Yuanqing's astonishment grew. Gradually, the originally dominant Wang Yuanqing began to feel a sense of helplessness as he failed to break through Tang Chi's defenses. Furthermore, Tang Chi's sunflower blade technique was relentless, nearly leading Wang Yuanqing to peril on several occasions. As time passed, an unnameable fury ignited within Wang Yuanqing's heart. At that moment, he resolved to unleash his signature move. Wang Yuanqing feigned a strike, then suddenly leaped into the air, his spiritual energy erupting as it surged into his palms in less than a second. The high-level yellow-grade technique, Transcendent Palm, in an instant. Wang Yuanqing's hand glowed with a deep purple hue, pulsating with a torrent of energy, resembling a great rock soaring through the skies as he charged toward Tang Chi. Wang Yuanqing was confident that this strike could be withstood by no more than 3 people in the entirety of Lan City. However, just as the palm was less than a meter away from Tang Chi, a cold smile crept across Tang Chi's lips as he softly uttered, "Side effects altered." Chapter 22. The Search for the Elixir. Alteration of Side Effects. In an instant, Tang Chi felt a shimmer before his eyes as a few lines of small text appeared. Tong Xian Palm. A formidable palm technique. Prolonged practice accumulates hidden injuries in the practitioner. Alterable side effects. 1. None. 2. After use, a 0.5-second blindness will occur. Upon seeing this side effect, Tang Chi mused to himself, Wang Yuanqing truly deserves his reputation as a mid-level master of the 8 meridians of body refinement. Previously, when facing Tang Sha, a mere alteration of side effects had been sufficient to incapacitate him. However, against a master like Wang Yuanqing, Tang Chi could only induce a fleeting 0.5 seconds of blindness after the use of Tong Xian Palm. Although the duration of blindness was brief, In a confrontation between masters, a slight miscalculation could lead to disastrous consequences. Without hesitation, Tang Qi opted for option 2. After use, a 0.5-second blindness will occur. At that moment, Wang Yuanqing's Tong Xian palm, powerful enough to cleave gold and split stone, was already poised before Tang Qi's forehead. The fierce gust from his palm scattered Tang Qi's hair. Little beast. Perish! Wang Yuanqing's lips curled into a victorious smirk. Yet in the next instant, a look of bewilderment overtook Wang Yuanqing's eyes. At that moment, it was as if a dark veil had been drawn over his vision, enveloping him in an endless abyss of darkness. What is happening? Wang Yuanqing was struck with panic, unable to comprehend why he had suddenly lost his sight. However, in the blink of an eye, light returned, and his vision was restored. Yet, that mere 0.5 seconds of darkness had already placed Wang Yuanqing in grave peril. He first sensed emptiness where his palm should have struck. The lethal blow had landed in thin air. The figure of Tang Qi, who had been right before him, had vanished. Just then, a voice, resonating with an aura of dread, echoed from behind him. Let me collect some interest from your Wang family first. In the next moment, Wang Yuanqing caught a glimpse of a silvery streak sweeping toward him from behind. Instantly, a chill ran down his spine, and the hairs on his body stood on end. His muscles tensed as he unleashed an unprecedented burst of speed, burning his entire reservoir of spiritual energy. Just as the icy blade was about to strike his vital points, he barely evaded a fatal blow. Swish! Wang Yuanqing felt a frigid sensation slice across the crown of his head, a piercing cold that left his scalp numb, severing countless strands of hair. Having narrowly escaped, fury surged within him, and his murderous intent ignited. The terror of having danced on the edge of death had fully awakened Wang Yuanqing's ferocity. His pale visage twisted into a mask of rage in that moment. Wang Yuanqing resolved to abandon all caution and deliver a death blow, determined to leave no chance for Tang Qi to survive. You wretched spawn, die. Wang Yuanqing's aura surged violently as he crouched low, preparing to leap into the air. However, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Tang Qi quietly uttered beast possession. Instantly, Tang Qi's body soared into the air, shooting forth with incredible speed, yet his feet remained firmly planted on the ground. With a twist of his body, a loud bang resonated as Tang Qi's upper garment exploded apart. His torso was now adorned with golden, scale-like armor, gleaming with an enchanting brilliance. Each scale possessed razor-sharp edges, resembling a suit of golden armor. Each time Tang Qi twisted and turned, the scales scraped against each other, producing a symphony of metallic clinks and sparks that he transformed into a streak of golden lightning, leaving a trail of fire in his wake. In the blink of an eye, his cultivation soared to new heights. This was the beast possession of the golden-scaled serpent, the first beast soul of Tang Qi. Among warriors, the likelihood of becoming a beast master was less than 1 in 1,000. Yet, in just a few days, Tang Qi had achieved such a feat. Though Wang Yuanqing was stronger than Tang Qi as a fellow practitioner of the 8 meridians of body refinement, the moment Tang Qi revealed his prowess as a beast master, a wave of helplessness surged from the depths of Wang Yuanqing's heart. Even so, it was too late. Tang Qi's serpentine form coiled around Wang Yuanqing like a constrictor. Caught off guard, Wang Yuanqing extended his hand to brace against Tang Qi's golden scales, attempting to fend off the relentless onslaught. A glimmer of mockery flashed in Tang Qi's eyes as he coldly declared, "Nah." Tang Qi suddenly exerted force. Wang Yuanqing instantly felt an overwhelming power emanating from Tang Qi's serpentine body. It was the golden-scaled serpent's ultimate technique, deathly constriction. Utilizing immense strength, it sought to crush its prey. At this moment, Wang Yuanqing felt the suffocating grip of the constriction closing in from all directions. Crack, crack. The sound of Wang Yuanqing's bones splintering under the immense pressure echoed around him. His skin was shredded by the razor-sharp scales, and he transformed into a ghastly figure, drenched in blood. No, please, the agony of countless bones breaking rendered Wang Yuanqing nearly insensible. Blood surged from his throat as he felt the creeping presence of death closing in. His bulging eyes were filled with terror. At that moment, an icy chill emanated from Wang Yuanqing's neck. He painfully opened his eyes to see the frost-coated blade of ice poised against his throat. A voice, laden with the scent of death, penetrated his ears. Let me collect some interest from the Wang family first. In an instant, the blade flashed, and Wang Yuanqing's body went rigid, his form trembling slightly. After a long pause, his massive head thudded to the ground, severed from his body, and he collapsed lifelessly. Tang Qi emerged victorious. He returned to his human form. However, Tang Qi had no time to revel in his triumph. He rushed towards Tang Qinglin's direction. Upon reaching Tang Qinglin's side, Tang Qi bent down to assess the situation. Tang Qinglin had fallen into a deep state of unconsciousness, the horrifying imprint on his chest sunken, indicating the shattering of multiple ribs at this moment. Tang Qinglin's breath was shallow, a mere whisper of life remaining. Severe injury, mortal injury. A heaviness filled Tang Qi's heart. That I in such desolate wilderness? How could one hope to treat such grievous wounds? Old demon, what shall we do? Tang Qi's eyes burned with urgency as he implored the demon. The demon's form materialized, glancing towards Tang Qinglin before speaking somberly. This injury is grave, yet fortuitously, it has not struck the vital organs. Otherwise, it would be fatal. The demon continued. To heal this injury, a second-tier pinnacle elixir is required. Tang Qi's heart sank further. That a second-tier pinnacle elixir. In Lan City, even the basic Yuji pill, a first-tier elixir, was considered a treasure. The upgraded variant, a second-tier pinnacle elixir, was a rare find in a century. It is crucial to note that the crafting of a second-tier pinnacle elixir necessitates second-tier pinnacle spiritual herbs, refined by a second-tier pinnacle alchemist. Yet Yu Xianming, the chief alchemist of Lan City, would likely be incapable of refining such an elixir. Acquiring a second-tier pinnacle elixir was akin to scaling the heavens. Given Tang Qinglin's injuries, seeking out elixirs beyond the mysterious beast forest would be futile. At that moment, the demon suddenly spoke. If you wish to acquire the elixir, it is not impossible. Tang Qi jolted with excitement, urgently inquiring of the demon. What must be done? After a moment of contemplation, the demon replied, the mysterious beast forest is said to be shrouded in heavy mist. With the central region filled with illusions, that I suspect that the formation of this misty forest may be due to some formation or treasure at its center, which creates these illusions. Typically, areas surrounding such formations or treasures gather spiritual energy, thus giving rise to high-grade spiritual herbs, and the mysterious beast forest is no exception. Upon hearing the demon's words, Tang Qi's eyes brightened as he pressed further. Once we obtain second-tier pinnacle spiritual herbs, how do we find a second-tier alchemist? The demon explained, the elixir-making process consists of 2 steps, extraction and condensation. Strictly speaking, you have already become an alchemist, so you will handle the extraction of the spiritual herbs. As for the next step, the demon grinned with pride. Leave that to me. Upon hearing the demon's words, Tang Qi's eyes sparkled with determination, and he clenched his fists, declaring, good. Time is of the essence, given Tang Qinglin's condition. If we do not treat him promptly, he may not survive the day. Thus, Tang Qi hoisted Tang Qinglin onto his back, glanced at the map in his hand, and with his spiritual energy surging, he charged fervently into the depths of the mysterious beast forest. Throughout the journey, Tang Qi pressed on relentlessly towards the heart of the mysterious beast forest as he neared the central region. The mist thickened, and the spiritual energy in the air intensified. Moreover, guided by the demon, Tang Qi discovered 2 first-tier spiritual herbs, the Gui Yuan grass, perfectly suitable for crafting the elixir. Yet as time passed, Tang Qi began to sense something amiss. The closer he got to the central region, the more the mist parted before him, as if paving a path for him. Following this naturally clearing route, Tang Qi encountered no illusions and not a single beast along the way. His journey was remarkably smooth, devoid of any obstacles. Demon, what is going on? Tang Qi sensed an unusual presence, furrowing his brow as he inquired of the anomaly. Yet, at that moment, the all-knowing aberration, too, was at a loss. Shaking its head and replying, it is likely something in the heart of the forest that has caused this. Let us not rush. We should first advance and investigate further. For now, at least, following the guidance of the mist. No danger has yet presented itself. Tang Qi nodded, shouldering Tang Qinglin, and proceeded forward. After several hours, upon traversing a patch of grass, a stunning revelation awaited him. The towering trees that once surrounded him had vanished entirely, revealing an open space of roughly 100 meters in radius, where sunlight poured down unimpeded. illuminating the verdant grass beneath. The area was alive with the melodious chirping of birds and the fragrant bloom of flowers. A stark contrast to the previously foreboding beast forest. As Tang Chi glanced back at the dark, seemingly endless thicket, he couldn't help but reflect on the time spent traversing it, though it had taken him several hours. The illusions and formidable beasts within had likely claimed the lives of countless adventurers. However, this was not the time for Tang Chi to indulge in such musings. He could not ponder how he had managed to reach the forest's core so effortlessly. His gaze shifted forward, keenly searching for traces of high-grade spiritual herbs, and what he beheld next filled him with astonishment. Chapter 23. Xuanhua grass. At the very center of the clearing floated a semi-transparent object. Rectangular in shape, measuring 2 meters in length and 1 meter in width, suffused with delicate strands of purple-gold threads. Under the sunlight, these threads emitted a dazzling glow, their curvatures reminiscent of a youthful maiden. Exuding an air of exquisite nobility and elegance, as Tang Chi approached the object, he felt the spiritual energy around him intensifying. That it became evident to him that this abundant spiritual power emanated entirely from the semi-transparent object. At that moment, the aberration appeared, exclaiming in awe, "I never expected there to be such a thing in the vicinity of launching." "What thing?" Tang Chi asked hurriedly. The aberration nodded, stating, "This is a seal." "A seal?" Tang Chi gasped in astonishment. That it was known that seals in launching were the stuff of legends, wielded only by those of celestial caliber. The seal before him pulsated with a powerful energy. One could surmise that even 1,000 Wang Xingyu would be incapable of executing such a seal. "What is sealed within?" Tang Chi pressed on. The aberration murmured softly. The scent seemed somewhat familiar. However, it then shook its head, adding, "Though the barriers of the seal have weakened over time, allowing a faint aura to escape. We must break the seal to ascertain what lies within." With a playful cackle, the aberration pointed to a patch of grass beneath the seal, exclaiming, "Look there." Tang Chi followed the direction of its finger and was instantly captivated. There, in the area where the spiritual energy was most concentrated, a small blaze of fiery red grass danced in the breeze under the sunlight. The 3-pronged, 4-leaf grass bore a golden vein that stretched from its roots to its leaves. Radiating an astonishing heat, that a butterfly flitted gracefully above the grass, seemingly entranced by its vibrant hue, only to be reduced to ashes in an instant. This grass was undoubtedly extraordinary. The aberration chuckled. Xuanhua grass. A pinnacle 2nd-grade spiritual herb, brimming with yang energy. Perfect for male warriors to heal their wounds. Upon hearing the aberration's words, Tang Chi's eyes sparkled with excitement. After hours of tireless pursuit and tumultuous battles, a smile finally broke upon his face. Cautiously, he approached the Xuanhua grass but refrained from plucking it directly. Given the grass's extreme temperature, even the slightest contact would likely sear his hand. Instead, Tang Chi extended his right hand. Channeling his inner energy, the next moment, crimson flames erupted from his palm, enveloping his entire right hand. This was the refining fire he used for tempering his body. Having completed this preparation, he reached out, grasping the Xuanhua grass and uprooting it from the ground. Thanks to the assistance of the refining fire, his hand remained unscathed, although he could feel a gentle warmth emanating from his palm. At this juncture, the aberration spoke gravely. "As of now, I possess but a fragment of my soul. With limited energy, I can barely manage to condense the final elixir. Thus, the initial extraction work must be undertaken by you. Are you prepared?" Upon hearing the aberration's words, an immense pressure settled upon Tang Chi's shoulders. Throughout their journey, the aberration had provided him with a rudimentary overview of the refining system. Refiners were categorized into 7 levels. From 1 to 7, the first 4 levels were simply referred to as 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th level refiners. From the 5th level onward, refiners received corresponding titles. 5th level were known as refining sect, 6th level as refining sovereign, and 7th level as refining saint. The color of the refining fire varied with each level, transitioning from red, orange, yellow, green, blue, to violet. Currently, Tang Chi's refining fire was red, marking him as a 1st-level refiner. In contrast, Yu Xianming from the launching Fanhai Merchant Group possessed orange refining fire, classifying him as a 2nd-level refiner. Typically, each refiner could only refine pills or weapons of their own level. Thus, the Xuanhua grass in Tang Chi's hand could only be extracted and condensed into a second-grade pinnacle spiritual drug by a second-level or higher refiner. If one lacked the requisite strength and attempted to refine it recklessly, it would only result in a waste of a spiritual herb. However, Tang Chi was merely a first-level refiner and had never attempted to extract any spiritual herbs before. His understanding of refining was limited to the rudimentary theoretical knowledge imparted by the aberration in a brief span of time. To attempt the extraction of a second-grade spiritual herb like Xuanhua grass on his first try was an endeavor fraught with low odds of success. Not only Tang Chi, but even Yu Xinming would likely struggle to successfully refine a second-grade pinnacle elixir. Contemplating this, a grave expression settled upon Tang Chi's face at that moment. The aberration's voice pierced through his thoughts once more. "Have you made up your mind?" Tang Chi tightened his grip on the Xuanhua grass, a glimmer of resolve flashing in his eyes as he nodded. "I have." With that, Tang Chi silently recited a mantra. Feeling the temperature of the crimson flames in his hand gradually rise, simultaneously, he retrieved 2 freshly plucked Guyuan grass from his robe, placing them in his palm. With a sudden exhalation, Tang Chi half closed his eyes, then abruptly opened them wide. A spark of determination igniting within, he tossed 1 Guyuan grass into the air, and in the next instant he formed hand seals. With each change in his gestures, bursts of crimson flames surged upward. Aiming for the Guyuan grass. For his inaugural attempt at refining, Tang Chi chose to commence with the lowest level Guyuan grass to test his skills. Bang, bang, bang. A series of flames struck the Guyuan grass, the intense heat crashing into the herb like meteors, penetrating its core. Almost immediately, a plume of black impurities erupted from within the Guyuan grass. This scene was all too familiar to Tang Chi. During his initial training in skin tempering, similar black impurities would escape his body as he progressed. Now, witnessing this, he fully comprehended the aberration's previous words. This was akin to treating oneself as material, undergoing extraction and refinement. Thus, his body would become purer and more formidable. Initially, the aberration had been offering guidance, but as time passed, its interjections grew less frequent. Remarkably, Tang Chi's technique became increasingly proficient in an astonishingly short time. Each burst of flame he conjured was perfectly calibrated. Not a single strand of the spiritual herb was harmed, while impurities were efficiently extracted. He moved as if he were an experienced refiner, deftly controlling the refining fire with ease. Eventually, the aberration fell silent, merely observing Tang Chi with rapt attention. After a considerable interval, the aberration murmured in a voice only it could hear, "It seems his talent is quite remarkable." Chapter 24. Extracting Xuanhua grass. As time passed, Tang Chi's refining speed accelerated. Within less than half an hour, his proficiency in refining first-grade elixirs had reached an impressive level of expertise. Before long, the once green Guyuan grass had transformed into a thumb-sized pool of medicinal liquid, glowing with a vibrant green hue, suspended in the air. Seizing the momentum, Tang Chi pressed on without a moment's pause, retrieving the second Guyuan grass for further extraction. With the experience gained from the first extraction, he completed the extraction of the second Guyuan grass in less time than it took to burn an incense stick. At this juncture, beads of sweat began to form on Tang Chi's brow, and his complexion flushed. It was important to note that the first attempt at refining, which involved extracting 2 Guyuan grasses consecutively, had already taken a toll on his spiritual energy. Yet Tang Chi understood that this was merely the beginning. The true challenges lay ahead. With the extraction of the 2 Guyuan grasses completed, Tang Chi summoned the refining fire to envelop the medicinal liquid, carefully pushing it towards the aberration. The aberration extended its purple-black mist to receive the liquid. That moment, Tang Chi gritted his teeth, his gaze sharpening as he declared, "Now, for the Xuanhua grass." With that proclamation, Tang Chi tossed the Xuanhua grass into the air, executing hand seals as flames erupted once more. At this moment, even the demon beside him could not help but retract the mist enveloping its body. Cautiously fixating its gaze on Tang Chi's extraction process, Tang Chi commenced the extraction of the Xuanhua grass. He immediately discerned the formidable challenge it presented, which could even be described as escalating at a geometric rate. The first-tier spiritual herb, the Guyuan grass, possessed a mild medicinal property, making it relatively easy to handle. However, the Xuanhua grass itself harbored an extraordinarily fierce energy, with a tyrannical efficacy. when Tang Chi's refining fire made contact. It was akin to a lit match igniting explosives, producing waves of explosive fluctuations. Tang Chi could distinctly sense that he was precariously traversing a tightrope with a molten abyss beneath his feet. A moment's inattention could lead to the immediate explosion and destruction of the Xuanhua grass. With this in mind, Tang Chi concentrated his spirit, mustering every ounce of his focus as he meticulously channeled his spiritual energy, extracting the impurities from the Xuanhua grass as if peeling away layers of silk. Since beginning the extraction of the Xuanhua grass, Tang Chi's progress had dramatically slowed. Furthermore, the prolonged expenditure of spiritual energy and mental focus left his face flushed, his breath heavy, and the spiritual energy in his hands began to waver, that he felt as if he were a frail vessel swaying in a tempest, on the brink of capsizing. Witnessing this scene, the demon understood all too well that Tang Chi was nearing his limits. After a few more minutes, Tang Chi's body began to sway, his hands trembling slightly. Was failure imminent? The demon pondered. Yet at that moment, Tang Chi suddenly shouted, "Strengthen!" Instantly, a fierce wind surged within Tang Chi. A torrent of violent energy erupted from his limbs, and the flames in his hands flared several inches higher. As his momentum surged, Tang Chi's cultivation level astonishingly leaped to the 8th meridian of body refining, 1.5 times enhancement. Seeing this, the demon was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming, "Damn! This fellow has such audacity." It was well known that a sudden surge in a cultivator's strength often resulted in a brief period of disorientation, leading to chaotic fluctuations in their spiritual energy. However, the extraction process required an exquisite precision akin to threading a needle. Any minor misstep could spell disaster for the entire extraction. Yet, Tang Chi chose to invoke a 1.5 times enhancement at the most critical moment of the extraction. This was akin to embroidering upon turbulent seas, with a high risk of losing all his efforts. However, upon observing Tang Chi, at the very instant his cultivation surged, his entire demeanor solidified, and every strand of spiritual energy coursing through his meridians remained utterly undisturbed. This demonstrated that Tang Chi's control over his spiritual energy had reached near perfection. With the augmentation of the 1.5 times enhancement, the refining task regained its stability, and the previously scarce spiritual energy was replenished, allowing Tang Chi to proceed with renewed order. Thus, Tang Chi persevered for nearly half an hour more. The impurities emanating from the Xuanhua grass gradually diminished, and the whole herb began to liquefy, transforming into a pool of fiery red medicinal liquid, radiating an intense heat. Finally, as Tang Chi unleashed his last flame upon the red medicinal liquid, no further impurities emerged. The extraction was complete. Upon witnessing this, Tang Chi felt an overwhelming fatigue wash over him, collapsing onto the ground. His back was drenched in sweat, beads of perspiration cascading down his forehead. His complexion ashen. The 1.5 times enhancement was also revoked, and at once, Tang Chi felt a wave of pain surge through his body, emanating from every inch of his skin. Yet, no expression of agony marred his face. Instead, he grinned at the demon and said, "Haha, old demon, it's your turn now." "All right." The demon bellowed, "Today, I shall demonstrate my prowess." With that, the demon summoned forth a swirling purple-black mist, which suddenly materialized into a colossal hand in the air. In the palm, a flicker of yellow flame began to ignite. Upon seeing this flame, Tang Chi was momentarily stunned, exclaiming, "Yellow? A Tier 3 refining master?" A Tier 3 refining master was a figure rarely encountered, only seen within the pages of books. Not only in Lan City, but throughout the entirety of the Celestial Empire, Tier 3 refining masters were exceedingly rare. Haha, the demon chuckled with pride. A remnant soul can now only revert to the level of a Tier 3 refining master. When I fully restore my strength, you shall witness what true prowess entails. With that, the demon turned, levitating the Xuanhua grass liquid and the Guyuan grass liquid into the air. The colossal hand executed several hand seals, continuously directing the yellow flame toward the materials suspended above. As the demon performed these actions, 2 vibrant orbs of liquid, one red and one green, began to intertwine in the air. The tempestuous red medicinal liquid combined with the gentle green liquid, emanating a dazzling brilliance. The atmosphere gradually filled with a rich fragrance, signaling the imminent formation of a pill. As the fusion intensified, the aroma grew more potent. Finally, amidst Tang Chi's anticipation, a brilliant flash of color erupted in the air. The demon softly exclaimed, "Xian Yuan Dan." Pill formed in the next instant. The radiance converged, coalescing into a thumb-sized luminous orb. Soon after, the light dissipated, revealing a pill, half red and half green, gently floating above the demon's hand. The surface of the pill was crystalline, exuding a faint mist. With just a gentle inhalation, Tang Chi felt a surge of vitality, warmth radiating from within, rejuvenating even his recently exhausted spirit. This was indeed a pinnacle tier 2 medicinal pill. The Xian Yuan Dan, Chapter 25. The message from Mother the pill was formed. Upon witnessing the resplendent Xian Yuan Dan, Tang Chi's face broke into a joyful smile. The demon, cradling the Xian Yuan Dan, gently pushed it toward Tang Chi. He accepted it, instantly feeling the residual warmth of the refining fire seep into his palm. As for the demon, it still manifested as a swirling mist, yet the once dense purple-black vapor had now thinned by half. The demon spoke softly, "Take it." Although its tone was casual, it could not conceal the profound weariness it felt. Clearly, the process of condensing the Xian Yuan Dan had nearly exhausted a significant portion of the demon's energy. Tang Chi remained silent for a moment before responding. "Thank you, old demon. Cut the sentimental nonsense," the demon urged. "If you delay any longer, this Xian Yuan Dan won't save your father." Tang Chi was jolted. Swiftly turning to rush toward the unconscious Tang Qinglin, he reached Tang Qinglin's side and helped him up. He noted that Tang Qinglin appeared even weaker than before, his complexion resembling parchment. Nearly imperceptible breathing. Only a faint pulse indicated that Tang Qinglin was still alive. However, Tang Chi did not immediately administer the Xian Yuan Dan to Tang Qinglin. Instead, he muttered softly to the pill. "Alter side effects." Instantly, several lines of small text appeared before his eyes. Xian Yuan Dan, a healing elixir, possessing a strong yang property and fierce energy. After consumption, the user must invest considerable time to absorb its medicinal essence. Potential side effects. 1. None. 2. Total paralysis without hesitation. Tang Chi directly nullified the side effects of the Xian Yuan Dan the demon. Observing this, could not help but commend. In a moment of crisis, you remain composed, very good. Subsequently, Tang Chi held the Xian Yuan Dan, pried open Tang Qinglin's mouth, and placed the pill inside. The pinnacle tier 2 Xian Yuan Dan dissolved instantly upon entry. A wave of fragrant warmth flowed down Tang Qinglin's throat, permeating his limbs and organs within moments. After a few seconds, Tang Qinglin's complexion began to regain its hue, and his breathing grew heavier, with the dark palm print on his chest visibly lightening. It worked! Tang Chi's eyes sparkled with joy. Just then, a faint call escaped Tang Qinglin's lips. "Father." Tang Chi softly responded. "I'm here." Tang Qinglin's eyes gradually opened a slit, his once dazed expression slowly sharpening. The demon, however, vanished the moment Tang Qinglin regained consciousness, returning to the Mountain Sea Beast Hall. "Sure." Upon recognizing Tang Chi's visage, Tang Qinglin's voice was hoarse as he inquired, What is happening? Are we dead?" Tang Qinglin was acutely aware of his injuries. After all, he had been ambushed by Wang Yuanqing in the Misty Beast Forest, struck by the Tongxian palm. A certain death. Seeing Tang Qinglin finally awaken, Tang Chi grinned and plopped down on the ground, saying, "Wanna die?" Not so easily. As his mind cleared further, Tang Qinglin sensed a significant improvement in his internal injuries. Leaving him astonished, he gazed at Tang Chi and questioned, "Cheer, what exactly happened?" Thus, Tang Chi recounted the events of the past few days in Lan City. However, he omitted any mention of the demon, merely stating that he had encountered an unnamed elder by chance who not only helped him regain his cultivation, but also guided him in becoming a refining master. Listening intently to Tang Chi's narrative, Tang Qinglin's initial fury gradually morphed into shock that in just a few days, so much had transpired within the Tang family, and for Tang Chi. After Tang Chi finished recounting, a glint of determination flashed in Tang Qinglin's eyes as he declared, "That old dog Tang Zhongwei has colluded with the Wang family, seeking to plunge our Tang family into irreversible ruin." Tang Chi, upon hearing this, displayed a look of puzzlement and inquired, "Father, what trickery has the Wang family employed that allows you to venture alone into the Misty Beast Forest?" Tang Qinglin, as the head of the Tang family and a practitioner of advanced body refining at the 8th pulse, managed to withstand the Wang family's oppression and elevate the Tang family to its current stature, despite his cultivation being slightly inferior to Wang Xingyu's. Typically composed and astute, he would not commit such a fundamental error. Upon hearing Tang Qi's words, a fleeting shadow of sorrow crossed Tang Qinglin's eyes, and he fell silent. After a long pause, he sighed softly and replied, "Because I received news from Tang Zhonghui that your mother's trace has been discovered in the Misty Beast Forest." "What?" Tang Qi's body jolted in disbelief, his eyes reflecting utter incredulity. His mother had succumbed to illness and passed away during his early childhood, and for many years, it was his father who raised him. In Tang Qi's memories, his mother existed only as a vague silhouette, radiating warmth and gentle light. However, at that moment, he sensed something unusual in Tang Qinglin's gaze. Tang Qi stammered, "Could it be that my mother?" Indeed, Tang Qinglin's expression was impassive as he stated, "Your mother is still alive. What on earth is happening?" Tang Qi grasped Tang Qinglin's shoulders, demanding answers. Tang Qinglin's gaze dimmed as he slowly explained, "Your mother left the Tang family to protect our lives and the family's future." Tang Qi pressed on, and then, this simple inquiry could hardly unravel the endless confusion swirling in his heart. Tang Qinglin shook his head, sighing, "At your current age, you should not know too much. Just understand that your mother once instructed that after you reach the 6th pulse of body refining, you should visit the Misty Beast Forest. The illusions within the forest are her creation. As for the rest, you will learn in due time. Originally, you still needed some time to reach the 6th pulse of body refining. Yet, unexpectedly, due to unforeseen circumstances, you have advanced to the 7th pulse in just a few days." Boom. This shocking revelation bombarded Tang Qi's mind incessantly. His mother had not perished. She had been forced to leave for the survival of the Tang family. The Misty Beast Forest was also her masterpiece. Furthermore, she had instructed him to come when he reached the 6th pulse. All of this overwhelmed Tang Qi, rendering him unable to digest the information in such a short time. At that moment, Tang Qinglin lamented, "Only a select few within the Tang family are aware of your mother's survival, which is why I was deceived by Tang Zhonghui into venturing into the Misty Beast Forest, only to fall into a trap set by the Wang family." Having learned all this, Tang Qi could not help but glance back at the vast Misty Beast Forest. This expansive forest, shrouded in illusions and concealing countless ferocious beasts, had become the nightmare of many adventurers. However, he never imagined that all of this originated from his mother's hand. Chapter 26. The Mysterious Seal. As Tang Qi struggled to process everything, a sinister voice suddenly echoed in his ears. "I fear that all of this is indeed true." Tang Qi asked, "How so?" The sinister voice replied, "Throughout your journey, you not only encountered no illusions, but the dense mist also parted to clear your path, guiding you directly to the heart of the forest. All these phenomena suggest that the Misty Beast Forest is undoubtedly intricately linked to you." At once, Tang Qi came to a realization. The words of the sinister voice made perfect sense. If this were indeed the case, then everything could be explained. But what exactly was his mother's true identity? If her power was so formidable, why had she come to this remote corner of Lan City? Why had she married into the Tang family? And why had she been compelled to leave? The more Tang Qi learned, the more questions arose in his heart. Yet, observing the resolute expression on his father's face, he understood that with Tang Qinglin's stubborn nature, he would not divulge another word of information. The purple-golden lines of the seal cast a violet hue across the sky, resembling the auspicious purple energy emerging from the east, exuding an imposing aura akin to that of a royal family. Subtly invoking a sense of submission, gazing at the magnificent seal, then casting his eyes toward the sinister being within the beast hall, Tang Qi could not help but sigh. Though both are purple, how can the disparity be so vast? One exudes nobility and elegance, while the other appears somewhat malevolent and grotesque. The sinister voice quipped, "So, shall I take my leave?" "No more jesting." Tang Qi waved his hand, concealing a smile at the corners of his mouth, and inquired, "What exactly is this?" With the vast knowledge of the sinister being, he surely possessed insights. The sinister figure also fixated on the purple-golden seal, inhaling deeply as he remarked, "Although the seal remains unbroken, I still sense a familiar aura. What lies within is likely a treasure of great worth. However, Even the sinister entity regarded it as a valuable item. Tang Chi's eyes brightened momentarily before he hurriedly asked, "However, what?" The sinister voice continued. "However, unlocking this seal is unlikely to be a simple task that at your current stage, it is not advisable to probe further." Tang Chi glanced at the sky, frowning in contemplation. The sinister voice was correct. Although the seal might offer immense benefits, the time and trouble required to unlock it remained uncertain. Presently, his father's crisis had been averted. For Tang Chi, the most pressing matter was to return to Lan City and participate in the selection. At that moment, the sinister voice remarked, "This seal has been here for over a decade. It does not mind an extra day or two that once the troubles in Lan City are resolved, returning to investigate further will not be too late." Tang Chi nodded, clenching his fists tightly, feeling the surging spiritual energy within him. He gazed towards Lan City, his eyes filled with a chilling determination. It was time to settle old scores and new grievances. As night descended, the misty beast forest lay shrouded in darkness and tranquility. Save for the distant echoes of beast roars that stirred the silence. Suddenly, several shadowy figures darted swiftly through the forest, with the leader abruptly halting, their figure coming to a standstill. Bang, bang, bang. Behind them, 7 or 8 individuals were successively pinned to the tree trunks, falling silent. The leader, cloaked in black, their face entirely obscured by a dark hood, spoke with a voice as grating as sandpaper, akin to the harsh sound of metal being cut. "Within 5 days, ensure that the item within the seal is retrieved. Should anyone dare to thwart our organization's mission, they shall meet a dire fate." With that, the cloaked figure reached out, delicately plucking a small flower nearby. Gray mist wafted from their fingertips, the once vibrant flower. Upon contact with the gray mist, withered and turned yellow, as if all its life force had been drained in an instant. The raspy voice then commanded, "Team 2, guard the perimeter. The rest follow me into the illusions and head for the core of the misty beast forest." "Yes, poison vulture steward." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As the words fell, the figures scattered, vanishing into the depths of the forest, leaving behind scattered, withered, yellow petals that exuded an aura of death. At dawn, Lan City awakened earlier than usual as a bustling crowd flooded the streets. Converging towards the central square of Lan City, it was known that today marked a rare occasion in a decade. The emissary from the Flame Academy was to select the most outstanding young talents to become its students. The Flame Academy was one of the 4 prestigious academies of the Dome Empire. Those who gained entry were all exceptionally gifted individuals, promising a bright future. Currently, the most talked-about figure in Lan City was Wang Chunlei, the heir of the Wang family. News had spread in Lan City that Wang Chunlei, originally at the 5th pulse of body refining, had unexpectedly advanced to the 6th pulse just before the selection. This was enough to stand shoulder to shoulder with the elder generation of powerhouses. Though Wang Chunlei had yet to awaken his beast soul throne, given his talent, it was only a matter of time. In preparation for this selection, the Wang family had gone to great lengths, orchestrating a grand display in the central square to rally support for Wang Chunlei. Yet amidst this unprecedented celebration, the Van High Commerce had inexplicably hung a sign declaring closure. At that moment, outside the Van High Commerce, the place was desolate, and the interior was nearly vacant. In the vast hall, brightly lit, stood only 2 individuals, Shangguan Yulan and the 2nd-level refining master, Yu Xianming. Both awaited the arrival of the 4th-level refining master, who was set to forge the Ice Soul Blade. At this juncture, Shangguan Yulan softly inquired, "Do you think that person will come?" Yu Xianming bent down respectfully and said, "Your Highness, I must confess that I am unaware." Faced with the enigmatic elder, who was suspected to be a 4th-level refiner, Yu Xianming felt a sense of uncertainty within. Shangguan Yulan sighed. That master's disciple is surely also a refiner. Yet he has chosen to join the Flame Academy instead of the Refining Academy. It is truly perplexing. The Refining Academy, like the Flame Academy, is one of the 4 prestigious academies. However, it primarily enrolls young refiners. Thus, possessing such a formidable group of refiners is the very foundation of the Refining Academy's status among the 4 academies. Just as Yu Xianming was about to respond, the wind chime at the entrance chimed softly. Dingling, Shangguan Yulan and Yu Xianming tensed up and turned their gazes towards the door. Someone was coming. Chapter 27. Upgrading the Ice Blade. A figure clad in black entered the entrance of the Fan High Trading Company. Shangguan Yulan and Yu Xianming focused intently. Clad in the same black robe and masked with the same black cloth, it was none other than Tang Qi, disguised as a master refiner. Shangguan Yulan and Yu Xianming stepped forward to greet him. With an excited expression, Yu Xianming clasped his fists and said, "It is an immense honor for a fourth-level master to grace the Fanhai Trading Company again." For Yu Xianming, having a fourth-level master purchase weapons refined by him was an unparalleled honor. At that moment, Shangguan Yulan smiled elegantly, exuding a captivating charm, and addressed Tang Qi, "The materials for upgrading the ice blade are ready. Please, master, come inside." Tang Qi nodded and, in his hoarse voice, replied, "Very well," following the guidance of Yu Xianming and Shangguan Yulan. Tang Qi entered the inner chamber of the Fanhai Trading Company. At that moment, a square stone platform, 3 meters on each side, stood at the center of the inner hall, piled high with materials. Yu Xianming respectfully stated, "Senior, if you find it suitable, please commence the engraving of the array." Tang Qi nodded, casually drawing forth the ice blade and handing it to Yu Xianming, saying, "Just engrave a few simple designs. After all, it is for a child, and I do not wish for him to become overly reliant on weapons." Upon hearing this, Yu Xianming broke into a cold sweat. He had not forgotten that the reason this master had come to the Fanhai Trading Company was to purchase the subpar weapons he had forged. Even if he exerted all his effort, in the eyes of this master, they would likely still be deemed as rubbish. Nevertheless, despite the master's words, Yu Xianming wouldn't dare to carelessly engrave the array, even with 1,000 boosts of courage. Meanwhile, in the beast hall of the mountain and sea, the demon youth spat disdainfully, exclaiming, "Pah! What a show-off!" With the ice blade in hand, Yu Xianming focused intently, afraid of any misstep. Holding his breath and concentrating for several seconds, he finally settled his mind. That a flash of brilliance sparkled in his eyes as orange flames suddenly erupted from his palm, enveloping the ice blade. As the orange flames intensified, the ice blade began to emit waves of cold air, resisting the searing heat. Finally, after a stick of incense had burned, Yu Xianming called out gently, forming a hand seal with one hand. The flames that had been burning began to coalesce into a sharp, knife-like form. Fire condensed into shape. Tang Qi instantly recognized that upon reaching the second level, refiners not only transitioned from red to orange flames, but also gained a special ability, the power to shape the refining fire into various forms. Yu Xianming's technique was indeed transforming the refining fire into a carving knife to engrave the array on the ice blade. However, given Yu Xianming's current strength, merely manifesting a crude carving knife would be his utmost limit. At this moment, beads of sweat began to trickle down Yu Xianming's forehead. Yet his hands remained steady as he meticulously carved each line and stroke, exercising extreme caution, as if he were threading a needle or embroidering. Every minute error could lead to total failure. As the formation gradually took shape, several hollow curves began to appear on the ice blade. Subsequently, with his other hand, Yu Xianming swept forth the prepared materials and began to fill them into the formation. At this moment, Shangguan Yulan gently parted her lips and addressed Tang Qi. "The materials for filling the formation are second-level spiritual herb frostgrass, combined with the original spirit core of the Ice Falcon, which will allow the ice blade to unleash its maximum potential." At last, after a stick of incense had passed, accompanied by a flickering cold light, Yu Xianming completed the upgrade of the ice blade. Wiping the sweat from his face, he respectfully presented the ice blade, saying, "Master, please take a look." Tang Qi took the ice blade, his expression suddenly shifting to one of astonishment. He sensed that the energy coursing through the ice blade had significantly increased compared to before, and the cold air contained within had become purer and more intense. Without utilizing spiritual power, Tang Qi simply waved his hand towards the ground. Whoosh! The blade barely grazed the surface, and a thick layer of ice formed on the ground, reflecting dazzling light. What a fine blade! Tang Qi nodded in satisfaction. Seeing Tang Qi's approval, Yu Xianming instantly breathed a sigh of relief. The weight on his heart finally lifted. Gaining the master's nod was a tremendous affirmation for Yu Xianming. At that moment, Shangguan Yulan stepped forward, smiling as she said, "Senior, I believe your disciple wishes to participate in the selection of the Flame Academy. The Fanhai Trading Company has prepared a vehicle. May I escort you there?" "No need. I shall go alone." Tang Qi waved his hand in refusal. "What a joke! If he were to go with Shangguan Yulan and the others, it would surely expose his identity. However, Shangguan Yulan did not press the issue and smiled gracefully. Then I wish your disciple success in being selected for the Flame Academy. With that, Tang Chi turned and departed, walking out of the Fan Hai Trading Company. Just as he intended to leave, a familiar voice suddenly rang out from behind him. You must be the refiner senior from a few days ago. Tang Chi halted abruptly, a flash of coldness flickering in his eyes as he turned around to find someone standing behind him. Wearing a sycophantic smile, that it was none other than Tang Wenshi, the eldest grandson of Tang Zhenghe. Tang Wenshi hurriedly approached, grinning. Senior, I am Tang Wenshi, the heir of the Tang family from Lancheng. A few days ago, there was a misunderstanding between you and the Wang family at the Fan Hai Trading Company that I was sent here to wait for you and invite you to the selection venue. The Wang family has prepared a VIP seat for you to resolve the previous misunderstanding. The heir of the Tang family? Tang Chi replied coldly, that shouldn't be you, right? Tang Wenshi was momentarily taken aback. Not expecting the figure in black to utter such words that moment, Tang Wenshi had followed Tang Chi into a deserted alley. Tang Wenshi chuckled awkwardly, his face flushed. The previous heir of the Tang family was someone else. But that person was talentless and unworthy. Thus his cultivation was abolished. Before Tang Wenshi could finish, Tang Chi suddenly stopped, looking at him coldly. Then take a good look at who I am. With that, Tang Chi lifted the black robe from his head, revealing his true face. What? Instantly, Tang Wenshi's eyes widened, filled with disbelief. It's impossible. How could it be you? But before Tang Wenshi could finish his words, there was a loud bang as Tang Chi swiftly extended his right arm, gripping Tang Wenshi's neck. That moment, Tang Wenshi sensed the chilling breath of death, completely at a loss. His legs flailing uselessly, even forgetting to plead for mercy. Then, Tang Chi's icy voice echoed, let me first send a greeting gift to Tang Zhenghe. With that, a flash of cold light swept by, and Tang Wenshi's head was severed. His body fell to the ground with a thud, his eyes still wide open in disbelief, yet devoid of life. For Tang Chi, he gazed in the direction of the square, his tone chilling. Wang family, I am coming. With that, he turned and slowly departed. Chapter 28. Changing the surname to Wang. In Lancheng, the central square was now bustling with people. The crowd surged, and everyone stood on tiptoe to catch a glimpse of the proceedings. In the square, the atmosphere was grand. The forefront, the Wang family was congregated. The center of attention was Wang Xingyu. Seated on a tiger-skin long bench, Wang Xingyu maintained a calm demeanor, although a hint of pride was evident in his eyes. Beside him, Wang Chunlei, clad in white, with a long sword hanging at his waist, was attentively glancing at the seat next to Wang Xingyu. Sitting beside Wang Xingyu was a woman in red, her features exquisite, radiating an aura akin to fire. Though her expression was somewhat cold, that a 2-meter-long red spear was firmly planted in the hard stone beneath her. A special envoy from the Flame Academy, upon encountering the envoy for the first time. Wang Chunlei was utterly captivated by the woman's beauty. Within the confines of Lan City, it seemed that only Shangguan Yulan of the Fanhai Merchant Group could rival her in appearance. However, compared to Shangguan Yulan's enchanting allure, the envoy from the Fenghua Academy exuded an air of gallantry that could ignite the desire for conquest in every man present. Yet, at that moment, the envoy did not cast a single glance at Wang Chunlei. Instead, she appeared preoccupied, scanning the crowd in the square as if in search of someone. Below the high platform stood representatives from other families in Lan City, with the Tang family at the forefront. Flanked by the Kong and Fong families this moment, Tang Zhenghe wore a triumphant smile, exuding confidence as he looked down upon Kong Zhuang, the head of the Kong family, and Fong Hufeng, the head of the Fong family. In stark contrast, Kong Zhuang and Fong Hufeng bore expressions tinged with anxiety. The talented Tang Chi, who could have stood alongside Wang Chunlei in this selection competition, had already been rendered incapable. The Kong and Fong families had no glimmer of hope for victory. With the Tang family now allied with the Wang family, it was evident that the Wang family's influence would only grow stronger. When the foundation crumbles, how can the eggs remain unscathed? With the Tang family already in decline, it was likely that the Kong and Fong families would soon follow. This realization dawned on them. Kong Zhuang and Fong Hufeng exchanged glances, both reflecting the same concern. Meanwhile, Shangguan Yulan and Yu Xianming from the Fanhai Merchant Group had also arrived at the scene. At this point, all factions within Lan City had gathered in the square, awaiting the commencement of the selection, the highest point. Wang Xingyu displayed a benevolent demeanor as he gestured toward Wang Chunlei. Addressing the woman in red, "Envoy, my son, though still young, has achieved the remarkable feat of refining 6 meridians. What do you believe are his chances in this election?" Upon hearing this, Wang Chunlei's eyes sparkled with hope as he eagerly gazed at the woman in red. She glanced at him but did not provide a direct answer. Instead, she coldly remarked, "Head of the Wang family, is 6 meridians the pinnacle among the youth of Lan City?" "Indeed," Wang Xingyu replied with pride. "My son stands as the foremost among his peers in Lan City." However, he could discern no sign of appreciation on the envoy's face, but on the contrary, a flicker of disappointment crossed her eyes as she murmured, audible only to herself, "I wonder if that young man will participate in the selection." Noticing the envoy's silence, a hint of awkwardness flashed across Wang Xingyu's eyes that he then waved to Tang Zhonghui below. Tang Zhonghui immediately rose and approached him, bowing slightly. Wang Xingyu quietly inquired, "Have you dispatched someone to welcome the master refiner?" Tang Zhonghui confidently assured him, "Head of the Wang family, I have sent Tang Wenshi to the Fanheim Merchant Group to await his arrival." Given the master refiner's abilities, even the Fanheim Merchant Group would strive to secure his favor. However, as you can see, the master refiner has not arrived with the merchant group, which can only indicate one thing. At this point, a glimmer of confidence and pride shone in Tang Zhonghui's eyes as he declared, "That is, Wenshi has successfully persuaded the master refiner to join us. He will surely escort the master refiner here shortly." Hearing this, Wang Xingyu's eyes revealed a hint of admiration as he responded, "Well done. If this matter is handled properly, it will be a significant achievement for you." Tang Zhonghui's expression brightened with joy. "Thank you, head of the Wang family." At that moment, Wang Xingyu's smile turned cold. "Now perhaps you should attend to your duties." Tang Zhonghui immediately understood. He summoned his spiritual energy, and a phantom of a silver-feathered rock materialized behind him as he leaped into the air. He landed squarely in the center of the square and took a deep breath before proclaiming, "Today, as we gather for the grand selection in Lan City, my Tang family has a significant announcement to make, and we hope everyone will bear witness." Instantly, Tang Zhonghui's commanding voice captured everyone's attention. Curiosity rippled through the crowd as they craned their necks to see what would unfold. Only Wang Xingyu remained calm, his eyes half closed, as if he had anticipated the forthcoming events. In contrast, Kong Zhuang and Fang Hefeng felt a sense of foreboding wash over them, sensing that something ominous was about to transpire. With all eyes upon him, Tang Zhonghui suddenly turned to face Wang Xingyu at the top and bowed deeply, exclaiming, "From this day forth, all members of the Tang family shall adopt the surname Wang and merge with the Wang family. We thank the head of the family for his gracious acceptance." "What?" The crowd erupted in uproar. The heads of the Kong and Fang families, Kong Zhuang and Fang Hefeng, turned ashen, fully aware of the implications of this declaration. Though the Tang family had previously allied with the Wang family, they had still maintained their own identity. Their foundation remained intact. However, by adopting the Wang surname, the Tang family would be irrevocably erased from Lan City, akin to an annihilation of their lineage. Tang Zhonghui's choice to announce this at such a pivotal moment aimed to leverage the selection's momentum to exert pressure on the Kong and Fang families. It seemed that soon, the entirety of Lan City would bear the Wang name. Among the crowd, the most heartbroken were the members of the Tang family, that a somber atmosphere enveloped them, with expressions of resentment and regret etched on nearly every face. When Tang Qinglin had gone missing, Tang Zhonghui had suppressed and incapacitated Tang Qi. Under pressure from the elder and the Wang family, everyone chose to turn a blind eye, prioritizing their own survival. Little did they know that this was merely the beginning. As Tang Zhonghui conspired with the Wang family, he began to plunder the Tang family's resources, continuously supplying vast amounts of wealth to the Wang family without compensation. The Tang family had been driven to the brink of despair, suffering immensely. Yet, they could never have imagined that Tang Zhonghui would dare to defy all norms and openly declare the Tang family's dissolution before everyone in Lan City, effectively erasing them from existence and relegating them to the status of subservient slaves to the Wang family. In the eyes of the Tang family, they foresaw the humiliation that awaited them under the Wang family's rule. If the surname change was finalized today, The Tang family would plummet into an abyss from which they could never return to at long last. The relentless humiliation began to awaken a flicker of defiance within the Tang family. Suddenly, an elder emerged from the crowd. Stepping directly before Tang Zhonghui, as the onlookers focused their attention, they recognized him as the third elder of the Tang family, Tang Hong, with fury and sorrow in his eyes. Tang Hong pointed a trembling finger at Tang Zhonghui and shouted, "Tang Zhonghui, as a member of the Tang family, how can you commit such an act of treachery? What face do you have to present before the ancestors of the Tang family?" "Indeed, Tang Zhonghui, this is an act of treachery," others echoed. "Tang Zhonghui, our family is already fragmented. Do you truly wish to extinguish the Tang lineage?" With Tang Hong's emergence, more and more members of the Tang family began to voice their outrage, pointing fingers at Tang Zhonghui. Their eyes were ablaze with anger, as they summoned every ounce of courage to resist Tang Zhonghui's authority, faced with the accusations from Tang Hong and the others. The smile on Tang Zhonghui's face gradually faded, replaced by a chilling demeanor. He regarded Tang Hong coldly and declared, "I am now Wang Zheng." The elder of the Tang family openly claimed the name Wang Zhonghui. "You!" Silence. Tang Hong trembled with rage. His eyes filled with indignation as he shouted, "Tang Zhonghui, may you meet your demise." As he spoke, Tang Hong's spiritual energy surged, and he unleashed a powerful punch toward Tang Zhonghui. As the third elder of the Tang family, Tang Hong had attained the remarkable level of refining 7 meridians, making him one of the family's renowned warriors. However, upon witnessing the force of his strike, Tang Zhonghui merely scoffed, stating, "If you refuse to yield, then your life is forfeit. That My Wang family has no need for traitors." With that, the phantom of the silver-feathered rock behind Tang Zhonghui surged, and his nails elongated ominously. Embodying his spirit beast, the eagle clawed, he lunged at Tang Hong, striking directly at his fist. That a sickening sound rang out as flesh was pierced. Tang Hong spat blood, sent hurtling backward, his right arm marred by 5 deep gashes that exposed bone. Blood gushed forth, staining the sky crimson. With a thud, Tang Hong crashed into the crowd of the Tang family, blood splattering onto their faces. The scent of iron and the aura of terror enveloped the Tang family, casting a shadow over them. Tang Hong's complexion turned ashen, resembling a sheet of gold paper. His arm twisted grotesquely as if it had been torn to shreds. Witnessing Tang Hong's gruesome fate, the members of the Tang family fell in a stunned silence. Each expression mirrored horror as they gazed at the bloodied Tang Hong. Clearly, Tang Zhonghui had employed overwhelming might and ruthless tactics to extinguish the last flicker of defiance within the Tang family. Each Tang family member was filled with rage and humiliation, gritting their teeth as they stared daggers at Tang Zhonghui. Yet, their resolve was futile. Even the strongest among them, Tang Hong, had fallen before Tang Zhonghui. And above him stood Wang Xingyu, the head of the Wang family. Tang Zhonghui, with a triumphant smirk, turned and rushed towards Wang Xingyu, bowing once more as he declared, "Tang Zhonghui has fulfilled his duty. And now, the Tang family faces no opposition." Above, Kong Zhuang slumped in his chair, murmuring, "The Tang family is utterly finished." Beside him, Fong Huffing's face bore a look of desolation as he remarked, "Our fate may well mirror theirs." At that moment, Wang Xingyu, half closing his eyes, softly inquired, "Master Kong, Master Fong, what are your thoughts on the Tang family's actions?" Kong Zhuang stiffened, and after a long pause, he managed a bitter smile, saying, "Congratulations, Master Wang. The Wang family is surely destined for great heights." Fong Hufeng, equally pale, trembled as he clasped his fists and said, "Congratulations, Master Wang. We have no objections to the Tang family's decisions." At this juncture, all the clans of Lan City had been thoroughly suppressed by the Wang family. In this moment, Wang Xingyu finally ascended to the zenith of power in Lan City. Wang Chunlei was likely to be selected for the Flame Academy. Lan City now belonged entirely to the Wang family. Tang Wenshi was soon to arrive with a master of refinement. All of this heralded the Wang family's imminent rise to unprecedented heights. At this moment, Wang Xingyu's ambition swelled immensely, transcending the confines of Lan City. The Wang family was destined to become an empire in the Celestial Dome, a rising star. As long as he navigated the next steps wisely, the Wang family would surely carve out their own realm within the Celestial Dome. A flicker of fervor finally appeared on Wang Xingyu's face as he straightened his back and cast a glance at the woman in red. seemingly affirming his status and power in Lan City. Behind him, Wang Chunlei's eyes burned with intensity. Had it not been for the Flame Academy's envoy standing nearby, he might have let out a roar of unbridled passion. Yet, the woman in red appeared oblivious to the unfolding events, her gaze scanning the crowd as if searching for something. At that moment, Wang Xingyu slowly rose, surveying the surroundings, and proclaimed loudly, "Today, with the envoy of the Flame Academy present, let it serve as a witness. Since there are no further objections, henceforth, the Tang family shall change their surname to Fart." A voice like thunder suddenly echoed from the throng of thousands that in an instant the atmosphere froze. It felt as though time itself had come to a standstill. Everyone was taken aback. Wang Xingyu abruptly halted, his expression darkening, a glint of cold fury flashing in his eyes, clearly incensed. According to his expectations, having witnessed the Wang family's might and Tang Hong's dismal fate, no one would dare to resist futilely. Everything was set to align seamlessly with Wang Xingyu's plans. However, to his surprise, someone dared to stand out. A throng of thousands surged to the sides, revealing a wide path. At the end of this path stood two figures. Leading was a youth clad in coarse garments, his demeanor aloof, wielding a finely crafted iron longsword that trailed along the ground. With each step, the blade scraped against the earth, producing a grating sound. In his other hand, he held 3 ropes as thick as an infant's arm, tethered to 3 execution platforms. Each platform stood 2 meters high, adorned with steel chains as thick as arms, their ends bearing sharp iron hooks that glinted ominously in the sunlight. As the youth advanced, the 3 platforms were dragged forward, stirring up a cloud of dust. To the right of the youth stood a middle-aged man, his eyes filled with rage as he glared at Wang Xingyu and Tang Zhonghui. Upon seeing these two, Wang Chunlei's eyes widened in shock, quickly transforming into a sinister grin as he exclaimed, "Tang Chi, Chapter 30. Are you waiting for me?" Tang Chi. It was indeed Tang Chi. In that instant, almost everyone recognized his visage. Behind Tang Chi stood the head of the Tang family, Tang Qinglin. As for the woman, her identity remained a mystery to all in the forefront. Wang Xingyu's gaze sharpened as he beheld Tang Qinglin and Tang Chi. Tang Zhonghui's claws extended once more, fixating on Tang Qinglin. Both Wang Xingyu and Tang Zhonghui were acutely aware that Tang Qinglin had been lured into the misty beast forest by them, and they had dispatched the Wang family's elder, Wang Yuanqing, to hunt him down. Meanwhile, they had sent the head of the Wang family's guards, Wang Guangyuan, to monitor Tang Chi. Yet now, Tang Chi and Tang Qinglin appeared brazenly in the square. Unscathed, this was beyond Wang Xingyu's expectations. Upon witnessing Tang Qinglin's arrival, the once despondent eyes of the Tang family flickered with renewed hope. After a long silence, Wang Xingyu let out a cold chuckle, saying, "What does it matter if you return? We'll deal with you together." At that moment, the woman in red suddenly spoke up, asking, "Who is this youth?" Wang Chunlei hurriedly replied, "Envoy. He was once the heir of the Tang family, but due to his abysmal character, he was scorned and has had his cultivation stripped. He now serves as a test subject for our Wang family." The woman in red remained unfazed, responding, "Oh." Tang Chi, dragging the 3 platforms, approached Tang Zhonghui, who glared intensely and coldly remarked, "Tang Chi, as a mere drug servant of the Wang family, what right do you have to be here?" At this moment, Tang Qinglin stepped forward, fuming, "Tang Zhong, you traitor! How dare you lay such treacherous hands on my son while I am away?" Tang Qinglin, despite having consumed the Xianyuan Dan, had not fully recovered, his steps unsteady. Gazing at Tang Qinglin, Tang Zhonghui sneered, saying, "And what of it? Can you even contend with me now?" Tang Zhonghui could see through Tang Qinglin's current state. His strength was likely comparable to Tang Hong's and could not possibly match him. Just then, Wang Chunlei behind Wang Xingyu stepped forward, his expression cold as he pointed at Tang Chi, shouting, "Tang Chi, as a drug servant of the Wang family, you dare intrude upon the selection venue. You are courting death." Wang Chunlei issued a cruel order. "Tang Zhonghui, seize him." Yes, Tang Zhonghui accepted the name Wang Zhonghui with enthusiasm. Turning to act. "Wait!" A loud shout rang out from the stands, startling everyone once more. The speaker was none other than the envoy of the Flame Academy. Wang Xingyu hesitated for a moment before turning to ask, "Envoy, is there something you wish to convey?" However, The woman in red completely ignored Wang Xingyu, rising instead and leaping down to stand before Tang Qi, a broad smile gracing her face as she proclaimed, "I knew you would come." Her voice, unrestrained, echoed throughout the venue, catching everyone off guard. Wang Xingyu, Wang Chunlei, Tang Zhonghui, and others stood in stunned silence. "You said you would come back." The implication was that the envoy of the Flame Academy shared an intimate acquaintance with Tang Qi. In an instant, all eyes converged upon Tang Qi like a spotlight. Yet, a flicker of helplessness passed through Tang Qi's eyes. The woman in red was Xue Nanyan, who, after consuming the 3-day death pill, had been knocked unconscious by Tang Qi. Who saved her? At this moment, the desire for battle shone fiercely in Xue Nanyan's eyes, as if she could hardly wait to engage Tang Qi in a fierce duel. Tang Qi, faced with Xue Nanyan's enthusiasm, calmly stated, "I wish to enter the Flame Academy. Is that feasible?" Wang Chunlei barked at Tang Qi. "Tang Qi, know your place. The Flame Academy is not a place for just anyone." The crowd echoed with thoughts of the same 4 words, "Know your place." The selection process for the Flame Academy was notoriously stringent. Even with the acquaintance between Tang Qi and Xue Nanyan, this request was exceedingly presumptuous. Yet, under the scrutiny of all, Xue Nanyan smiled sweetly, replying, "Very well." "What?" Wang Chunlei's eyes bulged in disbelief as his sword clattered to the ground. Wang Xingyu abruptly rose, his face a mask of incredulity. Duh. Tang Zhonghui's jaw dropped, nearly dislocating. The audience erupted into a cacophony of astonishment. To say that gaining entry to the Flame Academy was a formidable challenge, even for the entirety of Lan City, let alone the Celestial Dome, was an understatement. Yet after merely 2 exchanges, Xue Nanyan agreed to Tang Qi's admission. It was known that Wang Chunlei had expended significant resources to elevate the Wang family's standing to the 6th pulse of body refinement, eliminating the only potential threat posed by Tang Qi. Now, all his machinations had been rendered futile, overshadowed by a mere sentence from Tang Qi. What in the world was happening? Wang Chunlei seemed unable to comprehend, roaring in a fit of disbelief at this moment. Wang Xingyu's face darkened, and he stood up to address Xue Nanyan, asking, "Envoy, may we receive an explanation?" Xue Nanyan, without turning back, impatiently replied, "Don't bother me. I'm busy." Wang Xingyu's eyes widened in shock. Yet due to Xue Nanyan's status, he dared not express his ire. At that moment, Tang Qi pushed past Xue Nanyan, declaring, "Don't bother me. I'm busy." Xue Nanyan obediently replied, "All right, as long as you can come to the Flame Academy." Instantly, the crowd was left in a state of shock. A remarkable woman, disregarding even Wang Xingyu of Lan City, seemed completely compliant with Tang Qi's whims, akin to a docile and obedient wife. What on earth was happening? Had the entire world gone mad? Everyone was utterly astonished by the scene before them. But only the members of the Tang family gazed at Tang Qi, with eyes filled not only with boundless guilt and regret, but also blossoming hope. At that moment, Wang Chunlei could no longer contain himself and erupted in fury. Brandishing his sword, he leaped forward and shouted at Tang Qi, "Why should you be here? You, a worthless wretch. What right do you have to be here? What right do you have to be selected for the Flame Academy?" Wang Chunlei's sword, imbued with furious spiritual energy, pointed directly at Tang Qi. With a cold demeanor, Tang Qi addressed the Wang family, saying, "The reason I am here is that you are all waiting for me. Waiting for you." Wang Xingyu sneered, his eyes narrowing like a venomous snake. "What nonsense, a mere medicine slave. What qualifications do you have for us to wait for you?" With a light chuckle, Tang Qi turned to Wang Chunlei and Tang Zhonghui, saying, "Don't waste time. The 2 of you come at me together." "Together?" Tang Zhonghui mocked. "With you, a mere waste? What qualifications do you possess?" "Qualifications?" Tang Qi retorted, pulling out a package from behind him and tossing it towards Tang Zhonghui. The package landed with a thud, and a severed head rolled out. Tang Wenshi's, Chapter 31. On the execution platform at that moment, Tang Wenshi's eyes were still wide open, as if he were experiencing infinite terror before his death. "Wenshi!" Tang Zhonghui let out a heart-wrenching scream, unable to believe the reality before him. He had been waiting for Tang Wenshi to return with the master of refinement. But all he received was the severed head of Tang Wenshi. In that moment, Tang Zhonghui experienced the pain of losing a loved one, the agony of a white-haired person sending off a black-haired one. "Tang Qi, I demand your life for one sure. In a fit of madness, Tang Zhonghui unleashed an unprecedented surge of energy, his silhouette resembling a silver-feathered rock as he charged at Tang Qi, claws poised to strike, producing a sound that grated on the teeth. Witnessing this bizarre scene, Wang Chunlei resolved to join Tang Zhonghui in his attack. Tang Qi, this time, I will ensure your demise. Wang Chunlei's sword erupted with a sharp gleam as it lunged toward Tang Qi. One advanced in the body refinement realm at the 8th meridian, the other at the 6th at Yanlon City. There were scarcely a handful who could withstand such a combined assault. The claws and the sword were destined to shred any target into pieces. Yet, in that moment, Tang Qi displayed no sign of panic. He brandished his iron blade, and in an instant, a dazzling array of blade light illuminated the surroundings, his aura surging like a volcano. 7th meridian advanced in body refinement. At that moment, Wang Xingyu was the first to react, shouting urgently, "Chunlei, danger!" However, Wang Chunlei was already within 2 meters of Tang Qi. The fierce wind unleashed by Tang Qi felt like knives slicing at Wang Chunlei's face. In his eyes, 4 blade shadows loomed ominously, all aimed at his vital points. Then a cold voice echoed in Wang Chunlei's ear. "This is the sunflower blade technique you compelled me to practice." The sunflower blade technique. In that instant, Wang Chunlei recalled the brutal and merciless moves within the technique, terror flooding his face as fear gripped his heart. Yet, it was too late. With a swift motion, 4 blades struck at Wang Chunlei's vital points. Blood gushed forth from his body, for ghastly wounds etched into his flesh. Wang Xingyu's eyes widened in horror as he shouted, "Chunlei!" without a moment's hesitation. He leapt into the air, racing toward Wang Chunlei. But Tang Qi's assault did not relent. With a flourish of his long blade, the advanced sunflower blade technique unleashed a torrent of strikes toward Tang Zhonghui. Though Tang Zhonghui was at the 8th meridian, a level above Tang Qi, he felt a tinge of fear in the face of Tang Qi's onslaught. It was a fear of the unknown. Just days prior, Tang Zhonghui had personally stripped Tang Qi of his cultivation, convinced he would not make a mistake. Yet, within a mere 7 days, Tang Qi's cultivation had skyrocketed to the 7th meridian. What could possibly explain this? Tang Zhonghui could not fathom it. During this time, everything that had transpired with Tang Qi felt like a shrouded mystery, and within that fog, Tang Zhonghui sensed a long-forgotten danger. In the instant their strikes clashed, sparks flew, accompanied by a deafening sound that left Tang Zhonghui dizzy. Terror filled his heart as he realized that Tang Qi could indeed make him feel so utterly defenseless with his 7th meridian strength. Before Tang Zhonghui could gather his thoughts, Tang Qi's relentless barrage of attacks surged forth once more. In that moment, Tang Zhonghui felt excruciating pain erupt from every part of his body, as if he were undergoing a torturous execution. Just as the agony became unbearable, a tremendous force struck toward his dantian. Tang Qi's voice echoed again. "On that day, you stripped me of my cultivation. Today, I shall let you experience the same." In the next instant, Tang Zhonghui felt Tang Qi's powerful fist slam into his abdomen. In an instant, his dantian shattered, and his entire cultivation melted away like snow under the sun. No! Tang Zhonghui screamed in a heart-wrenching wail. His body flying backward, his complexion ashen, devoid of any lingering attachment. In a matter of mere minutes, Tang Zhonghui had fallen from the pinnacle of Lan City to a worthless wretch. At this moment, the entire audience was left dumbfounded, their minds nearly paralyzed as they gazed at the spirited young man on the martial platform. In his teens, at the advanced 7th meridian in body refinement, such a feat had never before been witnessed in the annals of Lan City. Everything that had transpired could only be described as a miracle. Meanwhile, Xue Nanyan observed Tang Qi's performance, a smile gracing her lips as she remarked, "In just a few days, his combat prowess has grown so significantly. Truly a remarkable individual." As for Tang Qi, after incapacitating Tang Zhonghui, he swiftly positioned himself in front of Wang Xingyu. Wang Xingyu halted abruptly, fixating his gaze on Tang Qi. With the long blade held horizontally, Tang Qi commanded, "Someone, nail that old dog Tang Zhonghui and Wang Chunlei to the execution platform." Wang Xingyu roared in fury, "I dare anyone to try." At that moment, within the Tang family, Tang Hong struggled to rise, shouting, "I dare." With that, Tang Hong, despite his severe injuries, moved to stand behind Tang Qi. With Tang Hong leading the charge, several members of the Tang family surged forward, glaring fiercely at Wang Xingyu. They swiftly nailed Tang Zhonghui and Wang Chunlei to the execution platform, disregarding their agonized cries. Witnessing this scene, the crowd became dazed. Just 7 days prior, Tang Chi had been the one nailed to this very platform. Who could have anticipated that a week later, such a dramatic reversal would occur? At this moment, Wang Xingyu gritted his teeth, no longer caring about the connection between himself and Tang Chi or Xue Nanyan. All he could see was Wang Chunlei on the brink of being ruined. His sole desire was to see Tang Chi dead. With a furious roar, Wang Xingyu unleashed his full spiritual power, reaching the pinnacle of the 9th meridian in body refinement. Ah, Tang Chi, I will ensure you have no place to die. Suddenly, flames erupted around Wang Xingyu, crackling ominously. Tang Chi recognized at once that this fiery aura was not the refining flames of a refiner, but the Wang family's advanced yellow-level technique. The Heavenly Flame Technique. By channeling spiritual energy, Wang Xingyu was able to conjure flames of extreme heat to attack his foes. The people of Lan City felt the overwhelming power of the 9th meridian for the first time. The intensity of the flames compelled onlookers to retreat several steps, feeling the heat wash over them. Among the crowd, Tang Qinglin voiced his concern. Has Wang Xingyu truly reached the pinnacle of the 9th meridian after his seclusion? Can Xier withstand this? Meanwhile, from the Fanhai Trading Company, Shangguan Yulan observed Tang Chi with a thoughtful expression, murmuring to herself, "Why does that figure seem so familiar?" At that moment, Wang Xingyu, desperate to save his son, could no longer hold back and charged toward Tang Chi. Chapter 32. Thus, the world was blessed with rain. A roaring inferno radiated intense heat, leaving a trail of charred black marks in its wake. Wang Xingyu had transformed into a shooting star, imbued with overwhelming power, hurtling toward Tang Chi, intent on crushing him with unrelenting force. Faced with Wang Xingyu's furious onslaught, Tang Chi deftly pivoted, retreating swiftly. Now you wish to escape? It is too late. Wang Xingyu's fiery aura flared, mirroring the rage within him, igniting a blaze of fury. Tang Chi, today, I shall show you that in the face of absolute power, your talent is utterly meaningless. Gazing at the enraged Wang Xingyu, Tang Chi smirked, coldly replying, "Absolute power? Then allow me to diminish your cultivation a notch." Wang Xingyu erupted into laughter, seething with rage. "Diminish my cultivation? What a deluded fool you are." The surrounding crowd was left utterly bewildered by Tang Chi's audacious declarations. How could someone of Tang Chi's modest cultivation, merely at the 7th level of body refinement, possess any means to diminish Wang Xingyu's prowess? Yet in the next moment, a silvery glow flickered, a change in side effects. Immediately, Tang Chi turned his gaze toward Wang Xingyu, and before him appeared a few lines of small text. Blazing Flame Technique. Fire Attribute. Excessive yang energy leads to irritability and volatility in the practitioner. Modifiable side effects. 1.None 2. Each time the Blazing Flame Technique is used, a torrential downpour will ensue, upon reading the second line. Tang Chi was momentarily taken aback, followed by a glimmer of astonishment in his eyes. Faced with the immensely powerful Wang Xingyu, he did not anticipate being able to alter the side effects to ensure Wang Xingyu's immediate demise. However, this second side effect was indeed peculiar, capable of directly altering the environment. Yet in the next second, Tang Chi burst into laughter. "That ha ha ha! Excellent, excellent!" Tang Chi suddenly halted, ceasing his retreat, his hands half extended, as he felt the searing heat emanating from Wang Xingyu. He declared loudly, "The heavens decree, let there be fire. I proclaim, it shall not be allowed. Thus, the world shall know rain." Tang Chi's sudden utterance left everyone even more perplexed. Xue Nanyan frowned and remarked, "What nonsense is this young man spouting?" Shangguan Yulan shared a similar sentiment of confusion. Beside them, Yu Zuoming tentatively suggested, "Could it be that this fellow has improved his cultivation but has lost his sanity?" Only the prodigies from the Mountain Sea Beast Hall clicked their tongues, muttering, "This fellow is at it again, trying to show off." As Wang Xingyu drew nearer to Tang Chi, a fierce glint flashed in his eyes, and he roared, "You dare to play tricks? I will turn you to ashes." The flames surged even higher, as if a miniature sun had erupted in the center of the square, causing those around to sweat profusely. However, the ensuing events left everyone in utter shock. In less than 2 seconds after Tang Qi's declaration, dark clouds gathered above Lan City like an enraged dragon. Lightning flashed, thunder rumbled, the world dimmed, and a chilling wind howled. In the next moment, a torrential downpour cascaded from the heavens. The rain fell like mist, as if a divine being were pouring a waterfall directly over Lan City. Among the 5 elements, water most effectively extinguishes fire. The instant the heavy rain drenched Wang Xingyu, the layers of flames enveloping him diminished by 1/3. The power that had once reached the pinnacle of the 9th level of body refinement was abruptly reduced to the mid-level of the 9th. The square, previously akin to a furnace, instantaneously transformed into a haven of coolness. Everyone was left utterly astounded that if Tang Qi's earlier display could be described as extraordinary talent, then at this moment, he was nothing short of a reincarnated deity. With each movement, he commanded the forces of nature to suppress his opponent by altering the environment. Such a transcendent ability had never been heard of even in the entirety of the Celestial Dome Empire. At this moment, even Shangguan Yulan was thoroughly shocked, stammering, "What? What does this even mean?" Xue Nanyan stood in a daze, allowing the rain to trickle down her face, murmuring absently to instantaneously negate the side effects of the death-inducing pill. "And now to summon the forces of nature. What other secrets do you possess? Who are you truly?" The Tang family, the Wang family, the Kong family, the Fong family. None remained unastonished. Yet among them all, Wang Xingyu was the most shocked. This miraculous act had sown seeds of fear deep within his heart. "What sorcery have you employed?" he bellowed amidst the downpour. Stepping forward, Tang Qi shouted, "Wang Xingyu, the transgressions of your family are intolerable to the heavens." Even those from the Wang family could not help but display fear upon hearing these words. Had the heinous acts perpetrated by the Wang family over the years truly provoked the wrath of the heavens? Had they dispatched Tang Qi to punish the Wang family? A wave of panic swept through the crowd. "Stop with your theatrics." Wang Xingyu roared, "Do you truly believe that your mere downpour can contend with me? A mere 7th-level body refiner. Prepare to meet your end." Wang Xingyu summoned all his spiritual energy and charged at Tang Qi once more. The rain cascaded upon him, instantly evaporating into mist, releasing a plume of white smoke. "Let us see what you can use to withstand me." Wang Xingyu's words voiced the doubt shared by all. Even though Wang Xingyu's strength had diminished to the mid-level of the 9th body refinement due to the rain, he was still far beyond the capabilities of Tang Qi, a high-level 7th body refiner. What hidden cards did Tang Qi possess to counter the forthcoming onslaught, as Wang Xingyu advanced with full force? Tang Qi no longer retreated, surging toward him. The Mountain Sea Body Refinement Technique surged within him, and he bellowed, "Mountain Sea Body Refinement Technique, enhance!" His spiritual energy doubled. The enhancement reached a 2-fold increase at that moment. Tang Qi's Mountain Sea Body Refinement Technique advanced again, achieving a 2-fold enhancement, instantly elevating him to the 8th level of body refinement. The 8th level of body refinement. His strength had doubled. Wang Xingyu froze momentarily before breaking into a sinister laugh. Such a powerful technique. But what is an 8th level body refiner to fear? Once I eliminate you, everything you possess will be mine. Faced with Tang Qi, whose power had once again doubled, Wang Xingyu, after a moment of fear, was now consumed by greed. Yet Tang Qi was not finished. Just as the two were about to clash, he roared again, "Beast Spirit Manifestation." In the downpour, Tang Qi's clothing tore apart, revealing countless golden scales radiating a chilling light, manifesting from his body. His strength surged dramatically. "You are a beast master." Wang Xingyu's heart trembled violently. Becoming a warrior was already a rarity. To be a beast master was a phenomenon that occurred only once in 1,000 warriors, a heavyweight bomb that once again tested the limits of their nerves. Yu Zhuaming forced a smile and remarked, "Tang Qi, this prodigy, what other surprises can he possibly bring us?" Shangguan Yulan's expression turned grave as she said, "Yu Zhuaming, should Tang Qi fall in battle, you must intervene." Yu Zhuaming's countenance tightened as he replied, "Understood." He was acutely aware that Tang Qi had fully earned his place in Shangguan Yulan's regard. Shangguan Yulan sighed, "I initially came here awaiting the disciple of that refinement master. Yet unexpectedly, this Tang Qi has emerged from nowhere. Such a small place as Lan City has truly..." Chapter 33. I said you were waiting for me. As they spoke, Tang Qi and Wang Xingyu collided. A powerful shockwave erupted from the point of impact, sending visible ripples through the rain, resembling massive waves crashing against the shore. Following the clash, Tang Chi was pushed back by the residual force, staggering 10 steps before managing to steady himself. His grip on the fine, iron-long blade felt somewhat numb, and his chest tightened from the impact. Yet, there was no trace of fear on Tang Chi's face. Instead, his eyes sparkled with an exhilarating, combative fervor. At this moment, bolstered by various enhancements, he was finally able to withstand a blow from Wang Xingyu. In contrast, Wang Xingyu, after the strike, took 5 steps back, though he held the advantage. Shock filled his eyes that a mere 7th-level body refiner, once easily dispatched by him, could now withstand his blow. At this moment, the defenses in Wang Xingyu's heart began to crumble, that he no longer possessed the unwavering confidence of victory. Ha ha ha! Delightful! Come again! Tang Chi felt his blood surging, his spiritual energy roaring like a stampede of wild horses, and his desire for battle intensified. He suddenly charged into the downpour, racing toward Wang Xingyu. In an instant, 2 figures intertwined, one wielding a cold, gleaming blade, the other engulfed in flames, swiftly weaving and clashing amidst the torrential rain. The fierce impacts sent shockwaves throughout the square, as Tang Chi's blade technique was ruthless and ferocious. While Wang Xingyu's flames exploded with wild intensity, that in just a few exchanges, the square had descended into chaos as time progressed. Despite Tang Chi's sustaining injuries, he grew ever more tenacious in battle. Ultimately, he disregarded Wang Xingyu's attacks, opting for a life-for-life strategy, inflicting 2 deep gashes upon Wang Xingyu. The sunflower blade technique was executed with such ferocity that had Wang Xingyu not been quick-witted, he would likely have been severed in half by now. Finally, Wang Xingyu erupted like an overinflated balloon, channeling all his spiritual energy into his hands, flames soaring 5 inches high, and he smashed down toward Tang Chi. Boom! A deafening explosion resonated. The fine iron-long blade in Tang Chi's grasp shattered under the force of Wang Xingyu's 9th-level body refinement. The residual flames struck Tang Chi's chest. Despite the protection of the golden scales, Tang Chi felt a sweetness in his throat as he coughed up blood, sent flying backward, crashing to the ground. Having landed a successful hit, a glimmer of confidence appeared on Wang Xingyu's face. Ignoring his wounds, he stepped forward with a fierce gaze and declared, "Tang Chi, you have done well to push me this far. From now on, I shall grant you no further chances." With that, Wang Xingyu threw his head back and roared, "Beast Spirit Manifestation." In an instant, a 3-tailed crimson fox spirit materialized before him. Wang Xingyu, the Beast Master. The 3-tailed fire fox. As the flames ignited once more, Wang Xingyu's arms began to elongate, transforming into a gaunt, emaciated form, yet exuding the aura of red-hot steel. 2 arms collided, bursting forth a shower of sparks. Torrential rain cascaded down, striking the limbs and instantly vaporizing into wisps of azure smoke. The fiery phantom of a 3-tailed fox emerged, its eyes blazing with a terrifying brilliance that compelled those nearby to stumble back in fright. In light of Tang Chi's miraculous performance moments ago, the crowd had nearly forgotten that Wang Xingyu, the foremost expert of Lan City, was also a practitioner of demon taming. This was the true prowess of the city's greatest champion. At that moment, Wang Xingyu had fully unleashed his formidable strength, intent on pressing his advantage. Like a hawk seizing a rabbit, he would spare no effort, especially against a prodigious talent such as Tang Chi, who could not be allowed to survive. Otherwise, both he and the Wang family would plunge into an abyss of despair, faced with the surging power of Wang Xingyu. Tang Chi coughed up blood and collapsed, as if everything had reverted to the beginning. The crowd was jolted from their fantasies back into reality, and no matter how gifted a genius may be, until they had fully matured, they could not be considered a true prodigy. "Cheer!" Tang Qinglin shouted furiously. The members of the Tang, Kong, and Fong families stared blankly at Tang Chi. Was it truly destined to end this way? Wang Xingyu, empowered by the possession of a demon beast, was invincible. Just then, Tang Chi staggered to his feet, glancing at the broken blade in his hand before tossing it aside. Wang Xingyu, with a grim expression, swung his fiery arms and declared, "Tang Chi, let us see how you can stop me." Amidst the direst circumstances, Tang Chi unexpectedly laughed aloud, exclaiming, "Wang Xingyu, do you remember what I just said? In fact, you have all been waiting for me." "Waiting for you?" as the crowd was once again left in stunned silence. Tang Chi made his move. With a single sweep of his hand, a silver radiance erupted in the air, revealing a gleaming weapon in his grasp. The Ice Soul Blade. What? The crowd gasped, realizing it was the Ice Soul Blade. Tang Chi, the disciple of the Master of Refining. The audience erupted in chaos. At that moment, everyone felt a prickling sensation on their scalp. In Lan City, the Ice Soul Blade represented more than just a weapon. It signified an exalted identity, the apprentice of the enigmatic Refining Master. A master of refinement was a figure of unparalleled stature even within the entire Celestial Empire. Recently, this news had spread throughout the city. Anyone encountered wielding the Ice Soul Blade was to be befriended, for it was a divine opportunity. Yet today, apart from Wang Chunlei of the Wang family, who was genuinely focused on the selection process, nearly everyone was eagerly anticipating the appearance of that mysterious disciple. To befriend him would guarantee future success. However, when the Ice Soul Blade finally materialized before their eyes, the crowd nearly went wild. Voices became hoarse, faces numb, for the wielder was none other than Tang Chi. The shock he brought upon everyone was akin to a tempest sweeping across the ocean, unleashing wave after wave of overwhelming tumult that drove them to frenzy. At that moment, Shangguan Yolan's expression was frozen, allowing the torrential rain to drench her as she finally managed a bitter smile, saying, "We truly have all been waiting for him. No wonder Tang Chi possessed such formidable abilities and extraordinary fortune." Everything suddenly made sense. Meanwhile, Xuen Nanyan wore a grave expression, murmuring, "The disciple of a fourth-level refining master. No wonder he wields such miraculous powers. Does Fenghua Academy truly deserve him?" The Kong and Fong families both displayed expressions of delight, fervently cheering for Tang Q at this moment. Tang Zhonghui and Wang Chunlei on the execution platform seemed to forget their pain. Their eyes glazed over as they stared at the Ice Soul Blade in Tang Chi's hands. Wang Chunlei's face turned blank, mumbling, "He is the Master's disciple. It's truly him." Tang Zhonghui appeared to age several years in an instant, the lines on his face deepening, and for the first time, regret flickered in his eyes. Tang Chi's master was a refining master whose strength far surpassed Yu Xianming. Had Tang Zhonghui not colluded with the Wang family, the Tang family, under Tang Chi's leadership, would undoubtedly have surged out of Lan City, securing a place within the Celestial Empire. That time, as the Tang family's elder, his status would have risen significantly, and with a mere word, he could have annihilated the Wang family. Yet now, all was in vain. Regret. Chapter 34. The final strike. I refuse to believe it. I refuse to believe it. At this moment, the beleaguered Wang Xingyu teetered on the brink of collapse, that he howled at the heavens, his headband snapping as his long hair flew wildly. His expression twisted with rage. "This must be a deception." Wang Xingyu gasped, his voice sharp as he said, "You must understand, Wang Xingyu and the Tang family, Tang Chi, are now irreconcilable foes. One of us must perish." Yet, in such dire circumstances, an adversary with a fourth-level refining master stands before me. One sneeze from him could obliterate the entire Lan City from existence. At this moment, Wang Xingyu's heart was consumed by dread and horror. Ultimately, the fear in Wang Xingyu's heart drove him to the edge of desperation. He transformed into a wounded beast, attempting one last struggle. "Tang Chi," he shrieked, "even if I perish, I will drag you down with me." Having battled for so long, the mysterious refining master had yet to reveal himself, which ignited a fury within Wang Xingyu. With nothing left to lose, he resolved to take Tang Chi down with him. Suddenly, Wang Xingyu became a blazing comet, breaking through the layers of rain, swinging his fiery arms down upon Tang Chi with ferocity. "Ha ha ha! Come forth!" Tang Chi abruptly summoned the Ice Soul Blade. His spiritual energy surging into the weapon in an instant. The air turned frigid, as if everyone were plunged from the sweltering heat of September into the icy clutches of December. They exhaled visible breaths in the chill. The two figures rushed toward each other with incredible speed. Wang Xingyu's arms swelled, his sleeves bursting apart, the fiery appendages resembling molten steel, charged with the force of wind and thunder as he aimed a palm at Tang Chi. Grasping the Ice Soul Blade, Tang Chi felt his power swell, unfazed by Wang Xingyu's onslaught. The Ice Soul Blade danced in Tang Chi's hand like a gust of wind, and wherever the cold blade swept. The rain solidified into ice, forming shimmering barriers. Boom, boom, boom. Wang Xingyu's assault crashed through 10 ice barriers with relentless force, yet the momentum of battle ebbed, waning with each strike to be by the time Wang Xingyu stood before Tang Qi. The power of his blazing palm had diminished to a mere 60% due to the ice barriers and pouring rain. "Look at the blade," Tang Qi shouted, delivering a horizontal slash that formed an ice barrier in the air. He then leapt onto the ice, propelling himself skyward, and brought the blade down upon Wang Xingyu's head with the force of a mountain. At that moment, several ice spikes suddenly crystallized in the air, shooting toward Wang Xingyu like arrows. The flurry of attacks caught Wang Xingyu off guard. Boom! The ice soul blade struck Wang Xingyu's arm, while ice spikes pierced him one after another. The excruciating pain made Wang Xingyu feel as if he had plunged into an icy abyss. A bone-chilling cold enveloping him. His hair, eyebrows, and beard instantly frosted over, rendering him a snowman. Yet the searing agony only ignited Wang Xingyu's ferocity. With a furious roar, he and Tang Qi flickered through the rain once more. Fiery arms, glistening blades, blood splattered through the air, only to vanish into the downpour. As time passed, both combatants bore more wounds, their struggle becoming increasingly fierce. Tang Qi had 2 charred patches on his chest and suffered severe burns across his body, while Wang Xingyu bore 5 gashes, each perilously close to vital points, a truly terrifying sight. As each wound opened, it froze immediately, and though no blood flowed, the chilling aura invaded Wang Xingyu's body, corroding his meridians and tormenting him. After several exchanges, Wang Xingyu feigned an attack, suddenly leaping into the air, channeling his spiritual energy into his right arm. In an instant, a fire dragon vortex erupted around his arm, crackling with the force of wind and thunder. "Tang Qi, let us settle this," Wang Xingyu bellowed, unleashing the heavenly flame technique. Tang Qi brandished the ice soul blade, shouting, "Come forth and fight." In the next moment, both warriors unleashed their remaining strength point, one clad in white, the other in red. The 2 shadows raced through the rain, colliding with fierce determination. Everyone's hearts raced as they witnessed this scene. Both were gravely injured, their spiritual energy nearly depleted. After this strike, the victor would become clear. Just as they were within 3 meters of collision, Wang Xingyu's face suddenly twisted into a sinister smile that in the next instant, a pill appeared in his hand. Upon seeing that familiar elixir, Shangguan Yulan gasped. Despicable! The Yuji pill. It was indeed the Yuji pill that had been upgraded by the refining master and subsequently purchased by the Wang family at the Fanhai Trading Company, a peak-tier 2nd-level healing elixir. Now devoid of its original side effects, without hesitation, Wang Xingyu swallowed the Yuji pill whole. Instantly, a gentle power flooded through his meridians, rapidly repairing his damaged body like bamboo shoots after a rain. In the blink of an eye, Wang Xingyu's internal injuries stabilized significantly, and his spiritual energy surged dramatically. Wang Xingyu cackled, "Tang Qi, blame your master." The elixir, upgraded by Tang Qi's master, was now being used against Tang Qi's enemy. At this moment, Wang Xingyu held an undeniable advantage. Shangguan Yulan exclaimed, "Yu Xianming, save him!" Xuanan Yin, similarly grasping her red tassel spear, had already taken a step forward, her eyes glinting with sharpness. Tang Qinglin also lunged towards Wang Xingyu. However, it was all too late. The distance between Tang Qi and Wang Xingyu was simply too close. Just as despair enveloped everyone, a chuckle escaped Tang Qi's lips. Wang Xingyu, closest to Tang Qi, found himself locked in a gaze with him. From Tang Qi's eyes, Wang Xingyu discerned a hint of mockery. Yes, there was no fear, no trepidation, no horror, just a subtle, disdainful taunt. Could it be that he still had a hidden card? A sudden heaviness fell in Wang Xingyu's heart. In the next moment, he felt a stabbing pain in his dantian, a searing agony piercing his very soul. Accompanied by this excruciating pain, he sensed his internal spiritual energy becoming alarmingly unstable. The energy, which had almost fully recovered, plummeted as if on a roller coaster. In this rapid descent, due to the instability of his spiritual force, Wang Xingyu felt as though he were riding a galloping carriage over a rocky road. In an instant, pain and a sense of ethereality overwhelmed him, causing his momentum to wane, and the fiery tornado in his grasp nearly slipped away. Witnessing this, Tang Chi sneered. Back at the Fanhai Trading Company, he had long anticipated that the Wang family would spare no expense to acquire that jade mushroom pill. Thus, the pill did not lack side effects. Rather, Tang Chi had altered the side effects to induce excruciating pain in the user's dantian, resulting in unstable spiritual energy, a fade of beauty concealing decay within. However, Yu Xinming was entirely oblivious to this subtlety, believing it to be devoid of side effects. At this moment, Wang Xingyu's attack had significantly diminished in power. Confused, Wang Xingyu could not fathom why his body was reacting this way. Yet, Tang Chi's Eye Soul Blade had already descended. With a roar, Wang Xingyu desperately gathered the last vestiges of his strength, gripping the fiery tornado, and hurled it fiercely at Tang Chi. Finally, boom. Chapter 35. Establishing rules. The final strike had drained both combatants of their last remnants of spiritual energy. The thunderous explosion drowned out the sound of the sky as thunder. A wave of visible shock rippled through the air, mingling with rain, flames, and shattered stones, surging toward the onlookers. In an instant, everyone felt a deafening buzz in their ears, straining to maintain their footing, yet still being pushed back by the overwhelming aftershock. At the epicenter of the clash lay a scene of utter devastation. The torrential rain fell like smoke, stones scattered everywhere, and no one could discern who had emerged victorious. All held their breath, gazing at the center of the impact. Just then, the torrential rain abruptly ceased. The rain, which had come like a fierce wind, vanished like lightning, as if a faucet in the sky had been suddenly turned off. In that moment, the dark clouds dissipated, the flashes of lightning faded, and the brilliant sun shone down, piercing through the clouds and illuminating the square that a rainbow shimmered above Lancheng, radiating vibrant colors. As the rain curtain lifted, a solitary figure stood atop a pile of rubble, proudly erect, wielding a blade that shimmered like ice. He emanated waves of chilling aura under the blazing sun. It was Tang Chi. Tang Chi had triumphed. In an instant, the square erupted with cheers akin to a torrential flood or a tsunami. Everyone, at that moment, released their pent-up excitement and astonishment. The Tang family had emerged victorious. From this day forth, the Wang family would be relegated to the annals of history. He truly won. Shengguan Yulan, with her captivating eyes, gazed at Tang Chi, momentarily entranced, murmuring to herself that in stark contrast, the fiery Xuanyan tightened her grip on the red tassel spear, her eyes blazing with fervor as she exclaimed, "If given the chance, I shall surely challenge you to a duel." Meanwhile, Tang Chi, wielding the Ice Soul Blade, breathed heavily, his body charred in several places from Wang Xingyu's fiery onslaught. Yet he paid no heed to his injuries, gazing skyward. The sky was clear, devoid of rain. Tang Chi knew that Wang Xingyu could no longer utilize the heavenly flame technique. At this moment, he stood upon Wang Xingyu himself. Wang Xingyu appeared as though he had aged decades in an instant, a ghastly scar running from his right shoulder to his left waist, flesh torn and exposed, yet no blood flowed, for the horrific wound was encrusted with ice shards. Chills emanated from the wound, seeping into Wang Xingyu's body, corroding his meridians. His complexion was as pale as parchment, lips tinged with a purplish hue. In Wang Xingyu's eyes flickered unyielding defiance, disbelief, and terror. The young man before him, just 7 days prior, had been beneath his contempt, his cultivation shattered, resembling a lost dog, meeting a woeful end. Yet now, everything before him seemed a mere illusion, akin to a bizarre nightmare. At that moment, Tang Chi bent down, grasping Wang Xingyu by the collar and lifting him as if he were a lifeless dog. Utterly devoid of resistance, his body paralyzed, Tang Chi dragged him along the ground, making his way towards the execution platform. The surrounding crowd immediately parted, granting Tang Chi a 10-meter radius of space. He unfastened the iron chains, the heavy links clanging ominously as he suspended Wang Xingyu directly upon the platform. Wang Xingyu, in agony, emitted a hoarse cry, yet the Wang family members, already cowed by Tang Chi's display of power, dared not intervene. At this moment, Wang Xingyu, Wang Chunlei, and Tang Zhonghui all found themselves on the execution platform. Within Tang Zhonghui's aged eyes, an abyss of regret swirled. His momentary greed had not only squandered a promising future, but it also led to Tang Wenchu's demise at Tang Chi's hands. One misstep and everything was lost, a complete and utter defeat. Tang Zhonghui, do you acknowledge your crimes? Before a multitude, Tang Chi pointed his blade at Tang Zhonghui. The elder's face resembled withered bark, his lips trembled, and his body convulsed, filled with remorse. Yet he could not utter a single word. I acknowledge my crimes. I was wrong. Spare me. At that moment, Wang Chunlei exerted all his strength, pleading with Tang Chi, his eyes filled with terror. Wang Xingyu's crushing defeat had made Wang Chunlei acutely aware that his own demise was imminent. Tang Chi ignored him, turning to the multitude and proclaiming loudly, "Today, I, Tang Chi, establish a rule. Anyone who dares to offend the Tang family shall meet the same fate as these three." With that, Tang Chi abruptly turned, channeling his spiritual power into the ice soul blade, 3 icy arcs of light swiftly slicing through the throats of Tang Zhonghui, Wang Xingyu, and Wang Chunlei. No! Ah! Tang Chi Yu! 3 piercing cries of despair pierced the air above the square. In the next moment, 3 heads soared into the air, blood spraying 2 meters high. The 3 individuals who once wielded immense power in Lancheng had finally met their ends beneath the ice soul blade. Instantly, the crowd trembled. Sheathing his blade, Tang Chi cast a scrutinizing gaze over the assembly. The Wang family had been vanquished. The family head slain, the heir slain, the elder slain, the chief guardian slain to AT that moment. The Wang family was in utter disarray, entirely decimated. The remaining members of the Wang family shivered in fear, nodding in agreement. Tang Chi shifted his gaze. The Kong and Fong families will comply. Kong Zhuang and Fong Hufeng hurriedly bowed, declaring from now on, the Kong family and Fong family shall harmoniously coexist with the Tang family. Just as Tang Chi was about to turn away, his gaze met Shangguan Yulan's AT that moment. Shangguan Yulan's radiant face broke into a charming smile, her voice sweet as glutinous rice. She softly said, "Oh, I too am convinced from now on, the Fanhai Trading Company shall advance and retreat alongside the Tang family." The term servant fell upon Tang Chi like a fragrant aphrodisiac, penetrating his heart, causing a rush of warmth to flush his cheeks, leaving him somewhat embarrassed, but he hurriedly cupped his fists in salute to Shangguan Yulan before striding towards Tang Qinglin. This woman was akin to a heady poison, captivating and addictive. At this moment, Yu Xinming approached Shangguan Yulan, whispering, "Princess, shall we attempt to win him over?" Shangguan Yulan shook her head, smiling, "The monk may run, but the temple remains. As long as the Tang family stands, there is no rush." With that, she elegantly departed, Yu Xinming following closely behind. The battle concluded. Launching underwent a monumental transformation within the short span of an hour. The landscape was entirely redefined. After experiencing such tumultuous highs and lows, the people began to disperse, animatedly discussing the events that had just transpired, for today's battle would surely become a topic of conversation for generations to come. At this moment, Tang Qinglin regarded Tang Chi with a look of profound satisfaction, bursting into hearty laughter. With a single-handed effort, he had shattered the Wang family. Tang Qinglin felt as though he were in a dream. Just then, a hearty voice rang out, "Tang Chi, when shall we depart for the Beacon Academy?" Chapter 36. Return to the mysterious beast forest. Tang Chi turned to see Xue Nanyan, resplendent and spirited, brandishing her ever-present red tassel spear. Approaching him, her captivating eyes flickered a desire for battle, gazing at Tang Chi as though she were the big bad wolf eyeing Little Red Riding Hood. Ahem! Faced with the fierce beauty rivaling Shangguan Yulan, Tang Chi instinctively took a half-step back, regarding Xue Nanyan with caution. "Let us postpone it for a few days. I have other matters to attend to." Amidst the mising beast forest, a seal left by his mother awaited him. If the monsters believed that the treasures within the seal were among the rarest in the world, then Tang Chi was resolute in his decision to investigate before heading to the Beacon Fire Academy. "Oh, suit yourself." Xue Nanyan waved her hand dismissively, adding, "Regardless, wherever you go, I shall follow. How about we have a little spar?" Tang Chi, wary, replied, "Are you also craving my body?" Xue Nanyan, intrigued, asked, "Why do you say also?" "In the Mountain Sea Beast Temple," the monster declared. "I prefer not to dwell on this topic." "Ha, enough of the jesting." Xue Nanyan chuckled heartily, gesturing, "What are your plans for the next few days?" I intend to venture into the Mising Beast Forest to handle some matters. Tang Chi stated. The Mising Beast Forest? Xue Nanyan's expression shifted abruptly, her brow furrowing to is it absolutely necessary. Taking a deep breath, Tang Chi affirmed, it is imperative. Xue Nanyan's exquisite features gradually adopted a grave demeanor as she inquired. Do you recall the circumstances of our first encounter? Of course. Tang Chi nodded to AT that time. He had fortuitously stumbled upon Xue Nanyan, who was being pursued by enemies and had been forced to consume a deadly pill. Standing at the brink of despair, Xue Nanyan continued somberly. I was en route to Lancheng when I happened upon the Mising Beast Forest, intrigued by its legendary illusions that I intended to explore it further, only to be ambushed by a group of assailants clad in black, leaving me gravely injured and on the verge of death. Tang Chi was taken aback by her words that he now understood that Xue Nanyan was a formidable cultivator of the 10th meridian, nearing the threshold of the mysterious realm, far surpassing Wang Xingyu. Thus, those capable of inflicting such severe harm on Xue Nanyan were undoubtedly no ordinary foes. In retrospect, his previous expedition to the Mising Beast Forest to rescue his father, though seemingly perilous, had concealed a multitude of threats. Fortune had favored him that day, as the mist had guided him safely through, sparing him from encountering formidable adversaries that at this moment. Xue Nanyan reminisced. Moreover, the techniques employed by those individuals were extraordinarily peculiar. Beyond description. Otherwise, I wouldn't have fallen prey so easily. Hearing her words, Tang Qinglin couldn't help but express concern. Cheer, if the journey is fraught with danger, perhaps we should reconsider entering the Mising Beast Forest. Both Tang Qinglin and Tang Chi were aware that the depths of the Mising Beast Forest concealed valuable treasures. Thus, it was not difficult to deduce that the group of enigmatic assailants in black was likely after those very riches, suggesting that Tang Chi might inevitably clash with them. I must go, Tang Chi declared firmly, his expression serious. The treasures within the seal not only hold the potential to significantly enhance my cultivation, but also represent the sole clue my mother left me. Even if it is a den of dragons and tigers, I must venture forth. Let us rest for a moment before setting out, he added. With the war concluded, Tang Chi's miraculous prowess had left an indelible mark on the hearts of the people of Lancheng, instilling a sense of caution in all. Thus, there was no hesitation in their immediate departure. Upon hearing Tang Chi's words, the battle-crazed woman suddenly swung her red tassel spear, the sharp steel tip crackling with spiritual energy. With a resounding thud, it carved a deep gash into the ground. Xue Nanyan's eyes sparkled with determination as she declared, if you're going, then I will accompany you. That is the perfect opportunity to confront those scoundrels. Let's go. I will lead you into battle. Without further delay for rest, Xue Nanyan seized Tang Chi's arm, and together they made their way towards the city gates, leaving Tang Qinglin behind, gazing at their retreating figures with a tinge of envy. Pondering, how vibrant youth is, brimming with energy. As dusk approached, the Mising Beast Forest lay enveloped in the warm hues of the setting sun, its towering trees and winding paths creating an atmosphere of tranquility. Yet beneath this serene facade lay hidden countless lethal perils. Within the forest, two figures traversed the underbrush, Tang Chi and Xue Nanyan. Now that they had returned to the Mising Beast Forest, the crises facing the Tang family and his father had been resolved. Moreover, the core area of the Mising Beast Forest was rife with illusions and formidable beasts, leaving Tang Chi unconcerned that the black-clad assailants could easily reach the heart and break the seal. Thus, they traveled in relative silence, Tang Chi focusing on cultivating the mountain sea body refinement technique to mend his injuries, while Xue Nanyan, brimming with enthusiasm, eagerly scanned her surroundings for any clues that might lead her to the black-clad foes. Seeking vengeance for past grievances. Suddenly, Tang Chi halted in a clearing. What is it? Xue Nanyan flipped gracefully, with a thud, embedding a portion of her red tassel spear into a towering tree. She balanced herself atop the spear's shaft. Tang Chi rolled his eyes, saying, Sister, I've just recovered from injuries. Let us rest here tonight and continue our journey tomorrow. Drawing from previous experiences, Tang Chi felt reassured about reaching the core area with the assistance of the guiding mist. What he truly needed was to recuperate swiftly to prepare for any unforeseen dangers. While others believed Tang Chi had a mysterious master of body refinement, he knew well that behind him lay merely a fragment of a lingering soul. Refining a second-tier pill with his assistance would consume half of his energy. Should he encounter a formidable enemy, it was likely that the monster would seize the opportunity to reclaim its corporeal form. It's not sister. It has senior sister, Xue Nanyan corrected him. Determined to take Tang Qi to the Beacon Fire Academy by any means necessary, she resolved to rest for the night and resume their journey in the morning. Leaning against a tree trunk, she perched atop her spear, her long and supple legs swaying in the air. Chapter 37. The harsh refinement soon. Night fell, shrouding the already dim Mising Beast forest in darkness, so profound that one could hardly see their own hand. In the clearing, the campfire flickered softly, casting dancing shadows among the trees, while the chirping of insects added a serene melody to the atmosphere. Bored after several failed sparring attempts with Tang Qi, Xue Nanyan lounged on her spear, her eyes occasionally glancing toward him. Tang Qi sat beside the fire, delicately plucking a three-leaf yellow flower, its petals adorned with grayish veins, releasing a fragrant aroma in the gentle breeze. This was the fragrant congealing flower, a first-tier spiritual herb known for its invigorating properties when refined into a pill. Such herbs were not uncommon in the Mising Beast forest. After observing it for a moment, Tang Qi gently tossed it into the air. The fragrant congealing flower drifted gracefully with the wind. Simultaneously, Tang Qi swiftly formed seals with his hands, unleashing several streams of flame. The crimson flames fell softly upon the fragrant congealing flower. "Oh, are you about to refine it?" Xue Nanyan's interest peaked as she watched intently. After all, it was rumored that Tang Qi was a disciple of a master refiner, and his techniques might be quite remarkable. Offering her a chance to broaden her horizons, the red flames struck the fragrant congealing flower in rapid succession, causing it to erupt in a brilliant display of fire, illuminating the clearing even further. As the refining process continued, Tang Qi's gaze became increasingly ethereal, his mind drifting back to the image of Yu Xianming during his own refining sessions. With his spirit attuned, Tang Qi's hand seals began to slow. Yet every detail was executed with utmost precision. Gradually, the refining fire transformed from a mere flame into a continuous fiery thread. One end tethered to Tang Qi's hand, while the other intertwined with the fragrant congealing flower. Should any residents of Lanqing have been present, they would have instantly recognized that the fiery thread Tang Qi conjured bore a striking resemblance to the refining technique employed by Yu Xianming of the Vanny Trading Company. When Tang Qi first encountered Yu Xianming, the latter had produced a fine fire thread several meters long. Although Tang Qi was currently unable to condense his fiery thread into a fine line, it was already beginning to take shape. Observing this scene, the monster in the Mountain Sea Beast Temple couldn't help but express satisfaction. "Flame transformation. You little rascal, your talent isn't too shabby. It bears some resemblance to the prowess of my youth." The ability to shape flames was a hallmark of a second-tier refiner. Yu Xianming, as a second-tier refiner, could at most shape his refining flames into the form of a carving knife. However, Tang Qi, having only recently become a first-tier refiner, was already nearing the threshold of flame transformation. Such talent compelled even the monster to acknowledge Tang Qi's aptitude for refinement. Meanwhile, Xue Nanyan, perched upon her red tassel spear, regarded Tang Qi with newfound seriousness. As a student of the Beacon Fire Academy, she was well aware of the implications of Tang Qi's skill. Truly, as the disciple of a master alchemist, one cannot help but be in awe of such remarkable talent. A flicker of astonishment crossed the stern gaze of Xue Nanyan. However, Tang Qi, who had just received the praise of a prodigy, showed no sign of joy in his eyes. Instead, his confusion deepened, and his brow furrowed tightly. As he executed the technique to conjure flames, he felt increasingly awkward. This sensation only intensified his agitation, as if he were ensnared within a cage. Ultimately, when this repression reached its zenith, Tang Qi suddenly leapt into the air. Grasping the flames in his hand, transforming them into a shooting star aimed directly at the half-refined Ningxiang flower, delivering a powerful punch. Bang! Tang Qi's fist struck the Ningxiang flower with precision. In an instant, sparks flew and the air surged. The gust generated by his punch wreaked havoc around the Ningxiang flower. What does this boy intend to do?" Xue Nanyan exclaimed in shock, bolting upright. One must understand that refining is an exceedingly meticulous task. Every herb and material contains the most primordial energy, and a slight misstep could lead to the material's ruin. The toll on one's mental acuity is immense. For instance, when Yu Xianming upgraded the Ice Soul Blade. It was akin to threading a needle, requiring utmost concentration to avoid catastrophic failure. Yet, at this moment, Tang Qi had entirely forsaken the delicate techniques, opting instead for a violent strike against the Ningxiang flower. Could it be that Tang Qi was grappling with personal troubles, choosing to vent his frustrations on the Ningxiang flower instead of refining? However, in the next moment, Xue Nanyan was stunned once more. The Ningxiang flower, which should have been reduced to ashes, merely recoiled 3 or 4 meters before remaining enveloped in flames, quietly suspended in the air. After this display, a glimmer of realization flashed in Tang Qi's eyes. In the next instant, he moved with agility, his feet dancing as he conjured flames in his fists, exuding a ferocious aura as he launched 2 more punches. Bang! Bang! 2 more muffled crashes echoed as flames erupted anew. Yet, the Ningxiang flower remained unscathed, with 2 dark impurities being expelled from it instead. The purity of the extraction increased yet again. At this moment, Tang Qi fully comprehended, gazing at the Ningxiang flower enveloped in flames. A smile finally gracing his lips. Suddenly, he unleashed a flurry of strikes, his fists ablur as he unleashed a barrage of attacks, as if engaged in combat, his figure weaving around the Ningxiang flower. The flower appeared akin to a volleyball of flame, flung about by Tang Qi's relentless punches. This left Xue Nanyan utterly astonished. Within the Fire Beacon Academy, there were indeed some alchemists, whether they be exceptionally gifted young prodigies or renowned senior alchemists, all of whom she had witnessed. Yet, she had never encountered such a brutal and unreasonable method of refining. Other alchemists would prefer to isolate themselves deep underground, cut off from the world, to focus entirely and enhance their chances of success. However, Tang Qi seemed to have transformed refining into a battle. The prodigy who also observed Tang Qi's refining process finally spoke in a tone tinged with astonishment, murmuring, "This boy has managed to grasp this level." As Tang Qi progressed through the later stages of refining, his pace quickened, his strikes growing fiercer, treating the Ningxiang flower as a mere imagined adversary. Fist, elbow, knee, leg, every part of his body became a weapon of attack. Utilizing the most violent and ruthless techniques to strike the Ningxiang flower, Tio Xuananyan, each of Tang Qi's wild blows brought the flower to the brink of destruction, yet he expertly controlled his power, ensuring the flower remained unharmed. It was akin to embroidering on a small boat amid towering waves. Finally, after Tang Qi delivered his last punch, the final trace of impurity from the Ningxiang flower was expelled, resulting in a pool of highly pure Ningxiang flower essence that exuded a delicate fragrance, gently descending. Tang Qi produced a small ceramic vial to collect the essence, returning it to the Mountain Sea Beast Hall. At this moment, the prodigy's voice resonated from within the hall once more, exclaiming, "Good lad, to think you grasped this level so quickly." Tang Qi grinned, whispering, "Old monster, do you still consider my talent merely adequate?" The prodigy, enveloped in purple-black mist, formed a thumbs up, responding, "Quite adequate." Chapter 38. Returned to simplicity within the Mountain Sea Beast Hall, the prodigy held the vial of extracted Ningxiang flower essence and praised, "I never expected you to unleash such subtle effects from the Mountain Sea body refining technique." Tang Qi smiled knowingly. Indeed, his method of refining had always been the Mountain Sea body refining technique. However, as he deepened his understanding of refining, he increasingly felt that employing the technique imposed a significant constraint. Finally, just moments ago, Tang Qi comprehended the underlying reason. The fundamental theoretical basis of the Mountain Sea body refining technique is to employ exceedingly brutal and fierce means to refine one's physical body, elevating it to an extraordinarily powerful state. This method bears a striking resemblance to the path of refining. However, the distinction lies in the fact that the Mountain Sea body refining technique is excessively aggressive, whereas the path of refining is characterized by meticulousness, akin to threading a needle, making it a delicate endeavor. Thus, to utilize the Mountain Sea body refining technique for alchemical refining is akin to wielding a blunt axe for intricate carving. How could one possibly become accustomed to such an approach? Therefore, upon realizing this, Tang Qi decided to forsake the cautiousness of traditional refining methods and instead maximize the Mountain Sea body refining technique's bold and expansive nature. To his astonishment, this approach truly succeeded. Now, Tang Chi had inadvertently carved out a new path in the art of refining. Violent refining. However, while it sounds simple, the execution is exceedingly challenging. Countless powerful techniques exist in the world, yet to achieve what Tang Chi has done, simultaneously engaging in violent refining while meticulously controlling his strength to keep the herbs teetering on the brink of destruction, would likely be beyond even the most esteemed refining masters. At this moment, Xue Nanyan regained her composure and approached Tang Chi, her eyes wide with shock as she stammered. What does this method of refining even signify? To bombard materials with the most primitive and brutal means. Xue Nanyan remained in a state of astonishment. Tang Chi cast a sidelong glance at her, chuckling. Refining, after all, isn't that difficult. The principle is quite simple. It's akin to cooking. What principle? Tang Chi inhaled deeply. His expression serious. High-quality ingredients often employ the simplest methods of preparation. The prodigy roared. Here you go again with your pretentiousness. What an outrage. What an outrage. Nevertheless, a glimmer of enlightenment crossed Xue Nanyan's eyes as she remarked with admiration. So, it turns out that there are no complex and elaborate refining techniques, nor intricate tools to assist. It is merely about refining materials in the most primitive and straightforward manner, without any ostentatious refining methods. It is no wonder you are the disciple of a master alchemist. Tang Chi settled into a cross-legged position, his eyes gently closed and softly stated, Allow me to impart 4 words to you. Return to simplicity. Xue Nanyan, as if enlightened, adopted a serious expression and immediately sat cross-legged, closing her eyes in contemplation, unwilling to let this fleeting moment of inspiration slip away. Observing Xue Nanyan, who was momentarily lost in thought, the prodigy remarked ominously, Little prodigy, aren't you afraid of divine retribution for your ostentatious deceit? Tang Chi rolled his eyes and shrugged. Everyone assumes I have a master as my mentor. If I don't act impressive, what if I reveal my true nature? How cunning. The prodigy let out a sly chuckle. Indeed, indeed. At this point, Tang Chi began to practice the mountain sea body refining technique, embarking on the first layer of skin refinement. Instantly, the familiar sensation of pain surged through every inch of his skin. Once more did I end this moment. Tang Chi seemed to empathize with the agony of being refined as a material. He had previously attempted to modify the side effects of his skills, to alter the mountain sea body refining technique, aiming to alleviate the suffering he endured during training. However, the originally effective alteration proved ineffective against the mountain sea body refining technique, as if it had sunk into the abyss without a trace. This can only indicate one thing. The level of the mountain sea body refining technique may indeed surpass that of the beast's soul sovereign within him. Nevertheless, after enduring these days of training, Tang Chi had begun to adapt to the pain caused by the mountain sea body refining technique. Following the battle against Wang Xingyu in Lan City, Tang Chi's combat prowess had risen once more. At this moment, after employing the mountain sea body refining technique, he was able to achieve a 2.5-fold enhancement, that he was now closer than ever to the 3-fold enhancement associated with mastering skin refinement. While practicing, Tang Chi inquired, Prodigy, what level of existence do you believe my mother holds? The prodigy pondered for a moment before responding. The seal your mother placed in the core area emanates a familiar aura. If the sealed object is indeed as I suspect, then your mother's level should not be low. Not low. Though Tang Chi was somewhat prepared for this assessment, he still felt a jolt of surprise. To receive such a remark from the prodigy could be taken to imply a transcendent level of existence. How does she compare to you? Tang Chi inquired once more, and the enchanting figure nonchalantly remarked, Compete with me? You still have quite a distance to cover. Umph. Tang Chi rolled his eyes dismissively and retorted, If you are truly so formidable, why then did you choose me? This was the second time Tang Chi had posed this question to the enchanting figure. And apart from the enigma surrounding his mother, it was the inquiry he yearned to have answered most. The enchanting figure possessed extraordinary strength. Even as a mere remnant of a soul, he still clutched the coveted mountain sea beast haul. Yet, he intended to pass this treasure to an inconspicuous youth like Tang Chi, that if one were to claim that the enchanting figure harbored a benevolent heart, intervening in the face of injustice, Tang Chi would be 1,000,000 times skeptical. Coughing awkwardly twice, the enchanting figure diverted the conversation. Time for sleep. With that, he transformed into a wisp of azure smoke, vanishing without a trace. Faced with such unyielding behavior, Tang Chi could only relent. Opening his eyes, he gazed into the flickering campfire, his expression deep and contemplative. Previously, Tang Chi's focus had been confined to the confines of Lan City. However, now that his strength was sufficient to break free from its borders, he discovered a boundless world beyond, filled with peril and the unknown. Who exactly was the enchanting figure? Why had he chosen Tang Chi? Who was his mother? And why had she wed into the Tang family? What lay sealed within the confines of that mysterious object? What was the true nature of Fenghua Academy? One question after another swirled in Tang Chi's mind. After resolving one issue with the Wang family, he found himself beset by even greater troubles. As his thoughts raced, Tang Chi's demeanor grew, increasingly resolute. He had come to a realization. All anxiety regarding the unknown stemmed from insufficient strength. Only by relentlessly enhancing his power could he earn the right to swim against the current. The campfire radiated warmth, crackling intermittently. Time passed in tranquil silence. Suddenly, a sharp sound sliced through the air. Whoosh! Chapter 39. Encounter with a powerful foe. The sound was piercing, akin to a blade slicing through the air, unleashing a deafening buzz that shattered the stillness of the night. In that instant, both Tang Chi and Xue Nanyan jolted awake, springing to their feet and dodging to opposite sides. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! Several sharp gusts of energy grazed past Tang Chi's nose, and he even felt a sting of pain on his face from their passage. Bang, bang, bang! The sharp objects crashed violently into the massive tree behind them. Upon closer inspection, 3 pitch-black hidden darts were revealed. Each dart measured an inch in length, completely black, engraved with deep grooves that in the firelight. The blades of the darts emitted a faint, eerie blue glow, poisonous. Realizing this, Tang Chi and Xue Nanyan exchanged wary glances, recognizing caution in each other's eyes, from the timing, angle, and the poison smeared upon the hidden darts. It was evident that the assailant was a ruthless expert, clearly no novice. At that moment, Xue Nanyan's expression turned grave as she stated, "I've seen these hidden darts before." "Oh, could they be?" Xue Nanyan's eyes narrowed sharply as she continued. "In the misty beast forest, it was this group that ambushed me, nearly costing me my life." With that, she gripped her red tassel spear tightly, its tip radiating spirit energy and emanating a fierce blaze. Indeed, it was this very group. Tang Chi scanned the surroundings warily. The individuals capable of forcing Xue Nanyan into such a dire situation were certainly no ordinary foes, even surpassing Wang Xingyu in prowess. One could say this group was the strongest adversary Tang Chi had encountered thus far. Whoosh, whoosh! Just then, 7 shadowy figures surged forth from the darkness simultaneously, transforming into arrows of night aimed at Tang Chi and Xue Nanyan. So swift, Tang Chi pivoted on his toes, retreating, and upon closer inspection, his heart raced. The leading trio were genuine practitioners of the 9th meridian, while the remaining 4 were all at the 8th meridian. Should these 7 elites appear in Lan City, they could undoubtedly sweep through all the families within half a day. Faced with the sudden onslaught, Tang Chi swept his hand, and the ice-soul blade instantly materialized in his grasp. Executing the sunflower blade technique, unleashing a flurry of blade light. Die! Xue Nanyan bellowed fiercely, her spear, as thick as an arm, shimmered violently, unleashing a resonant hum, akin to a fiery dragon, as it plunged into the sea of black-clad figures. In an instant, the whirling red spear erupted with astonishing energy, resembling a blazing cutting machine, sweeping through the ranks of adversaries with thunderous force. The air rippled, transforming into a fiery whirlwind that directly intercepted 2 9th meridian practitioners and the remaining 4 8th meridian foes. With just this one strike, Tang Chi profoundly grasped the might of the 10th meridian. However, due to the limited range of the attack, one 9th meridian opponent managed to circumvent Xue Nanyan's defense. Charging toward Tang Chi with a pitch-black dagger in hand, the shadowy dagger, imbued with an aura of death, swiftly approached Tang Chi. Mountain Sea Body Refinement Technique. Enhance. Beastly Spirit Possessed. Surge. With the 2.5 times enhancement of the Mountain Sea Body Refinement Technique. Coupled with the Beastly Spirit's possession, Tang Chi's strength surged to the mid-8th meridian, even surpassing his cultivation level during the battle with Wang Xingyu. The Ice Soul Blade's radiance flickered relentlessly. In the next moment, clang, a sharp explosion resonated. The pitch-black dagger scraped against the ice soul blade, creating sparks upon the icy surface. In that instant, Tang Chi felt as if he had been rammed by a speeding carriage. The overwhelming force sent a jolt of pain through his right arm, accompanied by a tingling sensation, so powerful. Wang Xingyu was already at the peak of the ninth meridian, but this black-clad opponent was even stronger by several degrees. Tang Chi's heart raced with alarm. Yet the black-clad assailant's onslaught did not cease. As the pitch-black dagger grazed the ice soul blade, a gray mist surged forth, like a venomous serpent, swiftly creeping up the ice soul blade. The moment the gray mist made contact with Tang Chi's fingertips, he was instantly engulfed by a sense of death. It felt as though countless vengeful souls were trapped within that gray fog. Wailing in agony, the deathly aura, akin to a parasitic worm, sought to infiltrate Tang Chi's very being. At that moment, the booming voice of the enchanting figure echoed in Tang Chi's ears. "Kid, you must never allow that deathly aura to enter your body." In that instant, Tang Chi's spirit energy surged violently, coalescing upon his right arm, as he exerted all his might to unleash a tremendous force. Bang! Just as the gray mist was about to penetrate his arm, it was violently shattered by Tang Chi's erupting spirit energy. The remnants of the mist were swept away by the wind, landing upon the grass below. Instantly, the blades of grass that touched the gray mist withered, visibly yellowing and dying at an alarming rate. What in the world is this? Tang Chi's gaze sharpened. Long before arriving at the Misty Beast Forest, Xuanyan had warned him of this group's peculiar techniques, which had nearly claimed her life even at the 10th meridian. Now witnessing it firsthand, he understood the gravity of the situation. Oh, the black-clad figure across was momentarily stunned. Clearly, he had approached with lethal intent, but had not anticipated that a mere youth at the 7th meridian could thwart his strike. This scenario was unprecedented. Meanwhile, the other two 9th meridian practitioners and the 4 8th meridian foes were leveraging the deathly aura, managing to hold their ground against Xuanyan. Streams of deathly energy coiled like venomous snakes, relentlessly assaulting Xuanyan. One black-clad individual, with a raspy and venomous voice, sneered, "Little girl, you escaped last time, yet you dare to return. Today shall be your demise." Nonsense. Xuanyan's eyes blazed with fury as she shouted. "Last time you ambushed me. Today, I'll make you taste my wrath." With that, both sides clashed once more. Meanwhile, Tang Chi's gaze remained sharp as he locked onto the 9th meridian black-clad figure before him. Quietly murmuring, "Alter side effects." A few lines of text appeared. "Death aura. Sacrifice vitality to cultivate death aura, rendering the practitioner half-human, half-ghost. If insufficient vitality is provided, the practitioner will be backlashed by the death aura. Alterable side effects. 1. None. 2. The meridian slightly blocked. Unable to exert full strength. Tang Chi furrowed his brow. Death aura. This was the first time he had encountered such a bizarre cultivation method. After a moment's contemplation, he opted for the second side effect. Meridians slightly blocked, unable to exert full strength. Though the inherent side effects of cultivating the death aura were terrifying, far more severe than a mere blockage of the meridians. Selecting the second option would minimize the opponent's combat capability, granting Tang Chi a brief respite. At that moment, the 9th meridian black-clad figure surged toward Tang Chi with ferocity. Another assault. However, as a result of Tang Chi altering the side effects of his technique, the black-clad figure's strength was slightly diminished, losing some of its initial ferocity. With the shifting tides of battle, Tang Chi rose once more, confronting the black-clad figure. In the open space, blades flashed, spears danced like dragons, and deathly energy surged. Chapter 40. Flight. The fierce battle raged on for approximately the duration of a stick of incense. Under the relentless assault of the black-clad figures, Tang Chi ducked and dodged, sustaining several cuts from daggers upon his body, all near vital points. Had he not evaded in time, he would have surely met his demise. Moreover, while avoiding the daggers, he also had to contend with the cunning and venomous death aura. In that span of time, Tang Chi felt as though he were walking a tightrope over an abyss. With a slight misstep, one could be drained of life by the ominous energy. Meanwhile, Xuanyan, being a formidable master of the 10 meridians, despite the interference of the deathly aura, gradually began to gain the upper hand. The red spear, infused with explosive energy, had successfully pierced through the bodies of 2 black-clad individuals of the 8 meridians. The remaining 2 from the 9 meridians and 2 from the 8 meridians also started to retreat. The scales of victory began to tilt slowly in favor of Tang Qi and his companion. As long as Tang Qi could hold out until Xue Nanyan resolved her battle, the black-clad figure before him would pose no threat. However, just as Tang Qi believed victory was assured, a shadow clad in black suddenly soared from atop a towering tree. The enormous cloak unfurled in the air, resembling the wings of a vulture descending from the heavens. Accompanied by an overwhelming pressure, it swiftly lunged toward Xue Nanyan. What? A 10 meridians practitioner. Tang Qi's heart sank. He instantly sensed the formidable power of the black-clad figure. The spiritual energy surged, exuding a sharp brilliance, exuding an undeniable aura of dominance over all existence. This was undoubtedly a master of the 10 meridians. And it seemed he was even slightly superior to Xue Nanyan. Be careful, Tang Qi shouted, but it was too late. The suddenly appearing figure in black extended a pair of withered claws from his sleeves. With pitch-black nails protruding half an inch, swirling with a dense, gray, deathly aura, despicable, a sneak attack. In a moment of urgency, Xue Nanyan raised her spear to meet the assault. Bang! A dull thud resonated, sending shockwaves outward. The claw struck the spear shaft directly. Poof! Xue Nanyan felt a surge of sweetness in her throat as she spat out a mouthful of blood. The deathly aura from the black-robed figure surged downward, entering Xue Nanyan's body. Instantly, her complexion turned pale as she was sent flying backward. Tang Qi exerted all his strength, feigning a strike to buy a second of respite, and rushed toward Xue Nanyan. He embraced her tightly. The situation had taken a sharp turn. They faced 1 10 meridians practitioner, 3 from the 9 meridians, and 2 from the 8 meridians. Such combat prowess was enough to kill Tang Qi and Xue Nanyan multiple times over. Kid, retreat quickly. They are not opponents you can handle now. At that moment, a voice of a monstrous being echoed, instructing, run toward the depths of the misty beast forest. There are illusions that can delay them. Before the voice could finish, Tang Qi unleashed all his remaining spiritual energy, one arm holding Xue Nanyan, the other wielding the ice blade, and dashed into the depths of the forest. At that moment, the black-robed figure's voice was hoarse and piercing, akin to metal being cut, commanding, "Stop them." Yes, the toxic vulture enforcer, the black-clad individual who had just battled Tang Qi, immediately stepped forward to intercept. The dark dagger transformed into a lethal poison arrow, blocking Tang Qi's path of retreat. There was no avoiding it. He could only withstand it, with wolves ahead and tigers behind. In this dire situation, Tang Qi desperately squeezed every ounce of spiritual energy from his cells. "Break for me!" Tang Qi roared, crack. At that moment, he felt a crisp sound resonate within him. In this life-and-death moment, he unexpectedly broke through the shackles of the 7 meridians, leaping into the early stage of the 8 meridians. Coupled with the 2.5 times enhancement from the Mountain Sea body refining technique and the possession of the monstrous beast, Tang Qi's strength surged directly to the advanced stage of the 8 meridians. This sudden increase in power caught the black-clad individual off guard. What? He actually leveled up. Bang! A thunderous sound erupted as Tang Qi struck fiercely at the black-clad individual's dagger. Thud, thud, thud. The black-clad figure was forced to retreat 3 steps. Seizing the opportunity, Tang Qi leaped and broke free from the encirclement, charging into the night with Xue Nanyan toward the core region of the Misty Beast Forest. Useless. The organization requires the item sealed within. No outsiders are allowed in the Beast Forest. This is a death command. The leader of the black-robed figures swiftly appeared before the black-clad individual, his withered claws extending like lightning, gripping the latter by the neck. With your strength at the 9 meridians, being forced back by an 8 meridians practitioner, what use do I have for you? The leader of the black-robed figures barked, his arms shrouded in deathly energy, beginning to envelop the black-clad individual. Toxic vulture enforcer. No, I have something to report. The black-clad figure, facing the toxic vulture enforcer, had completely lost his earlier ferocity, trembling as he pleaded for mercy. Speak. The toxic vulture enforcer exhibited no emotion. Yet the spread of the deathly energy showed no signs of slowing. The black-clad figure, in a panic, exclaimed, "My lord, I just sensed the deathly energy within me. It no longer has the backlash effect on practitioners. What? The toxic vulture enforcer was taken aback. Two sharp beams of light shooting from beneath his hood. Before the black-clad figure could utter another word, the toxic vulture enforcer's claw pierced through the black-clad figure's right shoulder, probing the deathly energy within him. Ah! Instantly, the black-clad figure cried out in agony, but the toxic vulture enforcer remained unmoved. As the probing continued, the toxic vulture enforcer grew increasingly astonished. He had cultivated the deathly energy for years and understood the terrifying side effects it possessed. Although the deathly energy could unleash brutal and powerful effects in combat, for practitioners, it was equally a sword of Damocles hanging over their heads. Within the organization, countless individuals had perished due to the backlash of the deathly energy, meeting gruesome ends. Yet through his investigation, the toxic vulture enforcer was shocked to discover that while the deathly energy within the black-clad figure remained malevolent, it no longer bore the desire to backlash against the practitioner. Speak, what exactly happened? The toxic vulture enforcer could no longer maintain his composure, squeezing the black-clad figure's shoulder tightly as he demanded. The black-clad individual, tormented by the toxic vulture enforcer, could only weakly reply. I don't know, it was only after battling that kid that this situation arose. This black-clad figure was the one who had fought Tang Chi and had his deathly energy side effects altered. That kid? The toxic vulture enforcer glanced in the direction Tang Chi had departed, a greedy glimmer flickering in his eyes that if the method to eliminate the deathly energy side effects is indeed related to that kid, obtaining that method would be a significant achievement. At that time, not only could he eliminate the threat of backlash from the deathly energy within him, but he would also surely rise to prominence within the organization. Someone, the toxic vulture enforcer commanded. Here, two black-clad individuals from the 8 Meridians stepped forward. The toxic vulture enforcer pointed at the suffering black-clad figure, instructing, take him back to the organization and report this matter. Yes, the two black-clad figures complied, lifting the injured individual and departing toward the outskirts of the Misty Beast Forest. The rest of you, follow me immediately. We must capture that kid alive. With that, the toxic vulture enforcer leaped away, leading the remaining two black-clad individuals from the 9 Meridians in pursuit of Tang Chi and Xue Nanyan. Chapter 41. The Hall of Souls. Tang Chi unleashed all his power, racing toward the core region with Xue Nanyan. Along the way, rugged mountains and overgrown trees created a challenging terrain, making it difficult to leave any traces. This allowed the pursuing toxic vulture enforcer to momentarily lose their trail, granting Tang Chi a brief respite. While running, Tang Chi turned to Xue Nanyan and inquired, "How are you holding up?" Xue Nanyan, forcing herself to maintain composure, her complexion pale and blood still staining her lips, replied, "The injuries are not severe. But that strange gray mist that entered my body will likely take some time to fully expel." As she spoke, Xue Nanyan's gaze sharpened, resolutely stating, "Last time, I barely escaped from the ambush of several practitioners of the 9 Meridians. And now we face a 10 Meridians practitioner. What kind of power possesses such a bizarre technique?" Even though Xue Nanyan hailed from the Fire Academy, she remained oblivious to the origins of the deathly energy. Meanwhile, Tang Chi couldn't help but feel a sense of relief, recalling how he had been fortunate enough to avoid encountering that group when he first arrived in the Misty Beast Forest to rescue his father, Tang Qinglin. Had it not been for Xue Nanyan's assistance in the recent battle, he might not have escaped with his life. Remembering that deathly aura, which felt as though it was clinging to his very bones, Tang Chi asked the monstrous being, "Old demon, it seems you recognize that group's origins?" After a moment of silence, the being replied, "The Hall of Souls." The Hall of Souls? Tang Chi was taken aback, furrowing his brow in contemplation. He searched his memory, but found no mention of such a name. The being continued, "Naturally, in this remote place, you wouldn't have heard of the Hall of Souls. The Hall of Souls is one of the most powerful factions in the world, primarily focused on plundering treasures, resources, and hunting formidable beasts and warriors. Though it seems to remain hidden on this continent, it secretly infiltrates every corner, stirring the waters behind the scenes during wars between empires and deadly struggles between factions. To put it simply, the Hall of Souls holds a status on this continent akin to that of the Vanny Trading Company in the Sky Peak Empire. Ubiquitous, shrouded in mystery, yet immensely powerful. Upon hearing this, a grave expression washed over Tang Chi's face. Moreover, at that moment, a rare hint of anger surfaced in the being's tone as it remarked, "Now, the peril I faced back then has left me with nothing but but a remnant soul. And lurking behind it is also the shadow of the Hall of Souls. Tang Chi was astonished. He had not anticipated that the demon would have such a history with the Hall of Souls. This clearly illustrated that the Hall of Souls was indeed a formidable entity. The demon continued. This time, the Hall of Souls has made an appearance in the Misty Beast Forest, and there is only one explanation. It has been drawn by the seals within the forest. Therefore, you must have the courage to extract whatever is sealed before intruding into the heart of the Hall of Souls. Understood. Tang Chi nodded vigorously. That was the only thing his mother had left for him, and it could very well be the sole clue to finding her. Thus, he could not allow the people of the Hall of Souls to seize it. As time slipped away, 2 days had swiftly passed. The Misty Beast Forest remained shrouded in darkness and tranquility, yet it now bore an air of impending doom. Whoosh, whoosh, 2 figures, one trailing the other, darted swiftly through the thicket. Tang Chi and Shui Nanyan. At this moment, Tang Chi was disheveled, his clothing in tatters, with several wounds oozing blood that had already begun to crust over. After 2 days of fleeing, he was nearing his limits, his face flushed and breath coming in ragged gasps. Shui Nanyan, although able to temporarily suppress the deathly energy coursing within her, was equally expending vast amounts of energy. Over the past 2 days, they had schemed and maneuvered through the Misty Beast Forest, striving to leave no trace to evade the pursuit of the poison vulture steward. However, the Hall of Souls was notorious for its treacherous and cunning tactics, and they possessed unique methods for tracking. After 2 exhausting days, Tang Chi's keen sixth sense began to sense that it would not be long before the poison vulture steward and his men would catch up, perhaps even within the span of a single incense stick. Hold on just a little further, and we will reach the area of the illusion. At that point, they will surely be delayed, Tang Chi said to Shui Nanyan. Shui Nanyan gritted her teeth and nodded. Just then, a sinister howl emanated from the forest behind them. You little bugs can never escape my grasp. Surrender now, and I shall spare your lives. The Hall of Souls is caught up, the raspy voice, akin to sandpaper scraping against skin, sent chills down their spines. Instantly, Tang Chi and Shui Nanyan exchanged glances, disregarding their remaining strength, and charged at full speed toward the area of the illusion at this moment. Tang Chi could vaguely see a thin layer of mist swirling in the trees ahead. Yet, this seemingly short distance had transformed into an agonizingly long stretch. The poison vulture steward, like a relentless parasite, surged toward them with the speed of a vulture's massive wings, draped in a black cloak. Hold on, just a little longer. The immense consumption of spiritual energy had left Tang Chi feeling faint and dizzy. Yet he pressed on, fixated on the path ahead, moving at a frantic pace. Suddenly, he sensed a fierce and malevolent aura surging from behind. Instantly, a cold shiver ran down his spine, and every hair on his body stood on end. Turning back, he found the poison vulture steward was now less than 5 meters away. His black robe billowed ominously in the wind. Surrender, kid. The steward waved his robe, revealing a withered claw that emerged from his sleeve, glimmering with a sinister dark light beneath the dim illumination, surrounded by a swirling, deathly energy that exuded an aura of evil. Block it. Tang Chi suddenly turned, channeling all his spiritual power into the ice soul blade, and struck fiercely at the steward's claw. Get away from me, Shui Nanyan shouted, brandishing her red tassel spear, which ignited in flames as she thrust it toward the poison vulture steward. The blade and spear, one icy and the other fiery, intertwined like the yin and yang of Tai Chi, forming a swirling vortex of ice and fire that surged toward the steward. Ha ha! Overestimating yourselves, the poison vulture steward laughed maniacally, the deathly energy in his hands swelling anew. Boom! A thunderous clash erupted as their attacks collided. Dust and debris filled the air, and amidst the chaos, Tang Chi and Shui Nanyan were sent flying. Both appeared haggard and pale, clearly having endured the brunt of the stewardess attack. However, the steward intended to capture Tang Chi alive and did not wish to take his life, which was why he had not unleashed his full power. This was the only reason Tang Chi and Shui Nanyan could withstand the steward's strike. Ha ha, surrender. The poison vulture stewardess' face twisted into a frenzied grin. However, just as he was about to advance and seize Tang Chi, a sudden shift occurred. An endless mist enveloped him, obscuring his vision. Did I end the next moment? The landscape changed before the steward's eyes. Flowers and trees vanished, replaced by jagged rocks. This was the illusion within the misty beast forest. The steward's expression darkened as he coldly declared, "Then let you live a little longer while I break this illusion." Chapter 42. A swift knock to the head. Meanwhile, Tang Chi and Xue Nanyan, propelled by the force of the poison vulture steward, tumbled backward to make their final dash, diving into the mist. Thud, thud. Tang Chi and Xue Nanyan fell to the ground, rolling several times before coming to a stop. Xue Nanyan propped herself up with her spear, forcing herself to stand, gazing into the endless mist behind them. The poison vulture steward had long since vanished from sight. Seeing this, Xue Nanyan finally exhaled in relief, plopping down onto the ground and gasping, "Darn it! I almost fell into the gutter again. Once I recover, I will surely battle you 300 rounds." Tang Chi, too, breathed a sigh of relief, observing Xue Nanyan's demeanor. He couldn't help but smile wryly. This battle-hungry woman had not changed a bit, even in such dire circumstances. "What, don't believe me?" Xue Nanyan shot him a glare, thumping her chest. "If that scoundrel hadn't ambushed me back then. Do you believe my red tassel spear could have skewered him like a candied hawthorn?" Her ample curves jiggled as she patted her chest. "Cough, cough. I believe you." Tang Chi scratched his head, managing an awkward yet polite smile as he reassured her. At that moment, Xue Nanyan realized something was amiss. She looked around in confusion. Strange. Why is there no mist or illusion surrounding us? At that moment, within a 10-meter radius of them, there was not a trace of mist or illusion. Beyond that boundary, however, the mist thickened, appearing even more oppressive under the dim light, as if a transparent lid had been placed above them, keeping the mist at bay. I understand." Xue Nanyan's eyes brightened suddenly, as she exclaimed to Tang Chi, "We are already within the illusion. Everything before us is merely a figment." With that, a gleam of pride flickered across her face, clearly pleased to have deduced this before Tang Chi. Tang Chi, exasperated, slapped his forehead and said, "Senior sister, stop guessing nonsense, and just follow me." Xue Nanyan glared at him again, but her expression softened at the term senior sister, which clearly delighted her. As Tang Chi stood up, the surrounding mist parted, revealing a path leading in a specific direction. The scene mirrored that of several days prior. Tang Chi understood that this misty pathway would guide them directly to the heart of the misty beast forest. He waved to Xue Nanyan, signaling her to follow him. Entranced by the extraordinary sight, Xue Nanyan's eyes sparkled with wonder as she took a few graceful strides to keep pace with Tang Chi. Curiosity evident in her voice. "Junior brother, what is happening?" "Senior sister, please refrain from speaking and focus on recovering. That way, you can heal more quickly," Tang Chi replied, keeping the secret of the mist to himself. Xue Nanyan persisted. "Do you have any other miraculous methods that could instantly heal my injuries?" She recalled how, in her moment of desperation, Tang Chi had managed to negate the effects of the deadly pill with a mere knock to the head. Tang Chi's expression remained stoic. "None." "Oh." Xue Nanyan frowned, feeling dissatisfied. "Then how about you give me another knock to the head?" "Senior sister, please conduct yourself with decorum." Thus, the two continued along the path formed by the mist, pressing forward. Finally, as twilight descended once more, Tang Chi returned to the core area. Pushing aside a thicket, he was met with a sudden clarity after days of evasion in the stifling darkness of the misty beast forest. Upon arriving at the core, it felt as though he had undergone a purification. All the fatigue that had weighed him down vanished in an instant at a 100-meter clearing, filled with the sounds of birds and the fragrance of flowers. With lush green grass underfoot, basked in the golden glow of the setting sun. How beautiful! At this moment, even Xue Nanyan, who yearned for battle 24 hours a day, could not help but relax her mind. She spread her arms wide and lay directly on the lawn, stretching comfortably in the very center of the open space. A rectangular, semi-transparent seal continued to hover in the air, its purple and gold lines outlining curves of unparalleled nobility. Resembling a throne woven from precious metals, exuding an air of majesty and grandeur. Not only Tang Chi, but even Xue Nanyan found herself deeply captivated. With a look of astonishment, Xue Nanyan exclaimed, "Is this truly a seal? Is this the purpose of your journey here?" It is known that only individuals of immense power possess the qualification to cast such seals, not to mention in Lon City, even within the Fire Academy. It is rare to hear of their existence. Tang Chi nodded gravely, affirming her words that a flicker of understanding crossed Xue Nanyan's eyes as she remarked, "No wonder the illusions in the Misty Beast Forest are so potent, capable of ensnaring that group of scoundrels. It turns out to be due to this seal." At that moment, a devilish voice emerged, stating, "You rascal, focus on nurturing your body and adjusting your state to its peak. During this time, I shall study the seal and determine how to unlock it." "Understood." Tang Chi nodded in agreement, subsequently inserting the ice blade beside him. He turned to Xue Nanyan and said, "I will first regulate my body. I kindly ask for your protection, senior sister." Through their days of interaction, Tang Chi had come to fully understand Xue Nanyan's character, realizing that she was someone he could trust completely. Thus, without any hesitation, he settled into a cross-legged position, closed his eyes, and began to circulate the mountain sea body refinement technique within him. Gradually, a thin layer of flame ignited around him, scorching every inch of his skin. Observing the flames enveloping Tang Chi, Xue Nanyan recognized them as the refining fire of a refiner. Her astonishment deepened as she murmured, "What sort of madman would turn himself into a weapon, forging himself with refining fire?" Yet after a moment's thought, excitement ignited on her face as she eagerly declared, "Once this fellow has some free time, I must challenge him to a duel." Thus, as the sun gradually set and the night enveloped the sky, the moonlight cast its glow, and the stars adorned the heavens like jewels in a splendid galaxy. After 4 hours had passed, Tang Chi abruptly opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within. He exhaled a breath of turbid everything adjusted? Xue Nanyan inquired. Indeed. Tang Chi stood up, circulating his spiritual energy and stretching his limbs. Instantly, a series of crackling sounds erupted from his joints, akin to popping beans. Turning his gaze toward the seal illuminated by moonlight, he spoke in a deep voice, "We can commence." Chapter 43. Steel Tiger. Although Tang Chi's injuries had yet to fully heal, the spiritual energy within him was already abundant. Approaching the seal, he fixed his gaze upon its semi-transparent surface and inquired of the devilish voice, "What must I do next?" After some contemplation, the voice replied, "Through my extensive research, I have discovered that this mist can automatically identify your identity and guide you here, indicating that this seal is connected to your bloodline. Why not try dripping a drop of blood to see if it can unlock the seal?" "Is that all?" Tang Chi replied with a perplexed expression. "You have spent several hours only to arrive at such a conclusion, such a complex and powerful seal, and yet it seems so simple in your words." The devilish voice shrugged nonchalantly, saying, "As you know, high-end ingredients often require the simplest cooking methods." Tang Chi chuckled heartily, and the devilish voice reveled in Tang Chi's embarrassment, exclaiming, "Stop the nonsense and hurry up and try dripping your blood." Tang Chi nodded. At this moment, Tang Chi had an abundance of wounds, but no shortage of blood. From a random cut on his arm, he squeezed out 2 drops of blood, letting them fall onto the seal. Plop! Instantly, ripples radiated outward from the point where the blood made contact with the seal. The moment the blood touched the surface, it was drawn in entirely. In the next moment, the seal transformed into a powerful vortex, and several visible gusts of wind erupted violently from within. Bang! The immense force propelled Tang Chi backward. Having anticipated this, Tang Chi deftly landed on his feet, executing several flips to return to Zhao Qinglin's side. His gaze vigilant as he focused on the seal, that he beheld a small whirlwind engulfing the entire seal, while the purple and gold lines within began to extend outward like agile tendrils. The dazzling purple and gold radiance burst forth from the winds, illuminating the entire open area. Strangely, under the brilliance of the purple and gold light, Tang Chi felt no warmth. Instead, there was a chilling, bone-piercing sensation. This aura feels so familiar. The devilish voice shouted with excitement. "As I suspected, this seal is undoubtedly something extraordinary. Extraordinary." If even the devilish voice, with its unparalleled cultivation and status as the 8th generation heir of the Mountain Sea Beast Hall, deemed it extraordinary, it must be a treasure of rare quality. With the devilish voice's affirmation, Tang Chi's astonishment deepened. What on earth was his mother's true identity? The tempestuous winds rose to a peak, and suddenly the purple and gold radiance converged, creating an illusion. In the next instant, a semi-transparent purple-gold spirit deer appeared in the air. The spirit deer moved with elegance and grace, its bright eyes shining like the moon, radiating a purple-gold glow, its antlers resembling the branches of a divine tree, exuding a sharp and icy aura. Its majestic presence carried the weight of royal authority, compelling one to instinctively feel a sense of submission. What is this? Both Tang Qi and Xue Nanyan stood in stunned silence. The purple-gold spirit deer, akin to a moonlit fairy, moved gracefully, seemingly invoking the forces of heaven and earth with each delicate motion. Yet before Tang Qi could pose a question to the devilish voice, the spirit deer suddenly turned its head, locking eyes with Tang Qiu. In that instant, Tang Qi felt an undulating ripple between himself and the spirit deer, causing him to momentarily lose focus. Just as he regained his senses, the world around him spun chaotically, everything shifting in an instant, transforming in a whirlwind of change. Tang Qi discovered himself inexplicably situated in an expansive void of nothingness. Where is this? Could it be an illusion? In this space, he gazed into the distance, yet found no boundary. That moment, the devilish voice echoed in his ear, "Kid, this is not an illusion. It is a space within the seal." As he spoke, several large characters slowly materialized in the void. Slay the demon beast to break this space. In the next instant, a demon beast appeared before him. It resembled a tiger, with a long blue mane, purple stripes cascading across its body, sharp fangs protruding 2 inches long, glistening with a cold light. Its long, whip-like tail cracked through the air with a sharp sound. Tang Qi instantly recognized it as a steel tiger. An adult steel tiger is classified as a 6th-level demon beast, and some even reach the 7th level. Naturally brutal, its skin is as tough as steel, and a single swing of its tail could cleave a human warrior in half. The notorious steel tiger is the nightmare of all warriors. This moment, the devilish voice slowly emerged from within Tang Qi, stating, "It seems your mother has indeed gone to great lengths for you. Merely breaking the seal and refining the 6 meridians is just the entry requirement, that if you truly wish to obtain the treasures within, you must undergo rigorous trials." Tang Qi nodded, understanding that only by reaching the requisite strength could he qualify to seize the treasures within the seal. Otherwise, an innocent person would suffer for possessing something precious. His mother's intention was to ensure that he not only obtained the treasures but could also guard them. However, this space was indeed fascinating. Capable of storing demon beasts? Looking around curiously, Tang Qi inquired, "Is that so?" "Not quite." The devilish voice shook its head. "This steel tiger is merely a manifestation of condensed spiritual energy within this space. It is not a true demon beast. However, as for its might, the devilish voice wore a mischievous grin, and from its expression, Tang Qi could infer that this spiritual steel tiger was likely as formidable, if not more so, than a real steel tiger. Roar! Just as they spoke, the steel tiger unleashed a sudden roar, saliva dripping down its fangs as it fixed its frenzied gaze upon Tang Qi. "Here it comes." Tang Qi's eyes narrowed. In the next moment, the steel tiger lunged at him, its claws digging into the ground as it pounced. Its tail whipped through the air with a resounding crack. Tang Qi gripped the ice blade, swiftly dodging, and countered with a slash. Bang! The ice blade exuded an icy chill, severing the steel tiger in half at the waist. In the next moment, the 2 halves of the steel tiger dissipated into motes of spiritual energy, vanishing into the void. At that point, Tang Qi had already attained the strength of 8 meridians. Dealing with a 6th-level steel tiger was indeed a trivial task. So simple, Tang Qi furrowed his brow, sensing that this victory had come a tad too easily. "Simple?" The devilish voice interjected with a hint of mischief. "Look over there." However, before Tang Qi could respond, he felt a sudden gust of wind from behind him. 3 fierce forces rushing toward his neck. Danger! Tang Qi's body tensed instinctively as he abruptly bent forward. 3 steel tigers, emerging from an unknown direction, soared overhead. Their sharp claws left faint red marks on his neck. In that moment, a chill coursed through Tang Qi's heart, that if he had made even the slightest misstep, he would have been severely injured. It seemed he needed to unleash his true abilities. Tang Qi tightly gripped the ice blade in his hand, a grin spreading across his face, filled with fierce determination as he charged towards the 3 steel tigers. Chapter 44. Taking a different path, Tang Chi engaged in a fierce battle with the three steel tigers. And after several exchanges, he managed to slay them all once more. In comparison to taking down a single steel tiger, vanquishing three posed a significantly greater challenge. However, just as Tang Chi dispatched the trio, four more steel tigers suddenly appeared. More? Tang Chi took a deep breath and swung his blade forward again. What lay ahead for Tang Chi was an endless cycle of combat, battle, battle, an unceasing onslaught. Each time Tang Chi felled a steel tiger, more would emerge from the shadows, their gaping maws and blood-red eyes fixated on him, intent on tearing him to shreds. Even though they were merely sixth-level beasts, they began to weigh heavily on Tang Chi. After all, a multitude of ants can indeed bring down an elephant. Faced with the relentless horde of steel tigers, Tang Chi's spiritual energy rapidly dwindled. With each tiger he defeated, his energy diminished by a fraction. Before he knew it, he had exhausted more than half of his spiritual power. At last, under the claws of one steel tiger, Tang Chi felt a searing pain as a deep wound was carved into his right arm, sending him sprawling. As he landed, Tang Chi swiftly adjusted his posture to stabilize himself. Feeling the throbbing pain from his wounded arm, he couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh, murmuring, "Mother, are you truly intent on putting your son through this trial?" Heh. The spirit beside him chuckled maliciously. "Oh, the plight of parents. If I were uncertain of your capabilities, I would hesitate to entrust anything valuable to you." Before Tang Chi could catch his breath, 5 or 6 steel tigers charged at him once more, vying to be the first to pounce. Tang Chi's expression grew serious as he fixed his gaze upon the steel tigers. After a moment of contemplation, he unexpectedly sheathed the ice blade back into the mountain sea space with a single hand. "Are you truly considering abandoning this trial?" The spirit questioned in confusion. Despite the perilous nature of this trial, Tang Chi's mother would undoubtedly not permit him to perish within it. The spirit sensed that should Tang Chi's life be in jeopardy, the seal would automatically declare the trial a failure, expelling him from the sealed space. But to abandon, that did not seem to align with Tang Chi's character. Indeed, as soon as Tang Chi retracted the ice blade, he thrust his fist forward, igniting 2 orbs of yellow, refining fire within his palms. Refining fire? Typically, most refining masters prefer to use this fire in battle, though it consumes considerable mental focus and energy. For Tang Chi, the most cost-effective method of combat remained the ice blade. Nevertheless, his decision to wield fire instead puzzled the spirit. "Come on," Tang Chi bellowed, charging at the steel tigers. This scene piqued the spirit's interest, prompting it to observe intently, curious about Tang Chi's intentions. Tang Chi surged forward, delivering a powerful punch to the foremost steel tiger. The full force of a refined body practitioner behind that strike elicited a mournful howl from the tiger, which subsequently fell lifelessly, transforming into spiritual energy. However, this time, the energy did not dissipate as before. Instead, it was enveloped by the refining fire. Following this, under the connection of the refining fire, the spiritual energy began to flow towards Tang Chi, merging into his body. Instantly, Tang Chi felt a refreshing energy permeate his skin, gathering from his limbs and bones into his the dantian, which had previously been nearly depleted, now experienced a revival. The spirit, witnessing this spectacle, couldn't help but clap in astonishment, exclaiming, "You little rascal, you've discovered such a clever method. Ha ha, truly deserving of being called a little prodigy." Tang Chi, too, felt elated, just as he had surmised. Earlier, when confronting the steel tigers, the spirit had mentioned that these creatures were manifestations of spiritual energy. Thus, in a moment of clarity, Tang Chi had decided to utilize the refining fire against them. Wrapping the tigers in flames upon their demise, that it was akin to extracting the essence of spiritual herbs, collecting the energy from the steel tigers, and guiding it into his body via the refining fire. Initially, it had seemed but a wild notion. Yet under the might of the mountain sea body refining technique, it had indeed succeeded. In an instant, Tang Chi gazed at the remaining steel tigers, his eyes alight with fervor. Akin to a tiger descending from the mountain, lunging fiercely at them. Slay. Absorb. Slay again. Absorb once more. One steel tiger after another fell before Tang Chi, only for a continuous stream of new steel tigers to emerge. Gradually, Tang Chi's spiritual energy was fully restored. And as he absorbed more and more, his cultivation began to advance steadily. Advancement, advancement, advancement. At this moment, Tang Chi felt no fear of the overwhelming number of steel tigers. Rather, he feared that there would not be enough to satisfy his hunger for battle. Gradually, he climbed from the early stage of the 8 meridians of body refinement to the mid-stage. Tang Chi lost count of how many steel tigers he had slain. He only knew that his cultivation had reached the mid-stage of the 8 meridians, with just one step remaining to ascend to the advanced level. Bang! Another powerful punch landed on a steel tiger, causing it to emit a wail before dissipating into spiritual energy that Tang Chi absorbed. At this moment, Tang Chi realized that not a single steel tiger remained nearby. Had he truly vanquished them all? Tang Chi tentatively inquired, his eyes reflecting a hint of reluctance and longing. It was worth noting that Tang Zhonghui had stagnated at the mid-stage of the 8 meridians for decades. Yet in merely a few hours, he had soared from the early stage to now being just a step away from the advanced stage. Such speed could only be likened to rocketing upwards. Just then, a line of large characters appeared in the void. Break the heart demon to lift the seal. Heart demon? Tang Chi paused, about to speak, but in an instant, the scenery before him shifted once more. Darkness descended, ominous clouds loomed overhead, and flashes of lightning illuminated the sky. Tang Chi suddenly felt as if the ground had vanished beneath him. Realizing he was now bound to a torture platform. The platform was situated within the ancestral hall of the Tang family. Ha! Tang Chi, you worthless fool, have you finally awakened? Hearing that familiar voice, Tang Chi's heart raced as he looked up in shock. The speaker was none other than Tang Zhonghui. Beside him stood the smug Wang Chunlei. The onlookers around them bore cold, unfeeling gazes, their stares like countless shards of ice piercing through Tang Chi. Tang Zhonghui, Wang Chunlei, impossible. You both are dead. Tang Chi's eyes narrowed as he shouted defiantly. Dead? Ha! Tang Chi, I believe this is merely a dream you concocted while you were unconscious. Wang Chunlei laughed heartily. Indeed, Tang Zhonghui stepped forward. Roaring, Tang Chi, as the heir of the Tang family, you are devoid of talent and virtue. Today, I strip you of your title as heir, abolish your cultivation, and demote you to a mere servant of the Wang family. At this moment, within the sealed space, Tang Chi sat cross-legged, his eyes tightly shut, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, his facial muscles contorted in agony. A swirling mass of purple-black mist hovered quietly beside him. Softly speaking, kid, you are now trapped within an illusion that I hope you can navigate through it smoothly. Chapter 45. The 10 Kings of the Demonic Clan, the Illusory Shadow Deer, in the Illusory Realm. Tang Chi was firmly bound to the torture platform, disbelief etched across his face. Impossible. I clearly killed you all. How could this be a dream? You insolent beast, on the brink of death. You dare to spout such nonsense. Tang Zhonghui thundered, soaring into the air, the phantom of a silver-feathered rock manifesting as he reached out toward Tang Chi. Instantly, Tang Chi felt that familiar pain coursing through his body once more. His cultivation was once again being obliterated. Ah! Tang Chi let out a piercing scream, his features twisted in agony. That moment, Wang Chunlei's figure flashed before Tang Chi's eyes, tossing him a book. The cover bore the 4 large characters, Sunflower Technique. Ha ha! Tang Chi, as a servant of the Wang family, I have prepared this technique for you. Practice it. You must first castrate yourself. Ha! The selection for the Flame Academy can only be achieved by me alone. The scene shifted to the misty beast forest, where his father, Tang Qinglin, was brutally slain by the Wang family's great elder, Wang Yuanqing, his body torn asunder, the sight horrifically tragic. The scene flickered again to the plaza of Lan City. Tang Chi remained pinned to the torture platform, witnessing Tang Zhonghui leading the Tang family disciples as they deeply bowed to Wang Xingyu, exclaiming, "From today forth, the Tang family shall adopt the surname Wang. In gratitude to the family head for accepting us, I, Wang Zhonghui, shall serve the Wang family loyally." All of this was etched deeply into Tang Chi's mind. Within the sealed space, the spirit observed Tang Chi's fluctuating aura, growing increasingly concerned. It was well known that for a martial artist, sustaining injuries to arms and legs was commonplace, and with proper care, healing was not difficult. However, the heart demon posed the greatest threat to a martial artist. As the ancient saying goes, there is no greater sorrow than a heart that has died. Once a person's heart has perished, they become akin to a walking corpse, and even if they miraculously avoid falling into madness, they will never progress again. At this moment, within the illusory realm, Wang Chunlei laughed triumphantly. Ha ha! Tang Qi, I will ensure you witness the downfall of your Tang family, making you wish for life, yet unable to escape death. Ha ha ha! Mockery, indifference, and derision surged from all directions. Yet at that very moment, from behind Tang Qiping's disheveled hair, two beams of piercing light suddenly erupted. A powerful surge of energy violently erupted from within him. Tang Qiping abruptly raised his head. His once dazed eyes gradually became resolute and steadfast. Wang Chunlei, Tang Zhonghui, Wang Xingyu. Through gritted teeth, Tang Qiping forcefully squeezed out these three names and bellowed. So what if it's a dream? If I awaken, I shall slay you once more. You wish for me, Tang Qiping, to submit? Never. In an instant, a formidable energy exploded from Tang Qiping's body. Boom! The execution platform beneath him shattered into fragments. Everything before him began to dissolve under the might of Tang Qiping's overwhelming presence. He stepped forward with great strides, roaring, "Kill! Kill! 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 Kill!" accompanied by an intense aura of slaughter. Everything in Tang Qiping's path was obliterated. Wang Chunlei, Tang Zhonghui, Wang Xingyu. They were utterly insignificant. At this moment, Tang Qiping no longer regarded anyone with any measure of respect. For the conviction within his heart had grown ever more resolute. Since I, Tang Qiping, have slain you once, I can do so a second, a third, 100 times. Meanwhile, within the sealed space, the demon noticed that Tang Qiping's aura had undergone a seismic transformation. Shifting from recent silence to a tumultuous surge, the mountain sea body refinement technique within Tang Qiping operated frantically, even in a state of unconsciousness that a layer of crimson flames blazed upon his skin. The last remnants of impurities within Tang Qiping's body were finally forced out bit by this fire. At last, when the flames reached their zenith, a streak of black impurities wafted from Tang Qiping's palm, dissipating into the air. His skin became as white as snow, yet radiated a metallic sheen, resembling the hardest ice crystal in existence. Taking a deep breath, Tang Qiping exhaled a cloud of turbid air and slowly opened his eyes. A glimmer of brilliance shooting forth as he softly declared, "The first layer of the mountain sea body refinement technique has been perfected." At that moment, the demon rushed forward and inquired, "Have you shattered your heart's demon?" Hee. Tang Qiping grinned and replied, "A mere trifle." Just then, the space before them began to collapse rapidly. The vast expanse of the world fragmented within mere breaths, drawn into a pitch-black void. Tang Qiping's vision blurred once again, and he felt his body sway as he found himself back in the heart of the mysterious beast forest. Lush lawns, blooming flowers, the chirping of insects, and the croaking of frogs. Shui Nanyan had remained vigilantly by the seal, and upon witnessing Tang Qiping's sudden appearance, she hurriedly stepped forward, asking, "You're back?" Tang Qiping nodded in response. Moments ago, his sudden disappearance into the sealed space had genuinely worried Shui Nanyan. Now, seeing him return safely, her anxious heart finally settled. It was then that Shui Nanyan noticed that Tang Qiping's aura had once again transformed in mere hours. "Why you've improved your cultivation again?" she exclaimed, astonished. It had only been a few days since Shui Nanyan first encountered Tang Qiping. Yet in that short span, his power had skyrocketed. Even among the talented individuals of the Flame Academy, such rapid advancement was unheard of. At that moment, a thought flickered in Shui Nanyan's mind, and she couldn't help but murmur, "If I don't challenge him soon, I might really be unable to defeat him." Observing this girl who seemed to dream of battling even in her sleep, Tang Qiping displayed a hint of helplessness. Scratching his head as he said, "Just a minor fortuitous encounter." Just then, the demon in the Mountain Sea Beast Hall gestured for Tang Qiping to look toward the seal, saying, "Now, that is a true fortuitous encounter." Tang Qiping turned his gaze toward the seal at this moment. He had not only vanquished the steel tiger, but also dispelled his heart's demon, successfully completing the trial to lift the seal. What awaited him next filled Tang Qiping with anticipation. In the direction of the seal, the purple-gold spirit deer still hovered in midair, and beneath it, a luminous orb flickered with blinding white light, illuminating the surrounding area as brightly as day. Tang Cheeping looked at the purple gold spirit deer and asked the demon, "Old demon, now you must tell me, what is the origin of this purple gold spirit deer?" Tang Cheeping believed that, given the demon's extensive experience, he would surely know what kind of treasure his mother had left him. This purple gold spirit deer is one of the 10 royal clans of the demon race, the Shadow Phantom Deer. Chapter 46, Shadow Phantom Deer's Spirit Core. The Shadow Phantom Deer. Tang Cheeping's expression tightened, exclaiming, "The legendary royal clan of demon beasts?" "Indeed." The demon nodded, elaborating. "Throughout history, demon beast races are categorized into one catastrophe for fierce beasts. 5 saints and 10 kings. Each of these clans represents a transcendent existence. The 10 kings are the 10 most powerful demon beasts of each generation, known as demon kings. Their races are referred to as the royal clans of demon beasts. And the Shadow Phantom Deer belongs to one of the 10 kings." Upon hearing the demon's explanation, Tang Cheeping couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Just days ago, he had only begun to grasp the vastness of the world and the heights of martial cultivation. The fact that the Shadow Phantom Deer could be classified among the royal clans of demon beasts indicated it was a behemoth-level existence. The treasure his mother had left him was unexpectedly related to the Shadow Phantom Deer clan, which left Tang Cheeping utterly astounded. At that moment, the luminous orb in the air flickered, gradually dimming. In a flash, the white light vanished, replaced by a fist-sized purple-gold gemstone that slowly floated toward Tang Cheeping. Instinctively, he reached out to catch it. Within the semi-transparent purple-gold gemstone swirled ethereal purple mist, and at its center, a lively Shadow Phantom Deer frolicked joyously as the purple-gold gemstone made contact with Tang Cheeping's skin. A chilling sensation coursed through him, and within just a few breaths, he felt a tingling numbness spreading through his arm that he sensed the immense energy contained within, leaving him utterly astonished. The demon immediately shouted, "Brat, what a treasure! The spirit core of the Shadow Phantom Deer." The spirit core. In that moment, amidst his shock, a realization dawned upon Tang Cheeping. No wonder his mother instructed him to visit the mysterious beast forest upon reaching the 6 meridians of body refinement. When martial artists cultivate to the 6 meridians, they have a chance to awaken the beast's soul throne within their bodies, becoming beast tamers. The more powerful the embedded spirit core, the greater the martial artist's strength would increase. Thus, it became clear that his mother had intended for him to inherit the spirit core of the Shadow Phantom Deer upon reaching the 6 meridians. The demon continued, "The Shadow Phantom Deer possesses innate illusionary abilities, and when combined with its formidable antlers, it ranks among the top assassins of the Demon Beast clan. Any enemy targeted by the Shadow Phantom Deer will unknowingly lose their life." Upon hearing this, Tang Cheeping gazed at the spirit core of the Shadow Phantom Deer, his eyes betraying a glimmer of expectation. Ordinary beast tamers could only embed a single spirit core, but Tang Cheeping possessed 9 beast soul thrones. His demand for spirit cores was 9 times that of an ordinary beast tamer. This spirit core of the Shadow Phantom Deer was, for him, akin to a timely gift in the snow. He couldn't help but wonder what kind of abilities this spirit core would bestow upon him. Yet, at that moment, the ethereal image of the Shadow Phantom Deer in the air began to move again. "What is happening?" Tang Cheeping, Xuan and the demon immediately focused their attention on the shadowy figure. The ethereal image of the Shadow Phantom Deer gracefully turned in midair, gliding down as if it were a joyful spirit of the forest. Silent yet free, in the next moment, a scene that left Tang Cheeping dumbfounded unfolded before his eyes. The shadowy figure of the Shadow Phantom Deer transformed once more, taking on a human form. Stepping forward and leaping. In an instant, the purple gold light flashed and dispersed, revealing a graceful figure that emerged from the void. A young girl, snow white as porcelain, her purple gold hair cascading to her waist, and a pair of purple eyes sparkling with vitality. Resembling a delicate ceramic doll, dressed in purple, she exuded an air of both grace and authority. Before this girl, even Shangwan Yulan from the Van Hai Trading Company paled in comparison. Even Xuan Nanyan, standing beside Tang Cheeping, gazed in awe, unable to help but exclaim, "So beautiful." The girl's delicate feet gently touched the grass, her bright eyes curiously scanning her surroundings. Upon catching sight of Tang Cheeping, the girl revealed a charming smile, her eyes narrowing into crescent moons as she cheerfully addressed him. "Husband, you've finally come." Hee. Tang Cheeping chuckled at the demon, saying, "Look at this shadow phantom deer. So polite, calling me husband upon our first meeting." "What? Husband?" Tang Cheeping exclaimed in shock, nearly dislocating his jaw, but he had initially thought the ethereal image of the shadow phantom deer was merely a manifestation of the spirit core, yet it had transformed into a living, breathtakingly beautiful girl. The unexpected utterance of husband left him utterly unprepared. Tang Cheeping abruptly turned to look at Xue Nanyan, who, upon glancing at the girl and then back at Tang Cheeping, wore an expression of disbelief, as though she viewed him as a creepy uncle with ulterior motives toward the girl. Who are you?" Tang Chi involuntarily took a step back, his gaze warily fixed upon the young girl. At present, it seemed highly plausible that this girl was a manifestation of a shadow phantom deer. Yet, according to the accounts of the monstrous beings, even a divine beast of the Xian realm could not transform into human form. Could it be that this girl was a formidable beast of power surpassing the Xian realm? "Husband, it's me, Moo Moo. What is the matter? Do you not want me anymore?" The girl looked at Tang Chi. And as she spoke, her small lips began to pout, her large eyes blinking rapidly, seemingly filled with grievance, on the verge of shedding tears. Even when faced with the mightiest of beasts, Tang Chi would fight to the death. However, in the presence of this rain-soaked Moo Moo, he found himself utterly flustered, hastily responding, "I never said I didn't want you." "I knew you would want me." The girl, who called herself Moo Moo, instantly shed her expression of grievance, replaced by a glimmer of triumph, as if her scheme had succeeded. Faced with the quirky Moo Moo, Tang Chi scratched his head in exasperation, nearly going mad. Watching Moo Moo as she occasionally leaped to catch butterflies and at other times bent down to pick flowers, Tang Chi forced himself to calm down, articulating each word deliberately. What on earth is happening here? Having just released his seal, he found himself embroiled in such an enigmatic situation. Throughout his life, Tang Chi's luck had never been particularly favorable, and his romantic prospects were abysmal. Now, the sudden appearance of an extraordinary woman who claimed to be his wife left him utterly at a loss. Sensing Tang Chi's seriousness, Moo Moo ceased her playful antics, sitting upon a stone and swinging her delicate, fair feet, addressing him. "My name is Su Moo Moo. That I encountered danger in the past and was rescued by Aunt Shuang Er, who helped me transform into human form, allowing me to barely retain my life. I have been healing and recovering in this seal." Tang Chi suddenly realized Dongfang Shuang Er was indeed his mother's name, and this bizarre occurrence must surely be connected to her. At that moment, Su Moo Moo pulled Tang Chi from his reverie, continuing, "To express my gratitude, I decided that if Aunt Shuang Er were to have a daughter in the future, we would become sworn sisters, and if she were to have a son, I would marry him." After saying this, Su Moo Moo looked at Tang Chi and softly inquired, "Would you prefer to be my sister or my husband?" "Your sister." Faced with Su Moo Moo's peculiar logic, Tang Chi felt a wave of frustration wash over him. At this juncture, Xue Nanyan approached, whispering, "Kid, I've heard that the sunflower sword technique you practice has side effects, and that to master it, one must castrate oneself. Is that true? Do you really intend to be Su Moo Moo's sister?" Tang Chi was left speechless. "You should leave." Chapter 47. Su Moo Moo. Subsequently, Tang Chi gazed at Su Moo Moo. Feeling a headache coming on, he had not anticipated that his mother would lead him to this mysterious beast forest, not only providing him with the spirit core of a shadow phantom deer, but also a childhood bride in the form of a shadow phantom deer. Suddenly, Tang Chi froze, hurriedly extending the spirit core of the shadow phantom deer, saying, "This spirit core must belong to you, right? Here, take it back." For a beast, the spirit core was of utmost importance for cultivation. If Su Moo Moo wished to cultivate, she would undoubtedly need this spirit core. The mountain sea beast hall, the monstrous being bellowed, "What a waste! That is the spirit core of a shadow phantom deer." Su Moo Moo raised an elegant brow, her large eyes fixed on Tang Chi. "This is the spirit core of the royal family of the shadow phantom deer. Do you truly wish to return it to me?" Although Tang Chi was reluctant, he nodded resolutely, stating, "What is rightfully mine, I shall earn through my own efforts. This spirit core belongs to you." Upon hearing this, Su Moo Moo's bright eyes sparkled with a hint of something unusual. After a long moment, Su Moo Moo revealed a smile akin to blooming flowers, saying, "Once the spirit core has left the body, it cannot be restored. If I wish to regain my strength, I must rely on myself to recreate the spirit core." With that, Su Mu gently pushed Tang Chi's hand away, laughing, "This spirit core holds little significance for me now." Tang Chi stared at the spirit core in his hand for a long time before asking, "Can you tell me about my mother?" Su Mu shook her head, pouting, "Aunt Shuang Er has instructed me not to reveal anything to you unless the time is right." Tang Chi's expression grew complex. Both his father and Su Mu remained tight-lipped, revealing not a shred of information about his mother. After experiencing a series of events, the mystery surrounding his mother's origins was shrouded in an even thicker veil, confounding and perplexing. Just then, the voice of the monstrous being echoed. "You little brat, from today's various clues, I can infer a few things about your mother, but the truth of the matter is something you are not yet prepared to comprehend. If you wish to unravel the mystery, then strive to grow stronger." The words of the monstrous being resonated within Tang Chi's ears, completely awakening him. Whether it was his initial loss of cultivation, his father's injury, or his mother's forced departure, all of this stemmed from a lack of strength, that if one day he could unlock the 9 B-Soul thrones and become a top-tier existence, then all mysteries would be revealed. With a flash of silver light, Tang Chi stored the spirit core of the Shadow Phantom Deer within the Mountain Sea Beast Hall, his expression resolute and with a firm demeanor. He clasped his fists towards Su Mu, declaring, "In gratitude for your generosity with the spirit core, Tang Chi shall surely repay you." A hint of shyness crossed Su Mu's face, and she appeared somewhat bashful, saying, "Oh dear, you are my husband. What is mine is yours, cough cough, this Mu." Tang Chi's face flushed crimson, stumbling over his words. "You know nothing about this. What if I am a villain?" "Impossible," Su Mu replied with a smile. "Because you have already passed 3 trials. 3? Tang Chi was taken aback, recalling that there had only been 2 trials. At that moment, Su Mu began counting on her fingers, recounting, "The first trial was to slay the steel tiger, testing your strength." Tang Chi nodded that Su Mu continued, "The second trial was to overcome your inner demons, testing your mind." Tang Chi nodded again. "The third, well, that was a trial I added on my own." Su Mu beamed with pride, pointing at the spirit core in Tang Chi's hand. "That one, when you decided to return the spirit core to me, you already passed my test. The third trial tested your character." With that, Su Mu smiled in satisfaction. "Since my husband has passed all the trials, how could he possibly be a villain?" Upon hearing Su Mu's words, the monstrous being shook his head. "Strength, intellect, and character all commendable. Is this not a testament to my exceptional guidance?" Ignoring the narcissistic remarks of the monstrous being, Tang Chi turned to Xuan, stating, "I must ask you to keep today's events confidential, as they involve many of my secrets. His mother's formidable power, the spirit core of the Shadow Phantom Deer, and Su Mu's origins. Each revelation, if disclosed, could stir a tempest in the martial world." To ensure his safety, Tang Chi had no choice but to request Xuan discretion. Without hesitation, Xuan nodded in agreement, saying, "Rest assured, I will keep these matters closely guarded." In recent days, Xuan had been by Tang Chi's side, from saving her own life to the selection in Lan City, then through trials in the mysterious Beast Forest, and finally fleeing from pursuers, culminating in Tang Chi's release from his seal. With each step, Tang Chi had astonished her to the core. This moment, Xuan had grown accustomed to Tang Chi's extraordinary secrets and understood that such matters were beyond her reach. Hence, keeping secrets was her wisest choice. "Oh, so it is my senior sister." Just then, Su Mu bounced over to Xuan, excitedly wrapping her arms around her and joyfully exclaiming, "I thought you were my husband's legitimate wife. I was afraid I could only be a concubine, cough cough." Although Xuan was usually carefree, Su Mu's words caused her to blush, flustered. "Mu, don't misunderstand. You are the legitimate one. I am the concubine, ugh. I have nothing to do with him." In her panic, Xuan fumbled her words, increasingly flustered, and a hint of shyness flickered across her strikingly beautiful face. This scene left Tang Chi somewhat astonished. He had not expected this fierce warrior girl to possess such a side. Su Mu shot a triumphant smile at Tang Chi, her quirky demeanor rendering him speechless. After a considerable time, Xuan finally regained her composure, looking at Su Mu with a sudden spark of excitement in her eyes, saying, "Mu, how about we have a sparring match?" It was well known that Su Mu belonged to the legendary Shadow Phantom Deer clan, one of the 10 great demon kings, possessing formidable strength, The thought of battling such a powerful opponent filled the battle-crazed Xue Nanyan with exhilaration. At this moment, Su Mumu nodded, responding, "Senior sister, I have just emerged from my seal, and my strength is still low. Once I recover some power, I shall gladly spar with you, great. I shall await your return." Xue Nanyan gripped her red tassel spear tightly, her eyes brimming with anticipation. With just those two sentences, Xue Nanyan's fondness for Su Mumu surged dramatically. Suddenly, a chilling cry pierced the air. "Kikek, little brats, I have finally found you." Chapter 48. The reckoning with the vulture steward. As soon as the words fell, a colossal figure soared into the night sky from the depths of the forest. The black robe billowed in the air, resonating like the wings of a great eagle, leaving a faint trace of gray mist in its wake. The vulture steward. Tang Chi's eyes narrowed as he surveyed his surroundings. It was then that he realized, due to the unsealing of the barrier, he had also extracted the core of the shadow mirage deer. Consequently, the illusionary mist that had long shrouded the beast mist forest began to dissipate with the wind, revealing a clear sky above. This was precisely why the vulture steward could swiftly locate this place. With a grand flourish, the vulture steward spread his enormous black robe and glided several meters through the air. Eventually descending gracefully to the ground, that a pallid gray aura enveloped the area, cascading onto the surrounding grass, instantly wilting flowers and withering blades of grass, leaving a desolate silence within a 2-meter radius. In the next moment, figures flickered into view. Two black-clad individuals, at the 9th vein of body refinement, stood behind the vulture steward, staring blankly at Tang Chi, Xue Nanyan, and Su Mumu like soulless puppets. Young lad. You've proven rather elusive. The vulture steward's voice remained chillingly sinister. He extended two withered, pallid hands, pushing back his hood to reveal his true visage. Tang Chi and his companions were taken aback. Beneath the hood lay a face reminiscent of a skull, with sunken blackened eye sockets, a mouth full of decayed teeth, sparse hair atop his head, and eyes that were a disturbing blend of black and white. The sight rendered him akin to a rotting corpse. In that moment, Tang Chi comprehended the terrifying repercussions of cultivating death energy. That it was likely that the vulture steward had met this fate due to the backlash of death energy during his cultivation. Half man, half ghost, neither human nor spirit. The vulture steward grinned, revealing a mouthful of blackened teeth, yellow saliva dripping from the corners of his mouth as he surveyed the empty ground, his voice dripping with malice. "I see you have extracted the items from the seal. Hand them over willingly, death energy. Are you from the Hall of Souls?" At that moment, Su Mumu stepped forward, her delicate brows furrowed as she spoke softly. "I've heard of you. You are the villains, as a member of the Shadow Mirage deer lineage." Su Mumu was somewhat familiar with death energy. Upon hearing her words, the vulture steward paused, then replied with a sinister smile, "In a small place like Lawn City, someone has heard of the Hall of Souls? It seems necessary to bring you back for further study. Less chatter. Today it's either you die, or I do." Xue Nanyan bellowed, her red tassel spear shimmering with light as she swung it fiercely, carving a deep trench in the ground before her. "Then I shall grant your wish. Onward." The vulture steward howled to the heavens. Instantly, the 3 members of the Hall of Souls erupted with death energy, transforming into 3 shadowy figures as they charged towards Tang Chi. Xue Nanyan brandished her spear, ready to confront the vulture steward, but was abruptly halted by Tang Chi. Tang Chi spoke swiftly, "Your injuries have yet to heal. Leave those 2 at the 9th vein of body refinement to you. S for the leader." His gaze sharpened. "Leave him to me." With that, Tang Chi waved his hand, a chill emanating as he gripped the ice blade. And before Xue Nanyan could protest, he lunged towards the vulture steward. "Hey, can you handle it?" Xue Nanyan shouted, waving her hand. Su Mumu, with a serious demeanor, remarked, "Sister Nanyan, whether he can or cannot, we shall find out." Xue Nanyan flushed, glancing at Su Mumu, hesitating to speak, finally biting her lip and declaring, "Whether he can or not, I have no time to test it." Then, with a fierce cry, she shouted, "You bastard, prepare to meet your end." With that, her spear transformed into a dragon, a magnificent sight as it became a red bolt of lightning in the night sky, hurtling towards the 2 9th vein warriors of the Hall of Souls. Whether driven by a desire for vengeance or to mask her own embarrassment, Xue Nanyan charged forward. Meanwhile, in the blink of an eye, Tang Chi collided with the Vulture Steward, Beast Possession. Tang Chi roared. Golden, sharp scales emerging from his body like impenetrable armor. The Mountain Sea Body Refinement Technique, threefold enhancement. In an instant, his aura surged. At that moment, Tang Chi's strength leapt to a new pinnacle. 8th vein of body refinement. Advanced, peak of the 8th vein, 9th vein of body refinement. Ultimately, under the dual enhancement of Beast Possession and the Mountain Sea Body Refinement Technique, Tang Chi's cultivation firmly stabilized at the 9th vein, Beast Controller. Ha! The Vulture Steward sneered. Today, you shall be captured by me. What a pity for your talent. Beast Controllers are exceedingly rare. Enough of your prattle. Face my blade for the first time reaching the 9th vein. Tang Chi truly felt the overwhelming power coursing through him. His spirit energy surged rapidly, flooding into the ice blade. Instantly, the blade's radiance swelled, snowflakes cascading as an icy chill enveloped the air. Sunflower Blade Technique. With ruthless precision, he struck from an unconventional angle towards the Vulture Steward. The Vulture Steward waved his hand, his sharp nails cloaked in death energy, resembling a vengeful spirit emerging from the depths of hell. Accompanied by a wailing sound that lunged towards the ice blade. Bang, clang. The dark claws scraped violently against the ice blade, igniting sparks and unleashing a shrill, grating sound that echoed through the forest, startling a flock of birds in a flight. In that instant of clash, Tang Chi felt a numbing sensation in his right hand gripping the blade. The ice blade vibrated violently, and had he not held on tightly, it would have surely slipped from his grasp. Yet following that strike, the Vulture Steward's onslaught did not cease. The death energy coiling around his 5 claws transformed into 5 gray threads, akin to steel needles, hurtling towards Tang Chi with lethal intent. Just as Tang Chi seemed destined to succumb to the death energy, Tang Chi, watch out! Shui Nanyan, engaged in her own fierce battle, cried out anxiously. After all, the opponent was at the 10th vein of body refinement. Armed with the perilous death energy, even Shui Nanyan struggled against the Vulture Steward, feeling a sense of helplessness. Let alone Tang Chi, whose true strength was merely at the advanced 8th vein. However, with Shui Nanyan still wounded and occupied battling 2 9th vein warriors from the Hall of Souls, she had no time to assist. Yet, facing the impending death energy, Tang Chi remained unfazed. With his right hand gripping the blade and his left hand open, he activated the Mountain Sea Body Refinement Technique within. In the next moment, a crimson flame erupted from his palm. With a swift motion, a wall of fire manifested in midair, shielding Tang Chi. So you're also a refiner. The Vulture Steward was momentarily taken aback. Then scoffed derisively. A mere first-level crimson refining flame cannot possibly withstand death energy. Such futile resistance. However, in the next moment, the death energy collided with the firewall. Sizzle. The death energy was instantly consumed, dissipating into a wisp of blue smoke in the air. Instantly, the Vulture Steward's eyes widened in shock, exclaiming, "What impossible!" Chapter 49. The nemesis of death energy. The Vulture Steward gaped, as if he could fit an ostrich egg in his mouth. The deep-set eye sockets widened, revealing an expression of utter disbelief. Death energy, whether against the cultivator or the enemy, was notoriously troublesome. Yet just moments ago, a mere first-level crimson refining flame had extinguished his death energy, reducing it to a wisp of smoke. How could this not astonish the Vulture Steward? Meanwhile, Tang Chi wore a satisfied expression. The outcome was precisely as he had anticipated. The refining flame could purify all things in the world. However, if the level was too low, a mere ordinary first-level crimson refining flame would struggle to repel the invasion of death energy. Yet, the refining flame Tang Chi wielded originated from the Mountain Sea Body Refinement Technique. And the Mountain Sea Body Refinement Technique was inherently a powerful and vigorous method, executed with overwhelming force. This was why Tang Chi had chosen to adopt a path of violent refinement in recent days. Tang Chi boldly speculated that the level of the Mountain Sea Body Refinement Technique surpassed that of death energy cultivation. Thus, the refining flame derived from the Mountain Sea Body Refinement Technique, even if merely a crimson flame, would still hold an absolute restraining effect on death energy. Now, having tested it, it was indeed as Tang Chi had envisioned. The Vulture Steward from the Hall of Souls, whose greatest reliance lay in death energy, was now rendered ineffective, essentially stripping him of one-third of his combat capability. The Vulture Steward's expression grew increasingly grim, filled with malice as he rasped towards Tang Chi. Indeed, you are a peculiar one. I presume the means to eliminate the side effects of death energy also originated from you. Upon hearing the Vulture Steward's words, Tang Chi was initially taken aback, then suddenly recalled that during his battle with another Ninth Vein warrior from the Hall of Souls, he had indeed employed a method to alter the side effects. It seemed the Vulture Steward had deduced the secret of his ability to modify side effects. Noticing Tang Chi's expression, a glimmer of triumph flashed in the Vulture Steward's eyes as he declared, "So it is you? Then I must trouble you to accompany me back to the Hall of Souls. I advise you to comply to spare yourself some suffering." Tang Chi's eyes gradually turned serious upon hearing the Vulture Steward's words. The Mountain Sea Beast Hall was his greatest secret. Yet, the Vulture Steward before him had managed to glean insights through their previous confrontation, which could undoubtedly thrust Tang Chi into an abyss of peril. Fortunately, the other party had only speculated thus far. However, Tang Chi's gaze hardened as he declared, "Today, you shall die." What an arrogant brat. The poison Vulture Steward suddenly spread his arms wide and roared, "Today, you shall witness what it truly means to be a master of beast taming." With a fierce cry, the poison Vulture Steward unleashed a piercing shriek, and behind him, a colossal phantom of a four-winged vulture materialized, an eighth-level beast, the heavenly Calamity Vulture. In an instant, the poison Vulture Steward's aura surged dramatically, his spiritual power roiling as ominous gray mists of death billowed from within him. Tang Chi, feeling a heavy weight on his shoulders, was astonished to discover that the poison Vulture Steward was also a beast tamer. Moreover, for the poison Vulture Steward, Tang Chi was of utmost importance, prompting him to unleash his most formidable techniques without restraint, intending to subdue Tang Chi with overwhelming force. As his momentum escalated, the skeletal visage of the poison Vulture Steward began to transform. A sharp vulture beak jutted forth from his mouth, his already sparse hair receded further, and his neck elongated by 3 inches. The area where the poison Vulture Steward's beastly spirit manifested was none other than the head of the heavenly Calamity Vulture. Clad in an immense black cloak, he resembled a humanoid vulture. How grotesque! Beside them, Su Mu Mu raised her tiny fist, cheering for Tang Chi, exclaiming, "My husband, that old fellow is so ugly. Quickly defeat him," with a piercing shriek. The poison Vulture Steward bellowed at Su Mu Mu, "Once I deal with this wretched brat, I shall make you suffer endlessly." With that, he surged forward, charging at Tang Chi with ferocious intent. His mastery of the 10th refinement was now further amplified by the beastly spirit's infusion. Likely nearing the pinnacle of that cultivation level, Tang Chi's gaze sharpened as he gripped the ice blade with his right hand and summoned the refining flame with his left. With a sweeping motion, he unleashed the sunflower blade technique, while the refining flame coalesced into a fiery whip, striking at the deathly miasma. It was a seamless dance of motion, a testament to his dual focus. Even the watching demons couldn't help but marvel. What an extraordinary talent, such remarkable combat intuition. In the blink of an eye, Tang Chi and the poison Vulture Steward clashed once more. Although the poison Vulture Steward had summoned his beastly spirit, his signature deathly miasma proved ineffective against Tang Chi. Whenever the miasma encountered the refining flame, it was instantly incinerated into wisps of smoke. Meanwhile, Tang Chi grew bolder in battle, his blade strikes fierce and his flames agile, engaging in a life-and-death struggle against the poison Vulture Steward. The back-and-forth exchange was astonishing. Tang Chi held his ground against the formidable adversary. As the night deepened, the two warriors exchanged dozens of blows amidst a flurry of striking sparks that erupted in the air. They recoiled from each other only to collide again. As time passed, the advantages of the poison Vulture Steward's 10th refinement began to manifest more evidently. His fingers, sharp as carving knives, left deep, bloody gashes upon Tang Chi, whose wounds bled profusely, even as the invading deathly miasma was swiftly eradicated by the refining flame. The poison Vulture Steward remained acutely aware that Tang Chi was capable of altering the side effects of the miasma. And against an opponent with 10th refinement, such alterations would yield limited effectiveness. Thus, Tang Chi refrained from recklessly employing his skills to modify the miasma's effects. As the battle raged on, Tang Chi's movements began to slow. And the poison vulture steward, sensing an advantage, displayed a cruel smile as he relentlessly targeted Tang Chi's limbs, intent on rendering him immobile before capturing him for the Hall of Souls. Huh. Once I incapacitate you. How will you resist, you insolent wretch? The poison vulture steward's strikes became increasingly frenzied, unleashing his spiritual power with abandon. Prepare to meet your end. At last, the poison vulture steward's momentum peaked as he compressed his spiritual energy to its utmost limit. Instantly, waves of deathly miasma surged toward his vulture-like beak. In a heartbeat, the beak, suffused with an overabundance of miasma, turned from gray to pitch black. The entire vulture head exuded a potent aura of death. As if it housed countless vengeful spirits, the poison vulture steward bellowed, "Val beak drill." This was his most powerful technique, a high-grade yellow-tier martial skill. In the next moment, he launched forward, the beak now resembling a black arrow, piercing through the night sky with an overwhelming force aimed at Tang Chi. Let us see how you withstand this. If it struck true, Tang Chi would be left either dead or severely maimed. However, faced with such a swift and brutal assault, Tang Chi suddenly raised his head, a fervent zeal igniting within him. Grasping the void, he summoned forth a radiant silver light. A purple-gold spirit core materialized in his hand. Embed the shadowy phantom deer spirit core. In that instant, a torrent of spiritual energy surged forth from Tang Chi. The shadowy phantom deer spirit core erupted in splendid purple-gold radiance, soaring into the heavens and illuminating the sky. A majestic purple-gold stag phantom emerged, its form sleek and flowing, as if caressed by a gentle breeze, tracing a graceful arc through the air. Its antlers, towering like divine trees, were sharp-edged, cutting through the void and sending ripples through the air. Tang Chi shouted, pressing the shadowy phantom deer spirit core against his abdomen. In that moment, a massive phantom of a golden-scaled soaring serpent materialized, roaring skyward in harmony with the shadowy phantom deer. Instantly, Tang Chi felt a surge of formidable energy erupting from his core. The approaching poison vulture steward's eyes widened in disbelief as he roared, "What? A dual beast spirit master? You are a dual beast spirit master." Beside him, Xue Nanyan was nearly rendered speechless. To awaken a beast spirit master was a rare feat, but to possess dual beast spirits was akin to finding a phoenix among a flock of crows. Even in the renowned Fire Academy, those who could awaken dual beast spirits were exceedingly rare. How many secrets does Tang Chi conceal? Xue Nanyan mused, sweeping aside two opponents with a single stroke. Her gaze fixated on Tang Chi. Meanwhile, within the Hall of Beasts, atop the throne of the second beast spirit, a shadowy phantom deer stood proudly, its amethyst antlers reaching for the sky. All this transpired in the blink of an eye. The moment Tang Chi embedded the spirit core, his true cultivation surged upward like a beanstalk, swiftly reaching the advanced stage of the 8th refinement. Only one step remained to reach the 9th refinement. Tang Chi bent his knees, channeling immense power through his legs into the ground, causing the earth within a meter's radius to crack and stones to fly. Boom! In the next heartbeat, Tang Chi launched himself like a cannonball toward the poison vulture steward. Roaring, shadowy phantom deer, beast spirit manifestation, golden-scaled soaring serpent, beast spirit manifestation. With a flash of purple light and a sudden burst of golden brilliance, a pair of amethyst antlers erupted from Tang Chi's head. Under the moonlight, they glimmered with an icy radiance, as if capable of piercing through any defense in existence, resembling the horns of a demon from the depths of hell. The amethyst antlers cut through the night sky, tracing a straight line of purple gold in the air. Unyielding, the golden-scaled armor emitted a resonant sound of collision. With the ice blade in hand, Tang Chi appeared like a celestial being descending upon the earth, radiating a dazzling brilliance. With the dual beast spirit manifestation and the triple enhancement from the Hall of Beast refining technique, Tang Chi ascended to the mid-stage of the 9th refinement, narrowing the gap with the poison vulture steward significantly. The chilling aura surged forward to meet the poison vulture steward's lethal strike, the vile beak drill. Observing this scene, the onlookers couldn't help but exclaim, "How long has it been since we witnessed the amethyst antlers?" The aura of the assassination clan remains as sharp as ever. Beside them, Su Mu Mu's eyes sparkled with happiness and warmth as she confidently remarked, My shadowy phantom deer's antlers are truly a perfect match for my husband. At this moment, Tang Chi's aura soared, grand and imposing. The overwhelming might of the shadowy phantom deer struck deep into the heart of the poison vulture steward, who felt a creeping sense of futility. A dual beast spirit master, equipped with the refining flame, the bane of the deathly miasma. Each of these attributes alone could cause a stir. Yet now, all three concentrated in one individual. Who was this person? Who was behind him? How could such a prodigious talent emerge in a humble borderland of the Dome Empire? The more he pondered, the stronger the sense of impotence grew within the poison vulture steward. His steps faltered, almost imperceptibly weakening. In the depths of his heart, thoughts of retreat began to take root. Yet in the heat of battle, the distance between them had dwindled to less than 2 meters. Tang Chi roared, "Let us fight." There was no turning back. The poison vulture steward steeled himself, his claws striking out once more at last. He abandoned the notion of capturing Tang Chi alive and resolved to fight to the death. As Tang Chi swung the ice blade, it struck the poison vulture steward's claws. Immediately, the poison vulture steward felt a chilling sensation in his hands, frost rapidly forming upon his 10 sharp claws. With grim determination, he thrust the vile-beaked drill toward Tang Chi, bellowing die. With the amethyst antlers upon his head slicing through the night sky, Tang Chi made no attempt to retreat, shouting, "The one destined to die is you." In the next moment, the vile beak collided with the antlers. A flash of silver brilliance appeared in the air, subsequently expanding abruptly, accompanied by an unparalleled shockwave that surged violently outward. Boom! The immense aftershock of the battle instantly affected an area of 100 meters. Countless flowers, grasses, and trees were swept away and shattered. Within a 10-meter radius of the clash, the ground was uprooted to a height of at least 1 meter, revealing the hard rock beneath. Beside the battlefield, Xue Nanyan and 2 black-clad men of the 9th Meridian were struck by the force, sent flying several meters away. However, Xue Nanyan, a formidable warrior of the 10th Meridian, quickly stabilized herself. With a sweep of her crimson spear, she deftly sliced through the throats of the 2 black-clad men, ending the confrontation. Yet, Xue Nanyan had no time to savor the joy of victory. Her gaze hurriedly shifted towards the deep pit of battle. At that moment, debris, wooden splinters, and remnants of flowers rained down from above, settling haphazardly on the ground. The pit was shrouded in dust, with a massive crack extending outward from its center, illustrating the tremendous power of the recent clash. As the dust settled, a tattered figure emerged, brandishing an icy long blade, standing resolutely in the pit. Tang Chi. "Husband!" Both Xue Nanyan and Su Mumu called out in unison, rushing towards Tang Chi. At this moment, Tang Chi had dispelled the beastly possession and the triple enhancement, his body marred with wounds, and the icy blade in his hand had dimmed significantly due to the absence of spiritual energy. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, and he panted heavily, having exhausted all his spiritual power in the recent battle. Not a trace remained. "Husband, Tang Chi, how are you?" Su Mumu and Xue Nanyan asked in unison. Tang Chi chuckled softly, turning his head to gesture towards the other end of the pit, where the corpse of the venomous vulture steward lay sprawled on the ground, its bones shattered and countless wounds bleeding profusely. Most horrifyingly, the stewardess' head had been crushed beyond recognition by a sharp weapon, with blood and brain matter splattered everywhere. The fierce battle had finally concluded. Tang Chi emerged victorious. Chapter 51. A reunion with Shangguan Yulan in this battle. Victory was achieved. Xue Nanyan surveyed the ravaged landscape, now nearly unrecognizable, her eyes betraying a lingering fear. Despite being a prodigy of the Beacon Academy, with ambitions as lofty as the heavens, she could not deny that even at her peak, facing the venomous vulture steward would likely spell disaster. The steward's recent move, the venomous beak drill, unleashed a staggering force, reaching the pinnacle of the 10th Meridian, verging on the threshold of the mysterious realm. Yet the Tang Chi before her once again delivered an extraordinary surprise. Xue Nanyan couldn't help but pat Tang Chi, exclaiming, "Well done, young man. You are indeed a dual beast soul master, a formidable beast tamer. What a splendid victory." Feeling pain from the pat, Tang Chi forced a smile and replied, "Victory. It was more of a Pyrrhic one. What brings you to such a conclusion?" Xue Nanyan inquired curiously. Tang Chi shook his head. raising the icy blade. The full moon hung high, casting silver light down upon the icy blade. However, Su Mumu and Xuan suddenly noticed that the once pristine, crystal-like blade had now lost its luster. Resembling a dull, murky ice knife devoid of brilliance, that a 3-inch-long crack marred the blade, extending diagonally across its surface, obliterating the original array and energy. It was the relentless claw attacks from the venomous vulture steward that had caused such severe damage. Crack! Just then a sound of splintering echoed from the blade. The crack spread like a spider's web, widening outward. With a final, crisp sound, the icy blade shattered into 2 pieces, the blade falling into the earth. As expected, Tang Qi sighed softly, examining the remaining half of the handle. This blade, which had accompanied him in defeating Wang Xingyu, had finally succumbed to the overwhelming assault from the venomous vulture steward. Witnessing this scene, Xuan Nanyan gasped in astonishment. It is worth noting that the icy blade was a masterpiece of the second-rank refiner, Yu Xianming, renowned for its unparalleled hardness. Not even a 10th Meridian warrior could easily damage it, let alone an ordinary practitioner of the mysterious realm. Yet, after enduring the fierce battle with the venomous vulture steward, the icy blade had been rendered utterly useless. The power of a 10th Meridian venomous vulture steward was indeed formidable. Tang Qi flipped his hand, stowing away the broken blade and remnants into the mountain and sea beast hall. That moment, a mischievous voice echoed, teasing Tang Qi. Kid, the icy blade is broken. Are you heartbroken? Tang Qi inhaled deeply, shaking his head. It's merely a second-rank weapon. Compared to the gains of this journey, it is of little consequence. On this expedition, Tang Qi not only advanced in cultivation, but also unlocked his second seat. Acquiring the spiritual core of the royal beast clan, the shadow illusion deer, it could be said that he returned with abundant spoils. You truly take things lightly. The mischievous laughter faded away this moment. Tang Qi had regained some strength, rising to his feet and addressing Xuan Nanyan and Su Mumu. Let us head home. Yay! Su Mumu exclaimed, eagerly wrapping her arms around Tang Qi's, joyfully bouncing along, with the threat of the soul hall eliminated. Tang Qi, Xuan Nanyan, and Su Mumu hurriedly made their way back to the Tang family in Storm City just as dawn broke. Although Tang Qinglin's injuries had not fully healed, he had significantly recovered and was busily managing the chaotic affairs of the Tang family, eliminating the remnants of Tang Zhonghui's faction, accepting overtures from the Kong and Fong families, and overseeing the Wang family to prevent any further plots against the Tang family. Upon seeing Tang Qi return safely, Tang Qinglin was overjoyed. Xuan Nanyan's presence as a special envoy from the Beacon Academy further delighted Tang Qinglin, even alleviating some of his injuries. After Tang Qi introduced Su Mumu's identity to Tang Qinglin, he felt a pang of nostalgia for his wife, while simultaneously showering Su Mumu with immense affection, treating her as his own daughter. This moment, Su Mumu had become a vital connection between Tang Qinglin and Dongfang Shuang. With her sprightly and unreserved demeanor, she unabashedly referred to herself as Tang Qi's wife in front of Tang Qinglin, endearing herself to him with several affectionate calls of daddy. While the family enjoyed their time together, a servant suddenly reported that Shangguan Yulan from the Vanhai Commerce and the second-rank refiner Yu Xianming had come to visit Tang Qi at the Tang residence. Tang Qi couldn't help but frown, and Tang Qinglin was equally perplexed, unsure of the purpose behind their visit. However, the Vanhai Commerce remained a colossal entity for the Tang family, prompting Tang Qi to say to Tang Qinglin, "Father, I'll go meet them." Tang Qinglin, seated in the grand chair, nodded calmly. "Everything is in your hands." At this juncture, Tang Qi's prestige within the Tang family had far surpassed that of Tang Qinglin, who was more than willing to hand over the family's authority to Tang Qi. Relishing in his newfound leisure, Tang Qi rose and made his way to the outer hall. That moment, Xuan Nanyan nudged Su Mumu with a mischievous grin, saying, "Mumu, that Shangguan Yulan is a stunning beauty." Su Mumu's ears perked up like a carefree young deer suddenly sensing danger, and she quickly sprang to her feet, lifting her skirt and scampering after Tang Qi, exclaiming, "I want to follow my husband to see." Xuan Nanyan also leaped up, spear in hand, eager for the spectacle, laughing, "Let us go see the show." Tang Qi, indifferent to the antics of the two women, continued onward, and soon they arrived at the outer hall. At that moment, Shangguan Yulan and Yu Xianming had been waiting for quite some time. Upon Tang Qi's arrival, Shangguan Yulan flashed a charming smile. When her gaze fell upon Su Mumu, a flicker of surprise crossed her eyes. Though both were women, Su Mumu's mesmerizing beauty still left Shangguan Yulan feeling awestruck. However, Shangguan Yulan quickly regained her composure and smiled at Tang Qi, saying, "Young Master Tang, your performance in the battle at Storm City was unparalleled. And I am in admiration." Tang Qi clasped his fists in return. "My master has mentioned that the icy blade was crafted by Master Yu. It has served me well, and I am grateful to Van High Commerce for your assistance." My master. This undoubtedly referred to the mysterious refiner. Upon hearing that the esteemed master had mentioned him, Yu Xuanming's eyes sparkled with unprecedented excitement, and he stepped forward respectfully, saying, "Before that esteemed elder, how could I dare to call myself a master? The icy blade's suitability for young brother Tang is the greatest affirmation for me." Tang Qi returned the courtesy and then addressed Shangguan Yulan. "May I ask what brings you both here today?" With a delicate hand covering her rosy lips, Shangguan Yulan replied softly with a smile, "We have come to deliver a message to young Master Tang." Chapter 52. The Celestial Soul Herb, a message? Oh! Tang Qi paused, intrigued. What news could be significant enough for both of you to make the trip? Shangguan Yulan gestured, prompting Yu Xianming to step forward and declare, "In 3 months, the City of Heavenly Fire will host the Triannual Refinement Festival." City of Heavenly Fire? Refinement Festival? Tang Qi's expression turned perplexed. He had no concept of what Yu Xianming was referring to. Observing Tang Qi's apparent ignorance, a flicker of confusion crossed the eyes of both Shangguan Yulan and Yu Xianming. As a disciple of a refinement master, it was astonishing that Tang Qi had never even heard of the City of Heavenly Fire or the Refinement Festival. Shangguan Yulan inquired with curiosity. "Tang Qi, did your master never inform you about the City of Heavenly Fire and the Refinement Festival?" "Master?" Tang Qi had no master, only an ancient, enigmatic being. Moreover, the remote town of Lan City was notably isolated from the outside world. Prior to encountering the enigmatic being, Tang Qi had thought that the 10 meridians of body refinement represented the pinnacle of martial arts. With a bitter smile, Tang Qi replied, "I have only recently met my master. Hence there has been little discussion regarding the world beyond Lan City." A glimmer of realization flashed in the eyes of Shangguan Yulan and Yu Xianming. "Then allow me to introduce the matters to young Master Tang." Following this, Yu Xianming began to expound upon the details. Through Yu Xuanming's elucidation, Tang Qi gradually grasped the significance of the Refinement Festival. Within the borders of the Dome Empire, refinement masters held a position of immense prestige. And the City of Heavenly Fire was a renowned gathering place for refinement masters throughout the realm. That it was regarded as a sacred ground in the hearts of these practitioners. Within the City of Heavenly Fire resided well-established refinement masters. Exceptionally gifted refinement prodigies, rare spiritual herbs, and precious ores. Daily, countless martial artists flocked to the City of Heavenly Fire, seeking either elixirs or formidable weapons. Moreover, despite the wealth of treasures within the City of Heavenly Fire, no one dared to incite trouble there, for behind it lay the Alchemical Academy, one of the 4 great academies of the world. The Alchemical Academy, primarily a school for refinement masters, had risen to prominence due to its cadre of extraordinarily talented refiners, securing its place among the 4 great academies. To foster the best talent for the Alchemical Academy, the City of Heavenly Fire held the Refinement Festival every 3 years, attracting the finest young refinement prodigies to compete and determine the strongest among them. Thus, the Alchemical Academy seized the opportunity to extend invitations to promising candidates. As Yu Xianming narrated, Tang Qi was astounded. He had never imagined such a bustling city existed, where the rare refinement masters of Lan City were commonplace. At that moment, Xuanyanyan stepped forward, exclaiming, "Tang Qi, you are about to embark with me to the Flame Academy. You shall not go to the City of Heavenly Fire nor participate in the Refinement Festival." At this juncture, a sense of impending crisis began to brew within Xuanyanyan's heart, and one understood Tang Qi's extraordinary potential better than she did. Such a promising talent was something Xuanyanyan would never willingly relinquish. If Tang Qi were to attend the Refinement Festival in the City of Heavenly Fire, the chances of being noticed by the Alchemical Academy were exceedingly high. Would that not render her efforts futile? The 4 great academies were in constant contention, each unwilling to yield to the others. Xuanyanyan had no intention of handing over a prize she had nearly secured to a rival. "Oh, is that so?" Shangguan Yulan turned to Xue Nanyan with a provocative smile, saying, "Among the rewards of this refinement festival, there is a celestial soul grass." Celestial soul grass. Tang Qi was taken aback, unfamiliar with this term. However, before he could inquire further, the enigmatic being within the beast hall suddenly roared, "You little brat! The celestial soul grass must be acquired. It must be acquired." Tang Qi asked in confusion, "Celestial soul grass? What is that? Is it so important?" The enigmatic being forcibly suppressed its emotions and quickly explained to Tang Qi, "The celestial soul grass is a fourth-tier spiritual herb, primarily used to enhance soul power. For a refinement master, it is a marvelous elixir. As I am currently but a remnant soul, the celestial soul grass would perfectly aid in restoring my soul power. In the Dome Empire, fourth-tier spiritual herbs are already considered pinnacle treasures. There is likely nothing better suited to my needs than the celestial soul grass." Upon hearing this, Tang Qi was taken aback that he had not anticipated that the celestial soul grass held such significance for the enigmatic being. A decisive glint flickered in Tang Qi's eyes, and a resolute expression gradually spread across his face. "Well, since the information has been conveyed, I shall not linger." Shangguan Yulan regarded Tang Qi with a knowing look and said, "Lastly, allow me to gift you something. With this, you will be treated as an esteemed guest at any Van Sea trading company." With that, Shangguan Yulan produced a palm-sized golden token, intricately carved with mountains and rivers. Exuding a sense of grandeur at its center, two characters, Van Sea, were inscribed in silver. Tang Qi accepted it without hesitation, feeling a refreshing coolness emanating from the token amidst the sweltering summer heat. The material was certainly extraordinary. "Thank you." Tang Qi expressed his gratitude with a cupped fist. Shangguan Yulan returned the gesture with a smile, saying, "I hope to see your presence at the refinement festival." With that, she turned and gracefully departed, followed closely by Yu Xianming. Leaving the Tang residence to at that moment, Tang Qi's expression turned resolute. Seeing this, Xue Nanyan could not help but voice her concerns. "Kid, you aren't seriously considering attending that refinement festival, are you?" Tang Qi nodded, replying, "It seems I truly must go, alas." Xue Nanyan sighed, appearing as wilted as a frostbitten eggplant. Observing her despondent demeanor, Tang Qi chuckled, "Do not fret. There is another matter I need to ask of you." "Oh, what is it?" Xue Nanyan inquired. Tang Qi glanced at Su Mumu and said, "Currently, Mumu is in the process of recovering her cultivation and is not suited for a long journey with me. Moreover, Lan City is a small place with little to offer her in terms of resources. Therefore," Tang Qi paused for a moment before continuing, "I hope you can take Mumu to the Flame Academy for training. Once I conclude my affairs in the city of Heavenly Fire, I will certainly seek you out at the Flame Academy." Upon hearing this, Xue Nanyan's eyes lit up, her spirits rejuvenated as she laughed. "No problem. With your little wife in my care, I fear not that you will not return. Ha ha." However, Su Mumu chimed in, "But husband, Mumu does not wish to leave you at that moment." Su Mumu's lips pouted, her large eyes glistening with a hint of grievance. Clutching the hem of Tang Qi's garment and shaking it gently, Tang Qi affectionately ruffled Su Mumu's hair, saying, "For you, going to the Flame Academy is the best choice. In no more than 6 months, I will surely come to find you at the Flame Academy." Xue Nanyan patted her chest, assuring, "Rest assured, upon reaching the Flame Academy, I will do my utmost to help Mumu restore her strength." Though reluctant to part with Tang Qi, Su Mumu was remarkably understanding. After pondering for a moment, she said, "All right, then I will follow Sister Nanyan and wait for my husband at the Flame Academy. However," Su Mumu smiled sweetly, "before you depart, I wish to give you a gift." Chapter 53. The Shadowblade Gift. Tang Qi was taken aback, looking at Su Mumu and asking, "What do you mean?" "Well, Mumu," at that moment, Xue Nanyan nudged Su Mumu, adopting a tone of earnest advice, softly urging, "Though you believe this fellow is your husband, one must be cautious with the most precious belongings a woman possesses." Observing the innocent girl in front of her, Xue Nanyan assumed that Su Mumu intended to pledge herself to Tang Qi. "Sister Nanyan, where are your thoughts wandering?" Su Mumu stomped her foot, her face flushed with embarrassment as she turned and dashed away, saying shyly, "Follow me and you'll see." Tang Qi turned to follow her, and as he brushed past Xue Nanyan, he whispered, "Sister, your thoughts seem rather impure." Xue Nanyan's face flushed as she retorted, "Well, I will go see as well." Tang Chi, Xuananyan, and Su Mumu made their way to the Tang family's martial arts training ground. At this moment, the Tang family was undergoing significant restructuring after a tumultuous event, leaving the training ground deserted. Su Mumu had recovered from her shyness, standing in the center of the training ground, gazing at Tang Chi. Tang Chi crossed his arms and asked, "Mumu, what exactly do you have in store?" Su Mumu smiled brightly at Tang Chi, saying, "Husband, do you know what has made our Shadow Illusion Deer clan renowned across the world?" Tang Chi pondered for a moment before responding solemnly. The Shadow Illusion Deer clan is one of the 10 royal beast clans, famous for its ethereal transformation techniques and indestructible violet crystal antlers, known as the Assassination Clan among the 10 royal clans. Any enemy targeted by the Shadow Illusion Deer clan has little hope of escaping death. Tang Chi was already well acquainted with the Shadow Illusion Deer clan, as the enigmatic being had provided him with ample information. Moreover, Tang Chi's second beast soul, the Shadow Illusion Deer, was precisely linked to the violet crystal antlers of the Shadow Illusion Deer. During their battle against the venomous beak of the poison vulture overseer in the Mistral Beast Forest, he had managed to gain the upper hand. Reflecting on this, Tang Chi could not help but marvel. Violet crystal antlers, indestructible as rumored. Indeed. However, upon hearing Tang Chi's words, Su Mumu nodded, but then mischievously remarked, "Do you truly believe we always charge in a battle with a pair of antlers atop our heads, thrusting them at our enemies? Is that not the case?" Tang Chi's face showed a hint of surprise. With antlers sprouting from her head, it was only natural to use her head to charge at the enemy. Su Mumu raised her small head proudly and declared, "Just watch." As soon as she finished speaking, Su Mumu's expression became serious, and a glimmer of brilliance flickered in her pale purple pupils. The fluctuations of spiritual energy rippled outward like waves, emanating concentric circles that in the next moment, a pair of delicate purple crystal antlers gradually grew from Su Mumu's long purple golden hair. Unlike Tang Chi's antlers, which resembled the majestic branches of a divine tree, Su Mumu's were petite and exquisite, with smooth lines and sharp edges. That moment, Su Mumu furrowed her brow and said, "Watch closely." As her words fell, she silently chanted a spell, her slender, white fingers reaching into the void. The small antlers atop her head instantly sparkled, scattering into countless lights, like a river of purple gold stars converging in her hand. "Congeal!" Su Mumu exclaimed softly. In a swift motion, a small purple golden dagger appeared in her hand. The dagger, resembling a sculpted gem, was semi-transparent and exuded an aura of unparalleled grandeur. Its blade was sharp, reflecting a chilling gleam under the sunlight. Though only a few inches long, it emanated a faint but palpable killing intent. Just one glance was enough for Tang Chi to ascertain that Su Mumu's dagger was several grades superior to the ice blade. At that moment, Su Mumu deftly manipulated the dagger, which radiated dazzling light, transforming into a butterfly flitting gracefully between her 5 fingers. "Husband, this is the unique skill of the Shadow Illusion Deer clan. The transformation of antlers into weapons, known as Shadow. However, the weapon manifested varies according to one's constitution. Mine is the Shadow Dagger." Xuananyan, feeling the dagger's cold brilliance, couldn't help but exclaim enviously, "What a sharp Shadow Dagger." Su Mumu giggled, just in time. "Since your ice blade is damaged, you certainly can't go to Tianhua City empty-handed. This technique of transforming antlers into weapons is perfect for you." With that, Su Mumu eagerly imparted the transformation spell to Tang Chi. "Hurry, let us see," she urged. "All right." Tang Chi nodded, his eyes filled with anticipation as he silently recited the spell. Gripping the air with one hand, in an instant, he felt a peculiar wave of energy surging within him, as if a force from the abyss was converging in his palm. Simultaneously, within the beast hall of the mountain sea, the second spirit beast throne, the Shadow Illusion Deer, erupted with a brilliant light. In the next moment, Tang Chi felt a weight in his hand. A tremendous force surged forth. Upon closer inspection, he found a heavy sword had materialized in his grasp. The sword, entirely crafted from purple crystal, measured 2 meters in length, with the blade and hilt seamlessly integrated, exuding a profound aura of solidity, as unyielding as a mountain. Amidst its heft, there was a hint of sharpness and power, the Shadow Heavy Sword. Tang Chi held the hilt with one hand, feeling an intimate connection. It was as if the sword was an extension of his own body. With a single swing, the heavy sword whirled through the air, producing a fierce whistle. Whoosh, swish. The sword tip grazed the ground, instantly cleaving the solid stone slabs of the training ground in half. Sensing the immense power of the shadow-heavy sword, Tang Chi's eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed, "What a magnificent shadow-heavy sword!" As he prepared to journey to Tianhua City, where everything was unknown and with the ice blade damaged, acquiring such a suitable weapon was akin to receiving a lifeline. Tang Chi was like a child who had just received his beloved toy, playfully wielding the shadow-heavy sword, creating gusts of wind in the training ground. After a while, Tang Chi steadied himself and sheathed the sword. Reciting the spell, the once formidable shadow-heavy sword transformed into countless twinkling stars, returning to Tang Chi's body. He looked at Su Mu Mu with gratitude, scratching his head as he said, "Mu Mu, I truly do not know how to thank you." Su Mu Mu replied softly, "Husband, just come to the Beacon Fire Academy to find me as soon as possible." Indeed, Tang Chi's expression turned serious as he declared, "Within half a year, I will definitely arrive at the Beacon Fire Academy." Upon hearing this, Shui Nanyan felt a wave of relief wash over her. Subsequently, the three of them returned to the inner hall. In the following days, after helping Tang Qinglin thoroughly reorganize the affairs of the Tang family, Tang Chi set off alone on his journey to Tianhua City, while Shui Nanyan and Su Mu Mu made their way to the Beacon Fire Academy. Chapter 54. A storm is brewing in the depths of the Beast Demon Forest. The Shadow Mountain range stretched for miles, with towering trees blocking out the sun, and the forest perpetually shrouded in darkness. The air was thick with miasma, a deadly fog that had claimed the lives of countless beasts and adventurers who had strayed within its grasp. That a ghostly aura enveloped the vast Shadow Mountain range. At the very heart of the mountain stood a grand hall atop a peak, soaring into the clouds, its sharp angles resembling a colossal sword thrust into the sky, half of it resting upon the clouds. The biting cold wind blew fiercely, and the heavy snow that blanketed the hall turned it into a pristine white fortress. Inside the hall, there was not a sliver of light, enveloped in utter blackness. Anyone who entered abruptly would surely think they had gone blind. At that moment, a booming voice echoed through the hall. "Old fool, what business do you have summoning me?" The voice resonated like thunder, imbued with a chilling aura that caused the accumulated snow above to rain down. Upon closer inspection, a shadowy figure clad in dark purple stood in the center of the hall, his posture as straight as a pine tree, exuding an imposing and majestic presence. "Su Fu, you have arrived," an ancient voice reverberated, echoing from all directions, imbued with a sense of antiquity and desolation. "Umph, old man," the figure known as Su Fu scoffed, "it has been a long time. Yet you have reached such a realm. Ah, little one, it seems you still have years to go before you can surpass me." The ancient voice remained unperturbed by such disrespect that Su Fu coldly retorted, "Enough with the pleasantries. Why was I summoned?" The ancient voice took on a more serious tone, saying, 2 days ago, I sensed the presence of Su Mu Mu." This revelation struck like a bolt from the blue. Su Fu's body froze instantly. In the next moment, an overwhelming aura of power surged forth, coupled with an uncontainable killing intent, exploding outward from Su Fu like a barrage of arrows. Boom! The ancient hall, with its history spanning thousands of years, trembled violently, and the ground shook with the falling debris. The eternal snow atop the mountain collapsed like a furious dragon, cascading down the slopes, within the depths of darkness. Su Fu's eyes gleamed like two piercing arrows, focused on the innermost recesses of the hall, as he struggled to suppress his inner turmoil, slowly articulating, "Explain clearly." The ancient voice paused momentarily before stating, "A human has embedded Su Mu Mu's spirit core." In an instant, a frigid purple light erupted from Su Fu, radiating with an intense killing aura that shot toward the heavens. The clouds above churned like ripples in water, casting the once dark hall into blinding light. Countless colossal deer statues, towering 100 feet high and embodying the essence of ancient beasts, adorned the hall. The ancient voice spoke again. "Su Fu, you are well aware of the consequences for a beast when its spirit core is detached." The answer was simple: certain death. After a long silence, Su Fu seemed to finally quell his fury, gritting his teeth as he demanded, "In which direction?" the southeast of the continent. Go, retrieve Su Mu Mu's spirit core. Su Fu's eyes narrowed dangerously as he vowed, "Whoever it may be, they shall pay for my sister's suffering." As soon as the words left his lips, a flash of purple light enveloped Su Fu, and in an instant he vanished. The hall reverted to its eternal darkness, leaving only the lingering killing intent filling every corner. The ancient voice echoed in the desolate hall, "The dignity of the shadow illusion dear shall not be trampled." On the other side, in a secluded corner of the continent, a shroud of gray mist enveloped the area, creating a stark black and white realm that a desolate silence reigned, devoid of life. Here, flowers wilted, and trees stood lifeless. Twisted, gnarled trunks clawed at the air like vengeful spirits amidst the gray fog. The ground was littered with bleached branches, and upon closer inspection, it was a grim sight, as bones lay scattered everywhere. In this desolate realm, there exists a monstrous beast with an enormous skeletal frame, surrounded by shattered remnants of human bones. Here, only the murky-eyed ravens flutter their wings, alighting upon the bones, using their hard beaks to peck at the white remains. Greedily sucking the marrow within to the end of the gray mist, a figure cloaked in black stands there like a specter of death, his tattered robe stained with the ominous aura of despair. Swaying without a breath of wind, encircling him, a group of figures cloaked in black kneels on the ground, trembling uncontrollably, unable to suppress the terror that grips their hearts. After a prolonged silence, a hoarse voice emerges from the depths of the black robe. "Where has that boy gone?" The sound is akin to a dry riverbed, scraping against countless pebbles. Instantly, the cloaked figures shudder violently, pressing their foreheads against the cold bones beneath them, allowing sharp bone splinters to pierce their skin. Oozing streams of black blood, yet they dare not move an inch. The vulture, how wretched it is! May you all perish as his subordinates. With a mere flick of his wrist, the black-robed figure's tattered sleeves, exuding a dense aura of death, sweep over all the black-clad individuals like a monstrous serpent. "Ah, save me, Lord Rakshasa, spare my life." Yet, all pleas for mercy fall on deaf ears in a matter of moments. The black-clad figures begin to wither, their garments rapidly deflating, their bodies collapsing as if all flesh and blood have been cruelly extracted. Within mere seconds, beneath the black cloaks, only a series of tragic white bones remain. The black-robed figure, entirely indifferent to this ghastly scene, relishes the sustenance of several lives, emitting a sound of satisfaction. Eventually, his voice, devoid of any emotion, coldly commands, "Go investigate the whereabouts of that boy. Should there be any negligence, you shall meet the same fate." "Yes, Lord Rakshasa," voices from all directions respond in unison. Soon after, shadows dart through the gray mist, swiftly vanishing from sight. Echoing within the haze is the chilling laughter of the Rakshasa steward, the side effects of eliminating the aura of death. How amusing! Meanwhile, Tang Chi, the origin of all these events, remains blissfully unaware that his actions over the past 2 days have once again stirred the continent, which had been silent for countless years. Before departing from Lan City, Tang Chi merely paid another visit to the Fan Hai Trading Company, engaging in a lengthy conversation with Shangwan Yulan, and no one knows what was discussed between Tang Chi and Shangwan Yulan. However, after Tang Chi left Lan City, every trace he left behind was meticulously erased, as if the dust on a glass surface had been entirely swept away. Outside Lan City, the only whispers circulating are that the heir of the Tang family has been rendered powerless, sinking into despondency, and has vanished without a trace. Chapter 55. The Art of Illusion. 2 months later, 50 miles outside of Tianhua City, in the dual polar mountain range, lies a land renowned as the City of Temporary. A place rich in resources and abundant in spiritual energy, it is home to countless heavenly treasures, with low-grade spiritual herbs found in abundance, while high-grade spiritual herbs flourish in the hidden corners of the deep mountains. Each day, countless adventurers venture into these woods in search of high-grade spiritual herbs and rare ores, only to return to Tianhua City to sell their findings for a handsome profit. Almost all the tempering materials in Tianhua City originate from the dual polar mountain range. A month later, the grand tempering event in Tianhua City features a legendary 4th-tier spiritual herb, the Tianluo gun grass, said to be sourced from the dual polar mountain range. Ever since this news spread, The number of adventurers entering the dual polar mountain range has doubled, each hoping to strike it rich and find treasures. Should one indeed be fortunate enough to discover a high-grade spiritual herb, they would be set for life. At this moment, in a secluded valley, the entrance appears as a narrow crevice barely wide enough for a single person, overgrown with weeds and vines, a chaotic sight. However, within the valley lies an entirely different world. Lush green grass carpets the ground, filled with the sweet melodies of birds and the fragrant scents of flowers. Here, the sunlight pours unobstructed into the valley, filling the air with the delicate fragrance of grass and blossoms. At the valley's end, a shimmering lake reflects the light, its crystal-clear waters revealing its depths. A 10-meter-high waterfall cascades down the valley, roaring with tumultuous waters, akin to a stampede of wild horses. Crashing from above, the waterfall strikes a colossal stone, producing a thunderous sound. The stone, smoothed over countless years by the relentless force of the waterfall, now glistens like a mirror, its edges perfectly rounded without a hint of sharpness. Perched upon this stone is a tall figure, partially obscured by the curtain of water, though the figure appears somewhat gaunt. It is as if forged from steel, firmly anchored to the rock, unaffected by the torrential waters crashing upon it, as if enduring the weight of 1,000 tons, yet standing resolutely unmoving. As time passes, second by second, the figure seems to reach its limit. Despite its utmost effort to maintain balance, a slight tremor betrays its struggle. With a resounding crash, the figure finally succumbs to the relentless torrent, slipping and tumbling into the lake, sending up a spray of water. Yet in the next instant, the individual moves like a fish, swiftly navigating beneath the surface, reaching the shore in just a few breaths. Drenched from head to toe, it is none other than the youth, Tang Chi. Upon reaching the bank, Tang Chi appears to have exhausted all his strength, collapsing onto the grass, his body reddened from the impact of the waterfall. Gasping for breath at this moment, a purplish-black mist slowly emanates from within Tang Chi, mischievously announcing, "Quite impressive. You managed to endure for 2 incense sticks worth of time." Tang Chi, in a disheveled state, struggles to prop himself up, muttering intermittently, "Damn it, the second layer of the Shanghai body refinement technique is exponentially more difficult." At this juncture, Tang Chi stands bare-chested, his body still glimmering with a metallic sheen despite having endured the waterfall's onslaught for 2 incense sticks worth of time. Compared to 2 months prior, his muscles have become more defined, exuding a solid essence with every movement, as if beneath Tang Chi's skin there lies not flesh and blood, but rather a composition of resilient stone. This is the manifestation of his training in the second layer of the Shanghai body refinement technique. Having broken his seal, Tang Chi had already perfected the first layer of skin refinement. After leaving Lan City, he commenced his training in the second layer of meat refinement. The principle of the second layer mirrors that of the first, utilizing the refining fire for an unyielding forging of the flesh, extracting impurities to render the body more pure. However, through genuine training, Tang Chi discovered that the second layer's challenge far surpassed that of the first, exceeding it by no less than 5-fold. It required the refining fire to seep into every muscle fiber, saturating every inch of flesh. Only then did Tang Chi truly grasp the agony of being consumed by relentless flames. Yet, despite the excruciating process, progress remains agonizingly slow. At this moment, the mischievous specter chuckles. If you can master the second layer, not only will you achieve 6-fold enhancement, but you'll also awaken the third beast soul throne, significantly elevating your prowess. Of course, the price you must pay is equally monumental. Hence, I suggested utilizing the waterfall for body tempering to accelerate your training speed. Gazing at the roaring waterfall, Tang Chi can't help but let out a wry smile. Half a month ago, he had already arrived at the dual polar mountain range. With ample time on his hands, he chose this valley to train utilizing the waterfall. Through the relentless trials of the waterfall, Tang Chi's cultivation speed has indeed surged remarkably, in just half a month's time. His Shanghai body refinement technique has already achieved a 3.5-fold enhancement. At this moment, Tang Chi glances at the sky, calculating the days, and remarks to the specter. Looking at the timeline, only a month remains until the tempering event. "It's time to depart from here." "Agreed." The specter nods in response. With the tempering event approaching, Tianhua City will undoubtedly be rife with complexities. Arriving early to assess the situation would be wise. The Tianluo Guohun grass holds immense significance for the specter, as it pertains to its swift recovery. This once carefree entity has now adopted a cautious demeanor. Tang Chi rises, donning a set of coarse garments. After more than a month of travel, his attire has become tattered and worn. Entering Tianhui City in such a state would surely lead others to mistake him for a beggar. With a light chuckle, Tang Chi lowers his head and mutters, "Illusion." A marvelous spectacle unfolds. An eerie ripple emanates from within Tang Chi, radiating outward and melding into his ragged garments that I end the next moment. The surface of the coarse fabric shimmers with wave-like patterns, and within an instant, the attire vanishes. In its place, Tang Chi dons a brand new black, fitted warrior's outfit. The black fabric is adorned with silver edges, a yellow satin belt at the waist, and his once tattered straw sandals have transformed into sturdy leather boots. While plain and unembellished compared to the previous ragged attire, it is akin to luxurious satin. Even though Tang Chi has performed this transformation countless times, a glimmer of astonishment still flickers in his eyes as he exclaims, "The Beast's soul throne is indeed remarkably extraordinary." The transformation skill, indeed, is a gift bestowed upon Tang Chi by the second beast soul, the Shadow Illusion Deer. Chapter 56. The peculiar misered, this moment, within the Hall of Beasts, the Shadow Illusion Deer, resembling a woodland deity, stood majestically atop the second beast soul throne. Below the throne, 3 lines of small characters were inscribed. Second beast soul throne. Shadow Illusion Deer. Beast possession. Illusionary shadow deer amethyst antlers. Capable of transforming into a shadow-heavy sword. Razor-sharp and indestructible. Beast skill. Transformation. The host can alter their appearance, voice, clothing, and even martial techniques, yet the original item's effectiveness remains unchanged. The first 2 lines are quite straightforward. And Tang Chi had previously employed the Shadow Illusion Deer's beast possession in battle. However, the third line undoubtedly represents a skill that rivals any side effect transformation, the lineage of the Shadow Illusion Deer. Rooted in its bloodline power, naturally makes them masters of illusion, able to conceal their presence, alter their appearance, and deceive foes, thereby achieving lethal strikes. This is fundamentally why the Shadow Illusion Deer is regarded as the assassination clan among beasts. The skill Tang Chi acquired, however, takes the original illusion to a deeper level. Not only can he alter his appearance, but he can also transform everything he touches. This moment, the clothes adorning Tang Chi exemplify this principle. While the original item's effectiveness remains unchanged, it signifies that Tang Chi is still clad in that tattered hemp robe, yet to outsiders, it appears as a fitted warrior's attire in the world of martial arts. Such an astonishing transformation skill is undoubtedly a supreme weapon for traversing the realm. Tang Chi gazed at his attire, his expression radiating satisfaction, and after simply organizing his belongings, he set forth towards the valley's exit. Upon leaving the valley, Tang Chi swiftly navigated through the forest, hastening towards Tianhui City. Just as he neared the edge of the polar mountain range, a cacophony of noises suddenly erupted ahead. Tang Chi abruptly halted, frowning as he peered forward, that a cruel laugh echoed from a distance. "Ha ha, fatty, do you think you can escape from the grasp of my 2 brothers? Big brother, why waste so many words on him? Catch up to him, everything is ours." In the next moment, a frantic figure came into view. Judging by his appearance, he was indeed a plump young man, seemingly not much older than Tang Chi, clad in an opulent water-blue robe. It was evident that it was made from high-quality fabric. His stubby fingers were adorned with at least 15 large rings, embedded with rubies, emeralds, and cat's-eye gems, all precious stones that shimmered brilliantly under the sunlight. Witnessing this scene, Tang Chi couldn't help but furrow his brow in disapproval. In the polar mountain range, countless adventurers roamed, and with such a vast expanse, one could encounter all manner of individuals. Naturally, there were those reckless enough to pursue wealth at any cost. The daily occurrences of murder and theft were rampant. This was Tang Chi's first encounter with someone like the plump man, flaunting wealth so brazenly in the polar mountain range. The rotund figure resembled a rolling ball, sweating profusely as he ran, crushing countless saplings along the way. However, what astonished Tang Chi was that despite the plump man's ostentatious demeanor and comparable age, the spiritual energy emanating from him revealed a cultivation level of the 7th pulse of body refinement. If this were in Lan City, before Tang Chi obtained the inheritance from the Hall of Beasts, this plump man could undoubtedly be regarded as a peerless genius. Observing this, Tang Chi couldn't help but inwardly exclaim, "Truly, Tianhua City is a gathering place for the world's best refiners." Even the overall level of cultivation here surpasses that of Lan City by no less than tenfold. At that moment, the plump man turned around in a panic, shouting, "I'll give you 100,000 gold coins. Just let me go." Just then, two rapidly pursuing figures emerged into view. One tall and lean, the other short and stout, both bearing fierce expressions, wielding battered steel knives, exuding an intimidating aura. Clearly, these were desperate rogues of the polar mountain range. The tall one cackled menacingly. 100,000? Haha, if we take your life, everything you have will be mine with that. The tall man unleashed his full strength, revealing a cultivation level of the ninth pulse of body refinement. Upon hearing this, the shorter one, with a greedy glint in his eyes, chimed in, "Big brother speaks true. Who would have thought we'd stumble upon such a fat sheep today?" The shorter one, while slightly less powerful than the tall one, also possessed the strength of the ninth pulse of body refinement. Listening to their exchange, the plump man's face contorted in terror as he shrieked, 104,328 gold coins. Not a single coin more? 104,328 gold coins? The specificity of the figure momentarily stunned even Tang Q. It sounded as if they were haggling at a market. "Damn it, do you think this is a marketplace?" the tall man bellowed. "I want it all." Instantly, the plump man resembled a cat whose tail had been stepped on, wailing in agony. "No way. My life is worth at most 104,328 gold coins. Not a single coin more." To quantify the value of one's life down to the last digit was a sight Tang Chi had never encountered before. Though fear gripped the plump man's face, there was an unwavering determination in his eyes. Even in the face of death, he would not part with a single coin more. At this moment, even the anomaly couldn't help but exclaim, "What a miser!" Despite having seen many things, he had never encountered such a curious specimen. A person who truly valued money over life. Finally, the plump man exhausted his spiritual energy, losing his footing and tumbling forward, rolling several meters until he landed at Tang Chi's feet. Dazed and covered in dirt, he looked up just in time to meet Tang Chi's gaze. The plump man, seemingly spotting a savior, clutched Tang Chi's leg tightly, desperately crying out, "Brother, save me. If you can spare my life, I'll give you 50,000 gold coins." 50,000? Tang Chi's expression darkened in an instant, speechless. Wasn't it 104,328 gold coins? In less than a minute, you've slashed the price by nearly half. Upon hearing Tang Chi's words, the plump man froze, a look of embarrassment crossing his face, before he hastily pleaded, "Cough, noble hero, my life is worth 104,328 gold coins. But after being chased for so long, I'm left with only half a life. So please make a concession." In a life-or-death situation, he still managed to negotiate with logic, a true oddity among misers. Even the anomaly couldn't help but raise a thumb in admiration. What a remarkable individual! Although the price had yet to be settled, the plump man clung tightly to Tang Chi's leg, refusing to let go, clearly believing that Tang Chi did not resemble the ruthless rogues behind him. However, should he fall into the hands of those two, escape would be nearly impossible. Just then, the forest rustled ominously. Two figures suddenly burst forth from the underbrush. "Ha ha, fatty. Let's see where you can run." Chapter 57. The desire for battle. One tall and one short, one fat and one lean. These two ruthless individuals each wielded long knives, their blades stained with dried blood, evidence of countless battles fought, be it human or beast. The tall one, upon witnessing the sight before him, paused, taken aback by the plump man clinging to Tang Chi's leg, before breaking into a sinister grin. "Another one has arrived." The short one, eyes gleaming with madness, remarked, "Doesn't look very wealthy, but even a mosquito's leg is meat. Big brother, today we strike it rich." With that, their greedy gazes swept back and forth between Tang Chi and the plump man, clearly indicating that these rogues had turned their sights on Tang Chi the moment they laid eyes on him. Trouble was brewing. Yet, faced with two opponents of a higher caliber, Tang Chi exhibited not a hint of panic. Instead, excitement began to flicker in his eyes, a burgeoning desire for battle emanating from him as his spiritual energy began to flow steadily. The chaotic currents radiating outward from his body. It had been 2 months since he last fought. It was time to stretch his limbs. A smile gradually crept across Tang Chi's lips as he loosened his joints. The sound of cracking bones echoing from within. The shorter one, startled, revealed a dismissive smirk on his jowly face. Body refinement of the 8th pulse. You dare to be arrogant before my brother and me? Just stick your head out. I'll take a slice. Sensing Tang Chi's true strength, the plump man's face once again displayed a look of despair and fear. How could a mere 8th pulse of body refinement withstand the onslaught of 2 9th pulses? Realizing this, the plump man slackened his grip, collapsing to the ground like a puddle of mud, a mournful expression on his face. Nonetheless, he clung tightly to the silver notes in his grasp, just as he had declared, 104,328 gold coins. Not a single coin more. At last, the patience of the 2 rogues wore thin. The tall one launched the first attack, unleashing his full 9th pulse of body refinement, charging fiercely towards Tang Chi without a hint of restraint. These individuals engaging in murder and theft daily within the Polar Mountain Range understood well the necessity of putting forth their utmost effort, even when hunting down a rabbit. Kid, go die. Ha ha. The tall figure, brimming with spiritual energy, wielded a long blade riddled with gaps, which instantaneously revealed its lethal edge, exuding a foot-long aura of power as it fiercely swung towards Tang Chi, seemingly intent on delivering a fatal blow. Help! Cried the stout man in a voice akin to a pig being slaughtered. However, the target of this assault, Tang Chi, remained utterly unperturbed, extending his palm outward. In the next moment, a multitude of violet starlight erupted from his palm. Swirling around him like a miniature galaxy, grasping at the void, countless specks of starlight coalesced into a colossal 2-meter-long amethyst sword that manifested in Tang Chi's grasp. The heavy blade gleamed with unparalleled sharpness. Reflecting cold light under the sun, its broad body resembling a formidable shield that radiated an aura of solid strength. The shadowy heavy sword. Witnessing this scene, the tall figure was momentarily taken aback, only to subsequently reveal a look of excitement, roaring, "Ha ha! You little brat, to possess such a divine weapon, you shall meet your end." With that, he unleashed all his spiritual energy, the fierce momentum of his blade stirring up gusts of wind as he charged at Tang Chi. Boom! A colossal sound erupted, sending grass and wood flying, the force scattering in all directions as the dust settled. The stout man rubbed his eyes and wiped the dirt from his face, squinting to see Tang Chi standing tall before him. Left hand positioned behind his back, right hand firmly clutching the sword, steadfastly blocking in midair. The tall man's blade was now held at bay against the shadowy heavy sword, and despite his gritted teeth and desperate attempt to channel his energy into the long knife, he found himself unable to advance even a fraction. Step back, Tang Chi commanded, gripping the sword hilt with one hand and sweeping the shadowy, heavy sword horizontally. Such weight. The tall man instantly felt an overwhelming force emanating from the shadowy, heavy sword. Hastily flicking his long knife in a bid to dissipate this sudden onslaught of power. Yet, the might of the heavy sword caught him off guard, forcing him to stumble backwards several steps. His feet deeply embedded in the earth, the grass on both sides uprooted, creating 2 deep furrows. Big brother. Seeing this, the short man rushed to the tall man's side, his expression grave, fixating on Tang Chi. The tall figure, with a sinister tone, declared, "Second brother, this brat is up to no good. Let us tackle him together." Despite being a practitioner of the 9 meridians body refinement, he was astounded that his full-powered strike had been effortlessly blocked, a situation he had never encountered before. The 2 men, akin to ravenous wolves, exuded both greed and caution, slowly advancing. "Kid, if you surrender the heavy sword, I might just spare your life," the tall man said, his voice laced with malice. Facing 2 practitioners of the 9 meridians body refinement, Tang Chi remained unfazed. Having not fought for 2 months, he could no longer suppress the urge to wield the shadowy heavy sword. With a roar to the heavens, he charged once more at the tall man. "Want the sword? Let us see if you can withstand it." The massive sword transformed into a violet blur, instantly flashing into the sky like a meteor, imbued with an overwhelming aura of might and a chilling intent. Hurtling towards the tall figure, The two desperate men, unwilling to be outdone, unleashed their powerful energies in unison, flanking Tang Chi in an attempt to encircle him. "Kid die," the tall man bellowed, brandishing his long knife at Tang Chi. If he could just withstand Tang Chi's sword strike, then once the second brother arrived, Tang Chi's demise would be inevitable. "Brother, be careful." The stout man, now collapsed on the ground, looked anxiously at Tang Chi. At the moment their attacks collided, Tang Chi roared, Mountain Sea body refinement technique. Enhance. In an instant, his power surged. It felt as though a slumbering dragon within him had awakened, and in less than 0.1 seconds. His aura multiplied several-fold. What impossible! The tall man felt an overwhelming force suddenly surge through his long knife, akin to a relentless tide crashing upon him. 9 Meridian's body refinement. Yet, it was too late for the tall man to change his strategy. Clang! A clear sound rang out as the tall man's long knife shattered into fragments under the immense pressure. In a flash, Tang Chi wielded the shadowy heavy sword and swept it through the air. Bang! A dull thud resounded as the sword struck the tall man's chest with formidable force. Puff! Instantly, the tall man's chest caved in as he spewed forth a mouthful of blood mixed with fragments of his internal organs. His body flying backward, tumbling several times before crashing to the ground, lifeless. Chapter 58. Money is abundant. With a single blow, he had slain his opponent. The shadowy heavy sword in Tang Chi's grasp still bore the remnants of the tall man's blood. A glimmer of satisfaction flashing in his eyes, did I end his quest to hone his combat abilities. The anomaly had prohibited Tang Chi from employing skills with side effects during ordinary battles, thereby allowing him to fully experience the might of his adversaries while gaining insight into his own true capabilities. After 2 months of training, Tang Chi, without the need for a beast possession or skills with side effects, was able to instantly slay a practitioner of the 9 Meridian's body refinement simply by activating the Mountain Sea body refinement technique. Combined with the indomitable shadowy heavy sword, achieving the feat of challenging foes beyond his level. "Big brother!" The short man behind him shouted in anguish, his eyes shimmering with disbelief. The sudden turn of events left him utterly unprepared. How could this unassuming, unadorned youth slay his elder brother in the blink of an eye? At that moment, Tang Chi turned around, his gaze icy. Their eyes met. The short man felt a shiver run down his spine, as if Tang Chi's cold stare pierced directly into his core. Gazing at the still warm body of his fallen brother, not far away, an overwhelming sense of life-threatening terror surged from within him. Eerie. This youth was undoubtedly a sinister being. A thought suddenly flashed through the short man's mind. "Run! I must flee!" Abruptly halting, the short man stomped the ground, unleashing all his energy as he bolted into the depths of the forest. "Think you can escape? It's too late." Tang Chi took a decisive step forward, reversing his grip on the sword, channeling a surge of power into the shadowy heavy sword once more as his energy flowed in. The sword expanded several-fold. Bang! With a resounding thud, the earth buckled beneath Tang Chi's immense force, cracking spiderweb-like for several meters around his left foot. "Want the sword? Then you shall have it," Tang Chi roared, sending his formidable strength from shoulder to arm, wrist, and launching the shadowy heavy sword towards the fleeing short man. The heavy sword sliced through the air, conjuring a tempest accompanied by an overwhelming force akin to a mountain's descent, streaking towards the short man. In his flight, the short man felt a chill run down his spine. An instinct honed through years of living on the edge of life and death warned him of an impending doom. Glancing back, he saw a violet blur like the scythe of death, locking onto him completely. "No, please!" The short man's eyes widened in terror, his face contorted in a grotesque grimace as he desperately tried to evade the incoming strike. Yet it was all in vain. Bang! A sound akin to a blade piercing flesh echoed through the forest. The shadowy heavy sword pierced through the short man's back, the force propelling him off the ground and brutally impaling him against a towering tree. The sword embedded deep within the trunk, leaving only a meter of hilt exposed, suspended the short man's lifeless body. How could this be? The short man's eyes reflected a yearning for life as he exhaled his final breath. His gaze gradually dimming. Tang Chi extended his hand towards the shadowy heavy sword, grasping at the void and silently reciting an incantation. The sword immediately dissipated, transforming into countless twinkling stars that converged into Tang Chi's body. The battle was completely over. Tang Chi emerged unscathed, having vanquished two adversaries of the Nine Meridians body refinement in the dual polar mountains. He felt a sense of satisfaction as he sensed the abundant energy still coursing through him. It was clear that ordinary practitioners of the Nine Meridians body refinement were no longer his match. Benefactor. Tang Chi suddenly felt a pair of arms tightly embracing his thigh. Looking down, he saw the stout man who had just escaped the brink of death. With both enemies slain, the stout man had found safety. Having just crawled back from the gates of hell, he was drenched in sweat, appearing utterly exhausted. Nevertheless, he clung to Tang Chi's leg like a lifeline. Tang Chi lifted his leg and kicked the stout man away. The stout man tumbled like a ball, rolling several times on the ground before finally regaining his balance, seemingly coming back to his senses. Shaking his head, he looked at Tang Chi, his face still pale with fear, and forced a grim smile, saying, "Benefactor, I am Qian Judua, eternally grateful for your life-saving grace." Qian Judua. Tang Chi glanced at the stout man's arms. Adorned with numerous dazzling rings. Truly, a name befitting his appearance. Tang Chi, he replied with a fist salute, "That a splendid name. A splendid name indeed." The plump face, adorned with layers of flesh, was brimming with smiles as he generously praised. After such a long rest, the rotund fellow's spiritual energy has significantly recovered. Yet he still remained slumped on the ground, unwilling to rise. At this moment, Tang Chi could discern that although the chubby man was a martial artist of the seventh meridian of body refinement, his spiritual energy was tenuous, and his foundation unstable. It was evident that this was the result of long-term consumption of various spiritual herbs, forcibly elevating his cultivation level, that if one were to assess the chubby man's true combat prowess. It was clear that even some martial artists of the sixth meridian, with superior combat skills, could easily defeat him. However, the ability to enhance one's cultivation with spiritual herbs indicated that the chubby fellow must possess considerable financial backing. Thus, the chubby man began conversing with Tang Chi. Yet as their dialogue unfolded, Tang Chi felt a growing sense of astonishment. This rotund individual was not only financially affluent, but also had an extraordinary background. Tianhua City was a gathering place for the alchemists of the Cheongdong Empire, a realm of utmost prosperity, rich in resources. Every day, tens of thousands of martial artists flocked to Tianhua City, hoping to encounter elusive opportunities. Across the entire Cheongdong Empire, it could be said that only the imperial city surpassed it, albeit slightly. Moreover, the city lord of Tianhua City, Qian Qingyu, was a formidable figure. In his youth, he had led troops in a battle for several years, emerging from countless blood-soaked fields, instilling fear in his enemies and earning great merit for the Cheongdong Empire. After pacifying the region, Qian Qingyu voluntarily laid down his arms and was bestowed the title of City Lord. It is essential to note that alchemists are often eccentric, and high-ranking alchemists are particularly so, exceedingly proud and difficult to manage. Behind Tianhua City stood the Divine Refining Academy, a powerful ally. Thus, it was clear that to truly govern Tianhua City required immense capability. Yet, under such pressure, Qian Qingyu still managed to wield power over Tianhua City with his iron-fisted tactics. Establishing himself as the undisputed master of the region, this moment, the resplendent and corpulent figure before Tang Chi was none other than Qian Qingyu's only son, Qian Judua. Upon hearing Qian Judua's self-introduction, Tang Chi, unable to contain his curiosity, scrutinized him up and down. It is often said that dragons beget dragons and phoenixes beget phoenixes, and a mouse's offspring will burrow. Yet, no matter how one looked at it, there seemed to be no resemblance between this chubby man and the iron-blooded general, Qian Qingyu. Chapter 59. Arrival at Tianhua City. The two engaged in conversation for about half a stick of incense. And Qian Judua finally regained his composure, his spiritual energy restored to a significant degree that he dusted himself off, beaming with a smile, and said, "Brother, since your destination is Tianhua City and our paths align, why not travel to the city together?" Tang Chi rolled his eyes. Although Qian Judua's cultivation was lacking and he had little experience in the ways of the world, otherwise he wouldn't have been so ostentatious while traversing the dual polar mountain range. However, he was not foolish. The journey from the dual polar mountain range to Tianhua City spanned a full 50 li, and with Qian Judua's cultivation, he was likely to encounter marauding bandits again. Thus, Qian Judua desperately sought to bind himself to Tang Chi, resolutely refusing to take risks alone. However, he made no mention of the matter of a reward for saving his life. Not a chance. Tang Chi waved his hand and said to Qian Judua, "First, let us settle the previously agreed sum of 50,000 gold coins. It is essential to understand that 50,000 gold coins represented the entire annual income of the Tang family. For Tang Chi, it was undoubtedly a considerable fortune. Cough, cough. Qian Judua's face twitched, and a pained expression flickered in his eyes. For this miser to part with 50,000 gold coins was akin to slicing off a substantial piece of flesh from his own body. Suddenly, the chubby man's eyes, squeezed into two narrow slits by his flesh, sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed, "Brother, what is 50,000 gold coins? If you accompany me back to Tianhua City today, I shall present you with an opportunity." An opportunity? Observing Qian Judua's exuberance, Tang Chi furrowed his brow and inquired, "What kind of opportunity?" Qian Judua smiled mysteriously and replied, "Oh, once you accompany me back to Tianhua City, you shall find out." Given Qian Judua's miserly nature, Tang Chi understood that as long as he refrained from asking Qian Judua to spend money, he would be more than willing to do anything for him. Although uncertain about what Qian Judua referred to as an opportunity, being the son of the city lord, Qian Judua must have something of value to offer. This piqued Tang Chi's curiosity, seeing Tang Chi lost in thought. Qian Judua eagerly urged, "Brother Tang, let us set off quickly. If we delay any longer, we may miss this opportunity." Tang Chi, not wishing to refuse, nodded and said, "Lead the way." "Excellent." With no need to part with any money. Qian Judua's face radiated joy. As if afraid Tang Chi might change his mind, that he promptly sprang into action, resembling a giant ball, bouncing off the ground. This dexterous movement showcased the full extent of his seventh meridian of body refinement cultivation. Indeed, he embodied the essence of a miser to the core. Subsequently, the two of them channeled their spiritual energy and hurried towards Tianhua City. By afternoon, on the official road 10 Li outside Tianhua City, one could begin to see clusters of people making their way toward the city. Solo martial artists, well-trained adventuring teams, and merchants driving their carts and horses all converged towards Tianhua City. From above, the throngs of people arriving from all corners of the world resembled a swarm of returning ants, densely packed as they rushed toward the city gates at this moment. The entrance to Tianhua City was bustling with activity. A sea of humanity, as people queued to enter. Among them were some hot-tempered martial artists that end their daily lives. These rugged warriors would engage in fierce battles at the slightest provocation. Yet now, each one had transformed into a law-abiding citizen. This remarkable change was due to the presence of nearly 100 guards at the city gate, clad in silver armor, with finely forged steel blades hanging at their waists. Their steel spears emitted a chilling gleam. Among the guards, the majority possessed cultivation, and the collective presence of 200 individuals radiated an imposing aura of coldness and intimidation. The slightest hint of unrest, 200 piercing gazes would be unleashed like a volley of arrows. It is important to note that these guards were once part of Qian Qingyu's personal elite guard, all seasoned warriors who had survived the battlefield, having faced life and death. Even the most arrogant martial artists would think twice before provoking these guards. This was the fundamental reason why Qian Qingyu, as the city lord of Tianhua City, could maintain order throughout the city. At this moment, Tang Chi and Qian Judua, after several hours of travel, finally arrived at the gates of Tianhua City. Standing outside the towering city walls, Tang Chi could not help but express his astonishment. The pitch-black walls, entirely constructed of dark basalt, featured bricks measuring 2 meters in length, forming a wall soaring over 10 meters high. The walls twisted and turned, extending endlessly, and the scale of this city far surpassed that of Lan City by at least 100-fold. Compared to Tianhua City, Lan City seemed little more than a small village. On the battlements, guards were stationed every 50 meters, and every 100 meters, sentries stood watch. The archers, with eyes sharp as eagles, scanned the area below. Should anyone dare to cause trouble, they would likely find themselves riddled with arrows in an instant. Witnessing this scene, Tang Chi could not help but exclaim, "Truly, Tianhua City lives up to its reputation for unparalleled prosperity. At this rate, it seems we will have to wait at least an hour to enter the city." Not at all," Qian Judua replied with a proud smile, his small eyes once again squinting into 2 slits. "Brother Tang, follow me." With that, Qian Judua wiggled his plump body, lifted his head high, and confidently strode through the throngs of people toward the front of the line. Tang Chi followed closely behind. This moment. Nearly 1,000 individuals were patiently queuing. Yet only Tang Chi and Qian Judua walked boldly to the front, making them exceedingly conspicuous. Instantly, the people around them displayed expressions of derision. Here, regardless of one's background, everyone was required to adhere to the rules of Tianhua City. Should anyone dare to overstep their bounds, they would undoubtedly face dire consequences. The onlookers crossed their arms, eager to see how these two impetuous young men would be reprimanded by the guards at the checkpoint of Tianhua City. Several guards stood tall, meticulously screening and questioning each individual entering. The most eye-catching among them was the leader of the guards. A towering figure standing 2 meters tall, wielding a 2-meter-long crescent blade, forged entirely from iron, the blade's handle as thick as a grown man's arm, clad in a suit of battle-worn steel armor. He resembled a fortified fortress, his armor scarred with countless marks from battles fought. His leopard-like eyes glimmered with an intense, captivating sharpness. Yet at this moment, the leader's eyes betrayed a sense of urgency as he scanned the crowd of over 1,000, seemingly searching for something. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and he exclaimed excitedly, "Young master, you have finally returned." Chapter 60. Amidst the bustling atmosphere, one could see the head of the guards, Juan Bailey, striding forward with heavy footsteps, his imposing crescent blade in hand, hastening towards 2 young men, Tang Chi and Qian Judua. "Uncle Bailey, I am finally seeing you. I am in such distress with a formidable physique nearing 300 pounds. Qian Judua charged towards the guard captain, enveloping him in a tight embrace. Upon returning to the territory of Tianhua City and encountering the guards, Qian Judua felt a true sense of safety, allowing the anxiety that had gripped his heart to dissipate at last. Having narrowly escaped death, he now released all the pent-up fear and oppression within him, disregarding his dignity as he wept uncontrollably before a crowd of thousands. The formidable guard captain, who could slay 100 foes, found himself at a loss in the face of such an emotional display that he could only endure as Qian Judua's arms clung tightly to him, his expression one of helplessness. After a bout of tears, Qian Judua gradually calmed down. Noticing this, the guard captain promptly inquired, "Young master, where have you been these past few days? Your father is in a fury." Qian Judua scratched his head, his originally small eyes now swollen and red from crying, making him look somewhat sheepish as he replied, "Uncle Bailey, I ventured to the Xuanji Mountains a couple of days ago and was unexpectedly pursued. Fortunately, Brother Tang Chi came to my aid, enabling my escape." Upon hearing this, the guard captain's demeanor turned serious, his hawk-like gaze sweeping over Tang Chi. Their eyes met, and at that moment, Juan Bailey narrowed his eyes and declared, "I am Juan Bailey. A pleasure to meet you." Just as Tang Chi was about to respond, an overwhelming pressure emanated from Juan Bailey, instantly enveloping him. It felt as if he had plunged into an endless abyss, with waves crashing in from all directions. The once clear sky above him turned dark and foreboding. Mental pressure, goodness. He must be at least a practitioner of the Earth-Profound realm. Earth-Profound realm? The realization struck Tang Chi like a thunderclap. Juan Bailey was indeed the legendary figure of the Earth-Profound realm. Initially taken aback, a wave of exhilaration surged within him, in his first 15 years of life. He had only known the basics of body refinement, and it was only after encountering prodigies that he learned of the existence of the human, earth, and heaven-profound realms. To meet a practitioner of the Earth-Profound realm was akin to encountering a myth. Yet here he was in Tianhua City, fortunate enough to cross paths with one, and as his opponent no less. Though Tang Chi had only recently refined 8 meridians, facing an Earth-Profound practitioner ignited a fierce fighting spirit within him. The prideful desire for battle erupted from his heart like a volcanic eruption. Excellent. Tang Chi's brows furrowed into A shape, his eyes gleaming with determination as he concentrated all his mental energy in a physical confrontation. Juan Bailey could crush him with a mere finger, but when it came to mental prowess, Tang Chi would not yield an inch. Though Juan Bailey was not a refiner, his years on the battlefield had honed his mental strength to an extraordinary degree. The heavy pressure of his mental barrier continued to surge towards Tang Chi, intensifying the feeling of being compressed from all sides. Breathing became increasingly difficult for Tang Chi, with a fierce glint in his eyes. Tang Chi clenched his fist, manifesting 5 sharp mental swords in the void, piercing towards Wan Bailey's mental barrier. At the moment their mental energies clashed, both Tang Chi and Wan Bailey felt a jolt course through their bodies. Yet neither retreated an inch. Interesting. In their first confrontation, Wan Bailey sensed the power of Tang Chi's mental swords and his interest was piqued. His eyes narrowed, taking on a solemn expression as sharp rays of light shot forth. Clearly, he regarded Tang Chi as a peer. The power of the mental barrier doubled. A fierce gust of wind spiraled outwards from the point where the two stood, sending debris flying and causing the ground to tremble. The grass beneath their feet swayed violently, and even the crowd, consisting of practitioners who had refined 9 meridians, was pushed back several steps by the overwhelming pressure. In the eye of the storm, Tang Chi felt as if he were a small boat amidst towering waves, battered by relentless torrents crashing down upon him. Oh no! Qian Judua, closest to the fray, suddenly succumbed to the mental pressure, tumbling over and landing on his back. At that moment, Tang Chi felt a surge of energy, stepping forward to shield Qian Judua, his entire being vibrating with intensity as he softly commanded, Sunflower Blade Technique. In the next instant, the 5 sharp mental swords Tang Chi had conjured transformed into a shadowy array, resembling 5 precision meat grinders, fiercely stabbing at Wan Bailey's mental barrier, using the mental force to execute the Sunflower Blade Technique. This lethal and cunning technique aimed straight for the most vulnerable point of the mental barrier, charging forth unerringly. What? At this moment, Wan Bailey was astonished. The clash of mental forces in battle was commonplace, and refiners often engaged in such mental duels. However, employing mental strength to execute a blade technique was something even the seasoned Earth profound experts had never witnessed. Such a maneuver required not only meticulous mastery of mental energy, but also profound understanding of blade techniques. Bang! The sword pierced the barrier. A visible shockwave erupted from the two as debris and grass flew outward in a tumultuous surge. Following the strike, both Tang Chi and Wan Bailey simultaneously shouted, "Disperse!" The previously dense mental energy that filled the surrounding space vanished in an instant. They locked eyes, realizing that after the exchange, Tang Chi had retreated 2 steps, while Wan Bailey, though he did not step back, found his feet sunk into the ground, the earth cracking around his ankles. It could be said that in this clash of mental forces, Tang Chi and the earth profound expert were evenly matched. Unbeknownst to both, they exchanged a knowing smile of mutual respect. "Ha! Good lad!" Wan Bailey laughed heartily, driving his crescent blade into the ground with a thud before clasping his fist towards Tang Chi and declaring, "I am Wan Bailey. A pleasure to meet you." Witnessing this, Qian Judua looked on in astonishment. This marked the second time Wan Bailey had introduced himself to Tang Chi, although Qian Judua was unaware of what had transpired between the two. Wan Bailey's gesture of respect indicated his absolute recognition of Tang Chi's capabilities. It was well known that Wan Bailey was a battle-hardened general, having fought fiercely alongside Qian Qingyu against the enemy. To earn his acknowledgement upon their first meeting spoke volumes of Tang Chi's undeniable strength, having completely captivated Wan Bailey. Chapter 61, Entering Tianhua City. Tang Chi chuckled lightly, returning the gesture with a bow. "I am Tang Chi. It is an honor to meet a master of the Earth Profound Realm." Although Tang Chi had managed to hold his own in the mental contest, he was aware that his advantage stemmed from being a refiner. Even the most novice refiner possessed mental energy that far exceeded that of ordinary practitioners. Should a true physical confrontation arise, Wan Bailey could likely dispatch him with a mere breath. Tang Chi was keenly aware of this fact. Moreover, reflecting on the recent mental contest, he recognized that Wan Bailey had merely been testing him, while he had nearly exhausted his own mental strength. This stark contrast illuminated the terrifying prowess of Earth Profound practitioners. However, upon hearing Tang Chi's words, Wan Bailey's eyes sparkled with renewed surprise. Clearly, he had not anticipated that Tang Chi, with his cultivation at the 8 meridian refinement, could discern his true strength in the Earth Profound realm. Yet, as Wan Bailey considered this, he thought it possible that Qian Judua had previously mentioned Tang Chi's abilities, so he dismissed any further speculation. With a broad grin, Wan Bailey said to Tang Chi, "Young brother, thank you for rescuing my young master." Tang Chi smiled, his demeanor casual as he replied, "It was not without compensation. Before saving him, Qian Fatty promised me 5,000 gold coins as a reward." 5,000? Juan Bailey was taken aback, then turned to Qian Judua with curiosity, asking, "Young master, did you not declare that your life is worth a staggering 10,428 gold coins?" Cough, cough. Juan Bailey's comment struck a sore spot, prompting Qian Judua to hastily divert the subject, urging, "Uncle Bailey, if we do not return soon, my father will have my skin. Let us make haste." With that, Qian Judua quickly grasped Tang Chi's arm and hurried into the city. Upon entering Tianhua City, Tang Chi was once again awestruck by its splendor. The streets were wide and straight, paved with green bricks, extending infinitely into the horizon, that as far as the eye could see. Throngs of people filled the area. Individuals of various shapes and sizes bustled through the streets, their voices blending into a cacophony of shouts and laughter, and on either side of the road, merchants and vendors lined up in rows, energetically hawking their wares to Tang Chi's astonishment. He noticed numerous practitioners setting up stalls along the street, selling a plethora of items, including rare herbs, ores, and even various cultivation techniques. It is important to recognize that the cultivation methods of each individual are often closely guarded family secrets, never to be divulged to outsiders. Take, for instance, the prominent families of Lan City, where each person is permitted to select only one cultivation technique throughout their lifetime. Should any method be leaked, the offender would face the dire consequence of having their abilities stripped away, leading to a most tragic fate that in stark contrast. However, within the bustling streets of Tianhua City, one can find low-level cultivation techniques readily available at every turn. Passers-by traverse the thoroughfares at a leisurely pace, scanning the myriad stalls in hopes of unearthing some hidden treasure. Along the way, Qian Judua, overflowing with enthusiasm, ceaselessly shares tales of Tianhua City with Tang Chia. "Young lad, take a glance at that stall on the left. There seems to be something remarkable there." A voice, dripping with mischief, suddenly calls out. Startled, Tang Chi halts and follows the direction indicated by the voice. At the intersection, beside the street corner, stands an exceptional stall. Anyone traversing these two streets is bound to pass by and take a peek. Coupled with the stall owner's fervent calls, the area is already crowded with eager onlookers, all sifting through the wares in search of hidden gems. As Tang Chi approaches, he is met with a dazzling array of items. Sharp blades and weapons crafted from rare treasures of the Shuangji mountain range abound, alongside several prized spiritual herbs, eliciting glimmers of delight in the eyes of passers-by. However, amidst the plethora of goods lies a dusty little booklet, seemingly neglected and overlooked by all. Yet, when Tang Chi's consciousness schemes over the booklet, an inexplicable sense of unease washes over him. Furrowing his brows, he inquires, "Old demon, you can't possibly mean that dusty little booklet is the treasure you mentioned, can you?" The mischievous voice chuckles. "Ah, this child shows promise. Go take a look, and you shall see." Taking a few steps forward, Tang Chi weaves through the throng and casually glances at the booklet before lifting it up. Instantly, he is taken aback. The cover reveals a few small characters. GMI Fist Technique. Qian level, lower tier. To his astonishment, he has stumbled upon a Qian level technique right upon entering Tianhua City. It is well known that cultivation techniques are classified into 4 tiers: Huang, Qian, D, and Tian. In Lan City, the highest tier techniques are likely only Huang level upper tier, and even those often come with formidable side effects. The Kuehua blade technique that Tang Chi practices is a prime example. Had it not been for the alterations to its adverse effects, he might have met with a fate most unfortunate. The Qian-level techniques are virtually unheard of, a rarity beyond compare, not to mention Lan City. Even among the tens of thousands of martial artists in Tianhua City, the number capable of wielding Qian-level techniques is exceedingly scarce. Pondering this, Tang Chi furrows his brow once more, his eyes gleaming with doubt. Logically, the emergence of a Qian-level technique would incite a frenzy of competition among martial artists. Were it not for the stringent security measures in Tianhua City, a brawl would likely ensue. How could it be left in a corner, gathering dust? At that moment, the stall owner's eyes brightened as he noticed Tang Chi holding the GMI Fist technique. He hurriedly approached, exclaiming, "Young hero, you possess an exceptional eye to have identified this advanced fist technique at first glance." The stall owner, a martial artist in his own right, appeared to be at the 7th layer of body refinement. Observing the stall owner's eager demeanor, the surrounding crowd wore expressions of mockery, clearly accustomed to such antics. Perceiving Tang Chi's hesitation, the stall owner, with shrewd eyes, continued, "Young hero, This Jimai Fist technique was obtained by me from the Xuanji mountain range. It is a genuine Xian-level lower-tier technique, a rare find indeed. I feel a strong affinity with you, and thus, I shall make an unprecedented decision to offer it to you for the price of 50,000 gold coins. 50,000 coins? Tang Qi scoffed, knowing full well that even a lower-tier Xian-level technique would command a price far exceeding that. However, he was no novice in the world of commerce, and would not be easily swayed by the stall owner's duplicitous claims. Nonsense, Li Sanmao, how dare you swindle my friend? A towering figure emerged from the crowd, revealing himself to be Qian Judua. His beady eyes were fixed on the stall owner, Li Sanmao, indicating they were clearly acquainted. Upon seeing Qian Judua, Li Sanmao's expression fell, and he forced a bitter smile, saying, "Young Master Qian, I had no idea this was your friend." The onlookers erupted in laughter. Li Sanmao, it seems your shabby Xian-level technique will remain unsold for the rest of your life. A shabby technique. Tang Qi was taken aback and opened the booklet to examine its contents. A moment later, a flicker of realization crossed his eyes. The scant few pages of the technique revealed that over half of them were blank. With only a small portion containing descriptions and explanations of the technique, it became clear that this Xian-level lower-tier Jimai Fist technique was merely a fragment. Generally speaking, cultivation techniques are meant to be learned progressively. From simple to complex, to recklessly practice a fragment could lead to disastrous consequences, from losing control to catastrophic explosions of one's body. This was precisely why the Wang family of Lan City had bred hundreds of medicinal slaves. It was a matter of utmost importance. Therefore, even if a technique were to be of the Tian level, if it were a fragment, it would be worth little, perhaps even less than a Huang-level technique. This elucidated why the Jimai Fist technique lay neglected, gathering dust without a soul to inquire after it. Did not heed their words. "Young one, purchase it first," the mischievous voice urged again. Tang Qi nodded, reassured that the demon had a plan and would not lead him astray. With that, he turned to Li Sanmao and declared, "I will buy this fragment." The crowd fell silent, and Qian Judua quickly interjected. "Brother Tang, there will be plenty of techniques in the future. Do not act impulsively." The onlookers wore expressions of derision, clearly judging Tang Qi as a Na'vi country bumpkin, easily swayed by the allure of a Xian-level technique. Even if it were merely a fragment, only the stall owner, Li Sanmao, revealed a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Tang Qi smiled and replied, "I have my own considerations," seeing that he could not dissuade Tang Qi. Qian Judua turned his gaze to Li Sanmao, his tone shifting to one of menace. "My brother wishes to buy it. Name your price." 50,000 gold coins. "No, 3,000 gold coins," Li Sanmao hastily amended. 3,000 gold coins? Plus my brother's life? Qian Judua scoffed, insinuating that spending 3,000 coins might very well cost Tang Qi his life due to the potential dangers of the fragment. Li Sanmao faltered, beads of sweat forming on his brow as he stammered. 1,000? Spare me your nonsense. Qian Judua bellowed, "For a fragment, 10 gold coins, or I shall raze your stall to the ground." Incredible! The price was slashed from 100,000 to a mere 10 gold coins. Li Sanmao's face contorted in despair, and he had anticipated finding a gullible fool to swindle, yet he had encountered the miserly Qian Judua instead. At that moment, a voice from the crowd erupted in laughter. "Li Sanmao, your shabby technique likely wouldn't fetch even a single gold coin. Be content with your fate." Fine. Li Sanmao reluctantly conceded, his smile strained. Indeed, the technique had originally been meant to deceive unsuspecting fools, but today, he had faced an immovable obstacle. Qian Judua grinned, handing the fragment back to Tang Qi, and proclaimed triumphantly, 10 gold coins are on credit. We shall collect them from the Qian Manor later." With that, he took hold of Tang Qi and departed, leaving behind a despondent Li Sanmao. Collect money from the Qian Manor. That is the residence of the iron-blooded General Qian Qingyu, the Lord of Tianhua City. How could a mere commoner dare to harbor such audacity? The onlookers, witnessing the notorious swindler Li Sanmao suffer a loss, could hardly contain their mirth. Suddenly, a high-pitched voice pierced through the crowd. "Li Sanmao, I shall buy that fragment of the Jimai Fist technique today." A youthful and radiant girl emerged, navigating through the throngs to stand before Li Sanmao. Those familiar with the inner workings of Tianhua City instantly recognized her. Apart from the Lord's Manor, the most powerful faction in the city was the Refinement Master Guild. Any refinement master from the Cheongdong Empire, wishing to prove their credentials, must undergo evaluation here. Otherwise, their flames of refinement would count for naught. This girl, named Lu Miaojiao, was the one and only disciple of the guild as president, a renowned prodigy of refinement, at the tender age of 16. She had already manifested her refining flame and was on the cusp of ascending to the next tier of refinement master. While martial artists are often seen as brusque, none dare to utter a word of disrespect in the presence of this dazzling young lady. Li Sanmao, where is the Jimai fist technique? Lu Miaojiao surveyed the crowd before grabbing Li Sanmao and demanding, I know it is a fragment. Less chatter, I know it's a fragment, Lu Miaojiao interjected. I will buy it for a flat price of 50,000 gold coins. 50,000. Gasps of astonishment echoed through the crowd that Lu Miaojiao was no gullible fool. She fully understood it was merely a fragment, yet was still willing to pay 50,000. Now that was true wealth, spending money as if it were nothing. As the apprentice of the president of the Alchemist Guild, Lu Miaojiao indeed possesses such capital. However, as Lu Miaojiao extravagantly displayed her wealth, Li Sanmao's countenance turned ashen, his lips tinged with blue, nearly weeping as he exclaimed, that meridian severing fist technique has been sold. Li Sanmao was in immense agony. Had Lu Miaojiao arrived just a few minutes earlier, he could have reaped substantial profits. Yet now, the meridian severing fist technique had been snatched away by Qian Judua without a single coin exchanged. Who had purchased it? Where had they gone? Lu Miaojiao vigorously shook Li Sanmao, demanding, where did Qian Judua go? Li Sanmao, nearly losing his composure, lamented, young Master Qian went that way. Lu Miaojiao furrowed her brows. Qian fatty, wait for me. With that, she casually tossed Li Sanmao aside and pursued the direction in which Tang Qi and the others had departed. Meanwhile, Li Sanmao collapsed to the ground, pounding his chest and wailing that on the other side, Tang Qi tucked the meridian severing fist technique into his embrace and remarked, Qian fatty, are you always this frugal? Qian Judua grinned with pride and replied, money doesn't just fall from the sky. Tang Qi, curious, inquired, by the way, how did you arrive at the valuation of 104,328 gold coins? Qian Judua raised his plump finger, recounting with pride, I am 17 this year. From the moment I hired a wet nurse at 1, all my living expenses over the years, combined with the spiritual herbs my father provided me to enhance my cultivation, amount to a total of 104,328 gold coins. He added, strictly speaking, it should be 104,328 gold coins, plus 45 silver coins and 3 copper coins. Tang Qi gave Qian Judua a thumbs up, praising, you are quite the meticulous spender. The demon, clicking his tongue, remarked, to keep track of every expense from childhood to now, this fatty truly stands out among the rest. Tang Qi chuckled lightly and then turned to the demon, asking, old demon, what exactly is the use of that fragment? Why does it elevate your regard? The demon smirked. On the surface, the meridian severing fist technique appears to be a fragment, but they only know one side of the story. Tang Qi's eyes brightened, sensing the depths of the demon's words. The demon continued, this little booklet, though seemingly filled with blank pages, actually conceals its true content, which has merely been hidden, not lost, with a bit of effort. It can be restored to its complete form. Tang Qi was taken aback, realizing that the majority of the white pages contained the entirety of the meridian severing fist technique. Just as he was about to inquire further, a sharp voice rang out from behind. Qian fatty, stop right there. Instinctively, Tang Qi turned to see a petite, stunning young woman rushing through the crowd. That was Lu Miaojiao. Upon spotting her, Qian Judua trembled, darting behind Tang Qi like a mouse fleeing a cat. However, Tang Qi's lean frame could hardly conceal a 300-pound man. Tang Qi turned back and asked, who is this? Qian Judua hastily explained, Lu Miaojiao, apprentice of the Alchemist Guild's president. After a brief introduction, Qian Judua cast a pleading glance at Tang Qi. Clearly intimidated by Lu Miaojiao, despite his high status in Tianhua City, that don't hide. I see you. Lu Miaojiao quickly approached, bypassing Tang Qi, and seized Qian Judua's fleshy arm, pulling him out from behind Tang Qi, demanding, Qian fatty, I heard from Li Sanmao that you bought the half of the meridian severing fist technique. Miaojiao Jia, no, it wasn't me. It was him. He bought it. Qian Judua yelped in pain, hastily pointing at Tang Qi. That person? Lu Miaojiao scrutinized Tang Qi, noting his unfamiliarity, and furrowed her brow. Did you purchase it? Tang Chi nodded yes. With her hands on her hips, Lu Miaoyao asserted, "Name your price. 5,000 gold coins for it." "Is this fragment worth 5,000? Qian Judua's eyes widened in disbelief. Tang Chi chuckled lightly, posing a question to Lu Miaoyao. "Is this fragment truly worth just 5,000? Lu Miaoyao's heart sank, and she stubbornly retorted, "Isn't a mere fragment worth more than 5,000? Tang Chi shook his head, smiling. "You know better than anyone else whether it's worth 5,000. If it were merely a fragment, it would indeed be worthless. Just as Qian Judua thinks. However, the fact that you are willing to pay a hefty price implies that you recognize the meridian severing fist technique is not just a fragment. A complete Shin-level technique would likely not be obtainable for less than 200,000 gold coins." Upon hearing Tang Chi's words, Lu Miaoyao instantly grasped his meaning. Embarrassed at being exposed, she blushed and pouted. "Then how much do you want for it?" Tang Chi shook his head, replying, "Unfortunately, I have use for this technique. I cannot sell it." What a jest! An item that could captivate an old demon's attention surely could not be ordinary. For Tang Chi, the enhancement of his own strength was far more valuable than mere gold coins. Seeing Tang Chi's unwavering stance, Lu Miaoyao displayed a hint of frustration and stomped her foot in anger. If only she had arrived a few minutes earlier, she would have secured the meridian severing fist technique. Just then a voice interjected. I wonder which blind fool dares to snatch something that my junior sister Miaoyao has set her sights on." Another figure emerged from the crowd, a youth of around 17 or 18 years. Clad in a green robe, adorned with a feather crown, his long hair tied at the back, wielding a folding fan, and wearing a duplicitous smile that a green badge hung from his chest, edged with gold, a badge bestowed upon those who had passed the Alchemist Guild's rigorous assessments. Instantly, gasps filled the air. This badge signified that the youth was an official level 1 alchemist. In Tianhua City, alchemists were numerous, yet a young alchemist of his caliber was exceedingly rare. Upon seeing the newcomer, Lu Miaoyao's expression turned icy, and she frowned. "Duanmu Yin, what brings you here?" Meanwhile, Qian Judua hurriedly introduced Duanmu Yin to Tang Qiu. In a month's time, Tianhua City would host the Alchemist Grand Gathering, essentially a recruitment examination for the Divine Spirit Academy. And Duanmu Yin was a recruiting envoy from the academy, holding a status akin to Xue Nanyan, who had previously visited Lanqing. However, from the moment Tang Chi laid eyes on Duanmu Yin, he sensed malevolence. The previous individual who had evoked such a feeling was Wang Chunlei from the Wang family in Lanqing. Duanmu Yin chuckled lightly, addressing Lu Miaoyao. "Junior sister Miaoyao, I naturally intend to assist you in reclaiming what belongs to you." Lu Miaoyao coldly retorted, "I am not your junior sister. My master is Master Wen Yin." Master Wen Yin, the president of the Alchemist Guild in Tianhua City, Duanmu Yin, unfazed, shook his head with a smile. "After the Alchemist Grand Gathering, you will undoubtedly be selected for the Alchemist Academy, at which point we shall be considered siblings." Before Lu Miaoyao could respond, Duanmu Yin turned to Tang Chi, his expression hardening, and declared, "Be sensible and hand over the item, or suffer the consequences." Duanmu Yin. At that moment, the timid and miserly Qian Judua unexpectedly stepped in front of Tang Chi, exclaiming, "Tang Chi is my brother. Do not take advantage of the Divine Spirit Academy's reputation. This is Tianhua City. Do not act recklessly here. Qian Fatty." Duanmu Yin scoffed, "A useless fool like you thinks you can challenge me. If I do not teach you a lesson, you might genuinely believe that the Divine Spirit Academy fears your Tianhua City." With a sudden motion, Duanmu Yin conjured a gust of wind. 2 wind blades materialized out of thin air, slicing through the air with startling speed towards Qian Judua. By heavens! Qian Judua, clearly unprepared for Duanmu Yan's audacity to strike in Tianhua City, gasped in shock, losing his footing and tumbling over. Lu Miaoyao's eyes widened, and she shouted, "Duanmu Yin, stop!" Yet Duanmu Yin paid no heed to her plea. The wind blades traced 2 arcs in the air, emitting a piercing whine. Boom! The collision produced a deafening explosion, sending a whirlwind of residual force surging outward. Following the impact, Qian Judua let out a wail akin to a slaughtered pig. Yet he felt no pain. Quickly looking around, he realized he had not sustained any injuries. Raising his head, he saw Tang Chi standing tall before him like a resilient pine, wielding a steel blade. The steel blade bore 2 significant notches, precisely where Duanmu Yan's wind blades had struck. At that moment, Tang Chi regarded Duanmu Yin with an impassive expression, a hint of vigilance flickering in his eyes. The 10 meridians of body refinement. On par with Xue Nanyan. However, the 10 meridians from the 4 major academies were far superior to those of the wandering cultivators outside, owing to their abundant resources and profound hidden strengths. Furthermore, Duan Muyin was also an alchemist, possessing extraordinary mental prowess. Seeing that Qian Judwo was unharmed, Lu Miaoyao let out a sigh of relief, only to turn back to Tang Qi, astonished. She had not anticipated that Tang Qi could withstand Duan Muyan's strike. No wonder Tang Qi was able to discern the anomalies in that fragment of the pulse fist technique. It seems he is indeed no ordinary individual. Chapter 64. Your knowledge is insufficient. When Duan Muyin witnessed his assured strike being thwarted by Tang Qi, his expression darkened immediately. With his cultivation of the 10 meridians of body refinement, although he had not exerted his full strength, he should not have been so easily blocked by Tang Qi, who had merely reached the 8 meridians of body refinement. At that moment, for the first time in Tianhua City, Duan Muyin felt the sting of humiliation. His eyes glinting like a hawk, he coldly remarked, "I have never seen anyone dare to defy the orders of the Alchemy Academy." A stream of gentle wind gradually coalesced in Duan Muyin's palm, swirling rapidly like a cutting machine, its edges radiating a sharp brilliance. "Is that so? Perhaps it is your knowledge that is too limited." Tang Qi retorted with a cold smile, raising his long knife, pointing it directly at Duan Muyin. Upon completing the refinement festival, Tang Qi would enter the Flame Academy. Naturally, he wished to gauge the true strength of the students from the other 4 major academies. "You dare! A mere 8 meridians of body refinement, and you presume to act so brazenly," Duan Muyin roared, his figure darting like the wind, his azure robe leaving a fleeting shadow as he charged towards Tang Qi with a fierce howl. Beside them, Lu Miaoqiao also discerned the disparity in cultivation between Tang Qi and Duan Muyin, and could not help but anxiously shout, "Duan Muyin, cease this at once. Do not use my name as a shield to bully others." Yet her pleas fell on deaf ears. How could Duan Muyin heed her words? Faced with such a ferocious assault, Tang Qi's gaze sharpened. His internal spiritual energy surged as he prepared to meet the challenge. Just then, a sudden and overwhelming pressure descended from the heavens, akin to Mount Tai crashing down. The unexpected force sent shivers through the onlookers, some of whom staggered under its might. Boom! A colossal figure crashed down, shaking the ground, creating a depression half a meter deep at its center, while spiderweb-like cracks instantly spread across a 5-meter radius. Who goes there? Duan Muyin's heart raced with alarm, yet his attack could not be halted. Clang! The sharp wind will sliced fiercely against the figure, erupting in a deafening explosion that left the crowd reeling in pain from the sound, as sparks of burnt residue scattered in all directions. As the dust settled, a massive warrior clad in heavy armor and wielding a crescent blade appeared before everyone. None other than the Earth Realm Master, Wan Bailey. Duan Muyin's formidable wind will barely left a white mark on Wan Bailey's armor, failing to inflict any harm whatsoever. "It is you." Duan Muyin recognized the guardian of the city immediately, his expression turning cold. Wan Bailey gazed intently at Duan Muyin, a hint of solemnity on his face, and said coldly, "Young Master Duanmu, Tianhua City is part of the Cheongdong Empire, and the rules of Tianhua City are akin to the law of the king. Does the Alchemy Academy truly wish to rise above the law?" Upon hearing this, a flicker of apprehension crossed Duan Muyin's eyes. "Humph," he scoffed, dispersing his energy, his gaze dark enough to drip water, and coldly warned, "If you have the courage, never leave Tianhua City in your lifetime. Or else," with a flick of his sleeve, Duan Muyin turned and departed. Seeing Duan Muyin retreat without further conflict, Lu Miaoqiao sighed in relief. Although she did not wish for Tang Qi to be harmed because of her, her coveted pulse fist technique had indeed been acquired by Tang Qi, which dampened her spirits considerably. Casting Tang Qi a frosty glance, she turned and left without another word as the crowd dispersed. Wan Bailey looked at Tang Qi, a wry smile gracing his lips. "You, my young friend, are truly impetuous. You have only been in Tianhua City for a short while, yet you have already offended the 2 strongest young talents. You certainly know how to keep people on their toes." Tang Qi sheathed his knife, chuckling lightly as he replied, "Isn't that what youth is all about, compared to the Soul Hall and my enigmatic mother? What do Tianhua City and the Alchemy Academy amount to?" "Good lad." Wan Bailey laughed heartily, thrusting his crescent blade into the ground, causing another tremor beneath their feet, then mischievously addressed Qianzhu Duo. "Hurry back to the Qian residence. Your father is waiting for you." Upon hearing this, Qianzhu Duo's rotund face instantly contorted into a grimace, looking pitifully at Tang Qi. Tang Qi shrugged, helplessly stating, "I'm afraid I can't save you this time. Do you want me to go confront your father?" With that, Tang Qi and the dejected Qianzhu Duo made their way towards the Qian residence. After navigating through this series of tumultuous events, Tang Qi and Qianzhu Duo finally arrived at the Qian residence, the sky now dimming. The fading glow of the setting sun bathed Tianhua City in a hue reminiscent of a refiner's forge, casting a soft light across the once boisterous city, which had quieted somewhat. Upon reaching the entrance of the Qian residence, Tang Qi's eyes widened in awe. The sprawling Qian estate, with its towering walls extending outward like a shadowy dragon coiled within Tianhua City, was undeniably vast, likely half the size of Lan City. Although Qian Qingyu had retired from military life, the Qian residence still retained a martial ambience, with its stark walls devoid of any decorative embellishments. The gray brick walls were sharply defined, while massive pillars flanked the entrance, and the black iron gate, studded with fist-sized copper nails, boasted door rings as thick as a child's arm, exuding an air of cold authority. As they approached the entrance, Qianzhu Duo quietly pushed open the gate, sneaking in as if he were a thief, casting cautious glances within that he then shushed Tang Qi, signaling him to remain silent. "Brother Tang, please keep your voice down. If my father hears that I have returned, I will certainly be punished." Tang Qi chuckled lightly, teasing, "So afraid of your father? Then why did you run away in the first place?" Qianzhu Duo faltered, sighing helplessly. "In any case, you'll know tomorrow." He then flashed Tang Qi a mysterious smile. "Tomorrow, I will present you with a tremendous opportunity. Make sure to seize it." Observing Qianzhu Duo's enigmatic demeanor, Tang Qi furrowed his brow. Although he was uncertain what this opportunity entailed, he was sure it would not cost him a single coin. Qianzhu Duo led Tang Qi through a labyrinth of corridors within the Qian residence, ultimately arriving at a secluded courtyard. "Brother, for tonight, I must impose upon you to stay here. Tomorrow I will arrange for a better place." Tang Qi shook his head, smiling. "No need. This is already quite satisfactory." Given the overwhelming influx of visitors for the refinement festival, securing even a humble stable to sleep in was a considerable blessing. Some were even forced to settle for the streets for the night. Suddenly, the door to the courtyard creaked open, revealing an elderly man with graying hair, slightly hunched, with thin, frail hands that indicated his advanced age. Yet, Tang Qi keenly observed that each step the old man took was utterly soundless, as if he bore no weight at all. He was certainly no ordinary individual. His cultivation was at least on par with Wan Bailey. Uncle Lu, upon recognizing the elder, Qianzhu Duo's face turned bitter. Uncle Lu first bowed slightly to Tang Qi, then addressed Qianzhu Duo. "Young master, your prolonged absence has made the master quite anxious. He has invited you to join him for a father-son reunion." "A father-son reunion?" Tang Qi's eyes registered an odd expression. Qianzhu Duo wore a mournful countenance as he turned to Tang Qi. "Brother, should fortune smile upon us, we shall meet again tomorrow. If not, perhaps in our next life. Hee." Uncle Lu chuckled softly, addressing Tang Qi. "My young master is merely jesting. The master and young master have always shared a harmonious relationship." Tang Qi clasped his hands in a smile. "Indeed, a harmonious family, huh?" With that, Qianzhu Duo reluctantly followed Uncle Lu away from the courtyard, while Tang Qi entered the room. Chapter 65, Battle of Life and Death. Upon returning to his room, Tang Qi took a moment to rest and dispelled the illusion technique that cloaked him. Instantly, his black warrior attire transformed back into a tattered hemp garment. Subsequently, Tang Qi eagerly retrieved the recently acquired pulse fist technique and began to peruse it. "Old demon, how on earth can I unveil the hidden portions?" The demon replied impatiently. "What is the rush? The ability to conceal parts of a technique is quite rare. If it were easily discoverable, it would have long since been sold and wouldn't be available for you." Tang Qi inquired. "Then how should I proceed?" The demon continued. "In the coming days, you can wander around Tianhua City, gathering the necessary materials to unlock the full content of the pulse fist technique." Tang Qi calmed himself and nodded in agreement. Without further delay, he flipped over onto his bed and began operating the Shanghai body refining technique to to cultivate the second layer of muscle forging. Immediately, a familiar pain surged through every fiber of Tang Chi's muscles, as if a raging fire were burning within him. However, the more he cultivated, the more Tang Chi's brow furrowed. Slow. The progress is simply too sluggish. Back in Lon City, he had advanced from the 5 meridians of body refinement to the 8 meridians in just 7 days. After receiving his mother-sealed inheritance, he had further progressed to the advanced level of 8 meridians. Yet, since battling the poison vulture, no matter what methods he employed for cultivation, even undergoing trials beneath a rushing waterfall, his progress remained agonizingly slow. Like a tortoise's pace, the speed of cultivation suddenly plummeted, leaving Tang Chi with the sensation of riding a galloping carriage, only to crash into a colossal boulder, an exceedingly disconcerting experience. At last, after 2 hours had elapsed, the sky had completely darkened. Tang Chi gradually withdrew his energy and opened his eyes. Old demon. Tang Chi furrowed his brow as he addressed the anomaly. What's the matter? Do you feel that your cultivation speed is rather sluggish? The anomaly, having spent considerable time with Tang Chi, immediately grasped his intent. Indeed, Tang Chi nodded, a flicker of irritation dancing in his eyes. The anomaly casually remarked, the Mountain Sea body refinement technique is a supreme skill unparalleled in the world, treating the practitioner as raw material for forging, bringing the physical body ever closer to perfection. However, as one progresses to the later stages, the speed of advancement diminishes. Tang Chi nodded in understanding, although he had yet to fully comprehend the intricacies of the Mountain Sea body refinement technique. He was well aware of the challenges of refinement. The extraction of materials slows down significantly as impurities diminish over time. The anomaly continued, however, your current progress is indeed somewhat slow. Would you like to know why? Why? Tang Chi immediately lifted his head, eagerly inquiring of the anomaly. The anomaly said, think carefully that I end this phase. What is missing compared to before? After a moment of contemplation, Tang Chi's eyes brightened suddenly, and his brow unfurled as he exclaimed, the life and death battle. Precisely. You are indeed a teachable child. The anomaly replied with satisfaction. At this moment, Tang Chi fully understood why his recent cultivation progress had been sluggish during his time in Lon City. His cultivation was crippled, his family was on the brink of annihilation, and his father's life hung in the balance. All of this generated an overwhelming sense of urgency, thrusting Tang Chi into the crucible of life and death. Every duel, from Wang Guanyuan to Wang Yuanqing, and from Wang Xingyu to the poison vulture steward, posed a lethal threat to his existence. Each step Tang Chi took was akin to walking on the edge of a blade. Yet, since leaving Lon City, he had not engaged in a life-and-death battle. Even when he rescued Qianjudua and fought those 2 body-refining bandits, he emerged victorious without a trace of danger, without pressure. There could be no challenge to Tang Chi's limits, and thus his progress naturally slowed. At that moment, the anomaly languidly remarked, originally, had you fought with Duan Mu Yen today, it might have spurred some improvement. But alas, you were intercepted by Wan Bailey. What a pity! Tang Chi nodded in agreement. However, soon a hint of frustration clouded his eyes that it was important to note that in Tianhua City, duels were prohibited. So where could he find so many experts to engage in life-and-death battles? At this point, the anomaly grinned maliciously and tempted. Do you wish to find someone to spar with? Hearing the anomaly's signature mischievous laugh, Tang Chi sensed that the anomaly was surely concocting some nefarious scheme to ensnare him. Nevertheless, prioritizing his cultivation, Tang Chi scoffed, let it be. Young hero, come in and chat. As the words left the anomaly's lips, Tang Chi's consciousness flickered, and he was instantly transported to the Mountain Sea Beast Hall. At this moment, the anomaly had transformed into a swirling mass of purple-black mist, floating up and down, exuding an eerie, lascivious, and malevolent aura. Seeing this, Tang Chi's eyes filled with vigilance as he said, what scheme have you devised now? The anomaly replied with a sinister smile, are you certain you wish to engage in a life-and-death struggle? Of course. Tang Chi's expression turned serious as he nodded in affirmation. Upon hearing this, the anomaly's tone grew slightly more solemn. In this Mountain Sea Beast Hall, your wishes can be fulfilled, but are you truly prepared? A moment's carelessness could lead to a dead end. Enough with the nonsense, Tang Chi said, stretching his limbs impatiently. Who am I fighting? You. Certainly not me. The anomaly pointed toward the first beast's spirit throne with malicious glee. "You shall fight him." As soon as the words left his mouth, a serpentine figure resembling a colossal golden-scaled snake erupted from the first beast's spirit throne, radiating blinding light as it transformed into a beam that gracefully descended to the ground. Once the golden light subsided, a figure emerged. Tang Chi was momentarily taken aback, for this person's appearance was astonishingly akin to his own. The only difference was that this individual manifested in the state of the golden-scaled serpent demon beast. Clad in shimmering golden scales, the figure's piercing gaze exuded an icy indifference, devoid of any emotion that at this moment. The anomaly's voice echoed again. "Kid, this is called the beast's spirit body, a unique existence within the Mountain Sea Beast Hall. Engaging in combat with it can enhance your combat skills and cultivation level. However, should you lose you will truly perish. Who knows, perhaps this time I, your demon lord, might have the chance to resurrect through the remains." As the words faded, the golden-scaled serpent beast spirit erupted with an overwhelming pressure. The original cultivation of the body refining 8 meridians surged violently. Tang Chi was taken aback, realizing it was his unique skill. The Mountain Sea body refinement technique, being amplified boom. As his cultivation reached its zenith, the beast's spirit body slammed into the ground like a cannonball, hurtling toward Tang Chi with ferocity. Chapter 66. Battle against the beast's spirit body quickly. The speed was blinding. Tang Chi felt as if a flash had occurred before him. The beast's spirit body had already appeared at his side, its entire form adorned in golden scales akin to the spines of a porcupine. Suddenly erupted. Simultaneously, the beast's spirit body expanded several meters in length, coiling around Tang Chi's body in a deadly embrace, transforming into a massive meat grinder, intent on reducing Tang Chi to pulp. Tang Chi grasped the air, conjuring a shadowy heavy sword, desperately defending himself. The clash between the golden scales and the heavy sword sparked countless fiery sparks, producing a cacophony of explosive sounds. Yet, the beast's spirit body moved with unparalleled agility. Swift as lightning, at the moment of contact between the golden scales and the heavy sword, it shifted its strategy once more. Its fists rained down upon Tang Chi with ferocity, the coordination of its limbs and body seamless. Without a single flaw, slicing, the sound of a sharp blade cutting flesh echoed throughout the Mountain Sea Beast Hall. Blood splattered. Tang Chi's body erupted with blood, the golden scales carving deep wounds visible to the bone. Tang Chi was seized by terror, summoning every ounce of strength to endure the excruciating pain and break free. Just before the beast's spirit body could grind him to a pulp, he escaped its grasp. Immediately, Tang Chi retreated several steps, his eyes wide with shock, fixating on the expressionless beast's spirit body. Meanwhile, Tang Chi's true self lay on the bed within the room, his clothing suddenly marked with several bloodstains, which rapidly spread, almost instantly soaking his entire outfit in blood. Realizing the dire situation he faced, Tang Chi finally understood. Just as the anomaly had warned, if he lost, he would indeed perish. Kid, if you wish to survive, I advise you to give it your all. The anomaly leisurely watched the unfolding drama with great interest. Blood trickled from Tang Chi's wounds, pooling at his feet. The pain stimulated his brain's nerves. Yet it also brought him a moment of clarity. Amidst the horror, Tang Chi began to reflect on the recent clash. The beast's spirit body and he were equal in cultivation, with no disparity whatsoever. However, the difference lay in the beast's spirit body's comprehension of the beast possession technique, which surpassed his own by several folds. In that brief exchange, it seamlessly integrated the serpent form into its combat skills, maximizing its advantages. Recalling the beast's spirit body's agile and astute combat techniques, a flicker of fervor ignited in Tang Chi's eyes. This beast's spirit body was not merely a foe in a life-and-death struggle. It was imparting knowledge on how to utilize the beast possession technique to its fullest potential. With this realization, the pain coursing through Tang Chi's body lessened considerably, that a spirited determination began to surface on his face. And with a flourish of his shadowy heavy sword, Tang Chi's gaze turned fervent as he shouted, "Again!" With that, Tang Chi, sword in hand, charged forward, re-engaging the beast's spirit body in a fierce battle. Injuries, again sustaining more injuries. Yet again, as time passed, the wounds on Tang Chi multiplied, each one bringing him closer to death with the slightest misstep. Nevertheless, he persevered, driven by an astounding combat awareness. Moreover, after each clash, Tang Chi endeavored to integrate the newly acquired combat techniques with his own fighting style. Each time he witnessed the beast's spirit body employing a new tactic that carved fresh wounds upon him, he felt no fear, only exhilaration. What a marvelous combat technique! What a ferocious combat technique! Tang Chi absorbed the beast's spirit body's techniques like a sponge, diligently striving to assimilate them. Meanwhile, the anomaly, unbeknownst to him, had shed his previous flippant demeanor, fixating intently on the bloodied Tang Chi, murmuring, "Damn it. This kid is a complete madman. The descendants of that person are all battle maniacs." Time slipped away, and before long, dawn began to break. At this moment, nearly all the sheets and covers on the bed were stained crimson with Tang Chi's blood. The room was suffused with a ghastly scent. Tang Chi had transformed into a veritable blood-soaked figure. The congealed blood coated his body, and he bore at least a dozen gruesome wounds, flesh torn and exposed, an utterly horrifying sight. Were it not for the breath still escaping his lips, one might mistake him for a lifeless corpse. Just then, from beneath the crust of blood, a pair of eyes suddenly burst open, radiating a chilling, murderous intent. Tang Chi awoke. After a night of frenzied battle, having paid a tremendous price, he finally seized a fleeting opportunity and shattered the beast's spirit body into fragments, having just extricated himself from the clutches of battle. Tang Chi, still immersed in the bloodshed, felt his heart race uncontrollably as torrents of blood surged to his brain, instantly reddening his eyes. With a sudden jolt, he sat upright, his spiritual energy surging forth, shattering the blood scabs that clung to his body, which then fell in fragments upon the bed. An unquenchable thirst for murder surged from the depths of his heart, the harrowing sensation of teetering on the brink of life and death, igniting an inexhaustible desire for slaughter within him. After taking several deep breaths, Tang Chi forcibly suppressed the violent emotions within, calming himself as he slightly closed his eyes, reliving the brutal carnage of the previous night. That he meticulously integrated all the techniques and skills learned from the beast's soul body into his own being. Finally, as dawn broke, Tang Chi reopened his eyes, exhaling a breath of turbid air, concluding his period of contemplation. Yet in that moment, he had undergone a transformation so profound that it was as if he were an entirely different person compared to the day before. Beneath his seemingly tranquil gaze lay a concealed, fierce killing intent and an insatiable fervor for combat, as if a ferocious beast had been sealed within him. How about that, my young friend, as the ancients say? The demon lord does not deceive me. Did he not? The demon chuckled. Tang Chi shifted his body, finally feeling the pain from his injuries, and couldn't help but grimace. Damn it. I nearly fell victim to your resurrection. Yet the gains were indeed substantial. Feeling the spiritual energy within him, Tang Chi smiled with satisfaction. The battle with the beast soul body had brought him an abundance of surprises. He could even sense that the stagnation he had felt at the advanced level of body refinement 8 meridians was beginning to loosen. Subtly advancing toward the pinnacle of body refinement 8 meridians, creak. At that moment, the door swung open, and a plump figure nearly filled the entrance as he squeezed in, shouting, "Brother Tang, get up and come with me." It was none other than Qianju Duo. Tang Chi gazed over, momentarily taken aback. Qianju Duo's face was a patchwork of bruises, his formerly chubby visage now swollen and distorted from the previous night's encounter with Qian Qingyu, revealing the familial bond of a father and son. Tang Chi shook his head with a sigh. What a picture of paternal affection! Upon seeing Tang Chi's body covered in wounds and the bed stained with blood, Qianju Duo was momentarily stunned and exclaimed, "Brother Tang, did your father strike you as well last night?" Tang Chi was at a loss for words. Ahem. Why have you come to find me? What are your plans? Qianju Duo grinned. Let us go. Today I, Qian Fatty, am going to present you with a tremendous opportunity. Chapter 67. Master Huyan Tang Chi swiftly tidied himself up, opting not to display any transformation techniques in front of Qianju Duo. Instead, he donned a simple coarse linen robe and followed Qianju Duo as they departed the courtyard, making their way to the main hall of the Qian residence. Along the way, Tang Chi observed Qianju Duo's battered visage and chuckled. Qian Fatty, had I known returning would lead to such a beating, what courage prompted you to run away from home? A melancholic expression crossed Qianju Duo's face, and he lamented, My father insisted on finding me a master. When I refused, I ran away. Little did I know the world beyond Tianhua City was so perilous. Clearly, the inexperienced Qianju duo, who had always been coddled, was facing the harsh realities of the world for the first time. Seeking a master? Tang Qi inquired with curiosity. Is that person weak? Do you look down upon him? Qianju duo shook his large head vigorously. Extremely powerful. Within the Sky Dome Empire, there are no more than 10 individuals stronger than him. Tang Qi was taken aback. Given that Qian Fatty had only reached the 7th level of body refinement through the aid of spiritual herbs, it was remarkable that Qian Qing you could find such a formidable master for him. Truly, he was the lord of Tianhua City. What an opportunity, yet you shy away from it. If it were anyone else, they would be overjoyed at such a prospect, yet Qian Fatty seeks to avoid it. Sighing, Qianju duo continued. However, the opportunity one am presenting to you today is also related to that individual. You will see shortly. Not wishing to pry further into Qianju duo's apparent distress, Tang Qi accompanied him to the main hall of the Qian residence. Entering through the main door, Tang Qi beheld the entirety of the hall. Although Qian Xinyu had retired from military service years ago to assume the role of Lord of Tianhua City, he had retained the customs of the military. The hall was lined with weapon racks, displaying an array of 18 types of weaponry, from swords and spears to axes and halberds, glinting menacingly in the light. The sharp blades radiated a chilling aura, and the sunlight streaming in failed to impart a sense of warmth. The guards surrounding the hall donned battle armor, their tiger-like gazes fixed ahead, their sheathed swords betraying the murderous intent honed through countless battles. The entire hall was shrouded in a palpable atmosphere of lethal intent. Above the hall, dozens of fist-sized luminous gemstones hung from the eaves, exuding a crystalline brilliance that illuminated the space. Upon closer inspection, they were all beast cores and of considerable quality. The fact that such cores were used as lighting fixtures only underscored the authority of the Lord of Tianhua City. Tang Qi could not help but marvel at the might of the Sky Dome Empire and recognized Qian Xinyu as one of its most powerful figures. At that moment, 4 individuals awaited within the hall. 2 sat in chairs while the other 2 stood behind them. The foremost figure, seated at the center, was a towering man with a square jaw. Though he bore a smile, there was an unspoken air of authority emanating from him. This was none other than the renowned Lord of Tianhua City, the former iron-fisted general of the Sky Dome Empire, and Qianju duo's father, Qian Qingyu. Even from a distance, Tang Qi could sense an intangible pressure radiating from Qian Qingyu. Beside him sat an elderly man clad in a white robe, his long, fiery red hair billowing like flames in the wind. His eyes, though aged, sparkled with vigor and vitality that a mysterious aura emanated from him, flowing like a tranquil river, yet concealing a turbulent force within. This aura was potent enough to withstand Qian Qingyu's pressure, standing as an equal. The old man bore a blue token around his neck, its edges gilded, representing the badge of a refinement master issued by the Refinement Guild. Most astonishing of all, the badge was inscribed with the title 4th Level Refinement Master. Although Tang Qi had previously masqueraded as a 4th Level Refinement Master in Lan City, this was the first time he had encountered a genuine one. Leaving him deeply shaken, it was known that while he stood merely 3 levels below a 4th Level Refinement Master, those 3 levels were insurmountable for 99.999999 of Refinement Masters. Throughout the Sky Dome Empire, there would be no more than 3 4th Level Refinement Masters, individuals whose mere stomp could trigger seismic shifts across the Empire. In Tianhua City, only one person could achieve such an accolade, and that was Master Huiyan, the president of the Refinement Guild. Thus, the identity of this elder was unmistakable. Upon noticing the figure standing behind Master Huiyan, Tang Qi was momentarily taken aback. It was none other than a familiar face, Lu Miao, who had contended with him in the pulse-pounding fist technique just the previous day. It was a surprise to encounter her here. Her presence further validated Master Huiyan's identity. Qianju duo, seeing Lu Miao, instinctively scurried behind Tang Qi like a mouse fleeing from a cat. Tang Qi's gaze fell upon the last individual. His expression darkened. It was yet another familiar face, one that could be classified as an adversary. Duan Muyin from the Alchemy Academy. The very individuals who had attempted to seize the techniques from him the day before were now gathered here. At this moment, Qian Qingyu, upon seeing Qianju Duo's arrival, turned to Master Huyen with a smile, stating, "Master Huyen, my son has arrived." With that, Qian Qingyu's fierce gaze sharpened as he commanded, "Why are you not swiftly coming forward to pay your respects to Master Huyen?" Qianju Duo trembled, stepping out from behind Tang Qi, and managed to force a smile in Master Huyen's direction. His already bruised face, combined with his chubby features and awkward grin, made for an exceedingly uncomfortable sight. Witnessing this, Qian Qingyu's irritation flared, yet he refrained from expressing his anger due to Master Huyen's presence. Simply casting a fierce glare at Qianju Duo, de Lu Miao Air, upon spotting Tang Qi's arrival, shot him a disdainful glance and scoffed. Meanwhile, Duan Muyan's eyes flashed with malice, radiating a venomous resentment. At this moment, Qian Qingyu fixed his gaze upon Tang Qi, his expression serious as he clasped his fists, saying, "This must be Brother Tang Qi, who saved my son. I am immensely grateful." Tang Qi felt as though he were being scrutinized by a lion lurking in the grass. With just a slight movement of Qian Qingyu's finger capable of reducing him to ashes. Yet, it was this very sense of impending danger that reignited the battle-hungry desire within him, which he had only just managed to suppress in an instant. Tang Qi found himself transported back to the Beast Soul Palace, standing before the very entity capable of taking his life. The remnants of his chilling, killing intent surged forth. As their gazes locked, a thread of tension coiled in the air between them. There was no clash of spiritual energies, no confrontation of pressures, no contest of powers. Only an unadulterated essence of murderous intent. Chapter 68. Confrontation of killing intent in that fleeting moment. Everything before Tang Qi transformed into a crimson haze, as if he had been thrust into a battlefield carpeted in the shrouds of the fallen. Within the nasal cavity, a choking haze of smoke surged forth. The beacon fires blazed, and a mountain of corpses lay amidst a sea of blood. The entire world seemed to be frantically compressing into Tang Qi's mind. Colliding, in stark contrast, Tang Qi's confrontation with one Bailey yesterday felt trivial, akin to a mere child's play. At this moment, Tang Qi truly grasped the essence of a smoky war. It was evident to all that Qian Qingyu was testing Tang Qi. Qian Judua anxiously exclaimed, "Father, please no." He was all too aware of Qian Qingyu's ruthless methods, and his face betrayed a look of concern. Lu Mir, however, wore a haughty smile, although she bore no deep-seated grudge against Tang Qi. And it was indeed her tardiness that led to the loss of the Meridian Fist technique to him. Witnessing Tang Qi endure some hardship brought her a measure of a wide-in contrast. The glint in Duan Muyan's eyes concealed a malicious glee, wishing fervently that Qian Qingyu would obliterate Tang Qi entirely. Yet the immediate pressure bearing down on Tang Qi ignited a long-suppressed murderous intent within him. A fervent smile blossomed on his face. Were an ordinary person to endure such pressure, they would likely succumb to madness in an instant. However, at this moment, Tang Qi felt that only within this haze of murderous intent could he attain true freedom. Here he could experience genuine release. "Huh," Tang Qi uttered softly, and the murderous intent in his eyes emerged from the void, materializing like a blooming lotus. It suddenly erupted forth. Inside the mountain and sea beast hall, the prodigies gasped in horror, roaring. Murderous intent materialized. It is indeed the path of slaughter. How many lives must be sacrificed in service to him henceforth? A powerful current surged between Qian Qingyu and Tang Qi. As Tang Qi's murderous intent darted like a silver fish through the ocean of slaughter, hurtling towards Qian Qingyu. At that moment, Master Huyen furrowed his brow sharply, for among the crowd, only he could truly perceive what transpired between Qian Qingyu and Tang Qi. Tang Qi, who had been enveloped by layers of murderous intent, now tore open a rift, launching a counterattack against Qian Qingyu. What a formidable murderous intent! Master Huyen exclaimed in a hushed voice upon hearing this. Lu Mier, Qian Judua, and Duanmu Yin all assumed Master Huyen referred to Qian Qingyu. Little did they know, he was actually speaking of Tang Qi. At this moment, Qian Qingyu too was taken aback, clearly unaware of the force Tang Qi had summoned, which allowed him to stand toe-to-toe with Qian Qingyu's murderous intent. Presently, Qian Qingyu's murderous intent resembled artillery fire blanketing the area, enveloping Tang Qi, while Tang Qi's intent was akin to a sniper's rifle. its crosshairs firmly fixed upon Qian Qingyu's forehead. Ah! Just then, Qian Qingyu laughed heartily, his voice resonating like a tiger's roar through the mountains, instantly shattering the pervasive murderous intent into a chilling breeze that expanded outward. No wonder he received Wan Bailey's praise. Truly, heroes emerge from the youth. Qian Qingyu's gaze returned to Tang Qi. But this time, instead of the overwhelming murderous intent, he offered unreserved admiration. Tang Qi then realized that Wan Bailey had reported all his activities in Tianhua City to Qian Qingyu, prompting Qian Qingyu's intent to test him to AT that moment. Tang Qi vaguely sensed a subtle change in his own murderous intent. Initially, it had been like a fog, intangible and difficult to control, threatening to escape his grasp like a wild stallion. Yet after confronting Qian Qingyu, that fog seemed to have transformed into a sharp, cold sword, entirely under his command. Although he did not comprehend the nature of this transformation, the mystical change brought him immense relief. As if the dust that had long settled in his heart had been thoroughly wiped clean. Among all, only the prodigy in the mountain and sea beast hall murmured, among the myriad paths. You have indeed grasped the path of slaughter. Tang Qi chuckled lightly and replied to Qian Qingyu with a fist salute. General, you flatter me. General, at that moment, a discordant cold snort rang out, emanating from Duanmu Yin, whose gaze was dark and foreboding. City Lord Qian has long since retired. Such a designation may be somewhat inappropriate. Originally, Duanmu Yin had presumed that Tang Qi, in his audacity, would surely be left in disgrace after standing against Qian Qingyu. However, he was taken aback by Qian Qingyu's evident regard for Tang Qi, leaving Duanmu Yin with a bitter pill to swallow, unable to express his frustration as he stepped forward to provoke Tang Qi, attempting to tarnish his image in Qian Qingyu's eyes. Moreover, the position of Tianhua City Lord was a royal appointment. Tang Qi's open reference to Qian Qingyu as general was, in a broader sense, quite disrespectful. A mere phrase could kill one's spirit. Qian Judua's face immediately reflected concern, fearing that his obstinate father would lay blame upon him. Meanwhile, Lu Mir, observing Duanmu Yan's scheming, felt a flicker of disgust. Yet Tang Qi did not even spare Duanmu Yan a glance, instead addressing Qian Qingyu with a fist salute. Only the title of general befits such formidable murderous intent. Instantly, Qian Qingyu's eyes brightened, a flicker of excitement crossing his gaze, as if Tang Qi's words had transported him back to the battlefield, fighting alongside his brothers. Countless years had passed, yet Qian Qingyu once again experienced that familiar sensation. Ha ha, well said. Qian Qingyu laughed heartily, a solemn wind suddenly erupting from him, causing the military flags on the weapon rack to flutter vigorously. The surrounding guards glared furiously, collectively shouting, "Wind! A great wind! Wind! A great wind!" In that moment, everyone finally witnessed what it meant to be a true, iron-blooded warrior. Ha ha! Qian Qingyu abruptly waved his hand, and the guards fell silent, turning to Tang Qi with a smile. Boy, had I still been in the army, I would surely have recruited you under my banner today. Tang Qi smiled nonchalantly, refraining from further comment. Qian Judua's face lit up with joy. It was rare for anyone to earn his father's favor. Seeing Tang Qi unharmed, Lu Mir also breathed a sigh of relief. Qian Qingyu then settled himself, calming his demeanor, and turned to Master Huyen with a smile. I may have acted a bit impetuously earlier. I hope Master Huyen will forgive me. Having just witnessed the prowess of an iron-blooded warrior, Master Huyen's eyes reflected a trace of admiration as he replied, City Lord, you needn't worry, Tio witnessed the splendor of an iron-blooded warrior. I find this journey worthwhile. Qian Qingyu chuckled softly, then adopted a slightly more serious expression, addressing Master Huyen. Time is of the essence. Perhaps we should proceed to the main topic. Agreed. Master Huyen nodded. Subsequently, both Qian Qingyu and Master Huyen turned their gazes towards Qian Judua. Chapter 69. The test of apprenticeship under the scrutiny of two high-ranking individuals from the Cheongding Empire. Qian Judua instantly trembled, desperately attempting to shrink back, only to appear more like an inflated balloon. Witnessing this scene, Qian Qingyu's previously joyous demeanor once again revealed a hint of helplessness. Nonetheless, he steeled himself and addressed Master Huyen. Master, my son has now reached the age of 16, that should he be able to apprentice under you, it would bring great honor to our Qian family. The mention of apprenticeship startled not only Qian Qingyu, but also Master Huyen and Qian Judua, while Lu Mir, Duanmu Yin, and Tang Qi were taken aback as well. In that moment, Tang Chi suddenly connected all the dots. The formidable individual Qian Judua had spoken of was none other than Master Huiyin. As a level 4 refinement master, Master Huiyin's strength and status indeed placed him among the top 10 in the Qiongding Empire. However, all refinement masters were known for their eccentricities, and due to the meticulous nature of their craft, they tended to be exceedingly strict with their apprentices. Given Qian Judua's lazy disposition and mediocre talent, should he be placed under the rigorous tutelage of Master Huiyin, he would undoubtedly suffer greatly. Moreover, since Lu Mirror was already Master Huiyin's pupil, even a casual encounter could lead to Qian Judua receiving a thorough scolding. Should they both be under the same master, Qian Judua would be in for a rough time. Thus, this was the fundamental reason for Qian Judua's desire to leave home. Furthermore, introducing Tang Chi to Master Huiyin was precisely the enormous opportunity that Qian Judua had promised to provide. Master, Lu Mirror's beautiful eyes widened in protest. Is it that Mirror's talent is insufficient? You would dare to accept him as a disciple? Originally, Lu Mirror was the sole apprentice of Master Huiyin, accustomed to being the center of attention. However, with Master Huiyin now considering taking on another disciple, Lu Mirror was understandably displeased, especially since the candidate was this unruly and lazy Qian Judua. Such disrespect was intolerable. Master Huiyin shot Lu Mirror a sharp glance, interrupting her words that a hint of helplessness flickered in his eyes. Although the position of a refinement master held immense prestige and was backed by the Alchemy Academy, who was Qian Qingyu, the former iron-blooded general and the lord of Tianhua City, if Qian Qingyu had a request, even the current emperor would have to give him some respect. Master Huiyin could not outright refuse. Hence he had agreed to come today to meet Qian Judua that, Master, I have a request at this moment. Qian Judua's voice timidly floated through a request. Suddenly, not only did Master Huiyin frown, but Qian Qingyu also displayed a look of anger. The mere fact that Master Huiyin had come was already a tremendous favor to the Qian family. If they could pass Master Huiyin's test, it would be a stroke of luck. However, Qian Judua audaciously dared to make a request, which appeared exceedingly disrespectful and ungrateful. Nevertheless, Master Huiyin waved his hand and spoke with an impassive expression. Speak. Qian Judua swayed as he stepped forward and bowed to Master Huiyin, saying, Master Huiyin, might I request that Brother Tang Chi also take the test? Upon hearing this, Tang Chi's eyes narrowed, and he exhaled deeply. This was indeed an extraordinary opportunity. In the entire world, there were no more than 3 level 4 refinement masters. Those wishing to become their disciples numbered in the millions, if not billions, that if he could truly become a disciple of Master Huiyin, his future would be immensely bright, potentially leading to the rise of an entire family, becoming a formidable force within the Empyrean realm. To call this opportunity monumental would not be an exaggeration. Tang Chi was astonished. Qian Judua, in gratitude for his life-saving favor, was willing to go to such lengths to at that moment. Duan Muyin suddenly stepped forward, exclaiming in anger, to take on disciples, a level 4 refinement master does not engage in such trivialities. Beneath Duan Muyin's furious facade, jealousy burned fiercely. The fact that Tang Chi had garnered Qian Qingyu's favor had already stirred his discontent. Now, with Qian Judua beseeching Master Huiyin to accept Tang Chi as a disciple, how could Duan Muyin, despite his background in the Refinement Academy, not yearn for such an opportunity? If this dream were to materialize, his status within the Refinement Academy would soar. Yet this chance was being handed to Tang Chi on a silver platter. How could Duan Muyin swallow such indignation? Consumed by jealousy and rage, he disregarded the presence of Qian Qingyu and Master Huiyin, stepping forward to voice his grievances. All along, out of respect for the envoy from the Refinement Academy, Qian Qingyu had treated Duan Muyin with courtesy. Envoys from the 4 great academies were respected everywhere. For instance, in Lan City, all aristocratic families held Xue Nanyan in the highest regard. Moreover, the Refinement Academy was a realm of refinement far superior to Tianhua City. If Qian Judua truly had the opportunity, he might even leverage Duan Muyan's assistance to enter the Refinement Academy. After all, Duan Muyin was sent as an envoy from the Refinement Academy. Not only that, but what intimidated Qian Qingyu the most was the formidable power that lay behind Duan Muyan's family, which was deeply entwined with the conflicts of the capital. Hence, it was clear why Duan Muyin could stand alongside Master Huiyin and Qian Qingyu in the Grand Hall. However, Duan Muyan's furious outburst towards Qian Judua finally caused a flicker of displeasure in Qian Qingyu. His fierce eyes narrowed slightly as he spoke softly to Duan Muyan. Envoy Duanmu, my son does not require others to meddle in his affairs. Instantly, under the piercing gaze of Qian Qingyu, Duan Muyan stiffened, as if struck by a heavy blow to the chest. His face paled and his figure swayed. Realization dawned upon him. He was facing the formidable Qian Qingyu, and thus he fell silent, lowering his head and retreating a step. Yet, from Tang Chi's perspective, he could clearly discern the venomous resentment lurking in Duan Muyan's eyes. At that moment, Master Huyan inhaled deeply and gestured dismissively. No matter. Since he is the savior of your son, let us observe together. The implication was clear. Tang Chi had saved Qian Qingyu's son, and thus Master Huyan was reluctantly granting him a glance. Ultimately, it was still a favor to Qian Qingyu. Thank you, Master Huyan. Qian Qingyu immediately clasped his fists in gratitude to Tio Qian Qingyu. Tang Chi was indeed of great significance, especially since Tang Chi had once saved Qian Judua's life. Therefore, this debt of gratitude was one Qian Qingyu was determined to repay. Master, Lu Miaohua, seeing another person, particularly Tang Chi, couldn't he help but stomp her foot in frustration. Yet when Master Huyan waved his hand, Lu Miaohua instantly dared not utter another word, pouting in annoyance as she stood aside. Master Huyan, with his aged eyes, turned to Tang Chi and Qian Judua, saying, "If that is the case, let us commence." No sooner had he spoken than, before Tang Chi and Qian Judua could react, Master Huyan's gaze sharpened, and beneath his white robe, he swiftly extended 3 fingers, unleashing 2 afterimages that shot towards the faces of Tang Chi and Qian Judua. Chapter 70. The failure of acceptance. The 2 afterimages were remarkably swift, hurtling directly towards the faces of Tang Chi and the corpulent man. Oh no! Qian Judua instinctively leaned back, but due to an unstable footing, he fell to the ground. One afterimage grazed the top of the corpulent man's head. Whistling past, startled, he rolled away, covering several meters, hardly resembling a martial artist of the 7th meridian of body refinement. Meanwhile, Tang Chi's gaze sharpened as he raised his hand to grasp. Bang! With a dull thud, he managed to catch the afterimage in his palm. At that moment, Master Huyan fixed his gaze on Tang Chi and slowly said, "Open your palm." Tang Chi flattened his hand, revealing that what Master Huyan had shot out was, in fact, a piece of mica rock. Mica rock is a common mineral often utilized during refinement. However, the distinction lies in its low hardness. Even an ordinary person without spiritual energy can easily snap it with minimal effort. Yet, at that moment, the mica rock in Tang Chi's hand had already crumbled to dust from his grip. As the gentle breeze blew, the powder scattered into the air. Witnessing this scene, a flicker of disappointment flashed in Qian Qingyu's eyes as he gently shook his head. Meanwhile, Lu Miaohua and Duan Muyan revealed expressions of delight. "It seems that I am fated to be unrelated to both of you." Master Huyan sighed as he shook his head, then continued, "To become a refinement master, the most fundamental requirement is to possess swift reflexes and meticulous thoughts. One must be able to swiftly control their mind while paying attention to the minutiae. Otherwise, even if one were to generate the flames of refinement, they could never become a refinement master. However, young friend Tang Chi, due to the nature of your cultivation methods, you have developed a rather aggressive temperament that in your grip, the mica rock has shattered into dust. Such forcefulness is utterly incompatible with the path of a refinement master. If you persist in this manner, you will only stray further down the wrong path." As the Lord of Tianhua City, Qian Qingyu understood that Master Huyan's words were the unvarnished truth and not merely an excuse for not wanting to take on a disciple. However, unbeknownst to all, Tang Chi's cultivation of the mountain and sea body refinement technique was inherently contrary to the path of refinement. Yet, in the face of Master Huyan's guidance, Tang Chi maintained a stoic expression and did not refute. Subsequently, Master Huyan's expression shifted to one of difficulty as he addressed Qian Qingyu. As for young Master Qian, let us not speak of it. Qian Qingyu helplessly patted his forehead, sighing, "My son is indeed not suited for refinement. I was overly ambitious, given that Qian Judua couldn't even catch the mica rock, let alone undergo a test." Witnessing this scene, even Qian Qingyu could no longer muster the audacity to request Master Huyan to accept a disciple. Master Huyan chuckled lightly. Lord Qian has filtered through his thoughts. As any parent would be concerned for their children. At that moment, Qian Qingyu turned to Master Huiyin and said, I trust that during the refinement festival in a month's time, your disciple will also participate. Indeed, upon mentioning Lu Miao, a glimmer of pride appeared in Master Huiyin's eyes as he remarked, My little disciple possesses considerable talent in refinement. I believe she shall advance to a level 1 refinement master before the refinement festival. Upon hearing this, Qian Qingyu could not help but reveal a look of astonishment. To become a level 1 refinement master by the age of 16 was a rarity throughout the Empyrean realm. He had not anticipated that Master Huiyin's disciple would indeed possess such talent. Qian Qingyu exclaimed in admiration, truly worthy of being Master Huiyin's beloved disciple. Such talent is likely unparalleled even within the Refinement Academy. Hearing Qian Qingyu's praise, a satisfied smile crept across Master Huiyin's face, while Lu Miao blushed, unable to suppress a hint of pride. In that moment, her demeanor as a young girl captivated Duan Muyan's attention, rendering him somewhat entranced. Then Qian Qingyu rose, stretching his limbs, and said with a smile, Although the matter of accepting a disciple has not come to fruition, the arrival of Master Huiyin and the envoy from the Refinement Academy has greatly honored my Qian family. Tonight, I shall host a banquet for all. I hope you will not decline. Haha, then I shall not refuse. Master Huiyin clasped his fists and smiled. Duan Muyan quickly concurred. It is an honor for Duan Muyan to be invited by Lord Qian. With that, everyone dispersed, returning to their respective guest rooms to rest. As Duan Muyan passed by Tang Qi, he coldly muttered, Tang Qi, a mere country bumpkin dares to aspire to be a level 4 refinement master? One day, I shall make you aware of the might of the Refinement Academy. With that, he strode away. Watching Duan Muyan's retreating figure, Tang Qi's eyes revealed a trace of murderous intent. Just an hour ago, he had struggled to control such brutal killing intent. However, after the confrontation with Qian Qingyu, Tang Qi now clearly sensed that although the chilling killing intent still resided within him, he could now wield it at will. Just as Tang Qi was about to inquire further about the prodigy, he suddenly heard Qian Judua's voice calling from behind. Brother Tang! Brother Tang! Qian Judua hurriedly caught up from behind, panting as he addressed Tang Qi. I initially intended to offer you an opportunity, yet I did not expect this outcome. Upon finishing his words, a trace of distress appeared on Qian Judua's face, evidently feeling a sense of regret for Tang Qi. Qian Judua was acutely aware that if Tang Qi were to truly become a disciple of Master Huiyin, his future would undoubtedly be limitless, destined to be one who stands above all others. After a brief moment, Qian Judua's eyes sharpened, and he clenched his teeth as if he had made a significant decision. Reaching into his pocket, he retrieved a bundle of silver notes and handed them to Tang Qi, saying with heartfelt concern, Brother Tang, since the opportunity has slipped away, this 50,000 gold coins is the price we agreed upon. Please accept it. I may be stingy, but I am absolutely trustworthy with friends. With that, Qian Judua closed his small eyes, seemingly unable to bear watching Tang Qi take the silver notes. Heh, you glutton! Tang Qi chuckled lightly, shaking his head as he pushed the silver notes back to Qian Judua, saying, You should keep this money for yourself. Consider it your payment for letting me stay at your residence for a few days. Really? Qian Judua opened his small eyes a crack, inquiring tentatively, Of course. Tang Qi nodded. Leave it to me. Qian Judua immediately beamed with joy, springing up from the ground, stuffing the silver notes into his bosom as if they were a long-lost child, and thumping his chest. He proclaimed, For the next few days, all your expenses will be covered by me, Qian Judua. Tang Qi smiled and nodded, then added, I have some matters to attend to today. See you in the afternoon. Qian Judua nodded and then urged, My father is hosting a banquet tonight. You must come. Tang Qi replied naturally. Subsequently, he bid farewell to Qian Judua and departed from the Qian residence, heading in a specific direction. Chapter 71. The talent rankings of refiners. If one were to inquire about the most heavily guarded place in Tianhua City, it would undoubtedly be the Qian residence. However, if one were to seek the most bustling locale, it would certainly be the Refiners Guild. The Refiners Guild holds a position within the Qiong Dome Empire that even seemingly overshadows the Van Hai Merchant Guild. Yet, the sole distinction between the Refiners and the Van Hai Merchant Guild is that the latter permeates every corner of the Qiong Dome Empire. From the most prosperous capital to the most remote towns in contrast. The Refiners Guild is established solely in a few of the most flourishing cities within the Cheongdong Empire. The Refiners Guild in Tianhua City serves as the headquarters of the Refiners Guild in the Cheongdong Empire. Regarded as the sanctum of refinement by all refiners, second only to the Academy of Divine Refinement. Daily, countless dignitaries and top-tier experts flock to the Refiners Guild in Tianhua City, seeking to purchase high-grade elixirs and refined weapons. At this moment, it was noon, and Tang Chi's figure appeared before the grand entrance of the Refiners Guild. However, at this time, Tang Chi bore a completely new visage. Compared to his previous delicate features, he now exuded an air of resoluteness. His once slightly tousled hair had been transformed into a short and sturdy cut. Though he still appeared to be 16 years of age, his countenance had undergone a dramatic transformation, a result of Tang Chi utilizing the illusion technique of the phantom deer from his second beast soul, which altered his appearance. Having traversed the martial world for some time, Tang Chi had gleaned some insights. The martial world is fraught with danger, and one should remain low-key whenever possible. If low-key is not an option, then one should adopt a different identity and be audacious. Now, even if his father, Tang Qinglin, were to come, he would not recognize his true identity. Tang Chi gazed at the entrance of the Refiners Guild, internally marveling at the throngs of people. The scene before the Refiners Guild could only be described as a sea of humanity. It seemed as though the entire populace of Tianhua City had converged here. The crowd bustled with activity, and the sounds of vendors hawking their wares filled the air, while various rare treasures emerged from roadside stalls. The entrance to the Refiners Guild was carved from the finest fire crystal, deep crimson in hue, seemingly imbued with boundless heat. Two massive stone lions, each standing 3 meters tall, loomed at the entrance, their visages fierce, roaring skyward. From their mouths, torrents of flames surged into the air, reaching 5 meters in height. Upon closer inspection, each stone lion held a fist-sized spirit core of a 10-level demon beast, the Inferno Tiger. If placed at a roadside stall, such high-level spirit cores would surely provoke a frenzy among countless onlookers. Yet at this moment, embedded in the mouths of the stone lions at the entrance of the Refiners Guild, no one dared to approach and claim them. This further underscored the elevated status of the Refiners Guild. Tang Chi squeezed through the crowd and entered the grand doors of the Refiners Guild, taking nearly 10 minutes to cover a mere dozen steps, a testament to the sheer number of people present. Upon entering, the opulence within the Refiners Guild exceeded that at the entrance by several folds. The hall was brightly lit, adorned with an array of decorations that dazzled Tang Chi's senses. Various elixirs were neatly arranged, exuding peculiar fragrances that permeated the entire hall. The weapons displayed on racks, each a product of refiners' craftsmanship, glimmered with a sharp, cold light, creating a sensation that the temperature had dropped several degrees. This was indeed the headquarters of the Refiners Guild in the Cheongdong Empire. As expected, it lived up to its reputation. However, compared to the outside, the interior hall was not nearly as cacophonous. Everyone adhered to strict decorum, patiently queuing to seek their desired items, regardless of how noble their status. No one dared to raise their voice here, let alone engage in brawls. In the most conspicuous position of the hall stood 5 enormous stone tablets, carved from the precious mineral, purple flame crystal. Each purple flame crystal tablet measured 3 meters in height and 2 meters in width, its frame adorned with blazing flames that subtly revealed the totems of ancient demon beasts. Each purple flame crystal tablet bore 5 large characters, reading from left to right. First level Refiner Talent Rankings, second level Refiner Talent Rankings, third level Refiner Talent Rankings, fourth level Refiner Talent Rankings, fifth level Refiner Talent Rankings. The names inscribed were those of the highest talented refiners within each rank. The number of names varied. The first, second, and third level refiner rankings each featured 50 individuals. However, on the fourth level refiner talent ranking, there were only 3 names, with Master Huiyin prominently included. This was because, within the Cheongdong Empire, only 3 fourth-level refiners were officially recorded. This illustrates the insurmountable gap between each level of refiners. On the 5th level refiner talent ranking, there was but one name, Zhu Rongtian, the sole 5th level refiner in the Cheongdong Empire, who also served as the dean of the Academy of Divine Refinement. In the hearts of all refiners within the Cheongdong Empire, Zhu Rongtian was akin to a divine being. Additionally, Tang Chi noted that the top of both the 1st and 2nd level refiner talent rankings belonged to the same individual, Duanmu Xuanhua. The first-level refiner talent ranking recorded Duanmu Xuanhua, who, at 16 years and 53 days, became a first-level refiner, a record that remains unbroken to this day. The second-level refiner talent ranking recorded Duanmu Xuanhua, who, at 17 years and 246 days, became a second-level refiner, a record that also remains unbroken. Regarding Duanmu Xuanhua, Tang Qi had heard of him as well, renowned as the foremost talent of the Academy of Divine Refinement in the past 50 years. At such a young age, he had reached the realm of a second-level refiner, undoubtedly a figure of immense fame, and one of the most sought-after individuals within the Cheongdong Empire. Every passerby of the purple flame crystal tablets lingered momentarily on the rankings, revealing expressions of envy. Anyone whose name appeared on the list was undoubtedly among the most illustrious in the Cheongdong Empire. After casting a glance at the purple flame crystal tablets, Tang Qi surveyed the surroundings and proceeded toward the front desk of the hall. At that moment, a young girl dressed in red stood at the front desk, that is a member of the service staff at the Refiners Guild. The red-clad girl greeted each customer with a professional smile. Upon noticing Tang Qi's arrival, she smiled warmly and said, "Hello, young brother. What can I assist you with today?" The red-clad girl did not overlook Tang Qi due to his ordinary attire. Instead, she inquired with genuine enthusiasm. This egalitarian attitude endeared Tang Qi to the Refiners Guild even more. Tang Qi replied, "Sister, I would like to undergo the assessment for refiner rank. Each refiner must pass the rank assessment at the Refiners Guild to obtain the corresponding refiner badge. This is also the most fundamental prerequisite for participating in the Refiners Festival." Undergoing a refiner rank assessment, the red-clad girl appeared momentarily taken aback, then scrutinized Tang Qi from head to toe, exclaiming in astonishment, "Young brother, how old are you this year? You wish to participate in the refiner rank assessment?" Chapter 72. The refiner rank assessment. Although the red-clad girl exhibited excellent professionalism, she could not help but harbor doubts about Tang Qi. Judging by his appearance, he seemed to be merely 16 years of age. However, should he manage to pass the refiner rank assessment at such a tender age, he would be close to being listed among the first-level refiner talent rankings. Yet, based on Tang Qi's attire and demeanor, he did not resemble those possessing exceptionally high talents. The red-clad girl inquired further, "Are you certain?" At this moment, the exchange between the red-clad girl and Tang Qi began to draw the attention of those nearby. This kid wants to undergo the refiner assessment. How could someone so young possibly succeed? Haha, who knows? Perhaps he possesses extraordinary talent. Amidst the laughter, whispers arose from every direction, as onlookers gathered with a sense of morbid curiosity. Eager to witness the unfolding spectacle, at that moment, a stern voice resonated from behind. "Hong Xiao, what is the matter?" Tang Qi turned to see a middle-aged man clad in a white robe approaching. Beneath his handsome visage lay an air of gravity, his piercing gaze seemingly capable of penetrating one's very soul. Adorning his chest was a pale blue badge, intricately inscribed with the character for second level, signifying his rank as a second-tier alchemist affiliated with the Alchemist Guild. Upon sighting this white-robed figure, the surrounding crowd immediately expressed their respect, their voices lowering in deference as they instinctively stepped back. The woman in red, referred to as Hong Xiao, felt a shiver run through her upon the man's arrival and promptly addressed him with respect. "Master Winsong, this young lad wishes to undergo the alchemist rank assessment." Subsequently, Hong Xiao turned to Tang Qi to introduce him. "This is Master Winsong, a second-level alchemist belonging to the Alchemist Guild of Tianhua City. Currently, all assessments for first and second-level alchemists are overseen by Master Winsong as the chief examiner." An alchemist rank assessment? Winsong furrowed his brow, his gaze sweeping across the crowd until it met Tang Qi's eyes for less than half a second. Yet in that fleeting moment, Tang Qi felt an overwhelming sense of danger. Although both were second-level alchemists, Yu Xianming from Lan City paled in comparison to him by several notches. This aura was reminiscent of that prodigy who had previously displayed third-level alchemical prowess. Clearly, Winsong's alchemical abilities had surpassed those of his peers, inching ever closer to third-level mastery. As Winsong scrutinized Tang Qi's face, his brow furrowed once more. That it was not uncommon for youths of 16 to come forth for rank assessments. Yet those who succeeded were few and far between. Most young aspirants approached the event with a mere hope for luck. Over the years, as the chief examiner for first-level assessments, Winsong had grown weary of the audacity displayed by these overconfident youths. Thus, upon discerning Tang Chi's age, a flicker of disdain and indifference crossed his eyes as he coldly inquired, "You wish to take the assessment? Do you comprehend the fundamental requirements for participating in the first-level alchemist evaluation?" Tang Chi nodded calmly, responding, "I am aware." With that, he extended his right hand and flicked his index finger. Swish, a burst of crimson flames appeared momentarily before vanishing into thin air. The requirement for the first-level alchemist assessment was to manifest the red alchemical flame. Though the crimson fire was fleeting, the residual warmth in the air indicated that Tang Chi had indeed qualified for the evaluation. Instantly, a glimmer of astonishment flashed in Winsong's eyes, but he had not anticipated that Tang Chi had truly succeeded in manifesting the red alchemical flame. The surrounding crowd was taken aback as well. However, a mocking voice soon broke the silence. "Even if he has manifested the red flame, it does not guarantee success in the evaluation. I wager he is merely a fledgling alchemist, freshly igniting his alchemical fire. Indeed, there are not so many geniuses in the world." Another voice chimed in, yet another hopeful attempting to test his luck. "A fledgling alchemist is one who has just ignited their alchemical flame but lacks the capability to refine first-level medicinal pills." It is crucial to note that a chasm still exists between fledgling alchemists and first-level alchemists. Generally, it takes 3 to 4 years for an ordinary alchemist to make this leap. In the eyes of the crowd, Tang Chi, who was virtually unknown, had been hastily categorized as an overambitious fledgling alchemist. Nevertheless, since he had already manifested the red alchemical flame, Winsong chose not to impede him. After all, one who could ignite their alchemical fire at such a young age possessed a modicum of talent. Winsong's expression softened slightly as he spoke. "Very well, then follow me." However, before he could finish a sentence, a cheerful voice piped up, "Uncle Winsong, I have come to undergo the rank assessment." Instantly, the crowd parted to reveal a pathway. 3 figures emerged from the throng. 2 youths and an elderly man. At the forefront was a young girl, the sole apprentice of Master Huiyin, Lumiere. The other young man was Duan Muyin, who had been inseparable from Lumiere. Beside Duan Muyin stood a robust elderly gentleman, who, despite being over 50, stood tall and vigorous, exuding an aura of strength and sharpness in his gaze. To everyone's astonishment, the elderly man bore a badge of an alchemist on his chest, inscribed with the character for 3rd level. He was, in fact, a 3rd-level alchemist. Tang Chi noted the similarities in attire between this elder and Duan Muyin. Both clad in azure robes and crowned with feathered hats. At that moment, the whispers among the crowd resumed. From their hushed discussions, Tang Chi discerned the identity of the 3rd-level alchemist, Duan Qianqing, a 3rd-level alchemist serving as an elder of the Alchemy Academy. That he had come alongside Duan Muyin as a representative of the Alchemy Academy to witness the grand alchemical event and to select exceptionally gifted youths to join the academy for cultivation. Witnessing this scene, Tang Chi could not help but marvel at the unparalleled status of Tianhua City within the Apex Empire. While the Fire Academy had merely dispatched Xuen Nanyan to recruit in Lan City, the Alchemy Academy had sent an elder. The crowd quickly recognized the identities of Lu Mia and her companions. Their interest piqued as they hoped to witness an entertaining display. Noticing Lu Mia's arrival, Winsong's expression softened, his previously stern demeanor easing as he nodded at both Lu Mia and Duan Muyin, before bowing respectfully to Duan Qianqing. Winsong pays his respects to Master Qianqing. Among alchemists, hierarchy is strictly observed. That as a 2nd-level alchemist, Winsong was naturally obliged to pay his respects to Duan Qianqing. Duan Qianqing chuckled lightly, remarking, "Winsong, my younger brother, I am over 20 years your senior. However, given your spirited demeanor, I suspect it will not be long before you ascend to the rank of 3rd-level alchemist." Upon hearing this, the crowd gasped in astonishment. They had not anticipated that the notoriously stringent Winsong had achieved such a level of prowess. Maintaining his composure, Winsong acknowledged Duan Qianqing's words with a modest bow, before turning to Lu Mia. "Mia, you wish to undergo the rank assessment. Why has Master Huiyin not accompanied you?" Given Lu Mia's alchemical prowess, she should have been confident of passing the 1st-level assessment within a month. Yet it was customary for Master Huiyin to attend any assessment involving his cherished pupil. Leaving Winsong perplexed, "Uncle Winsong, I came here secretly today, intending to surprise my master after passing the assessment." Lu Mia replied with a smile. Then, with a hint of stubbornness, she pouted and softly declared, "Umph. I want to prove to my master that having me as his apprentice is already sufficient." Though her voice was low, it reached Tang Chi's ears clearly. Hearing this, he couldn't help but chuckle helplessly, realizing that the morning's recruitment debacle had ignited this young girl's sense of urgency and competitive spirit. Without the luxury of further preparation, she was eager to undergo the rank assessment in the afternoon to demonstrate her worth to Master Huiyin. At that moment, Duan Mu Yin chimed in. "I believe that with Miss Mirror's talent, she will surely succeed today, just as I did, and inscribe her name on the talent list." Intrigued, Tang Chi glanced at the first-level alchemist talent list. Scanning from the top to the bottom, he found Duan Mu Yin's name in the second-to-last position, ranked 49th. Duan Mu Yin, aged 17 years and 132 days, had become a first-level alchemist, securing the 49th position on the talent list. Had it not been for Duan Mu Yin's comment, Tang Chi might have overlooked his name entirely. Nonetheless, even being second to last was enough to evoke envy from others. It was evident that Duan Mu Yan's words were meant to boast rather than genuinely encourage Lu Mir. Amidst the envious gazes of the crowd, Duan Mu Yan's expression swelled with pride as he continued. "Though I possess considerable alchemical talent, there remains a significant gap between me and my brother, Duan Mu Xuanhua." With this statement, a stir swept through the crowd. Tang Chi's expression sharpened. Duan Mu Yin and Duan Mu Xuanhua. It dawned on him that the two were siblings. In an instant, he understood why Duan Mu Yin had been so arrogant during their encounter at the Qian residence, while Qian Qingyu had still chosen to show him some respect. The top genius alchemist of the Apex Empire was, in fact, his elder brother. As this revelation spread, the crowd's gaze towards Duan Mu Yin intensified with fervor. Nobles and dignitaries took steps forward, eager to forge connections, while wealthy ladies practically vied for his attention. Even the lower-tier warriors exhibited hopeful expressions, wishing to leave a good impression on Duan Mu Yin. This was the power of the foremost genius alchemist. At that moment, Duan Mu Yin stood tall and proud, akin to a boastful rooster, relishing the admiration directed at him. Yet such ostentatious display of superiority sparked a flicker of disdain in Lu Mir's eyes. Dismissing Duan Mu Yin, she turned to Winsong and said, "Uncle Winsong, please arrange for the assessment." Winsong's expression appeared somewhat indifferent, clearly disapproving of Duan Mu Yan's actions, that he then addressed Tang Chi and Lu Miao, saying, "You two may leave." According to the regulations, practitioners of the same rank may take the assessment together. Thus, Tang Chi and Lu Miao would participate in the evaluation concurrently. It was at this moment that Lu Miao noticed another individual who was also to partake in the assessment. Upon closer inspection, she realized that this person was remarkably close in age to herself, leaving her momentarily taken aback. That it was indeed rare to encounter a youth capable of undergoing evaluation at the tender age of 16. And to her astonishment, there were two such individuals present today. Tang Chi nodded at this moment. He had altered both his appearance and voice through transformation techniques, thus harboring no fears of being recognized by Lu Miao or Duan Mu Yin. Instantly, a glimmer of combativeness flickered in Lu Miao's eyes. The fact that Master Winsong had consented to their simultaneous evaluation indicated that the other party must have indeed refined there. Having just been overshadowed by Duan Mu Yin, the arrival of another youth of similar age to partake in the rank assessment stirred an eagerness within Lu Miao to prove herself to Master Huiyin. All these factors combined made Tang Chi, who stood before her, a significant catalyst for Lu Miao's competitive spirit. She gazed at Tang Chi, about to utter something, when suddenly, Duan Mu Yin stepped forward, positioning himself between Lu Miao and Tang Chi. With an imperious tone, he declared, "Having both of you assess simultaneously may disrupt Miss Miao's refining state. To ensure her evaluation proceeds without a hitch, it would be best for you to return another day." At once, the surrounding crowd gasped in surprise. The prospect of two individuals undergoing simultaneous refinement was bound to have some mutual influence. However, no one anticipated that Duan Mu Yin would be so domineering, directly forcing Tang Chi to withdraw from the assessment before Lu Miao could respond. Observing Duan Mu Yin was the third-level refining master, Duan Xiansheng, who remained silent, evidently acquiescing to Duan Mu Yan's actions. The onlookers regarded Tang Chi with sympathetic glances, yet none believed Duan Mu Yan's behavior was unjust, for he possessed absolute strength and backing. The strong could indeed trample upon the weak. If blame were to be assigned, it would solely fall upon Tang Chi's misfortune. Tang Chi let out a cold chuckle and addressed Duan Mu Yin. Might I inquire what position you hold within the Fire City Refiners Guild that affords you the authority to impede my rank assessment? Or perhaps, his gaze sharpened, the rumors are true. The Refiners Guild is merely the backyard of the Refining Academy, allowing you to act with impunity. A wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd as they covered their mouths, gazing in disbelief at Tang Chi. Logically, a youth of such obscurity ought to have retreated from the spotlight, complying with Duan Mu Yan's directive to depart. Yet, to their astonishment, Tang Chi exhibited audacity of monumental proportions. He dared to openly confront Duan Mu Yin, likening the Refiners Guild to the backyard of the Refining Academy in front of Master Winsong. Although the Refiners Guild indeed had ties to the Refining Academy, both entities generally operated as independent factions, making it impossible to definitively rank one above the other. However, Tang Chi had just audaciously pierced through that veil in front of all, placing the Refiners Guild in an exceedingly awkward position. Duan Mu Yin did not anticipate Tang Chi's words to be so incisive, and an immediate surge of anger ignited within him. Earlier that morning, he had already endured a torrent of humiliation at the Qian residence due to Tang Chi. And now this unknown youth dared to confront him, causing Duan Mu Yan's frustration to erupt. Beside him, Duan Qianqing's eyes glimmered with sharpness as he regarded Tang Chi. Enough! Just then, Master Winsong's icy voice suddenly rang out. Enough! With Master Winsong's sharp rebuke, an overwhelming mental force surged forth, akin to roaring waves, hurtling towards Tang Chi and Duan Mu Yin. Clearly, the recent display of Duan Mu Yan's arrogance and Tang Chi's reckless words had provoked Master Winsong's ire. At that moment, Duan Qianqing's eyes sparkled with intensity as he called out, "Seize!" Instantly, another wave of potent mental shock emanated from him, radiating outward. In the blink of an eye, the two mental forces collided with a force akin to waves crashing against rocks. Bang! A muffled sound reverberated as the invisible shockwave of mental energy surged outward, leaving everyone feeling dizzy and unsteady on their feet. After the impact, Master Winsong staggered back a step, his eyes ablaze with fury, while Duan Qianqing also took half a step back, a flicker of astonishment flashing in his eyes that he hadn't expected that his third-level refining master's mental power could be forced back by Winsong even by half a step. It was evident that Winsong was indeed not far from attaining the rank of a third-level refining master. Duan Qianqing's expression darkened as he forced a smile. "Sing, Winsong, is it really necessary to tear the facade over a mere novice refining master seeking a stroke of luck?" At this moment, both Duan Qianqing and Duan Mu Yin, along with the others, regarded Tang Chi merely as an aspiring refining master, merely attempting to test his luck. Such occurrences happened frequently each year. "Umph," Master Winsong snorted coldly, retorting, "Duan Qianqing, the affairs of the Refiners Guild are not for the Refining Academy to meddle in." With that, he waved his sleeve and turned to leave, instructing, "You two, follow me." Lu Miaoer and Tang Chi promptly trailed behind him. As they passed by Duan Mu Yin, the latter hissed menacingly to Tang Chi, "You boy, I will be waiting for you to emerge from here. You will pay for this." Upon hearing this, Tang Chi couldn't help but chuckle softly. It seemed he had inadvertently offended Duan Mu Yin on both of his identities. It appeared that Xuan Nanyan's concerns were indeed unfounded, having already antagonized Duan Mu Yin to such an extent. How could he possibly gain entry into the Refining Academy? Chasing after Master Winsong. Once they distanced themselves from the crowd, the master cast a glance at Tang Chi, his gaze devoid of warmth, stating, "Young man, do not presume that a modicum of talent grants you the liberty to be presumptuous. Some words are not for your level to utter." Clearly, Tang Chi's earlier indiscretion had struck a nerve with Master Winsong. Nevertheless, Tang Chi merely chuckled lightly, unperturbed. And on the other hand, Lu Miaoer gazed at Tang Chi with newfound respect. His fearless confrontation of Duan Mu Yin and his ability to make him suffer a setback had altered her perception of him. The headquarters of the Refiners Guild was expansive. The trio navigated through various turns until they finally arrived at a door. Upon entering, they found themselves in a completely enclosed room, devoid of windows, with not a single ray of light penetrating from the outside. The pitch-black, dense rock walls appeared extremely robust and boasted excellent soundproofing, entirely isolating them from external distractions. This environment was precisely what most refining masters favored for their work. Surrounding the walls, several large luminous pearls illuminated the room brilliantly. In the center stood several sturdy refining platforms, firmly positioned. The far left, a cabinet displayed an array of materials and ores, the very assessment chamber for refining master's ratings.